I'm already getting that itch. I don't know if I can wait all these days until the postseason starts and we really start to ramp things up and really start to get a clear picture on, I guess, both of these teams' sort of outlooks for the near and far future. One thing I was thinking about yesterday is I don't know where the line of demarcation is between success and failure. I don't know what's fair, but I'm going to tell you kind of where my head's at on it. And they're a little bit different for both of these teams. I feel like I have to put a larger standard on the Avs because I just think they're better. I think in the total history of history of this season, but I would say more since the trade deadline, the Avs have been seen, talked about, and I think it's all fair in a way that they are perhaps the class of the league. It might not reflect it record-wise, even though they're right there. For the run that they went on, Dallas was just as good, and Winnipeg kept winning, and, there's a host of different teams that can say that. But what I'm talking about is you look at this team from top to bottom. You look at how they're constructed, how they're made up, how they play together, the kind of chemistry they have together, the reinforcements they have coming, like all these different things scream to me that the Avs are a team that if anyone were paired up with them in the postseason, they would be terrified. And if you're that, then I think the expectation is it's tough, but you got to make at least the Western Conference Finals. You have to be right there on the cusp of a championship. That's how it feels. The Nuggets are weird. Because I'm going to say something here, and I don't know what line you draw. But for me, it's kind of how you deem success and failure is, do you have major changes on the horizon or not? And in the case of the Nuggets, they had that. They had it already. Their standard was higher than where the team was a week ago. And so they made their major changes. Okay, so where is it now? I think it's close to the same. I think they're also Western Conference Finals. And here's the reason why. If you don't make it to the Western Conference Finals with Joker, and again, this is not a panicky team, okay? These organizations do not make decisions on emotional whims. Everything is calculated, and they will be patient to almost a fault. I mean, it's one of the things that Josh Kroenke talked about yesterday. As he had his press conference, he was discussing the idea of these people got fired, and he said something along the lines of, it's not their fault. He wanted to make this decision prior to when he did. He was talking about the trade deadline. At the All-Star break. And he couldn't because they won. And it would have seemed really weird firing a coach 8 games in the middle of a win streak. And so waited, and like I said, they are patient to almost a fault. But if the Nuggets, if they lose in the first round, there's major changes. I'm talking about, I think, beyond just the head coach and GM. I think there's a roster shuffle, and that's kind of where I'm at now. I think if they make it to the second round and they compete, maybe you can have an argument about it because the assumption's going to be that they're going to play against Oklahoma City. So maybe if they get to that second round and they push it to 7 games and lose, like maybe you can convince yourself that there's no need for it. But I would put kind of the line at the conference finals. If they find a way to win 2 series in the middle of all of these different changes at head coach, perhaps that's enough for them to say don't do anything. And what's really funny is I don't know where the fan base sits on this. I feel as if the fan base wants an offseason of major change. And I think that might be the right tact. Like maybe this thing has run its course and you need, I call these blueprint seasons where if you don't achieve the goals that you have set out ahead of you, you have to crumple up the blueprint, throw it out the window, and start anew. And maybe they're already in the middle of it. But if you have bigger success and you outdo expectation, which I think a Western Conference Finals appearance would do, perhaps that leads to you keeping this together again and just saying, you know what, last year it just got a little bit stale. Because here's the oddity. I'll tell you why I feel as if the Nuggets are an enigma. Let's really go through this for a second and try and suss out why a lot of people feel the way that they do. Number one, the Nuggets 2 years ago won a title. The following year, they were the 1 seed in the postseason and won a title. The following year, the Nuggets finished as the 2 seed, but tied record-wise with the 1, go to the second round, push to a Game 7, have a pretty epic collapse in the second half of that Game 7 to lose and get bounced from the postseason. But it was a team and it was a feel in which most of the fan base thought if they won that game, they were heading back to the finals. Now, what happens with Boston after that, I don't know, but you'd be in the finals 2 years in a row. And now this year, they stayed a top 4 seed for virtually the entire season. And they were yo-yoing between the 3, the 2, the 3, the 4, the 3, the 2, just kind of bouncing up and down in between there, which in the grand scheme of things is not awful. It's another 50-win season, but you finish 18 games back of first place. Like, if I put that all together and I say in a 2-year span, you win a title, the following year you get bounced in the second round, just in pretty ugly fashion, but you finish tied for first, essentially, at the end of the year. And the year after that, you're still a top 4 seed. Does that feel as if you need to make major changes? When I present it that way, not really. But the issue is we all kind of saw the deficiencies in which the team had. But what happens if they do make the Western Conference Finals again? What happens if this firing of Mike Malone provides such a spark? This team goes out, they beat the Clippers in the first round. They play, assuming the Oklahoma City in the second, beat them, and then Western Conference Finals, here we come. Then what do you do?
I think another part of the problem is I feel like our data, our sample size has been corrupted, because if we look at the struggles of this team over the past season, and even stretching back to that collapse against Minnesota in the playoffs last year, how much of that was the mental toll of mommy and daddy fighting with Michael Malone and Calvin Booth? I mean, maybe this roster could have been playing to a much higher level, could have been showing the energy that they've been lacking, could have been playing defense. But I mean, the mental toll of having a splintered building can affect you on the court. And Jokic is a cold-blooded basketball machine, so clearly he's the only guy that wasn't affected by it. But we don't know what the mental toll is. So I feel like I don't really know what to make of what we've seen this season because it's possible that it wasn't the team playing in its truest form.
Well, and there's another thing to that, Nelly. I agree with you, and there's one more aspect to it. They've been hurt all year. That also makes it really hard to judge. It's one of the reasons that I think Jared Bednar should be up for Coach of the Year this year is the Avs were decimated with injuries the entire season up until basically the trade deadline, which was the first week of March. I mean, that's kind of when Val came back. That's when you made the moves for Nelson and Lindgren and all the other guys that they acquired. And you filled out the depth a little bit more, but people got healthy. He kept the team afloat for that stretch of time. The Nuggets are dealing with the same thing. They've been unhealthy the entire year. And that also makes it hard to judge. So I'm just asking the question out loud. It feels like the move that was made by Josh Kroenke was the right one. And you know what? This is getting stale. It felt like there was an inevitable doom that was coming your way. So you fix all that. But I don't think we've spent enough time thinking about with the Nuggets, what if they actually have success? What if that happens? They're the favorites in this first round, by the way. The favorites to win. But it feels like we've been so sort of stuck in the doom and gloom aspect of this. You haven't stopped to consider what if you're actually happy at the end of this. So all of the different thoughts going through your head of trade Porter, get rid of Murray, start everything over with just Jokic as the focal point of the team. Yeah, what happens if they do well? It's something I haven't considered all that much because I have been so stuck in the Nuggets are done category for about the past month to month and a half. I haven't thought about sort of the alternative. So it's a very weird place to be. Now, on the flip side, the Avs, I feel incredibly confident. Like, I truly think the Avs, I know there's a lot of really good teams, but they are, to me, as much a favorite to win a Stanley Cup as anybody in the NHL right now. I think they're that good. And the issue with them is they face one of the other teams that's in that category in the first round of the playoffs. A very, very good hockey team is going to get bounced in the first round. It's just a matter of which one's it going to be. And that is also difficult to really get your head wrapped around. So, just a lot to chew on in the next, 3 days before the Nuggets play their first playoff game Saturday at 1:30. Still waiting on the Avs time. I'm going to assume it's a Saturday game because both them and the Stars have been very aware of who their opponent is going to be for a while now. And I think with that, they probably want to give the teams that have been able to prepare and have had ample time to prepare maybe the first crack at it once the postseason starts. But just something to chew on in the next few days. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Get to a couple of these texts when we come back. Stick around. Oh, we got another keyword because it's a Nuggets. Are we still doing playoff push?
No, it is a playoff Ticket Tuesday.
Nuggets? Oh, did Kevin cower out on the alliteration on the playoffs, huh?
No, it's because we're not pushing.
Well,
We're there.
You could find something. Nuggets perfect playoff Ticket Tuesday, something like that. He cowered. He cowered to me.
It's a preposterous playoff perfection
Yes.
Ticket Tuesday.
Now, these are playoff tickets that we're giving away. So we're going to have a keyword every hour on the 20s, and it closes at the 45-minute mark of every hour. So for the 6 o'clock hour, your Nuggets playoff ticket Tuesday keyword is beard. Beard in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Why? Because they're playing against the Beard. By the way, the tickets for this, it's to game 1 on Saturday. So get your text in right now. Beard in your first and last name, 303-504-0925. If you want to make sure you're in the building and not leave it to chance, you can also go to nuggets.com/tickets. All right. So a couple different details here. I want to get to some of the Kroenke press conference stuff in just a minute. I was just telling Nelly, I had this little thing on my shoe. I just took these shoes out this morning, and when it's dark and you're putting new shoes on, sometimes you forget that there's these little things attached to them. I told Nelly my secret. I tell you guys each time, about twice a year, I go to DSW. I go to the clearance rack. I get 3 pairs of shoes for like $85. Plus, I always have an email that's like 20% off. Go do it. Just do yourself a favor. Nelly, when are you going to find Nikes like this for $31? Where are you going to find it? Doesn't exist anywhere else.
Wow. And are you sure those aren't like no keys from a ripoff market in China? You're sure that's a genuine article?
I think
Check the tags, brother.
Hang on, let me see.
You didn't get a darn Sheftered with your shoes here?
It says Nike on the tongue of these shoes.
Okay. Well, look at you.
So I'm saying you grab this. This is that's where you get your shoes, and then you go over to Ross Dress for less for your clothes, and you'll be hooked up. Couple of texts coming through. And these are back-to-back, by the way. And this is what I'm talking about between some feelings of what should be done at the end of this year and how much a short or long playoff run can change things. Number one, texter says, Brett, there's absolutely no roster changes to make. You cannot trade Porter's contract. I think you can. I very much think you can. It's not going to be as easy as some other contracts, but you can trade it. Can. I mean, and if the Nuggets are trying to find a way to be different, they will find a market for it. Trust me, there are still people. You know, here's what's weird about Porter. Porter gets a lot of grief. Like, we act as if Porter, he struggled as of late. But it's so weird to think about things this way. Michael Porter Jr. has averaged the most points he has in the last 3 seasons. Basically, since he's become a full-time starter on this roster, Michael Porter Jr. is averaging 18.2 points per game, which is the most. Just for reference, the year you won a championship, it was 17.4. Last year was 16.7. He is shooting 40% from 3. He is shooting 50.4% from the field. Again, the most in the last 3 years. And we act like he's having an absolutely awful season. There is somebody that is going to see that and say, I will take 18 points and 40% from 3 on my team. Like, he's not some bum. So that's one aspect of it. The other A texter said this. Avs never play Dallas well, and the Nuggets are super flawed. Sorry, Colorado. Both teams are getting bounced in the first round. Rough offseason ahead. I suppose it's possible. I disagree with it. I don't think either team is losing in the first round now. Now, would I be surprised if either one of them did? I don't think surprised. The Avs have a really tough matchup, and the Nuggets are still, I think, they're still in a prove it to me sort of place mentally where I can't trust them overall. But all I'm saying is I think this way, and by the way, so does Vegas. They're both favored. The Nuggets are favored to beat the Clippers. The Avs are very slight favorites over Dallas. But I think game one of both of these series are critical. I think if the Avs can steal one on the road against Dallas in game one is huge. I think if the Nuggets can just take care of home court, that would be huge. Because they've struggled this year to kind of do that. But it's a very interesting case with both teams, in which I think the Nuggets got maybe not your preferred opponent, but one of them, one of the preferred opponents. And the Avs were just stuck with playing against one of the best teams in the league, and we've known that for over a month, essentially. It was just a collision course the entire way. But if you guys missed it, the Kroenke press conference yesterday was really interesting, I think, for a number of reasons. As they focused on the moves that were made with the Nuggets as an organization and how to move forward overall. And first of all, I'll tell you this. Kroenke sounded very optimistic. I think since the changes were made, he got kind of what he wanted to see out of it, which is I was going to make this move regardless. If I do it now, then maybe that provides some sort of thing to squeeze some extra juice out of this team. And over the last 3 games, in basically have to have them type of games, you saw them win in a number of different ways. In the first game since then, they beat the Kings 124-116. Controlled the game most of the way, got an early lead, and kept it throughout. Against the Grizzlies, it was a back and forth, coming down to the final minutes of the game situation in which the Nuggets choked them out, which was very, very reminiscent of how they played the last couple of years. Jokic Murray 2-man game late. You stiffen up, you play tough defense, and you slowly just bleed out your opponent until the clock's hit 0. That was nice to see. And then the final game against Houston Rockets, you blitzed them. You just totally kicked their butts. So 3 different ways that they won, all 3 of them, I think we would take in any scenario. So he got the result that he wanted. An interesting thing, though, on the firing of Malone and Calvin Booth. I wondered, one of the questions we had are what would you ask if you were at the press conference thing? And one of them that I had was, would he have done something different in the middle of this? Would he have stepped in earlier? Would he have changed his tact a little bit more? Would he have done this or that to try and make this work? And Nelly, I don't know which cut this is, so I apologize. But he said, to be frank, neither of them deserved it, and I apologize for that. I needed to be better at different points in time. And that's what I wondered. Was there a different way that you could have stepped in to make sure this worked? Now, I'm about done talking about this, at least in the sort of abstract going back and looking things over again because at this point, it doesn't really matter. But let's hear this for a second. Go ahead, Nelly.
Big week for the Denver Nuggets last week and some of the decisions that were made. I think I want to start off by initially just saying thank you to both Calvin and Coach Malone. It was an incredibly tough decision for us for a lot of levels, but I think at the very end of the day, it was a very tough decision because of the amount of respect that I personally have and that we as an organization have for both of what those gentlemen did for us while they were here. Brought us our first championship, helped establish a new culture, new standards that will continue to move on into the future. And, you know, to be frank, neither of them deserved it. And so for that, I apologize. From my position, you know, as a leader of the organization, I needed to be better at different points in time. I could see certain trends behind the scenes with the group, and those were worrisome. But when you have an incredibly talented roster that we have, an incredibly solid group across the board of people, you're able to play through some of that.
That's true. Yeah, that's another sort of version of the wins mask the problems thing. I think to say that neither of them deserved it is a very mature leader thing to say. It's also like I think they do bear responsibility, both of them, for not being able to figure this out. You know, part of your job as a GM or head coach is to identify what each other's preferences are and work towards whatever makes both of you best. Like, I'll say this about Booth. Booth he was a very, very good talent evaluator in the draft, like for young talent. If you think about it, I might disagree with how many times they use draft picks and who they use them on or whatever. Identifying talent. Peyton Watson's an NBA player. Strother, if he can stay healthy, looks like he's a rotational guy. Jalen Pickett now looks like he can play. Like all these different sort of draft picks that they've made, it's not as if these guys are G leaguers. You know, they can play at the NBA level. But in doing that, Malone didn't like playing young guys. Even ones that he did give minutes to in the regular season, he didn't give minutes to in the postseason last year, like Peyton Watson. And so that marriage was just weird. The thing that Calvin Booth did well was the thing that Mike Malone didn't want to do. And so it creates I think absolutely, it creates a chasm between the head coach and the GM that is just impossible to get over because my strengths are things that you hate. And you see some of the stories, and I don't know how much of this is true, and Josh Kroenke addressed some of these during this presser yesterday, of the rumors that came out about, and he said some of those are true and some of them are absolutely false. So I don't know which category this one falls into, but at least watching from the outside, it feels like a truth that Malone was just refusing to play people sometimes out of spite. You know, when Calvin Booth goes to a press conference after the trade deadline and said, one thing that we learned is Zeke Najee's a 4. I think that's a direct shot at Malone saying, what are you doing? Why are you playing this guy out of position? He's a 4, not a 5. And that's why I gave him a 4-year extension. And Malone was basically like, I don't care. I'm not playing him. Like, that's a bad place to be. And when you're doing things out of spite, like, I don't think that you were absolved of any wrongdoing. Because you make it now, my personal vendetta is larger than what the team's success can be. So all of that, again, I feel like I'm about done talking about this because at this point, it doesn't matter anymore. I am far more interested in the conversation surrounding David Adelman, if he can do enough to make this interim job a permanent job. And early returns, by the way, pretty good on that, right? You're getting a lot tougher defense. You're getting a lot cleaner offensive play by not turning the ball over. I think the rotational minutes are being handled better. I'm very curious to see what he's going to do in the postseason with his rotation. Like, is he going to differ from Malone in opening it up still in the postseason, or is he going to shrink that to a 7-8 man rotation again? Here's the thing. It's very easy to get stuck in the I'm going to play my starting 5 40 minutes apiece because every game is essentially a do or die. But then you run into game 7 against Minnesota, and you're like, well, do you want to overtax them in case you find yourself in that situation? I mean, they just fell apart last year.
When I was listening to Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday, and they were talking about how David Adelman, one thing that he's been better at than Malone so far is adapting to the game. Malone was great at game planning in advance, but if the game didn't go according to his plan, he couldn't really make adjustments on the fly, especially coming out of halftime. We've been saying that for years. David Adelman...
Turd quarters.
Right, exactly. And so David Adelman is more along the lines of, oh, Russell Westbrook isn't playing well? Great. Get your ass to the bench.
Right.
Jalen Pickett's playing well? Okay, great. He stays in the game. David Adelman's better at adjusting on the fly. And so to like what you said, if he finds himself in a Game 7 situation against Minnesota where you got to hold on to a lead to advance to the next round, maybe he'll be a bit better at just throwing the book out and go, all right, what are we going to do here, boys?
Very well could be. And it's something that I'm curious about. I like Adelman. I think that he can make a strong case to keep this job. The one thing is I would caution for a lot of textures out there who, when you make a move, I think a lot of people want to see you swing for the fences. I don't think that always works in the NBA. I think it was Woody. He sent out a tweet after Malone was fired and said they need a proven head coach. I think it was Woody. I might be wrong. That they need a proven head coach. And I'm like, that doesn't just translate in the NBA. Like, veteran coaches get hired over and over again. Like, I'm sure Michael Malone will be on, a sideline somewhere next year. But Mike Budenholzer just won a championship not that long ago. Where did he coach at this year? Phoenix in year 1. And he's already canned. And he had Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal on that team. It's not just a one-to-one translation that you can just make it work no matter what. Sometimes the guy who's been there and knows the players, knows the locker room, is the best choice, and we'll see. We'll see if that's the case. But a lot more to get to with this later, a lot more of the sound from Josh Kroenke that we'll get to. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Now, 2 things I want to get to before we get to a break. Or before we get to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, I'm sorry. The first, Travis Hunter, Shedeur, Sanders are going to have their numbers retired. I think there's a strong case to be made for it. I also understand the people who are against it. I'll tell you why I fall more on the positive side of this when we come back, along with something that's eating at me. Really eating at me and has been for a few weeks. We'll get to it next. Nelly, I didn't even say anything. I just said I want to talk about the Shedeur and Travis Hunter number retiring thing. And Natasha says, you really don't have to keep kissing Dion and CU, but. And here's what's funny. I have been, I think, especially compared to other people around here, incredibly critical of Dion at times. Like, I am somewhere in between the CU honk and then like Sean Keeler camp of how people have done this. Again, I like Sean. I think Sean's a funny, nice guy. But he has been incredibly critical of Dion. And I think at times maybe unfairly. But at the same time, there's a whole bunch of people that just will kiss ass. I don't do either. I've told you, I think there's been plenty of examples of Dion being a little bit too boisterous when the team has not had overall success. Last year, that changed a little bit. They put themselves in some situations that could have gotten them to Big 12 championship games and have higher aspirations and whatever. But in this case, retiring the numbers of Travis Hunter and Shedeur, I think Travis is obvious. Like, I don't think that anybody's going to take issue with that, right? He won the Heisman. And he was, for my money, the most exciting college football player to exist in my lifetime. With what he was able to do on both sides of the football, it might not be as highlight reel crazy as like a Reggie Bush or Tebow or whatever. But if you can't appreciate somebody doing what he did on both sides of the football, a true sort of Shohei, then I can't help you. So his is a no-brainer. People are taking issue with Shedeur. And let me say on the front end, I get it. It does feel weird. And I think especially with how quickly it happened, like he just got out of school and immediately they're hanging it up. And it's the coach's son and all. Like, I understand all of the reasons why people would be hesitant or roll their eyes at it. Like, oh, really? Daddy's going to put your number in the rafters or whatever. Here's the case I'd make for it. And again, I don't feel strongly about this. If they just said Travis Hunter's number is being retired and stopped there, I think that's probably correct. But the case for Shedeur is this. I don't think that Travis Hunter was the appeal to the CU Buffaloes over the last couple of years. I think he was certainly an aspect of it and a big one. But I don't think that alone would have gotten you to watch CU. I think a huge part was Shedeur and the offense that they had. He set records, passing records. It's all over CU's history books.
I think another weird wrinkle with this, by the way, just talking about whether or not Shedeur deserves the cut. Him and Travis become the 5th and 6th players in the entire history of Colorado football to have their numbers retired. Only 4 people before them got their numbers retired. Mm-hmm. Those 4 people are Byron Whizzer White, Joe Romig, Bobby Anderson, and Rashawn Salam, whose number they didn't even retire until he passed away, which, by the way, is insane. How did that not get retired the second that he graduated?
Well, because that's usually not how it works. And I think that's another issue that people have, is that you don't really retire a jersey the second somebody leaves.
They haven't even graduated yet. They're still students.
So that is weird. Again, I think without Shedeur Sanders, CU bringing their way back to national prominence doesn't happen the way that it did, at least in the national. When I say national prominence, I mean national conversation. I know what the win-loss record is. But you can't deny one thing. Go back and look at the highest-rated college football games from a couple years ago. They all were featuring CU. Now, you gave me that list, Nelly, and the first thing that hits me is Cordell Stewart should absolutely have his number retired then, because you want to talk about impact as a player. I mean, pretty big one for him.
Or what about anybody from the 1990 national championship roster?
Well, that's what I'm getting at, is that does this feel like favoritism? Yes. In the case of Shedeur, yeah, it does. It's also CU was left for dead. And I think there is an argument to be made that Shedeur has just as much of a claim as Travis Hunter does into making CU a national brand again. Now, you want me to prove that? Guess what, Nelly? I got ESPN on in here. They're talking about Shedeur Sanders right now.
Well,
I don't know how often. I don't know if that would happen.
I guess we're talking about two things here. And once again, we can ask the texters, the Twitchers, the YouTubers. What is the standard for having your number retired? Is it making Stephen A. Smith get fired up on ESPN, or is it winning ball games?
I'll tell you what it is, Deli, and this is the truth, okay? The standard for having your jersey retired is higher than what Shedeur Sanders did. That's the truth. Travis Hunter is totally understandable. He won a Heisman. He was one of the greatest, most fascinating college football players that's existed in decades. The standard's higher than what Shedeur did. I don't think, how about this? If Shedeur Sanders played for a team in which Deion is not coaching it, I don't think his number's getting retired at all. That's the honest part of it. That's the truth. Now, is it worth getting worked up into a lather over? Probably not. But these little things are like, all this is, man, this is throwing red meat to the wolves of people who just want to attack Deion for being like I don't want to say not taking it seriously, but playing favorites. You know what I mean? It's true. Now, if Shedeur, how about this? If the CU Buffs didn't lose to Kansas State late in the year, and they finished top 2 in the Big 12, made the Big 12 title game, got to the college football playoff and lost in the first round. If that's the case, then I think you could make a really big argument for Shedeur. But there's just not enough there. But the point is, I'm not going to sit here and yell and scream about it because I think it's largely inconsequential. Doesn't matter. But again, if Deion's not the coach, this doesn't happen, and that's why people are taking issue with it.
And when it comes to Travis Hunter, though,
I'm with you.
I completely agree. You win a Heisman, no one should ever
Nobody
wear your number
questions
again.
that one.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely 100% should be retired. No one should be questioning that at all. And actually, I'm in a group chat with some friends who are college football fans, and I said, we were talking about this yesterday, and I said Travis is a slam dunk. And one of my friends said, well, Heisman's good, but I think to get your number retired, you need a Heisman and a conference championship. Like, I don't know if a Heisman is enough.
No.
And I said, that is an insane take.
By the way, the too long didn't read version of what was really making me upset, Senzatella stopped leaving 95-mile-an-hour fastballs belt high over the middle of the plate, especially when Shohei Ohtani's
we need a full season of KB.
Oh, yeah, and that's also grinding my gears. Chris Bryant is not playing a full season. Sorry, Bud Black. No full season of KB. By the way, Bud Black, if they get swept by the Dodgers, I feel like there's going to be a real conversation about whether he sticks around through that.
We're hoping that the veteran slugger's Bryant.
I love Buddy. I think he's a great soundbite. I think he's a good guy. But you lose back-to-back 100-game seasons, and you start the year, what would that be, 3-15? Yeah, I don't think there's any justifying that anymore. Especially, you make an argument for pitching and how tough pitching is, and guys have been hurt. Okay, fine. There is no excuse for the lack of offense out of this roster. So, more to get to a little bit later. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude.SR in the search bar of the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway fresh foods, local flavors. Also, that YouTube simulcast. Search Altitude Sports Radio, subscribe to the channel, and catch us on the live stream, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every weekday. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Looking toward first at Moniak, delivers to Goodman, and he hits this to deep center. Chasing Edman back. Edman to the track. Edman to the wall. It's gone! Just cleared the right center field wall. Hunter Goodman with his third home run this year. It's been a while for Goodman. It's a 2-run shot. Rockies are back in this game. 5-3 Dodgers.
Yeah, that's how it ended.
Huge, yeah.
We need a full season of KB.
Well, in the 6th inning, some guy named Farmer hit a ball.
Hey, Farmer's having a good year.
Scored a run. Yeah, some guy named Farmer brought in a run and ended.
Put respect on the best hitter of the season so far, please. Kyle Farmer.
Moser, some dude named Farmer brought in a run last night to snap what was, at the time, the longest inning streak of scoreless baseball in Rockies franchise history.
Second dick shot.
Kyle Farmer's played a lot of baseball in his life. 34 years old.
So some dude named Farmer shows up in the 6th, hits the ball, and no more zeros on the board after 3 straight games of zeros and 6 innings of zeros. So what did it end at, 32?
32, I think.
32,
yeah.
okay.
Maybe I'm a masochist. I watched the whole game last night.
Did you really?
At least until I fell asleep.
Wow, you are.
You were?
I
can't. I went back to Netflix. There's nothing else on. Last night was such a terrible sports viewing night. Terrible.
Well, there was nothing. It was baseball.
Absolutely nothing.
So,
you know what it does? It spells the outcome of here. It's going to be like that for like 3 months.
Well, yeah. Just real quick, then we'll move on. I told you, Sensatella's got to stop leaving 95-mile-an-hour fastballs over the heart of the plate and belt high. And he decided to do that with Mookie Betts and Shohei Ohtani early in that game. And I go, okay, what are we doing here, Senza? What are we doing?
Did you see the second ball that Shohei hit that almost went out where the two outfielders converged? And
what happened twice?
Well,
it happened between Martini and Moniak, and then it happened between Veen and Moniak later in the game.
Shohei barely swung.
I know. He's a freak. He's an absolute freak in nature. Whatever. Rockies lose. I did say one thing. You know, we'll get to it later.
Moser, you didn't watch, did you? You didn't watch, did you, Moser? Moser, speak English into the microphone.
Turn your computer off, please. Thank you. The answer is no, I didn't watch. I didn't care. I don't care. I don't care about the Dodgers. The Rockies are the worst team in baseball.
Yeah.
No, I chose to do other things with my
I respect
time.
that. I'm just asking.
I did clean my fish tank.
All right, I watched a little bit of it. I watched as much as I could. And
I
then
got to pick the gelato cart.
And then I just stopped watching. I mean, you have to be a seam head to go all in 9 innings like you did.
To be fair, I fell asleep, so I didn't go a full 9, but I did watch until I fell asleep. Now, we can start here, and I'll be honest, Vic. This is how I feel. Watched the Kroenke press conference yesterday. I'm almost done with the Malone and Booth stuff for now because they have bigger fish to fry. They're the 4 seed in the postseason, so there's other things to discuss than what has happened for people who are no longer here. I will say this though. A couple of things that he brought up. He opened it, and can we just go kind of to the middle of the opening statement here, Nelly, and get to the point where he says, to be frank.
Can I start real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
This was Josh's idea, by the way. Josh, after doing that interview with me the week earlier, he had to leave. He left town, and he figured, I got to answer a lot of questions still. So this was no like PR company saying, come back. This was him saying, I got a lot of questions from reporters. There's a lot of rumors out there circulating. Let's get back to it. So this was his idea.
So this was part of the opening statement that he had. Go ahead, Nelly.
Neither of them deserved it, and so for that I apologize. From my position, as a leader of the organization, I needed to be better at different points in time. I could see certain trends behind the scenes with the group, and those were worrisome. But when you have an incredibly talented roster that we have, an incredibly solid group across the board of people, you're able to play through some of that.
So I think that statement is just like, that's what a leader says, right? Neither of them deserved it, and I needed to be better. I don't think that's true, though. You know, he kind of went through, Vic, some of the rumors that have been out there. You know, some of those are true, and some of them are absolutely false. I don't know where this one falls in there, that Malone was, like, not playing Zeke Naji out of spite or whatever those reports were. He's playing him at the 5 instead of the 4 out of spite to Calvin Booth. But I do think deserved is maybe a weird word for it, but they were both responsible for what kind of led up to this.
Well, again, he almost talked about it as being an absentee parent, right?
Yeah.
Who's not there minding the kids, and the kids got out of control, and the kids didn't do their jobs, and here we are, and that's what happened. And that's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if Calvin Booth and Michael Malone, and I say this with nothing but respect for each of them in their respective ways, if they had figured out a way to work together and not bicker, we wouldn't be here today.
Perhaps, Vic, but that's not to say the Nuggets would have been a better basketball
I'm not
team.
saying they would have been, but I don't think we'd be here today.
We might not be. It might be in the offseason. The Nuggets need to win. I don't think anything that I heard yesterday from Josh Kroenke sounded unreasonable whatsoever. Nothing.
He took ownership of it.
Absolutely.
He did take ownership. He said, hey, man, I've got, one thing I need to express. This is a big-ass sports company.
It is.
This is big. There's a lot of things going on in different respects, different areas, different countries, different cities.
Yeah, I would argue.
What do they have, 6 or 7 professional teams?
Yeah, I would argue that it's probably, I'm trying to think of
It
one
is the biggest.
bigger. Yeah.
It's the biggest.
It's got to be the biggest.
It's the biggest in the world.
It's got to be.
It's the biggest sports ownership empire in the world.
It has to be.
So when he says, I got to do a better job of being present here, that is not an easy job because he's got to be somewhere else.
Well, he said, didn't he mention this, that he goes, the day that he had to let Malone and Booth go was the craziest day because he goes, I had to do that, which was an awful emotion. And then the Arsenal beat, was it Real Madrid 3-1 or something like that? It was a really good team in the Premier League. And he goes, and you ride this high because they had this postseason win against a hated rival.
Yeah.
It's just, they have a lot to do. But I'll say this. When it comes to Booth, I think this is fair. Booth is a pretty good talent evaluator at the college level. You know, I might disagree with how many draft picks that they have chosen, but if you go through the picks, Christian Brown's a pretty good player. Peyton Watson's an NBA player. Julian Strother looks to be like he can be an NBA player. Jalen Pickett now looks to be like he can be an NBA. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like these guys, it's not that these guys are bums and you've taken people who can't play. The part of the issue was you took them and then Malone was just maybe hesitant to really put them on the floor for big minutes, at least early outside of CB.
Well, hold on a second though. Let's go deeper on a couple of those players you mentioned. How many of those players you mentioned are going to be rotational players in the playoffs?
To be honest, I don't know, because I don't know how Adelman's going to use his lineup.
Vic,
what do you think?
You yourself said yesterday that it's too early to tell, that you don't know. Yeah. I was a bit flummoxed by it because I don't know what David Adelman truly wants to do, and I think that in certain situations, Jalen Pickett could see the floor. I think in certain situations, Zeke could see the floor. Hell, I can envision situations where DJ hits the floor.
But I could also see situations where Julian, Pickett, and Zeke do not see the floor.
Absolutely.
Sure. And if that's the case, I mean, these are second and third year players, right?
Yeah.
Am I correct there?
Yeah.
Second and third year players. They should be seeing the floor.
Well, Watson's going to be in there, okay? Peyton Watson's part of the rotation.
Well, I thought that last year, and then he didn't. And this is kind of what I'm getting at.
Well, somebody has to be part of the friggin' rotation.
I know. Peyton Watson, I think, absolutely has to be. Here's the issue, though, Vic. You're like, these guys should be. Do you like when Pickett plays? Does he feel like somebody who can play?
My query there isn't whether or not they deserve it. I'm saying in the grand scheme of things, if the pattern works the way you hope it works, you draft, develop, and play, those guys should be playing. If they're not playing, something went wrong.
Okay,
That's all I'm saying.
But
something in the process went wrong.
This is what I'm getting at with the relationship between Booth and Malone, though. This is what I think the biggest chasm between them was. Booth sitting there saying, why aren't you? Why aren't you? Because then the postseason hits, and now what? Pickett's got 20 real games under his belt now, right? Is that enough to trust him in the postseason? Well, probably not. Well, what if he played in October? Would that have changed then?
All right, well, let me bring up another example. Julian Strother played until he was hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to play in the playoffs?
I have no idea.
Oh, I'm asking your opinion. What do you think? Would you play him?
Me personally, yes. I think I'd play a lot of these guys in the postseason. Now, not a lot of minutes, but the last thing I want is this.
Where? How? Because,
well,
all right,
Vic,
so
are you going
I'll
with
tell
a strict 3-guard rotation? Is that what you want?
I don't know.
No, I'll tell you. If you give them, you're telling me that Julian Strother can't hold it together for 10 minutes in a playoff game? I totally think he can. And if he does so,
I'm not saying he can't. I agree with you.
Well, I'm just telling you my perspective on this. And if he does that, then if you aren't playing Joker, Jamal, AG, MPJ, and CB 40 minutes a night, and you hit Game 7 in the second round in the second half, maybe they aren't as taxed as they looked last year.
This is going to be a critical series because I think the Clippers have more depth than the Nuggets. I think the Nuggets' first 5 clearly are talented, more talented. But after that, the Clippers can bring waves of depth at you. And most teams can do that. So how do you conserve energy for your first 5? How do you do that? Where do you go?
This is what's so strange, though. We always have this depth discussion with the Nuggets. And it's, to me...
Tell me what your rotation looks like. You seem to... You're confident that everybody's going to play. Tell me what it looks like.
I don't think I would have a single issue if you gave... honestly, if you went 9 or 10 deep, but those guys played 7 or 8 minutes, just for a little breather, I think that'd be totally fine.
Just a little breather? I mean, what do you think? Joker's going to sit out for 2 minutes? 3 minutes? What?
If Joker's out for, if he plays 38 minutes, 37 minutes, and DJ plays 10, 11, fine. Totally fine with that. And I think they probably should. I don't think it would kill them, I guess is what I'm saying. Now, there will be some games where you put some bench guys in, and Joker's out in Moser. In 5 minutes, you're outscored by 10 points, and then you maybe panic. I totally get that, too.
You know what's humorous about this argument we're having? It's not an argument. It's a very good debate, and it's something that should be brought up because we bring it up every time. We can fall on either side of the fence here. How many times do you watch the Nuggets play, and you're like, oh, my God, how much time before they bring Joker in? Come on, bring him back. Come on, enough rest. Let's go. Bring him back in. How many times do we do that?
Plenty.
A lot.
Why do you do that?
Because he's the best player on planet Earth and you want to win.
Because something's going on. The bench isn't operating properly. They're losing the lead. And it happens all the time. It has been the bane of the Nuggets' existence. Let's not pretend. I'm glad we're here today. Let's not pretend that the Nuggets have depth. They don't. They don't.
Yeah.
In fact, I would contend, and you tell me, among the Western Conference playoff teams, among all playoff teams, they may have the least depth in the entire league.
At least proven, yeah.
Give me another team.
Well, Vic, I'm not going to give you another team.
So, but this little notion that, well, you know, if they just play these guys, well,
here's what they're not going to do. They're not going to go with the starting 5 and then have Watson and Russ, and that's it.
Yeah, they're
not going to go with 7 freaking guys.
I understand.
So somebody's going to play. Somebody's going to be given the opportunity, and somebody could show up and become that guy.
Could show up. Could. In the most vital juncture of the season, in the playoffs. Okay.
Well, that's where we are.
Yes, that's where we are. But to pretend, and that's, I'm sorry, you're sort of giving off that feeling, Brett, to pretend that they have this vast resource of young talent that just, play them a few minutes. We're great. No, they don't.
Okay, well,
they've never had that.
I got a stat for you. I got a stat that'll bring you on the other side that I think supports, again, I'm not acting as if they have this incredibly talented bench. It's just a matter of survival. Can you survive by doing it? And I got a stat that we'll get to on the other side along with another key word. And guess what? It's not a playoff push Ticket Tuesday for the Nuggets. It's a Nuggets playoff Ticket Tuesday because we're giving away tickets to Game 1 on Saturday. So we're going to have a keyword every hour on the 20s. I'll give you the keyword for the 7 o'clock hour next.
Guys, if you're suffering with any kind of form of erectile dysfunction and you're tired of the frustration and the embarrassment that ED can cause, don't laugh it off. Don't say it's no big deal. Do something about it and get it fixed. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today at 720-440-7900. Their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail, and their success rates are well over 90%. Look, they've served the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So do yourself a favor and your partner a favor. Schedule a consult today with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The visit's only $99. It includes the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You get the T and the PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. Now, if that doesn't work, your appointment is absolutely free, but you know it's going to work, and it's going to be better for you. You're going to be back in business the day after your appointment. It's an expert staff, and they're going to help you. 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. So again, call today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's a Nuggets playoff ticket Tuesday, so keyword for this hour, you'll sense a theme. The 6 o'clock hour was beard. The 7 o'clock hour is foul. Not like a bird, not like a chicken, not a foul, like a basketball foul.
Moser, you're in one of those moods, aren't you? I could see it.
So text foul in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Get a chance to win a pair of tickets to Saturday's Game 1 against the Clippers at Ball Arena. And if you want to make sure you're in the building and not leave it to chance, go to nuggets.com/tickets.
Afternoon basketball games on the weekend. Thoughts?
I love it. Yeah, I love it.
Why do you like it? Just curious.
I enjoy it.
I like getting it out of the way. It's like during football season, I love when my team plays the earliest window possible. I want it done and over with. I don't want to wait. I don't want to do any of that stuff. Let me get my emotions out so I can recover before it's like nighttime.
Okay.
So, yeah, I enjoy them.
I just enjoy afternoon sports on the weekend, period, whether it's football or hockey or basketball, baseball. I think it's fun.
Awaiting the rest of the Nuggets' first-round schedule, probably get some of that leaking out after tonight's games. Tonight's play.
I sure would like mine. That would be fun.
Okay, can I give you, by the way, I said I got a stat for you, Vic, just in regards to the bench, where I don't think the bench is something incredible or anything like that, but it's like, can you survive them playing a few minutes? Would you like to hear my stat?
Yeah, I mean, if the stat doesn't, tell us what we already know, that Nikola Jokic has the biggest disparity in plus minus and rating when he goes to the bench and when he plays. Maybe one of the biggest in the history of the league. I don't know what else there is to tell you.
Since the new year, games in which DeAndre Jordan has not started, so games in which he's come off the bench and played at least 10 minutes. It's been 24 of those games. The Nuggets' record is 21-3. I'm not saying that DJ's an incredible backup center who needs more minutes, but just giving guys a little bit more of a breather and trusting a bench unit or a couple of guys off the bench, I don't think is the worst thing in the world.
He needs to play more, is what you're saying.
And you know what happened? In the middle of the Nuggets really going on that slide during this season, I'll tell you exactly when it came. It was from about early March, like the first week of March, all the way through the last week of March.
And he didn't play.
He didn't play for 3 straight weeks.
Exactly.
For no reason that I understand. He wasn't hurt, right? Why didn't he play? And, like, that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about is I don't need him to play 20 minutes, but can you just give me 9 or 10 where you give somebody a little bit of a break?
I don't disagree one bit.
Okay, that's all I was saying.
Yeah. Now, we'll see if it works in the postseason because the one thing that the Clippers do is, and I'm very eager to see how they guard Nikola Jokic, they don't have a big outside of Zubats. That's it.
Right.
I mean, their next guy is they got Eubanks that's sitting back there on the roster. And who knows if they'll play Eubanks.
So to me, Vic, that's a scenario in which Jokic needs some time off. Second quarter starts. He starts it on the bench.
Yeah.
Why not put DJ in and throw a couple lobs to him if they don't have somebody that can match up? As opposed to, like, trying to match what they do, why don't you dictate your own sort of thing?
Play your style.
Yeah.
Use your size.
Why are you giggling?
I mean, it's always easier said than done.
I'm just looking at Drew Eubanks' face.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a face. Drew, he looks like a Drew Eubanks.
I'm going to give you.
I don't know what that looked like before, but when I look at his face, I'm thinking to myself, that looks like a Drew Eubanks. Yeah.
1 week from now, there are 2 faces we will be talking about on the show. That is so much a Drew Eubanks.
Yeah, that is.
I mean, if you could draw a Drew, that's him. That's a Drew Eubanks. But if there are 2 faces that you will get sick and tired of looking at, one is going to be Norman Powell.
Yeah.
Norman Powell's face will wear on you by the time this series is
Norman
exhausted.
Powell can play the game.
I don't care.
He's pretty good.
His face will wear on you. That's not Norman Powell.
That's not Norman Powell. Is that Patty Mills?
That's Patty Mills, who joined
Tell
the
that to
team
ESPN
midseason.
because it says that's the picture I brought up. Norman Powell,
No
LA
way.
Clippers guard.
That is not Norman Powell.
Patty Mills.
Norman Powell has this sort of permascowl.
Yeah.
He's got this. He's got this. He's looking down upon you at all times. Face.
He's an angry man.
Yes.
There. See?
There he is.
That's Norman Powell. He's got this. Yeah, he's got this. I'm looking down upon you. Constantly.
I'm better than you.
I'm better than you.
Probably is. And
everything
everything that you said, he's tall, so he probably is looking down on you.
Well, he's 6'4". He's not. It's not like he's a giant.
Well, you aren't 6'4".
Yeah, he'll be looking down on you specifically.
Well, yeah,
and
I mean,
and
he
you guys,
would.
yeah, shrinker over there.
Yeah.
You aren't 6'4".
He's looking down on us. He's scowling at us.
I cannot wait till the day when you're 6'1". I cannot wait until. I hope I'm still alive when you're 6'1". I'm gonna laugh at you so hard.
Eubanks looks a little more jolly. Like he's just a jolly fella. That's a scowl. One's jolly, one's a scowl. But by the end of this series, that scowl, that Norman Powell scowl, I guarantee you, Nuggets fans, you will be cursing his name at some point in this series. I have visions of it. I have dreams of this. I see it.
He's a good player. Wasn't he the one when LeBron knew he wasn't playing in the All-Star game but went anyway? He was going to be the alternate for the All-Star game, I believe.
Yes, and LeBron ended up like pulling that stunt.
And then LeBron just goes, No, I'm gonna keep the spot.
I'm just gonna hang.
But my hammy does hurt a little bit.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. You want to
Sorry,
see
Norm.
You want to see our boy Moser flinch? Speaking of an upcoming playoff series and a face that you're going to be weary of.
Yeah.
Throw up Jamie Benn's face. Give me Jamie Benn. I mean, we all know about this face already. There's nothing to see here that we haven't already seen. But we might be weary of this face just minutes into that series.
Yeah.
When do you think that series will start? Guessing game. Sunday?
I think if I had to guess, I would think it would start Saturday as well.
Saturday.
I would think so.
If they go counter Nuggets game in the afternoon, there's
Is that a
Jamie
picture of Jamie Benn?
That's him.
Did I find
Yep.
that right?
That's
Yes.
him. Yep.
100%.
Suckling at the
Moser,
bottle.
what are the chances? Okay, I want you to get together with all your NHL folks because the Nuggets schedule's already done for Saturday. What are the chances the NHL people, your people, are so stupid that they would schedule an Avs game at the exact same time as the Nuggets game Saturday? Are they that stupid that they would do that?
What is the Nuggets game on?
I don't care what it's on. The game is on in the afternoon Saturday. But would the NHL be as stupid as to schedule an Avs Stars game Saturday afternoon, which I could see coming right now?
Can I ask my question?
I'm asking, answer the question. Would they be that stupid to schedule an Avs Stars game opposite the Nuggets game? Yes or no?
Brett, can I ask you?
Okay.
Because it matters everything on what the Nuggets are on. What are they on?
ESPN.
Okay. Saturday day games in the National Hockey League are TNT games. So TNT doesn't give a rat's. It's about television. If they want the Avs and the Stars for an afternoon game on TNT, they don't give a rat's rip about the Nuggets on ESPN.
So the NHL,
Sunday is ESPN day.
So the NHL already sees the Nuggets schedule, already sees the NBA schedule.
Right.
It's
not the NHL. They talk to television. What does television want?
All right, fine. Somebody from TNT, somebody from the TNT home office says, let's see, half of Denver's going to be watching a basketball game. I tell you what we'll do. Let's give them a hockey game at the exact same time.
It would be dumb.
Beyond dumb.
I think
Beyond,
it would be. I
dumb
think it
is
would
not
be
the word.
I think it would be silly as well. I'm just telling you that they care about the national audience, not necessarily specifically the Denver market, because we're going to be doing the games.
So they don't care about Denver
side by side with TNT.
So they don't care about Denver.
I don't know if they care about.
Well,
Vic, I don't know if they care about Denver or not. We're going to find out. I'm as eager as you are.
It's going to happen. That's why I bring it up. The reason I'm hinting that is I guarantee it's coming. It's coming. You're going to see the Avs and the Nuggets play at the same time Saturday, and it's a damn shame. It's stupid.
The Dallas Stars lost again last night.
I know.
They gave up 6 goals to the Detroit Red Wings. That's now 6 losses in a row.
They
coming
play
down the
anybody?
stretch. Let me take a look here.
That's the thing. Like,
Jamie Benn played. Mikko Rantanen played.
But
Jason
how
Robert-
much?
Everybody played.
How
Hintz,
much?
Johnston, Duchesne, everybody played.
How much do they care?
They probably don't care at all.
That's the thing.
But
I
everybody
don't
played.
want to put too much on this. Like, everybody's trying to judge, like, oh, yeah, we got a really good shot because they're playing like crap right now. Well, how much do they care? I think they've been as resigned to playing against the Avs as the Avs have to playing against Dallas.
True.
And so they're probably just trying to play out the string, too, and make sure you're healthy at the end of the game. I don't think them losing 6 in a row is as big a deal as most are making it out to be.
Okay. You know what? You're probably right about that. But mixed, when the Avalanche lost those games in 2022 coming down the stretch, what did they have to play for?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. I think what you're looking at, though, is mixed in to this 6-game losing streak for the Dallas Stars, is that in the first couple of those games, they had everything to play for in terms of getting the number 1 seed in the West and winning the division and playing a team not named the Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It's still, I guess once it became pretty clear that they weren't getting the 1, because how many games have they played since then? Like 3? Like since they lost to Winnipeg?
4.
4.
I believe it's 4.
So 4 games where they just knew the 1 seed was pretty much out of reach.
Let's see here. Nope, they've played. Oh, my bad. They've only played 2 since then. I apologize.
Yeah.
They lost to the Penguins. They lost at Minnesota. They lost to the Canucks. That's where they gave up 3 goals in the final minute of the game for the first time in history of the league, and then lost in overtime. Got blanked by Winnipeg. They got beat up by Utah, and they got beat up by the Red Wings.
Yep. I'm not putting a lot of stock in it, I guess is what I'm saying. Not a ton. Now,
so when the NHL does schedule the Avs and Stars on Saturday afternoon opposite the Nuggets game because they're short-sighted, you're stupid.
You are so fixated on that. You could very well be right, but I'm just saying you're fixated.
What's going to happen?
Okay.
What time would they start that game?
What time does the Nuggets play?
1:30.
1:30.
So they'll start at 1:30.
Well, if I'm going by your theory and they're absolute imbeciles, then I would say the puck will drop at 1:38. I mean, that just feeds into your theorem, does it not?
It does.
Well, then if that's the case, we're going to have a triple dipperoo on altitude because the Rapids are on the road playing Houston at 6:30 on Saturday. That is going to be a stacked day for our airwaves.
It is, I wonder, do they take into account at all that a city might have multiple teams playing on the same day?
They don't care. They care about their national audience. TNT doesn't care about what happens in Denver.
But wouldn't the national audience, wouldn't you not want it like severed? You know what I mean? Wouldn't you want the full focus?
Moser's right. They don't care about our viewing interests here. I mean, they should.
But they care about ratings, and I'm saying, wouldn't you cut your ratings a little bit by doing that?
I will say this. If you listen to my friends at like SiriusXM, the NHL network, my friends there, they are fascinated by this first-round matchup, and rightfully so. It's going to be one of the best in the National Hockey League. They're fascinated by Tampa and Florida. Toronto can win their division tonight with a point at Buffalo. You think they're going to get it? Yeah, I think they're going to get it. Plus, that building's going to be full of Toronto fans because they go there anyway.
Yeah.
It's going to be Tampa and Florida getting it on like Donkey Kong until the break of dawn in round number 1.
It's amazing how important the game ones are for each team for different situations. I mean, the Nuggets earned home court by winning the final 3 games. Taking care of home court is something that they have done a poor job of this year that I think is absolutely necessary. Like, you went to that new arena, Vic, didn't you, for the Clippers?
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's pretty intense, right?
It is the nicest arena, basketball-wise, I have ever seen and maybe will ever see for quite some time.
And they got, the wall or whatever they call it?
It is.
How far away is it from SoFi?
It's right next door. It's 3 blocks.
Okay.
But getting a win and make sure you keep home court is big. And then, Moj, for the Avs, if they can steal game 1 in Dallas, then, I mean, also equally as huge, if not more huge, for them. Dallas is just, I can't believe that that's the matchup that they're getting in the first round.
Who do you think's got a tougher matchup, the Nuggets with the Clippers or the Avs with the Stars?
How do you define tougher?
Yeah, how do you define tougher?
Because the Avs are like, I think the Avs for a hockey team are better than the Nuggets are for,
yes,
you know what I mean?
And I think,
but their opponent is harder than what the Nuggets face.
I think they equally drew very tough draws. Okay, very tough. I think the Avs drew the toughest possible draw.
For some reason, the commissioner is enamored with it.
Yeah.
And with all due respect to Gary Bettman, I hate it. Any opportunity I get to talk about 1 through 8, I talk about it.
If they're
fixated on division wins and all this kind of thing, winning your division, and this rivalry thing. They've had a fixation on that for about 20 years. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, I get all of that, but you know what? To be honest, I think what you should do, if you really want your league to get hype and you want attention and you want everybody talking about your league, go be the first league to go 1 through 16 and watch people freak on what these matchups would be, because it would be bad mamma jamma. In fact, Vic, let me see if I can let me see if I can throw this out there. League. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So 7 would be playing 10. 8, 9. The Avs would get the Oilers in round 1 and would be home ice advantage in round number 1.
That'd be cool.
If it was just a conference
If it was 1 through 16.
Gotcha.
That would be awesome.
If it was just 1 through 8 in the West, the Avs would end up playing the LA Kings, right? Am I reading this correctly? It'd be the Avs on the road at the LA Kings.
That is correct. Avs on the road at LA.
That just seems easier. The 1 through 16,
and they would beat the living crap out of LA. The Colorado Avalanche, fully constituted with their roster, would win. It would be 5 games at the most.
Okay, so from what I'm told from
trust me,
my people in the NBA, and the 1-16 doesn't happen. The 1 through 16 just disregarding divisions. The reason they don't like to do that, they claim, is travel. They don't want to travel a team from the Northeast all the way to the West Coast when they don't have to.
Okay, that's fine. I understand that, and I can fully respect that. But if you want to make the games close, I'll make the games close. No, I'm saying it would be fascinating to see it, just even one time to see it.
Jeff Legwold's going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning. He'll also join us on Thursday, 9 days away from the first round of the NFL draft, by the way. So you get an update with Leggy at 9 o'clock. When we come back, the Colorado Buffaloes announced that they are going to retire the jersey numbers of both Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. There have been 4 jersey retirements in CU history. I think everybody is kind of on board with the Travis Hunter one. He's a Heisman winner, one of the most prolific players in college football history. The Shedeur one is catching people in a very odd way. And I understand why. I think you can make a case for it. We'll get to it next.
Is that Shedeur?
This is Shedeur.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it. Moser said, I want to talk about something.
Oh, I was listening to the song. I kind of like it.
Oh. This is the song that they played after he threw touchdown passes.
It's never a bad time to talk college football. I just saw this, and my mind is blown. There's an account on X called Icing the Punter. He says, what? On Reddit, somebody says, the NFL Reddit, that the late, great Mike Leach, right, Vic?
The former coach, not the long snapper of the Broncos.
Correct. Had to be talked down from lining up a little person in the backfield and then throwing them over the line of scrimmage in short yardage situations. And he asked, other than the optics of doing this, why wouldn't it be allowed? And logistically, shouldn't it work? Like my.
Wait. Let's go ahead and.
If you can do the tush push, can you throw somebody?
First of all, I don't buy this. But if any coach were to try and think about that, it'd be Mike Leach.
Oh, okay. So you're telling me a guy who philosophized on dinosaurs and asteroids and aliens and everything else in this planet and beyond this planet and mascots and everything else. So a guy like that with that kind of mental creativity wouldn't think up something like this?
All right. So his plan. Let me rewind on this. His plan.
Just put Vic in the backfield.
Put a guy like me who you can easily throw. Give me the ball.
You have the ball.
Put the ball in my hands. Have a larger individual grab me.
Correct.
Throw me as far as he can.
Correct.
Like up into the air.
Correct.
Yeah.
For like a 5-yard gain.
Correct. To like you've got third and a half yard.
I see one big problem.
I would have to hold on to the ball upon land.
One giant problem. First of all, you're telegraphing your play call.
Yeah, you have
But you don't know where the person's going to be thrown. They could be thrown to the side. And as long as you throw them in the air, they're going to get the yardage anyway.
Unless Troy Polamalu jumps over the pile, and then you're going to have a really big collision.
How high can you throw a person? Here's the thing. Walter Payton.
Palpably unfair act.
When Walter Payton was in the backfield, Vic, and it was a goal line situation,
he went way
It was about
up.
99.9% sure he was going to leap in the air and fly over you because he was a total stud.
You ever see salmon get up and down the river when it's mating season?
Yeah.
That's what Walter Payton was.
Yeah, and then, but I'm saying in this scenario, every once in a while you have a bear like Polamalu who's just catching them out of midair.
Okay, well, you don't play Polamalu every week.
Dude, that would be scary to be thrown up into the air.
Yeah, no kidding.
With guys like waiting for you to land. That would be very scary. I'm not going to lie to you.
It would be terrifying.
I mean, optically, it's a bad look anyway. But if you can tush push, can you throw people?
Okay.
That's the question.
Well, go ahead and bookmark that.
Well, who was it? Was it Reisner? Who did Reisner? Was it Philip Lindsay that Reisner basically grabbed and threw into the end zone?
Like hip tossed him.
Did he not?
Yes.
He grabbed Philip Lindsay at like at the 3 and then threw him into the end zone and he flew through the air, correct?
Okay. All right. Got it. I need to get to this. They're going to retire at CU Shedeur, Sanders, and Travis Hunter's numbers.
When are they doing this?
I don't know.
At the spring game on Saturday.
Okay, at the spring game. So here's the thing. Number one, I don't think anybody would disagree with Travis Hunter. Right? Heisman winner.
I'll let you finish before I speak.
Heisman winner who did something that hasn't been done in college football in forever. One of the most impressive players in college football in decades. I think that one is sort of like everybody would get it. The Shedeur one is weird. You could make the argument for Shedeur in this case. I think Shedeur was equally, if not more important to reviving the CU brand because they needed to have some sort of punch, and it was the offensive prowess that they sustained for a couple of years. He set all these different records for quarterbacks in CU history. Obviously, he was a lightning rod as far as comments and national attention. But this feels very much as if Deion Sanders is not his dad, who is not the head coach right now at CU, he's not getting his number retired. That's how it feels.
The University of Colorado and the football program has a right to do whatever the hell it wants to do with its numbers, its jerseys, its coaches, its players. They can do whatever they want, and it doesn't impact me, you, whatsoever. I can tell you who it does impact and who it does anger, because I have some friends who are former players, great players, tremendous players, All-American players, longtime NFL players who wore the black and gold.
College football Hall of Famers.
Hall of Fame players who are sitting here looking at this and saying to themselves, isn't that special?
Yep.
And they're pissed.
I think I would be too. If I'm Cordell Stewart,
and they're pissed because they look at what they did for that program. And before you come at us with, well, yeah, but did they do this? Well, that's all relative. What you do for a program is all relative to when you play.
Right.
You know what this smacks of to me? History doesn't exist. Again, it smacks of we started this tradition of CU football. Whatever happened before us doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That's what it smacks of. Just the inability to look at the past and respect what those before you have done. That's exactly what it does. I'm not saying that these guys don't deserve to have their numbers retired. They probably do. But now?
That's the other thing.
Now, like, they just got done. Now?
They haven't even graduated.
Now?
That is weird, right? That it's immediately.
Like now.
Which, all right. This is another one of those moments where my antenna goes
Here
up.
comes, hey, be careful, because we're going to get the boomer takes.
Well, hang on.
Here come the boomer takes, and look at those boomers.
Occasionally, something happens and my antenna goes up. I had it when Landeskog came out with the docuseries, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, feels like he's coming back. Why would they feel the need to be in such a rush?
I have no idea.
Because Coach Prime is going to leave.
I don't think it's this year.
Okay, but that's where you're going.
But my intent would be, why do you feel the need to do this
immediately?
immediately?
No.
But Vic,
that's
why right
he's saying
now?
it, though. That's
why
why
right
he's saying
now? Nobody does this like 2 months after the season ends.
Because they love themselves.
Okay. I'm not saying he's leaving in the next 2 weeks.
Who makes
this
I'm just
decision?
Saying. Who? Which
Dion
people?
does. Come on.
Is it just Coach Prime?
Somebody
Dion says, I want this to happen, and then it happens.
Camp, some marketing person in Prime's camp said, let's do this, and they did it. And again, I'm not saying they're undeserving. I really am not. I think Shedeur has meant a lot to that program. Obviously, Travis, we don't even have to open our mouths. Travis deserves it. But if you look at the history of the program, how long before those other numbers were retired? What do they have to do to get to that level? Look at all of the players. I mean, my God, Cordell Stewart took a team that lost one game that was arguably the best team that did not win a national championship. I don't think his number is anywhere near being retired. I mean, come on, man.
I mean,
what are we doing?
Alfred Williams.
What are we doing?
Alfred Williams is one of the best.
I could list 15 players.
He won the butt kiss. I mean, Alfred won the butt kiss. He's in the College Football Hall of Fame. Obviously, terrific NFL career. I don't know.
It's a smack in the face of history. It's just saying that we exist in the now, and what happened in the past doesn't matter. That's exactly. If I'm a former player, if I'm any of those players that and by the way, they're the ones who are angry. All right, for all you
I
CU
think they
honks,
deserve to be.
CU honks are gonna just. I don't have the text line, so you take a look. Is your text line full of CU honks right now?
I think most of them are in agreement with you.
Okay, so the CU honks are going to come at us. But I want you CU honks to understand something. It's not us you should be mad at. I believe these guys should have their numbers retire. It's not now, but eventually. It's the guys who came before. It's those guys who busted their tail to build that program. The guys who won a national title there. How about that team? How about the players on that team? How about the quarterback of that team who won a national title? How about some of those players who are looking at this going, are you kidding me?
I think you said something earlier, Vic, that is true. And this has been sort of maybe in some ways it was necessary, but it feels like the new group thinks they are...
That they started the sport.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, some of this young generation of CU fans that just fell into it now, They don't know the history of the program.
Well, I mean, Deion's
They don't
not
know.
young. Deion's not young.
I'm talking about the fans that have
but
followed. I'm talking about the
Deion
fans that
certainly
have followed.
But Deion feels that way. And again, I think part of it might have been necessary to revive it.
You know what's sad?
God, they've had so. I'm just looking here. They've had so many damn good players.
There are people.
Holy crap!
There are people at CU right now. There are students at CU. There are fans at CU that believe, that honestly believe, that the last 2 years are the glory years of CU football.
Yeah.
Well,
there are hold on, Moshe. There are people who believe that the last 2 years is the gold standard of CU football. They believe that. They don't know any better. They don't. In the words of Len Dawson, Moshe, in the words of
No, Mad Dog.
In the words of Mad Dog.
Yeah.
Len Dawson. Go to a history book.
Read a freaking history book about your own program.
Okay, just to be clear, we're on the same page. Again, if this was just Travis, I think I could get it. It still would feel really quick, but I think I would get it. I don't know why they even open themselves up to this stuff, though.
They don't care. They don't care if people don't like it or criticize them or whatever the case may be. They don't care. Look, I'm 6 one way, half dozen the other. I don't mind it. I don't even really mind it now.
I don't mind it either, but not now. It can happen in 5 years.
Sure.
You know what?
Sure.
Go play in the league a few years. Go make your money in the league. Come back in 5 years. Go to the spring game and say, hey, remember what you did for the program? That's awesome.
I will say this. The only thing that gives it even more credence, look, Travis Hunter's a Heisman Trophy winner.
Rashawn Salam won the Heisman Trophy. He didn't get his number retired a week after winning it.
Understood.
I mean, come on.
I know. With Shedeur, Brett, when Coach Prime takes the job, he's bringing with him Travis Hunter, who's this awesome two-way player. Okay, great. The real trophy in terms of players was Shedeur, period. End of story. He was the get. He was the trophy. He was the, hey, this guy is the real deal, and he is the real deal. So they took a program, Vic, that would have been dead, and they turned it around big time.
There are I know for a fact, I know there are players that are very upset, former CU players. There are longtime CU fans that are extremely upset because it smacks in the face of the history of that school and the tradition that came before these guys.
Agreed.
There are people that come before you. You did not invent football.
There's one other thing. We can get back to this in a little bit. Because there's one other thing to this that I think bothers people a lot about this situation. We'll get to it next. I knew this would strike a nerve with a lot of people. I think there's something else to this that, at least for the moment, this can change, but for the moment, I think this is how it feels.
My attack isn't toward Travis and Shedeur. I've already told you. I think Shedeur overall is the best quarterback in CU football history.
Well, and here's the crazy thing.
And listen to what I just said.
Yeah.
He's the best quarterback. He's going to be the highest drafted quarterback in CU football history. He's the most accomplished statistically quarterback.
Set a billion
He didn't
records.
win a national championship like Darian Hagan and Charles Johnson did, and he didn't take his team to the lengths that Cordell Stewart did. I get it, but I'm talking about statistically, he's the best quarterback in CU football history. Having said all that, this is stupid. This is foolish. This is too soon. Calm down.
I'll tell you something else. I every time I've looked at the TVs this morning, Shedeur Sanders' name has been up there. And that's part of the argument I think I can make is, you know how difficult it is to be a face of college athletics right now? With all the different transfers and stuff like that. I think you could make the argument that Shedeur Sanders was one of the most popular college football players in the country over the last 2 years.
He was probably top 3.
Now, I know polarizing for people, but popularity, like people knew him.
100%.
So there's something to that, but I'll say this. I think this bothers some people, and maybe I'm off base. For the moment, it feels like they've rented the CU name. Does that make sense?
No, I see it.
So it does make sense.
It makes total sense.
When you think of the guys that you're mentioning, when you think of Cordell, when you think of Alfred Williams, when you think
you're
of
disrespecting
Rashawn
the
Salam,
tradition before you.
But they are Colorado guys, right? Like they are the program.
They built
through
the
and through.
They built the,
and it feels kind of like
they built the program.
Shedeur and Dion. Well, maybe not Dion. Well, that remains to be seen. But Shedeur, like you transfer over, you play for a couple of years. Hey, thanks. See you later. Like. Maybe that they were above the program.
They're not
but they just used...
they're not Colorado lifers.
Yeah,
even when they're gone. See, here's the thing too.
If Dion were to take another job, how about this? If he were to take another job next year somewhere, he gets the Florida State gig or whatever, right? Is Shedeur coming back to see you and hanging out in Boulder and going to games? Like it doesn't feel that. Maybe I'm wrong. It doesn't feel that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but let me go through this. I think you're right about that, and I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing because that's the way college football is nowadays. But like, let's just take random players. Is Kanavis McGee still? And he was a great player. Don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
He was an All-American. But is he still a buff through and through? You damn right he is. He's still hardcore, right?
Of course.
All those guys essentially are, Vic. I mean, from Ches to.
My boy Marcus Washington, he loves seeing.
Mark, your buddy Marcus, absolutely same story. Joel Klatt, I mean, these kind of guys. Mike Machete, yeah, absolutely.
See, this is what I'm talking about, though. I'm not bothered by the two gentlemen who are going to get their numbers retired. They did the work. I'm bothered by the people who are still up there, the people who are the CU honks right now who don't understand that the program did not begin 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Who don't comprehend the foundation of the program. Because there are a lot of them up there who had never even gone to a CU freaking football game until Prime arrived. Those are the people that bother me.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the people.
Yeah.
Who, if you said, hey, man, you ever heard of Matt Russell? They would have no idea who Matt Russell is.
Probably. They've had so many damn good. You know, the Buffs only have one player in the Hall of Fame. Pro Football Hall of Fame.
In the Pro Football Hall of Fame?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can guess who this is. The Professional Football Hall of Fame.
The Buffs have 2.
They do?
Is that what you said?
No, they had 1.
Oh, they have 1.
Who are they?
Well, the one is Cliff Branch.
Ah.
And hopefully they'll have more.
Okay, so is Cliff Branch does not have his number retired at CU?
He does not.
Okay, so you mean to tell me
Michael Westbrook does not have his number. Alfred Williams does not have his number.
Let's just take
retired.
it for Cliff Branch alone.
Professional careers and college stuff is different.
I understand, but let's just take Cliff Branch alone. This is the top of the food chain when it comes to football. You are a Hall of Famer with a gold jacket.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have your number retired at your own school. Is that more of a disservice to Cliff Branch, or is the fact that Shedeur, who has yet to even play an NFL game, does? Which one is more of a disservice?
Golly. I think Cliff Branch should have his number retired. I mean, he's in the Hall of Fame, dude.
Well, I was thinking about this. Tom Brady's number isn't retired at Michigan. That's what I'm saying. I don't think
Give me the
being
list
Hall
of
Famer.
Michigan retired numbers.
Oh, they probably got a long
Give
history
it to
of
me. I'm asking for
Let me
it.
see. I just looked up if Tom Brady's was.
So do you think Tom Brady's number will eventually be retired in Michigan or no?
I don't know, because I don't know if it's just about what you do in the pros. It's also what your college career was.
Sure. So it's just about the college career.
Michigan football retired numbers. They have number 11 for Francis Albert and Alvin Weisert, 21 for Desmond Howard, 47 for Bernie Oosterbahn, 48 for Gerald Ford.
Well, he was the president.
87 for Ron Kramer, and 98 for Tom Harmon.
It's a small list. Michigan's had some players. It's a small
So
list.
they value what they did in school, right? Like not what happened afterwards, but what happened during that reign in school.
How good of a football player was
Well, I think that's how
Gerald
it
Ford?
should be, though. Should be that. They said he was the team MVP in 1934.
Okay. All right. So if we're going to go by,
34.
and I don't disagree, because I think if we're going to go by what you accomplished while you were in school, just what you accomplished, doesn't matter what you did in the NFL, right? What you accomplished while you were in school.
Yeah.
How do you not retire the quarterback of your only national championship team?
That's a good question. Yeah.
How do you not retire a Cordell Stewart who lost one game that season and was arguably the best? That was the best team in CU history. How do you not retire his number?
Texture says Tebow doesn't have his number retired in Florida. I think he's going to have it retired, but this is kind of the thing, right? Like you wait a little bit.
Give us some time to breathe.
Yeah. But that's why I'm asking, Vic. That's why my antenna went up. I'm like, why are you in such a hurry to do this? Because I'll tell you this. If Dion leaves, they aren't retiring Shedeur's number. Whoever comes in afterwards, they aren't, right? Travis maybe. But anyway, we can jump back to this in a little bit. Can I get through some of the picks that the prognosticators at ESPN have for the NBA playoffs? Because I always love these. They poll, I think it's 10 or 11 people. Mm-hmm. And they decide what the series is going to look like. We'll start with the Nuggets, by the way. Nuggets Clippers. There are 9 people who have chosen this series. Have made a selection.
From where now? Who are these people?
These are ESPN basketball analysts.
Okay,
yeah.
these are
okay.
So, but does it include all the usual suspects, or just?
Yeah, it's Tim McMahon, Bobby Marks, McMenamin, Sedano, Shelburne, Mark Spears, a whole bunch of people.
All right,
Yeah.
Ramona's in there. All right.
How many of the 9?
Ramona.
How many of the 9 have chosen the Nuggets to win this series?
Out of the 9, I would say 4.
Yeah, I'll say 4 or 5. Split down the middle.
2.
Really?
2.
Who?
Ramona Shelburne has the Nuggets in 7.
Ramona.
And
I love. Okay.
What are you doing?
I'm singing My Sharona to Ramona Shelburne. Okay. You don't know My Sharona?
You know the song My Sharona, don't you? And the other was Jeremy Woo, who has the Nuggets in 7 as well. I have Dave McMenamin. McMenamin has chosen the Clippers in 5 games.
In 5?
Yes.
He thinks it's going to go just 5?
Bobby Marks has the Clippers in 6. Chris Herring has the Clippers in 6. Everybody else has the Clippers in 7.
Hey, there's no doubt this is going to be a tough series for the Nuggets. I think it's right down the middle. I really do. If I were to give you my feel today, I don't have a feel right now. I think it's right down the middle. Do I think the Nuggets can win? Of course I do. Do I think the Nuggets can lose? Yeah. They can. They either way here. I don't have a strong feeling either way.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe this will be a very, very difficult series for them to survive. I do believe that. Because I'm trying to figure out how it plays out. I'm trying to figure out what the Clippers will do to counteract Nikola Jokic. And I really believe they're going to do something surprising. Like, you take the Clippers starting 5. Who is their starting 5 right now? I'll tell you who their starting 5 is. James Harden, Kawhi Leonard. Who's the off guard that plays defense?
Chris Dunn.
Chris Dunn.
Norman Powell.
Zubats.
And
okay. Norman.
So that's their starting 5. I would not be surprised one bit if they replaced maybe Chris Dunn in the starting lineup, put Nicholas Batum in there and had him front Nikola Jokic like the Lakers did that game. Remember that game?
I feel like Batum's been playing since the 90s.
It feels like it. Which Bogdanovich do they have?
They have Bogdan.
Bogdan.
Oh, Bojan. Wait. They have the good one.
That's Bogdan.
They have the former Atlanta one.
The good one is Bogdan.
Yeah.
Bogdan.
Bogdan, Big Don, Bag Don. Look, Vic, I'm.
Hang on. I want to go through some other ones of these. I want you guys to just put yourself in the shoes of the ESPN people. Lakers T-Wolves, going to be a good series?
Lakers in 6. Unless Ant goes insane, but I got Lakers in 6.
I think what Dallas did to Minnesota last year with Luka when he just dominated that series, I think they found sort of a cheat code there. I do believe the Lakers will just cut right through them.
10 of them have picked this series. What do you think that looks like?
Everybody's got the Lakers.
Yeah, Lakers. Yeah. 10 people.
Uh-huh.
All 10.
Yeah.
10-0.
Uh-huh.
You like getting nailed by the king?
I've seen a lot of this lately,
I just saw a highlight.
This is happening over and over again. Will the Knicks lose to the Pistons in the first round? I see this over and over again. 10 people have chosen that series. What do you think that looks like? Knicks and Pistons.
I'll say 6 to the Knicks, 4 to the Pistons.
I'll say 7. All 10 are taking.
All 10 are taking the Knicks. I'm like, why are you guys talking about this?
Why do we care what other people think?
Because here's what's funny.
Why are you guys so? Every time this comes up and let's go to the ESPN pickers and let's make a big motivational video about this. Who cares?
I think it's highly entertaining. I'm a receipt guy. I like to keep receipts on things. I like to go back to things that we've said or other people have said and see how wrong or right we are.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fun. And part of this is I do think the Nuggets can use this as a chip. I think they can. The nobody believes in you card.
Yeah,
and
the hey, look.
Yeah.
Well, they have to believe in themselves.
The year they won it all, everybody believed in the Nuggets. Remember, everybody picked the Nuggets.
They did?
Yes. In the first 2 rounds, for sure.
Well, not against the Lakers.
Man, you're having selective memory now. There were some who picked the Lakers and some who picked the Nuggets.
Hang on a second.
I just think, spending time wondering why somebody would pick the Clippers, I'll tell you why. Because the West is tough. I was thinking about this yesterday. I don't think there's a single series that the Nuggets would have fallen into where I'd sit there and say, oh, okay, I'm comfortable now. There's not a single one. You know why? Because there's too many questions this year. There's lingering questions about the Nuggets that they weren't there 2 years ago. And the West is that much harder. So give me another team. Oh, my God, it's going to be hard to beat the Clippers. You're right. What if they had played the Minnesota Timberwolves? Oh, God, it's going to be hard to beat the Timberwolves. You're right. What if they had gotten the Lakers? Oh, it's going to be hard to beat the Lakers. You're right.
Yeah.
You could say this about any matchup.
Look.
Both ways.
Yeah. Could they use it as a chip on their shoulder? Sure, Brett. Hey, look, out of these 10 people, only Shelbourne and Wu picked us.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. And McMiniman, he's an LA honk anyway. And his little cherub cheeks. Anyway, they could, but they have to believe in themselves, Brett. They have to truly believe that those people making the picks for the Clippers are full of crap. How do you think they feel inside that room right now? Seriously, I don't know
Nuggets,
how they feel.
I think they should be confident with how they finished that.
Well,
season.
they should. Those last 3 wins looked entirely different than the previous 2 months, in my opinion.
Well,
who was it that had the quote about dinosaurs? Like, if I'm feeling down, I find myself believing in dinosaurs, and then I think if they believe in me, then I can believe in me. Who said that?
I don't remember.
It doesn't matter.
Your brain is broken. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
You notice how I've been remarkably quiet and calm today, Vic? I only let myself do one little thing, and that was my Ramona. And nobody got it. Nobody cares.
I got it. I thought it was funny.
It got shot down, so I'm done.
I thought it was funny. What do you mean?
You're going to get from this point on, it's 8:16. Serious Moj from now until 10.
I don't want serious Moj.
Too bad.
The quote was from Mookie Wilson, and he said, quote, I comfort myself by saying, if I believe in dinosaurs, then somewhere they must be believing in me. And if they believe in me, then I can believe in me.
Well, they're dead.
They're extinct. And they've been that way for a lot of years.
But they didn't used to be. Then they all moved to Craig, Colorado, and croaked.
All right. We got another keyword coming your way if you want a pair of tickets to Game 1 on Saturday. Stick around.
Guys, if you're suffering with any kind of form of erectile dysfunction and you're tired of the frustration and the embarrassment that ED can cause, don't laugh it off. Don't say it's no big deal. Do something about it and get it fixed. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today at 720-440-7900. Their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail, and their success rates are well over 90%. Look, they've served the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So do yourself a favor and your partner a favor. Schedule a consult today with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The visit's only $99. It includes the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You get the T and the PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. Now, if that doesn't work, your appointment is absolutely free, but you know it's going to work, and it's going to be better for you. You're going to be back in business the day after your appointment. It's an expert staff, and they're going to help you. 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. So again, call today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, Moj. I don't know what the lineup would look like if we did the ESPN predicts the NHL. I don't think they do that with their analysts, but
I don't recall them doing that, Brett.
they have what feels to be like a 50-50 matchup against the Dallas Stars that we'll get to in just a second. But because it is a Nuggets playoff ticket Tuesday, a chance for you to win a pair of tickets to Game 1 at Ball Arena, 1:30 on Saturday. The keyword for this hour is...
Hold on. I don't think we should be doing this.
Giving away tickets? What do you mean?
We've just been giving so much stuff away lately.
We've been spoiling people.
I mean, that dude, Jeff Barcelona, just got a friggin' sauna yesterday. What's his name?
Nick Madrid.
Same thing.
It's actually funny, Jeff Barcelona.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
So Nick wins
Tyler
himself.
Rome?
Yeah.
Alex Florence?
No, we're talking about Spanish cities.
Yeah, dude.
Buenos dias.
Buenos dias.
Anyway, so we gave away the sauna. We've been giving away a lot of tickets. And now we're giving away Nuggets playoff tickets, which is remarkable. I mean, it seems pretty good. I want people to earn them, not just type in mouse.
I agree. There's got to be an earning process.
I want to see some calisthenics.
What if Gary, Indiana wins one?
That's pretty funny. That's. I wonder if there really is a guy named Gary, Indiana.
From what I understand, Gary, Indiana has no people in it.
I've been to Gary many times. It's outside of South
No, but not
Bend.
recently. Like Gary right now has like a
Pretty
zero
empty.
population.
It's very
empty.
industrial. You know, that's
Used
where
to be.
That's where the
Used to be.
That's where the Jackson 5 are from.
Yeah.
I think that's like the only thing that Gary, Indiana gets to claim. And that it was once the murder capital of the world, right?
I mean, it's sitting there right in the shadow of Chicago on the border of Indiana and Illinois.
Yeah.
Just sitting there.
What if Joe
Teeth in
Montana
its
wins?
mouth.
What?
Joe Montana.
Joe Montana?
They
Also
ought,
a good
they
one,
ought
yeah.
to actually just name a city in Montana Joe. They really should.
You guys are being stupid now.
Just go ahead and...
How many other names are states or cities like that, though? It's kind of a fun game. Gary, Indiana would be a fun name. Joe Montana, obviously great.
Vic,
Joe
what is-
Montana. There's
what-
Joe Montana.
Joe Montana.
What does Tony Montana sound like, Vic?
Tony Montana? Like that? I don't know.
Say hello to my little friend.
What if my name was Brett Nebraska?
Should have been Mike
All right,
Dork.
the key word, by the way, is travel. So send travel in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's travel.
How many
in your
travels?
first last name to 303-504-0925. Even if your name is Joey California. Go ahead.
Okay.
Johnny Utah.
Johnny Utah.
Oh, one of the best of all
Yeah.
time.
Oh, John Denver. Duh.
That was fake, though. It wasn't real.
Johnny Utah's not a real person either,
Yeah,
Moj.
dude,
I
that
hate
was
to
a
break it
movie.
to you.
That was
Bull
Keanu
crap.
Reeves playing the role of an
He played
FBI informant.
quarterback at Ohio State. I saw him.
Yeah, but he was an FBI informant. They're on the beach playing football. You know what? He didn't look bad playing that little touch football game either.
You know, that's
He
why.
looked
I
pretty
bet
good.
that's why he
That's
got
like
the gig.
if you time traveled, Moj, and you just showed like movies to people who've never seen him before. You're like, look, I saw the guy. I watched him throw passes.
I bet that's why, Keanu Reeves also played the goalie in
He played the quarterback in The Replacements.
in Youngblood, but he was the goalie in Youngblood
Was he?
because he's from Canada.
Gotcha.
Okay?
I
But I think playing Johnny Utah and looking so natural throwing a football helped him get the gig. What's his name? Shane Falco
Yeah.
in The Replacements.
I love the movie The Replacements. The worst part of the movie.
The kicker.
No, I like the kicker. The worst part of the movie is this. It's early in the movie when I think it's their first game. Game's on the line. They need a touchdown to win, right? They're at like the 40-yard line. And Falco decides, I'm scrambling. No time left on the clock.
I'm just going
running.
to run this
Just
sucker
like,
in.
what? You heave it in the air. What are you doing, Falco? Anyway.
So type in travel,
Your
first and last name to be entered to win the Nuggets playoff tickets for Saturday at 1:30. How many times do you think James Harden will travel in this series and not have it called, Vic?
Well, what's a travel anymore?
I don't even know what a travel is or is not anymore. I don't know.
By the way, we're getting Don Delaware, Billy Idaho is in here. Joaquin Phoenix?
It's got to be a state. I mean, you can't. You guys keep bringing me cities. John Denver doesn't work.
George Washington. Boom.
There. That's easy. Name/state.
I know a guy named Mike Boston.
Name/oh,
that was cute.
State.
Timmy Miami. Just move on, please.
Can you get to the next topic?
Today's
dude?
my serious day. I don't have time to play these little trivial, stupid games. This is my serious day.
All right, this one from Cody, Wyoming. All right, so listen.
That's pretty good.
So here's the deal. The Avs have, I think, maybe the toughest matchup you can have in the first round. Vic, you asked the question earlier.
What is your little? You have that. You do the sportsbook thing, right? You do the what's it called?
The Circus Sports.
Okay. Don't they have like to win the series? We went over that at one point. I don't know what it is. I don't care what it is. I feel very good about this matchup. It is incredibly difficult, but that's, I guess, how much I believe in the Colorado Avalanche.
Well, I got one for you. What Baseball Hall of Famers from Alvin, Texas?
Nolan Ryan. Was I right?
Yeah.
Yeah!
Cuba Gooding Jr.
Nailed it.
It's a fun game. I don't know why.
I'm not
going to fun game.
I'm no longer participating. I told you this is my serious day.
You said it's your serious day, then you go, I know Johnny Utah's real. I saw him play. All right, here's the point.
I was in the big house when they knocked off the Wolverines. So shut the hell up. I was there.
So here's the point, okay? Here's why I think, despite all this, I still feel better about the Avs. If I had to pick one team that I would say I feel better about getting past the first round, I think it's the Avs. And I think it's just purely for this reason.
Even though they don't have home ice.
They don't have home ice,
court,
and they're facing a better opponent, I feel like.
Okay. So you just think the Avs are more equipped to win it all?
But
I
isn't
think
that crazy?
the Avs are like the best team in the NHL.
They're playing what could be their hardest first-round opponent.
Yes.
If you could pick all the teams in the damn league and line them up and say, who do you not want to face? This might be top 2, top 3, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yet I still feel good, too. I still feel good because that's how much I believe in this Colorado Avalanche team.
Kathy Ireland. So
she's a real person. And by the way, she could kick a football.
So
you ever see Necessary Roughness?
I just want to sprinkle these in and move on. Dakota Fanning. The reason I feel this way, they have so many similarities, I feel like, to the team 3 years ago. They do. They still have, number one.
Yeah, but Lawrence, Kansas.
The best. That's just a city and a state. What do you mean?
Hey, jerk off.
That's.
Oh, sorry.
Whoa.
Sorry.
Jeez.
Lawrence is a name. Jeez. Kansas is a state.
I mean, whoa.
You know what's hilarious?
At least
about
I put
you?
wagon and wad after mine.
Yeah.
You got me mad. I mean, I dug deep for that.
The times that you've said inappropriate things on this show are over the stupidest things in the world.
Well, that wasn't stupid. You really offended me. I dug deep for that. Larry, Kansas. Larry, Canada.
Indiana Jones. So, again, they have so many similarities, I feel like, to the team 3 years ago. Number one, goaltending is... Would you say, Moj, out of the Bednar era of the Avs, is this their best goaltending room that they've had? Would you give it to Darcy and Frankie?
How do we know until they get through a playoff?
Yeah,
I understand. I'm just saying from how you feel right now.
Well, Darcy and Frankie, a lot of the guys who were on that team would say, man, we couldn't have done it without Francouz. That he came in and spelling Darcy
in that
Darcy,
Edmonton series?
No, in the Edmonton series, but it was the rest of the Nashville series.
Yeah.
No, it was not. It was, no, Darcy got hurt in the Nashville series and he beat the Blues. Did Francouz.
Yeah.
And he was terrific. I mean, the guys will tell you, I feel that these two are as good, if not better than that duo, yes.
Charlotte, North Carolina.
Georgia O'Keefe. So
No, you're doing it wrong. See, everybody who's playing this game, I'm going to call right now. First name's got to be a name. Second name's a state. Stop.
But you're just
Stop
saying
doing
city and state.
Yes. There's a name called Charlotte. That's
Yes.
the name of a woman.
Yes.
There's also a city in Charlotte. In North
But
Carolina
Carolina's not anybody's last name.
Hey, jerk.
It's not anybody's last name. You're just saying cities that sound like names. That's all I'm getting at. Anyway. The other thing is this. The depth on the team is something that has not been seen since 3 years ago.
Correct.
The fact that we're talking about, and I made this comparison yesterday, I think it was before you hopped on. Just look at the second line that the Avs had in Game 6 last year. Do you know who was on it? Who was playing right wing?
Well, yeah, I do. It was Middlestat in the middle. Druin had to be there along with Lecky, and who was on the right wing in Game 6 against
Zach
the Devils?
Parise.
Zach Parise, that's right.
He was a second liner for you. With your back against the wall last year.
That is correct, which is crazy because he was done playing hockey the day that series ended. But that's all you had at the time. That's all you had. I mean, you had.
Well, I understand, but I'm just saying compare that to now.
Correct. The depth is better. But you know what?
We're talking about Landy being like a third liner.
The depth now Dallas is not going to have Miro. They've announced that they're not going to have Miro Heiskanen for at least Game 1.
You think he plays in the series?
They said they hope to have him
deal?
back. He had surgery in late January. And so they could be without him the entire series. That's big, but they also have added a guy. A certain right winger who's a left-handed shooting right winger.
Mm-hmm.
That
I
guy.
forgot his name.
Yeah, me too. Anyway.
Oh, Miko.
Yeah, so are they going to be better? I don't know. We'll see. This is going to be a hell of a matchup, but I just like this Colorado Avalanche team. I think they're sitting on springs right now. I think once they get to real hockey coming up on Saturday, perhaps, or Sunday, they're going to absolutely explode. I'm really, really looking forward to it.
Some people call him the Moose.
Have you what do you think, by the way, in these last few weeks, the Avs have had enough depth? Now, the injuries have kind of messed with that a little bit. But when they were really healthy a few weeks ago, before Manson was out, before that stuff, remember they had EJ was rotating in games. Correct. They had a couple of guys, your forwards, that were kind of rotating. All right, he's going to get the start.
Miles Wood and Jimmy Vesey rotating in. LOC and Parker Kelly would sit out.
How much do you think that's going to happen in the postseason? Or do you think they'll go with sort of a set sort of, here's our four lines.
And here's our top 6D.
Yep, here's our top 6D.
I think it depends on the situation, Brett. I think they're going to be pretty set and pretty solid. Now, these guys that can check in bring something perhaps that a guy who's in the lineup does. Miles Wood is really fast. And you could tell that he's really feeling better because he's flying all around, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, he's when he's on the ice, he's flying. Now, is he feeling 100? He's dealt with a lot of injuries. He's feeling good, at least let's put it that way. I don't know if he's 100%. I'm not really sure. But could he come in and provide some of that spark, that jam? Absolutely.
What up with Manson?
He's skating. Yep. I think he's going to be ready to go.
Yeah, are they going to have anybody due to injury holding out in Game 1?
I don't know what the story is with Jonathan Drouin. I have to wait and see this week in practice what the situation is. But look, man, it's the Stanley Cup playoffs.
The last thing
if you can go, you go.
You're aware these are the playoffs, right, Brett? I don't know if anybody alerted you.
Yeah, I forgot about that. The last that we heard from Bednar, this was after, I forget which game it was that he was really upset after the game. Was it the game Thursday's game?
It was the Vancouver game.
Yeah. And they asked about Lindgren. He goes, Lindgren's day-to-day. It's the playoffs. Everybody's day-to-day now.
Pretty much.
So is he another one that we don't know about or what?
I think he's going to be absolutely fine. Here's who they left at home. You ready? McKinnon, Toews, Lindgren, Makar, Colton, Manson, theoretically Landeskog. And here's who also didn't play against the Ducks. Druin, by the way, was also there. Val and Arturi Lehkonen.
Yeah.
I mean, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 guys, 10 guys, including Manson. If you're including Gabe, 10 guys who did not play against the Ducks in the 4-2 win on Sunday that theoretically could be back on Saturday or Sunday. That's pretty damn awesome.
Yep.
Beaverton, Oregon.
What?
This is my sister Beaverton? Oh, that's great. Yeah. Jesus. Yeah, my parents are really creative. I'm Mark, and this is my sister Beaverton. Enjoy. I'm out of here. Jimmy too.
Yeah, but Lawrence, Kansas.
The best. It's just a city and a state. What do you mean?
Hey,
That's.
oh, sorry.
Wait.
Sorry.
I mean, Moser, serious Moser is making me laugh more than non-serious Moser, which is funny.
Moser, you were funny that last segment. That's good. That's peak Moser.
My sister Beaverton. Also, you had this gem earlier that I almost forgot about until Raj reminded me. Do that again? Bogdan.
Bogdan, Big Don, Bag Don. Whichever one it is.
Baghdad!
As Irv would say, the late great Irv Brown would say, one of the Bagoviches, one of them, you know, whatever. Bogdan, Big Don, Bag Don.
Did you say Big Don? Big Don Bag On?
It almost sounded like you said big something else, which makes it even better.
Bogdan, Big Don, Bag Don. Whatever. Stop it. I'm not even in the mood. I'm not. Boy. You know what?
This is the week before the playoffs where I think, here's what happens, just for everyone to be aware of. So the regular season wears on you in this business, especially for Moser. You got 82 games, and your brain's a pretzel, right? It's a pretzel, 82 games. So then you get that week between the pretzel, and now you got to ratchet it up. Playoffs are coming, and your brain is frozen. I mean, it's a frozen state. This is that week. Right? Would you agree?
Pretty much, yeah.
Is that an accurate assessment of what's happening?
Because when you get into the postseason, Brett, you go, man. You go. This is a big deal.
But you just survived a regular season, and that's a long... Dude, do you remember like week 1 of the season? You're like, oh, my God, I got a full season. Oh, my God.
No, I don't actually.
It seemingly flew by. I mean, it flew by.
It always does.
Yeah.
It always does. Especially with all the changes. Think about all of the changes these teams, both of these teams, the Nuggets and the Avs, went through in one season.
Big.
We're talking franchise changes that will affect this franchise for years. Hell, the Avs reinvented their personnel. The Nuggets reinvented their coach and executive staff. Reinventions in the course of a regular season.
It's amazing.
I still think it's really interesting to just sit here and be like, the Nuggets finished as the 4 seed with a home playoff series to start off the NBA playoffs.
Home court.
And they fired their coach a week ago.
I know. And it feels it's the weirdest feeling. If I had told you that 3 years running, the Nuggets would win 50-plus games and they would have home court 3 years in a row in the first round, you would deem that a pretty successful run.
You'd think that was pretty damn good,
sure,
yeah.
Right?
Especially, Vic, with the Western Conference theoretically getting better.
Especially that there's a team that won 68 freaking games in this conference.
Yes, especially, yeah, I mean, the West is by far the tougher conference. We all agree with that. But the Lakers are obviously a lot better. I still can't, for the life of me, believe that the Dallas Mavericks traded Luka to the Lakers. I can't get over it. But think about it. Lakers are better. Houston's obviously kicking butt. We know about OKC. The Clippers have run off 8 in a row to end the regular season.
There's not a single series that the Nuggets would have run into in the first round where I would have been comfortable. Not one.
Absolutely agreed.
Not one. So that's where we are.
Memphis, maybe.
Yeah, Memphis was falling. Okay, there was something that was said yesterday at the Josh Kroenke press conference. And for those of you who missed it, by the way, this was Josh Kroenke on his own accord saying, I need to circle back and meet with the media. All right, I need to circle back because I did it the first day and it wasn't enough. I need to go a little more into detail on some things. And he did a great job yesterday. I don't know what you guys thought about it. I thought it was honest. It was from the heart.
Yes.
I thought it was he took ownership. He started the press conference by apologizing to the guys he fired. Apologizing that he wasn't around enough to take care of this, to prevent this from happening. He did that. A little later in the press conference, this was brought up, and I want to target this because I think it's very interesting. During the trade deadline, a lot of rumors were thrown out there about what the Nuggets should do. And we kept hearing MPJ's name in the mix. Do you remember that?
Yep.
And that was the week MPJ went off. He had like 39, 36, and 30, 3 straight games in the 30s. And his name was always in the mix for Zach LaVine and this and that. And it never happened. The Nuggets didn't do anything at the trade deadline. And a report came out that because MPJ went to Missouri and Josh went to Missouri, that he has an affinity for MPJ, and he would never trade MPJ. That's the report that was out. Well, Josh Kroenke yesterday was asked about that report and if he ever would be willing to trade Michael Porter Jr.
I did see that somewhere, and, if it wasn't such a serious accusation, I would probably laugh a little harder. But, first of all, I'll say I'm incredibly proud of Michael. Let's talk about him on a human level and what he's been through. I mean, several back surgeries, being told he was never going to play again, slipping in the NBA draft to a place where we were privileged enough to take a player that talented, then working through the setbacks that he's had, not only on the court with his back, but, off the court in his personal life as well. But I think that any kind of report saying that we're not open to trading everybody, possible to improve the team is a complete false.
Let me start there. Stop right there. It's almost laughable. I mean, you might have an affinity for a player. I get it, for a player. But to have an affinity for where the player went to school, that's like saying, well, the Nuggets will never draft Christian Braun. He went to Missouri's arch rival. Yeah. He went to Kansas.
Right.
Come on. What are we doing here?
Yep. That's insane.
What are we doing? And it's not like Michael Porter is a Missouri legend. He played all of 3 games.
Something like that, yeah. Over the course of a season, correct.
Yeah. No, that's ridiculous. Now, the question is, and it's always remained this way, like, if you were to trade him, do you get something that is equal or better value in return? And can I ask you this, Vic? Because this is odd.
By the way, my prediction remains what it was even before they made the coach and GM changes. I do believe, no matter what happens in this postseason, let's say miraculously the Nuggets just survive everybody and are in the finals again, I still predict changes are coming in the offseason because you have to evolve. If you don't continue to evolve, that's when the staleness hits the room.
Well, I don't think a GM's going to walk in here unless they win the title and just say, we're good. Like, they're going to put their own stamp on things. But
I think the next phase of the Nuggets will be one with change.
Well, here's the questions I want to ask, though. It feels like both Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray have caught some ire of the Nuggets fan base this year. Like, they haven't played up the standard. That's what it feels like. Jamal Murray is averaging the most points he's ever averaged in a season. Michael Porter Jr. is averaging the most points he's ever averaged since 2020.
Yeah.
Why does it feel this way then?
So
Michael Porter's still shooting 40% from 3, which is around his average for his career.
Why
does this feel different?
I don't know, because they're carrying a bigger load, because I don't think they're getting the support off the bench that they need to get. They didn't get it this season the way they got it the championship season. That's why. Because the disparity. It is
odd, though, right? It's odd.
It's odd, but I don't know if we have this. Let me see that cut sheet there, because Josh also spoke about, this has been a common theme that Nikola Jokic, clearly Nikola's going to be treated differently than anybody else. But Nikola, let's run it right now. Cut 13, if you don't mind. His take on Nikola, his prime, and it drove him to make the decision now.
Yeah, I mean, you have a responsibility when you have a player like that, especially obviously in his prime. But you have, I feel, an even greater responsibility to the person. I've watched Nikola ascend to the player that he is today. But I think the coolest part about him, and I think that for a lot of people in this room, as you've watched him grow, he's the exact same person that he was, 10 years ago. And just honestly, maybe even a better version, because he understands the impact that he can have on people's lives now through the platform of basketball. I always think it's funny when people say that they think that he doesn't care about the game, or he gives off the impression that he doesn't care about the game. I mean, his nickname's the Joker for a reason. And it's not just because it rhymes with his last name. That's his personality. But it's hard to get a read on who he is, and he's very private. I forget how DA worded it the other day, but as impressive as he is from a skill standpoint and what he does physically in the game, but the way he thinks it is, man, it's incredible. And the perseverance and the stoicism that he shows as a player and as a person is the exact same thing on the court as you get off the court.
I love that quote.
Well, I mean, basically
Love
what he's saying to you is there's only one guy that's off limits.
Yeah.
One guy. Okay? That's
Vic,
obvious.
The key word was right at the beginning to me.
Yeah.
It's a responsibility to him and
Sure.
but it's also a responsibility to yourself.
Okay, so
your franchise, you're never ever going to have a player like him ever again.
Ever. And the responsibility, because I read this somewhere where LeBron James, in the course of his career, has been surrounded by 6 All-Stars that he's played with that were All-Stars when he was playing. All right? We know the stat for Nikola, the number 0. In fact, I'll give you the trivia question again for those of you who didn't hear this trivia question. Name the 8 All-Stars who have played in an All-Star game and were teammates with Nikola at some point in their careers. They were never All-Stars as Nuggets, but they were All-Stars at some point in their careers. Name those 8, all right? Hold that, and I want you to think about something that Josh said yesterday, and when he said it, I was like, it's a good point. Yeah, Nikola has not been surrounded by All-Stars. They can do a better job there, right? However, the guys he has been surrounded by, and I'll take Jamal Murray for one, he has the rare ability, and he's proven it in the playoffs, to raise his level of play in the most important games, where some All-Stars do the exact opposite.
Yeah.
And I'll give you cases in point. What does Paul George do in the playoffs? He's an All-Star.
You mean playoff P?
Yeah. What about hey? Take
literally
a look
his nickname.
Take a look at James Harden's playoff resume.
Yep.
Does he get better or does he level off in the playoffs?
Levels off.
So where do you take your game when the games become more important?
That's a very good point, and Jamal Murray does that. You're absolutely right. And you know what? We could be sitting on a ticking Jamal Murray time bomb right this second, and we don't even know it. I mean, think about the rest. The Nuggets are also getting this week, too, for these guys who have been banged up. This is huge for them, too. I mean, I'm excited to see what does emerge out of Jamal Murray this postseason. I feel good about the Nuggets in this first round matchup like I do about the Avalanche.
That is the key to the Nuggets, though, and that's why this team seems a little different than those all-star laden teams. Phoenix is another example. They were laden with 3 All-Stars. Do your stars play above their star level? Do they play above expectation or below it? Where do they play when these games mean the most? Where do they play?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're about to find out.
Well, Texter writes this, and I think they're kind of right. Jamal has been a playoff elevator, but I hope that can come back this year because it wasn't last year, and he was hurt during that, and he was trying to play through it, and I totally understand.
Ironically, one of the best games he had in the playoffs last year, one of the best games he had, was the game they lost, Game 7.
Was the soul crusher.
And that's because no one else came with him.
Right.
Outside of Joker and Jamal. Joker and Jamal in that game, go back and look at the numbers. Go back and look at the numbers of that game. Joker and Jamal and everybody else.
Get back to this in a bit. Let's chat with Jeff Legwold. We're 9 days away from round 1 of the NFL Draft. Talk to Leggy next. Circus Sports, and with all that is happening right now, the kickoff to the NBA postseason starts tonight with the play-in games, Hawks, Magic, and Grizzlies, and Warriors. Warriors 7-point favorites in that game against the Grizz. You can find that and all the futures odds in the playoffs as well. You want to pick who wins the NBA championship, the Stanley Cup, whatever you guys want is available on the Circus Sportsbook, so download that app. Best odds in the game, tight money line splits, and excellent customer service. Download the app Circus Sports or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We are joined, as we are every week, this time a little bit earlier, a Tuesday appearance from Jeff Legwald of ESPN.com. What's up, Leggy?
How we doing, fellas?
How are the preparations for the draft going for you? Are we done with the top 100 list? Is it over?
Well, it's almost getting turned in. So we're in the closing. Ooh. We're in the final steps.
What's the date that gets released? When does it drop?
I think they told me Sunday, so I don't know. It could be Saturday or Sunday, but I think right now it's going to be Sunday morning.
And again, these are your top 100, not by where you think they'll be drafted, simply by pure talent.
Just grades.
Yeah.
Just grades. You know, it's funny. Back in the day, 100 was a big number for this because very few people, if any, were doing it. But now the pool is so big. There's top 300s, there's top 600s. But I've always just kept it this way because it's 40 years ago it started this way, so I'll just keep it 100.
Can I
keep it 100?
I'm going to make it
as the kids would say.
I don't care who you are. I don't care how much free time you have, and I don't care how big of a geek you are. There ain't no way any human being on planet Earth is scouting 600 dudes and ranking them. And if you are, you're a fake. Who?
Wow.
You tell me who's doing it.
Well, I mean, if you're going to really do 100 or 150, you're going to have to at least get information on 500 or 600 guys. Moj.
Well, you just called Leggy a nerd. How's that sound, Moj?
I mean, my 583rd player is whatevs.
No, I mean, you know, it's a lot of it's just the industry. We love lists. You guys know. I mean, we all love lists, rank and top 10, top, Mount Rushmore players, all of those things. We love them. So it's funny to me because when I first started doing this, there was almost nobody doing it in the newspaper business.
Right. Yeah.
And there weren't many people doing it outside of the newspaper business. And now it's just a whole thing.
I'll tell you what I do love about what you do in this regard. I love it every single year because yours is based on your predictions. I mean, not predictions, but your talent list, all right? Not where they're going to go. It's fun to go back and see teams, in my opinion, and maybe your opinion, that reach a little bit. What's going on right now with Shedeur? Because apparently he's got this private workout with the New York Giants. And we know about the Saints, and we're just reading articles, Jeff, that hey, the Raiders are getting a little bit hot and bothered about him as well at 6. And I know he's not right there in your list, right? He's a little bit down further, but that's going to prove that, the teams will reach and teams will go for specific guys.
Quarterbacks especially, Mo.
Yeah.
No, through history, I've always said there are two draft boards. There's the quarterback board and there's everybody else because I think even, every team in their draft rooms this year is going to have this horde of analytic guys they've hired now, and every team that needs a quarterback will sort of shun all of the numbers about taking them where they're going to take them, especially in this class. So quarterbacks are always overdrafted because the potential reward, if you get it right, is just franchise changing. And honestly, the guy who's emboldened everybody to do it even a little more since is Mahomes. It worked out for the Chiefs, and Mahomes was a player who forced a lot of us who do the draft thing, including GMs in the league and pro personnel guys and everybody, to reevaluate or kind of look again at how they were grading guys. Because I think he was a poorly graded player by most of the league, by me, by a lot of people. And since then, look at how the quarterback drafts have gone because the Chiefs got it right, and it changed everything in the entire league.
I need to ask you about the Pittsburgh Steelers mindset right now. And I get it. They may have to move up to go get a Shedeur Sanders. They're currently 21 in the draft. I mean, they're going to have to if they really want that. Is the fact that they're contemplating that, possibly getting a quarterback, is that why Aaron Rodgers is not a Steeler today?
Vic, I think again, this is from talking to a lot of people in the league and including some people I know in Pittsburgh with the Steelers. I think it's more of a combination. It's not one reason that hasn't happened. The Steelers through the years, even when I covered them in the early 90s, have always done things their own way. They're very, look, they've hired 3 coaches in the time other teams have hired, 15. So they do things a little differently. They don't rush into things. They don't do things impulsively.
Yeah.
And it would take a lot for them to trade up. They've got sort of, the Ravens and the Steelers have the mindset of, sure, we'll trade up, but it's going to have to be a very drastic, move. And the problem this year is it's a very good draft board, rounds 2 through 5, but the first round is really thin. And, teams that are down where the Steelers are, where the Broncos are all going to be on their tiptoes because they might have to trade to get their guys. So I think this year, the odds of the Steelers trying to make a move are a little higher than previous years. And if Rodgers is going to make teams wait, including the Steelers, you better have a plan B or a plan, co-A. If you sign him, you still want a young guy because, if they sign Rodgers, it's a short-term solution. That's not a down the road for the franchise. So they've got to think quarterback in the first round. The Saints have to think quarterback in the first round. They just have to, whether they like it or not.
Leggy, just saw this, that Travis Hunter was asked what would he say to an NFL team that made him choose cornerback or wide receiver. And the quote is, "It's never playing football again. I've been doing it my whole life. I love being on the football field. I feel like I could dominate each side of the ball. I really enjoy doing it." He's saying that he would tell them he's not playing football if they don't let him do both.
Well, I don't think he's saying full time, if that means full time one position and 2 plays a game, the other side of the ball, that's playing 2-way technically. So I think that's one of those things, it's great to say, but, he isn't going to be given the choice. I hate to break it to him, but a team who picks him, better have a plan because, in Boulder, he played 2 ways and it was spectacular. And it's one of the great things I've seen in college football in a very long time. But he didn't do anything on the field until Wednesdays most weeks. Yeah. And that's not going to fly in the NFL. It's just not. So he's going to have to handle his game day business in whatever works in the practice and meeting schedule of Monday through Saturday.
Like, you've been here for a while. Just curious what you think about this, because the 2 guys that we've asked you about, Shedeur and Travis Hunter, are going to have their jerseys retired during the spring game this weekend. Just what do you feel about that? Just immediately after they're done, they're going to hang the numbers up. There's only 4 previous Buffs that have had their jerseys retired. What do you think?
Well, I think maybe they're trying to do more of those. Maybe a school like CU should have more than 4 retired. I don't know about a waiting period. It's college football. It's not like they're, going to come back around or something. It's, Travis Hunter especially, I'm not sure we'll ever see a player do the things he did while he was in Boulder. So, I guess I'm not like crazed. I mean, both my kids went there. So, I've been around campus, here and there. I don't have a beef with it. I certainly think, list any players in CU history. It's hard to find, especially in Travis Hunter's case, it's hard to find a player with that kind of resume.
It certainly is. Hey, real quick, Jeff, reading through, we know what the Broncos need. But are the running backs, is this a resurgent year for running backs, or is there going to be a run? Because now that I'm starting to see some of these mocks, my goodness gracious, they've got these guys kicking up and kicking up and kicking up.
Yeah, Moj, I think there's so many. I don't think teams will push them up the board, but that's just my personal opinion. I think Genty is the only true first-round grade, but that said, it's the best class I've seen in decades of running backs. So the Broncos could get one who fits their offense in round 2, round 3, round 4, round 5, easy. At any time they pick, it will be hard for me to believe that a running back is not one of the best players they have remaining on the board.
What is the most important attribute for one of these running backs to fit into a Sean Payton offense?
If you want to play on second, anything, beyond second and short, you better be able to catch the ball, run precise routes, and you better make good choices in pass protection. That's why Javonte Williams, everybody kept asking, why is Javonte Williams getting all those snaps on third down? It's because he was the best pass protector of any of the running backs the Broncos had. And in this draft, the two best pass protecting running backs, in my opinion, are Travion Henderson and Trevor Etienne. Those are the two guys I would keep an eye on, and Dylan Sampson. Those are the three running backs I would keep an eye on if I was a Bronco fan.
So when you're watching film of these guys and you're assessing pass protection, is it their physicality? Is it their smarts? What do they do that's better than others in the pass pro?
Well, part of it's hard, Vic, because a lot of guys aren't ever asked to do it. And in the college game, outside of the SEC, you don't see a lot of rush coverage combos that force running backs to have to stay in. In the SEC, it's a different deal. And that's why it's frankly, it's easier to evaluate players there because it's good on good all the time. But you have to make good choices. You got to pick the right rusher. You can't cross the face of the quarterback and mess up the play if you've made the wrong choice.
Yeah.
And you got to be willing to get in there and do it. You're going to be smashing a player a lot bigger than you most of the time. So, but it's all of it. And it's a hard skill. It's an undervalued skill among us outside. But coaches, you talk to a running back coach about running backs before the draft, and you ask a running back coach about anybody, the two things you always get are, does he make the guy miss in the hole, the one-on-one, and can he play on third down? And those are the two things that a pro evaluator wants in a running back. And it's not what we talk about, sort of on the fantasy football level, but you don't get third down snaps as a young running back if you can't block in pass protection.
Leggy, really quick. We're going to talk to you again on Thursday. If I promise not to do this on Thursday, can I ask for somebody beyond 70th on your top 100?
Now you're getting Thursday's your time to dive in, my friend.
Oh, he just
wait. You're gonna make me wait until Thursday?
Yeah, he just denied
Thursday's
you.
your day.
All right, fine.
He makes you wait every year. Why would this be different?
I got professional guidelines I got to live in.
Well, I was just it's going to drop on Sunday. I need to get one little sneak somewhere. So if I got to wait till Thursday, it's fine.
Took your shot, got rejected. You were making the rounds at Thirsties, and 3 girls said, nope, I'm not dancing.
Hey,
I think our deal was you had to do a TikTok dance if you weren't giving me a top 100. I think that was our deal.
I would never make such a deal with you. You know that.
You know what that just sounded like? You know what that just sounded like to me, Jeff? Hey, Margot Robbie, it's Brett Kane. What's up? Go to hell.
Yeah. Just a straight stiff arm.
Take that L on the way out.
I will ask again in 2 days, so be prepared for that.
I am prepared. I am prepared. Dug in and prepared.
All right, buddy. Always appreciate talking to you. Thanks.
See you, fellas.
Jeff Legwell, ESPN.com, All Conversations with Leggy, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. We got a keyword coming up, the final of the day. If you want to pair of tickets to the Nuggets opening game against the Clippers, Saturday at 1:30. Give you the keyword next.
Get the AC pumping. Get it working before it's too late. Vic Lombardi here. You know how you love working up a sweat in the summer, working outdoors. Well, it's not fun when the AC is not working. There's nothing worse than that. So good thing is AAA Home Services has a $49 AC tune-up special going on right now. Do it before it's too late. Do it before May. Schedule today to get that tune-up at AAAtoday.com. Give them a call at AAA Home Services or go straight online. AAAtoday.com.
Ramona. Ramona.
Yep. Ramona Shelburne. Keyword. Final one today for the Nuggets playoff ticket Tuesday. This is for game 1 at Ball Arena, 1:30 against the Clippers this Saturday. The final keyword is flop. Text flop and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You got a chance to win those tickets to Game 1 of the Nuggets and Clippers at Ball Arena this Saturday. So it's flop in your first and last name. And if you don't want to wait, it's very simple. Go to nuggets.com/tickets. Go get your own.
Do you think at some point in this series we will be discussing a flop that affected a game?
I don't know if we get one super late. Maybe. Maybe we will. By the way, some news coming across for the Avs. The conditioning stint of Gabriel Landeskog is done.
So he's conditioned.
He is conditioned, and he is back with the Avs.
So it's done. So the long dream, the promise, the mission, the road back to health is done. He's ready to play hockey for the Colorado Avalanche in the playoffs.
He is returning to be a member of the Colorado Avalanche.
That's awesome. What a comeback story. What a redemption story that took place, and it felt like an eternity. 3 years, and here he is. Wow. Congratulations, Gabriel Landeskog. I'm so happy for him. That's awesome.
I don't know how it works, Vic, in terms of, again, in the postseason, there is no salary cap. So he's a member. He's back with the Avalanche, but I don't think he's activated yet. I don't think you can activate him.
So can he practice if you're not activated?
Yeah, he can practice, but he's not. It's just his conditioning stint has been terminated. His loan has been terminated.
As soon as the regular season ends, boom, turn on the clock. Let's go.
Avs regular season is over, but the NHL regular season ends Thursday.
So does that mean they have to wait before they can do it? If the Avs are done? I mean, they're done.
This has never happened before. I don't know. Not like this. Maybe we should call Vegas and find out all the times they've done it with Stone at what the exact procedure is. Because you have to get, I don't want to say approval, but the league has to be notified, blah, 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 blah. And I think once you just activate the player in the postseason, the player's ready to go.
You know, every step has worked out now. He had obviously some drawbacks. Early in the season, he was supposed to play by the first of the year. Remember that? He'll be back on the. That didn't happen. It didn't happen. And then we said, okay, maybe midseason. That didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
And then everybody sort of lost hope. And then here he is. He plays for the Eagles, and now he's going to play the next time he wears a uniform. It's going to be for the Colorado Avalanche.
The good news, Moj, is the response here is basically like he's responded well, like played back-to-back games, seems to be healthy enough and feels good enough to where they're like, we're good. Nothing else to see here.
I tell you what, if I was a doctor, first of all, it's about how Gabe feels. How's he feeling? How's his body feel? You know, when you get hit by guys over and over and over again for the first time in nearly 3 years, Brett, you're probably good. Like, ah. Yeah, if Brandon was getting hit, how would it sound? Ow! 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 So I'm sure he's got to go through some of that, right? But, boy, if I was Gabe, I would fly back to my surgeon and say, man, I feel pretty good. Will you take a look and see if it's looking as good as I feel?
Right.
Wouldn't you want that too? Wouldn't you want that peace of mind in your head?
What does
do you
take
mean?
a look mean?
What do you want to go under the hood here? Or what are we doing? What do you mean take a look?
Yeah, check your dipstick, Vic. You want to check my dipstick?
Well, I don't understand your reference to taking a look.
Well,
I mean, he's playing. I mean, what is there to look at?
For peace of mind, I would want to have another MRI or a...
Not me. I'm just playing. I mean, it's done now. Let's go.
Okay.
It looks like I got hit with 10 pounds of meat all night.
You're the guy who you have a fever and then you just keep shoving that thermometer because you want to make sure that the fever's down.
You got to check your dipstick, Vic. Come on. Obviously.
He's fine.
I would want, after nearly 3 years out, I know I'm feeling good. Hey, Doc, how do you think it looks?
What do you want, a blue patch?
I would go over it with a fine-tooth comb and say, all right, baby, you are ready to take on whomever's in front of you, this time it being the Dallas Stars. If that happens, if he's activated, that would be the next step. He has to be activated. His conditioning loan has been terminated. He's back under the Avalanche auspices. Now, when will he be activated if he is? When is that? Thursday night at midnight?
I don't know. Whenever the last game is played, it's it doesn't mean any. We know it's happening. So what does it matter when?
I guess it doesn't. I'm beyond blown away by this, man. I didn't want to allow myself to think this was a possibility. I didn't want my heart hurting.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty nuts. The fact that this is almost a 3-year journey. Like I said this the other day. Baby Jamal Cale was born, and then 2 weeks later, Gabe played his last game.
Mm-hmm. So baby Jamal has never witnessed Gabriel Landeskog on the ice.
Yeah, and that kid's now driving.
Yeah. Baby Jamal Cale is driving
Baby
now.
Jamal Cale is my height now.
Yeah.
It's just so crazy. Man, oh man. I'm trying to think of what the possibilities are going to be.
I wonder what.
I'll tell you what, if I was in Dallas, I'd be going, Al! Wait, is it possible now that you could play? Al!
I still wonder, by the way.
By the way, there's not a whole lot of people in Dallas that actually talk like that. It's become such a cosmopolitan city that, hey, maybe 1973, you're going to get some Dallas people talking like Jerry Jones, old school Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
Now it's like, hi, my name is Rick, and I am a lawyer in downtown Dallas.
How's the ice in Dallas?
Smiles and glory holes.
Just like that.
Oh, I forgot. We're going to have Vic talking about ice in warm climates again. Yeah.
How is the ice?
Oh, it's pretty good.
Okay.
They're going to turn the AC way down.
Okay.
Al!
Yesterday, I went somewhere I've never been before. Been with this company, 8 years. I walked outside the roof of Ball Arena yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, for a thing we're doing, a project we're working on. And it was cool, man. You ever been up there?
I've never been up there, but I've been to the door that takes you up there.
Yeah, there's just like one little door, dude.
Yeah.
You get up this door, you got to jump over seats, get to this door, and all of a sudden, boom, you're on the roof. It was really cool.
Neat.
I don't know if you know this about me, Vic. I have a little problem with heights. I have a little
so
issue.
do I. I'm afraid of heights, too.
Yeah,
I wouldn't go. I would not walk to the
catwalk?
No. There. When you could look over.
Yeah. No, I would not.
I ain't looking over the top. I ain't doing that.
But see, I would even worry if I tripped. Like, am I going to roll like a bowling pin off? That kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Can I give you guys a number?
Oh, that was cute.
Jokic is very obviously the best player in the world. Okay, we all know this. Jokic can do a little bit of everything. But he's never been known as a scorer, right? Like, as far as the elites in the league, and
but if he wanted to, he could.
Yes, but you think of like, hey, who's a bucket?
Yeah.
Jokic is never going to be the first guy who's called out.
Yeah, but
he could be, but he's not going to.
If he had the desire to lead the league in points, he could do it every single year.
But if you're just talking about, hey, I need a guy to go get me a bucket, you'd pull up a Shea, you'd get like a Giannis or something, Steph, somebody. Top 5 highest scoring games in the NBA this year.
Number 1 is Joker.
Joker's 61-point triple-double was the most points scored in an NBA game.
Mm-hmm.
Jokic has 2 of the top 5, actually.
Yeah, 55. Or was it
56?
Yeah, that was both losses, by the way.
And I'm over it. I have resigned myself to he's not winning the MVP, and that's fine. But I'm having a hard time finding a statistic that he is not the leader in. Like, if you really go through the list, it's like he has 2 of the top 5 scoring performances this year. He's top 3 in all the major categories. Mm-hmm. It's remarkable, the season that he's had.
Listen to this. I heard Patrick Beverley on his podcast was discussing why Shea Gilgeous-Alexander deserves the MVP. And among the discussion points, he said, he's a scorer. He's on a great team. He's leading a great team. He's got great fashion. And I said, wait, excuse me?
He said fashion?
He brought up fashion as a reason why.
Yeah. Sure.
What is wrong with you?
He listed fashion as a reason why
Jokic has gotten pretty fashionable,
actually. Tremendous. But I mean, the fact that he said that, I sat there and I said, where are we right now in this debate when fashion is on the list? How about hygiene? Is hygiene on the list?
Hair? What about hair? It's so funny to me. Oh, No, I was in the middle of talking, by the way, and then you did that to me. That doesn't give you an invitation to do it again.
You just did it to me.
Yeah. You do the private conversations.
Well, this is a public radio show.
It's a public radio show.
Public.
It's for the public.
Private. It's not a private little enterprise. It's
public. Texture says Jokic is one of the best bucket getters in the league. I totally agree. He is never going to be called that, though.
No, because
he's never going to be.
You know why? Because he does everything right, and he does everything well. And when you do everything well, it's hard to pinpoint one specific area. It's just he's a victim of his own talents, really.
Do we have? We have until Friday. We're going to have to find out an operation before Friday. Jeff suggests Operation Slam Dallas with 10 pounds of meat. Are we going to have an operation by Friday, or are we not?
I don't know. I think you can't force this thing. Okay,
it's got to be. Yeah.
Operation Sister Beaverton. Sister Beaverton, what you looking
Operation
for?
Trim the Beard.
That's only for a series, though.
Yeah, dude. It's going to last the whole time.
If we need to, we could hit the voice of the people because you may remember we got a Broncos operation courtesy of Tobias a while ago.
Operation Find a Joker, whatever that is, that's not drafted during a Taco Bell commercial.
Yeah.
So if you have any ideas, hit us on the voice of the people. Let's go.
Steve says, we're not doing this, Steve. Operation Poke the Bear. That's not going to happen.
Well, this is an operation for an inside joke. It could be an inside joke that also relates to the Nuggets, but that doesn't relate to the Nuggets.
Poke the bear a little bit.
But wanting to poke the bear is universal. Everybody wants, at some point, to poke the bear.
Gabe is coming back. How about Operation Bring the Milkshake to the Yard?
I don't even care anymore.
I do like that one. To be honest with you.
Operation Suck a Milkshake. Fine. I mean, whatever. I don't care. I don't care.
Hey, do you want to hear a pretty crazy stat? Is that since acquiring Jimmy Butler, the Golden State Warriors went 23-8 and are still a play-in team.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. They went 23-8.
That's how bad they were. Yeah, that's how bad they were.
And there's still people who believe that they're a championship level team. I've never been there. I've never thought that. I just think they're too small. Come playoff time, they're just the size is going to be an issue for them. I really do.
So you're getting like you need to rely on how old is Steph now? Like 36?
36?
You start relying on 36-year-olds, it gets pretty dicey.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up age because with this Nuggets Clippers series, all right, the Nuggets are the younger team.
Yeah.
Kawhi,
are they really?
Dude, it's not even close.
Look across the board.
Hold on, let me check it out. I got to check it out.
Harden's 35. Kawhi, I believe, is what, 34?
Something like that, yeah.
Their best players.
Batum is 36.
Okay, their best players are older players, and I just wonder. Everybody says it's going to go 7. So
Patty
if it goes
Mills
7,
is 36. Kawhi's 33. Okay,
tax these guys.
Sure,
tax them.
I think the same thing. And that's you get CB in transition enough times to make him play full court. I mean, yeah, you can get to him in a hurry. It is funny because this team has been together for so long. You see them as older, and they aren't. I mean, what is Jamal? Joker's 30. Is Jamal like 28?
He's got to be 28. Yeah,
28.
Yeah, it feels like they're old because the score's been together for 10 years. For crying out loud. So yeah, age is relative, but still relatively young. Listen,
well, Vic, help me out real quick. Can Zubats run?
What do you mean run? He's not going to run any marathons. He can get up and down the court.
Because Joker's
faster than him.
Okay, so Joker can get up. And Joker, he doesn't tire. He gets up and down the floor.
Yeah, Joker's faster. You know, Zubats, the thing about Zubats and Joker, Zubats is a load. You know, he leads the NBA in rebounds. And that's what makes that's what makes the Clippers so tough to play is that they rebound defensively, so you don't get extra shots up. Zubats will clean it up.
Yep.
He'll vacuum those things right up. So you got to make your shots. The question is, what kind of defense will the Clippers employ? What is Jeff Van Gundy working on right now? What experiment is he working on to deal with Nikola Jokic? Is he just going to play him straight up? I don't think that's the case. They can't afford to get Zubats in foul trouble. If they go straight up with Joker, Zubats on Joker, I'm telling you, that's not going to work.
Yeah.
So I think you're going to see something, some wrinkle. You might even change your starting five. You might bring a Batum into the starting five and have him front Joker, just like the Lakers did, right?
Yeah.
You might bring somebody up to do that. Even Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons can serve that role.
How much does he play for them?
Well, he could be that guy.
Well, what is he,
sort of
6'10"?
The gnat that fronts
So
Joker
Simmons
and
is
follows
6'10".
him everywhere.
Simmons is 6'10". What happened to that guy?
Gotta be able to shoot.
I mean, that guy's a wreck. Wow.
So he gets 15 minutes a game, something like that. How about this Operation Double Championship? Are you winning a championship? I don't mind that.
That is good. Champ and a chip.
Operation Double Championship.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to be on the 2025 going into 2026 version of drop tournament and all that, or whatever it is.
Can you assure we'll be here for that?
No, I cannot at all. In the way things are going right now, we probably won't be.
Bog dong, big dong, bag dong, bag.
Nelly, were you able to get in touch with your predecessor and figure out if we have all those from 19 through 20 and 21 and all that?
Yeah, it's all floating around the server here somewhere. Honestly, I reached out to him about it, and then Michael Malone and Calvin Booth got fired, and so we kind of tabled that whole thing.
Next time you reach out to Marty, tell him to shut up.
Hey,
I think he just heard you all the way from Illinois, Vic.
But listen, this would be the perfect week, especially tomorrow, to be honest with you, to go through some of the old drop tournaments that from years gone by that we've forgotten about.
Well, you're just going to make tomorrow a clip show?
No, but I'm just saying I would like to revisit perhaps.
Playoffs are coming.
Wait, does any TV show do clip shows anymore? Remember when those were a thing for long-time shows? They would just have an episode. They're like,
well, then
throw our greatest hits together.
Nelly, if you find them, just send them to me so I can listen to them at home because I can't even remember what we said back in 2019.
All right, right here. I grabbed. I have the Elite 8 from 2021. Do you want to hear any of these?
2021. All right, let me think. What was happening in 2021? That was the year after COVID, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're coming out of
COVID
it.
was still going on.
Was it still going on?
Yeah.
At that point? I can't remember.
I mean, 2021 was the Avs run to the Cup that year, right?
No,
I mean, I know it was going into 22.
Was that the bubble?
No, they won it in 2022. Yeah,
I know, but it's the 21-22 season.
Yeah, okay, you're right.
Name a word that begins with Z.
Xylophone.
Remember that one? That was great.
Yeah, we haven't done that in a while.
God, we haven't played the feud.
You know what? This would be a good week for the feud. Maybe we should play the feud.
Should we do the feud again sometime?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, the last time, the reason we stopped playing the feud, for those of you wondering, is because we broke it. We won.
Yeah, it's also
remember we won
for the first time ever.
That's
we
not
won the
fun
game
when you guys are doing well. When you guys said name an instrument that starts with Z and then you go xylophone, that makes the game worth it. I don't care if you guys actually get it.
What was the appliance one?
Nelly, what else is on there?
Hey, didn't your cat die?
That was hysterical laughter followed by that. Yeah. Fun.
Do you know what's happening in Dallas today? This is now a trend. Josh Kroenke met with the media yesterday. In Dallas today, GM Nico Harrison and one of the co-owners of that Mavericks franchise, Rick Welts, they're holding a roundtable with select Dallas media members.
Seems like it should be fun.
That's going to be wild.
We'll get to our winner of the pair of tickets to the Nuggets playoff game in just a couple of minutes. Stick around.
We'll probably sit around and cook some soups and eat bread and desserts and just get all fat and sassy.
Guys, if you're suffering with any kind of form of erectile dysfunction and you're tired of the frustration and the embarrassment that ED can cause, don't laugh it off. Don't say it's no big deal. Do something about it and get it fixed. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today at 720-440-7900. Their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail, and their success rates are well over 90%. Look, they've served the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So do yourself a favor and your partner a favor. Schedule a consult today with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The visit's only $99. It includes the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You get the T and the PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. Now, if that doesn't work, your appointment is absolutely free, but you know it's going to work, and it's going to be better for you. You're going to be back in business the day after your appointment. It's an expert staff, and they're going to help you. 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. So again, call today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Today is my wife's birthday, so happy birthday.
Oh, happy
Megs.
birthday.
So that's the hardest part.
Yeah, well, Tim, I'm divorced. I'm divorced. I feel like the bubble would have been perfect for me.
That's what you said to Conley. What was it? The GM of the Nuggets is nice enough to come on our show, and then you berated him for you being divorced. How about that?
That had to be 2020. Yeah, okay.
That was in the 2021 drop tournament. That was a 5 seed, made it to the Elite 8.
Okay, so that was from the previous year. Okay.
Yeah.
Give me let's just run through them real quick, Nelly, please.
What are we doing here?
Sorry.
What do you mean running
one more,
through
just
them?
One more.
Kale McCarr.
Okay, that's enough of that.
Out of the tulip box.
All right, that
a
was
little
lame.
dangle, a little shooty shoot.
Yeah, of course.
Late great Peter
that
McNabb.
one's on.
Shooty shoot?
Yeah, there's
Shooty shoot?
That was awesome.
Okay, so a couple details, by the way. We were talking about earlier that CU is retiring the numbers of Shedeur and Travis Hunter. So the response here from, I think, most CU alums is questionable.
I actually had gotten a couple of texts from some CU alums last night with basically WTFs. That's the reaction that I got. And I know it's anecdotal, just a couple of people who are CU alums, but that's what I got. And these are big CU people. These are people that actually played sports at CU. Will that help?
I've gotten a couple. And one of them, I won't say word for word, but basically, why do they skip the line? What about Cordell Stewart? What about Chris Hudson? What about a whole bunch of different
They're
people?
just defending their own, and they have every right to do that. There's, I know of a bunch of CU alum who were prominent members of the football program who are not only upset, very disappointed.
I mean, Alfred's one of the best buffs of all time.
Very disappointed
in
that
the College Football Hall of Fame.
There should be no butting in line, and this is what's taking place. There's just that's what it is. Right? You're in line, and somebody just butted right in front of you, and you're like, wait.
Well, then why hasn't it been done? Why hasn't it been done? Cordell was one of the best buffs of all time. Alfred's one of the best buffs of all time.
I don't know.
Why are we sitting around waiting on it? I mean, Alfred's been out of CU for over 30 years, bro. 33 years. I mean, what are we doing?
You know, both things can be true. I mean, both of these guys deserve this. I'm not saying they're undeserving, but not now.
Mm-hmm.
Not days after. Not now.
Right.
It's just the timing of it is just silly. It's like, look at me timing. It's stupid.
And let's call a spade, at least in my head. Shedeur was fantastic here. If his dad is not the coach, then this isn't happening.
Listen, I choose to look at this differently. Shedeur will be the highest drafted quarterback in program history. Shedeur's numbers are amazing numbers. There's no denying this. Just on that alone, production alone, he deserves recognition. Just not now. Not before a guy who won a national championship. Not before a guy who carried a team to a one-loss season that I thought was the most talented CU team ever. I mean, others come before you. Honor the others before you.
Yeah. It's very strange. Again, have they even graduated? They haven't even graduated yet, right?
I don't know.
I mean, graduation's in May.
It just is. I don't want to say it feels forced. I really don't mind it. It's like
you do mind it, otherwise we wouldn't be talking about it.
Well, I suppose, but it's not that big of a deal in my opinion.
It doesn't alter our lives. Listen, CU could do whatever the hell it wants to do. It's never going to change. But opinions, the only reason I'm forming this opinion is because of the reaction I've seen, heard, felt from fellow CU football alum.
That's
not my reaction.
And Vic,
it doesn't impact me at all. I don't care.
That's the same reaction that I've gotten.
Yeah.
And by the way, Coach Prime is not turned away from the past that I can tell. It's not like he's doing his own thing.
I missed on this one.
Yeah, he's brought in outside people, the Sapps of the world and that kind of thing. But at the same time, guys who have been major parts of that program over the years are welcome up there. They're not shut out. It's just that this to me was a bit of a misstep.
Yeah.
And whoever decided to do it at this particular time, I think should just take a little inventory and say, yeah, probably was a little bit of a misstep.
So if you guys missed this from earlier, Gabe Landeskog, his conditioning loan is done, so he is going to rejoin the Avs today.
Somebody also sent us. Oh, I'm sorry, Brett. I apologize.
No, you're fine.
EJ Radick has tweeted out. You like EJ? I do. As we await the official playoff schedule, I'm hearing there will be 2 games on Saturday, including the Avs and Stars opener.
And I think it'll go opposite the Nuggets-Clippers, and I think that's criminal. And I think that's where both leagues have to grow up, get together, look at their networks, and say what's best for each of these cities. That's silly. It's bad for Denver sports fans. Denver sports fans, once you get the schedule, and I don't know what to say to you. That's wrong.
Especially if you're in the arena on Saturday.
You're
if
screwed.
you're going to the game, you're done for.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible. It's impossible to do both, right? We know, you got getting cell service when there's 18,000 people crunched in the same building is impossible.
Plus, you want to enjoy each one for what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man.
Now, we don't know when it's going to be. The fact that game's on Saturday does not surprise me.
Well, what's the TNT window for programming on Saturday, Moshe? What's the TNT window?
Let me call 1-800-TNT-WINDOW, and I'll find. I don't know. Do they have something on at night? Do they probably have hoops at night?
I don't know, but the ultimate solution to this would be maybe to start the Avs and Stars at 5 o'clock. That'd be perfect. That'd be 6 o'clock Dallas time. Nice little evening affair.
Let me see here.
Nuggets
Saturday,
in the afternoon.
Let's see if it's ESPN, ABC. No, so all the games on Saturday for the NBA are on ESPN. Okay, all the games on Saturday or ABC. The last game is ABC.
Wait, are you talking about hockey?
No, this is basketball.
Yeah, I know basketball. We already have the schedule for basketball.
Well, you said 2 games?
I'm talking hockey.
Moser, you said 2 games on Saturday?
That's what EJ said. 2 games on Saturday, including the Avs and Stars.
Okay, if you were to play 2 games.
You would think that the Avs Stars would be the most West Coast of the game, so maybe that gets the later
game.
window. So
Yeah, you'd think
all right, well,
that would be.
then now we're talking.
Unless it's a daytime game
talking.
and they have the East Coast game.
I mean, listen,
it's 7 o'clock Eastern.
If TNT sticks it in the Nuggets window, then TNT's sticking it to Denver.
How many other teams might have this problem? How many other teams have both NBA and NHL teams in the playoffs at the same time?
Let's go through the list, shall we?
I mean, Dallas technically didn't the Mavs make one?
No, they're not in the playoffs.
I'm looking
they're
in
in
the
the play-in.
Yeah.
I'm looking in the East.
Well, if they
right
win
now.
2 games, then potentially.
The Kings, Lakers, Clippers.
Yes. Put these side by
That's
side.
Well, Dallas could win the play-in, right?
Yeah, but
Well,
they're not.
that's what
It's
I
not
was just
official
saying.
yet. I'm not going to call Dallas one of those teams.
Minnesota.
But nobody except L.A.
Florida.
No, they don't play in the same building, Vic.
No, I'm just talking
We're
about
talking
teams
about
playing at the same
schedule
time.
conference.
Right.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Minnesota's one, LA is one, Denver's one.
Yeah.
Potentially Dallas if they make it out of the play-in, which they won't.
They won't.
Yeah, Miami in Florida.
That's it. That is it.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah.
Edmonton. Does Edmonton have an NBA team?
Yeah.
The
Does
Edmonton Hoopsters?
Does Winnipeg have an NBA team?
Yep.
Does like the Winnipeg CFL team, right? That's a big deal. up
Blue
there.
Bombers.
Yeah, that's a big deal for them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you ever seen a basketball in Winnipeg, Moshe?
No. Not one.
Isn't it funny how
Never seen a hoop, never seen a ball. Never. No.
It does still surprise me, and it's amazing that the Canadian Football League has 2 teams with the nickname Rough Riders.
Well, one is the Rough Riders.
I understand.
And
but
one is Rough Riders.
Oh,
Understand.
wow. Huge distinction there.
But at some point, the one team that got it first, the other team, we'll show them.
First hockey game for TNT starts at 4 p.m. on Saturday.
4 p.m. What, Eastern time or when?
Mountain time. 4 p.m. Mountain time.
Fine.
So it looks
We're
like
good.
you'll be fine anyway.
We're good.
Good.
You would catch like
All's
the
good.
very tail,
It's all right.
I guess.
It's all right. Hey, man, just give me some. I just need some time to breathe.
All right, so winner of the pair of tickets to the Nuggets' first game against the Clippers at Ball Arena Saturday 1:30 is Oh, God, Nelly, I pulled up the wrong sheet. Hang on. It is Spencer Bell. Yeah. Congratulations, Spencer. Pirates take it to the first game, Nuggets and Clippers.
Way to go, Spencer. By the way, the Ottawa Rough Riders, they were the Rough Riders. They changed their name to the Red Blacks.
My team in the Police Athletic League was the Rough Riders.
Really?
And, yeah.
Sounds great.
It was great. It's great teams. Back when the Police Athletic League was running, bro. Played the Bucking Broncos,
Look at
the
me,
Pirates.
Dude, if we're playing,
how can I forget the Pirates?
Assuming
the
practice that horse, man. You don't mess with them.
Oh yeah.
Assuming that they're going to have an Eastern matchup on Saturday, we're going to be the late game, so the puck will drop at 8:15 Dallas time.
Okay, so I think we're in the clear.
Yeah.
I think we're in the clear on this. So,
okay.
Talk more tomorrow as we inch our way closer and closer to the playoffs. Find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find them.
My first play as a Rough Rider, I was told to go kick off, and I didn't kick it far enough, but I kicked it far enough to get the onside kick, recovered it, and everybody thought I did it on purpose.
Right here.
Big days.
Playing it right here. Right here in the middle of your schnoz. Chris Apple on you.
Back when men played.
Bagged on.
Talk to you guys tomorrow. Talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Bogdan, Bogdan, Big Don, bagged on.
A 2K Tuesday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi. It's also a Nuggets playoff ticket Tuesday. The playoff push is done. You thought the tickets were done. They're not. We're getting you guys in to see the Nuggets in round one. This is your chance to win a pair of tickets to Saturday's game one against the Clippers at Ball. We'll tell you what your first keyword is coming up in just 10 minutes from right now. Every single one of our shows today is giving away a pair of tickets to get you in for a playoff game, the only place in the state that can get that done for you. So make sure you guys are listening on the 20s today throughout the entire day. Coach, let's go! Yeah, no doubt, Kaz. That's exciting. Speaking of playoff games and Saturday and timing, we know the Clip Show are coming here at 1:30, right? We know that is the start time for the Nuggets and Clippers.
Are you talking about the Clip Show that the national media has all of a sudden adopted as their darling and have predicted on ESPN in their little, all their writers went around and talked about, Clippers in 6, Clippers in 7. 7 of the 9 riders right now picking.
They are an awfully hot basketball team.
Okay.
15 of 7 is hot. I'm not with them. I think Denver gets this done in 6.
All right, good.
I have the Nuggets in 6.
Yep.
I have the Avs in 6. Those are both of my series predictions for what should be really, really difficult opening round matchups.
Just as long as you don't have the Rockies in 6 as well.
Oof.
Might be Bud Black's firing in 6.
Yeah, this is I didn't think they could dig themselves any deeper. The Rockies are god-awful. Bryant goes on the 10-day IL. He has a degenerative back issue.
Yeah, it's called.
We need a full season of
It's called being old.
It's called I don't love baseball.
It's called I got a bunch of sheets in the bank account.
Yeah, the guy doesn't like baseball. Just let his actions since he's been a Rocky speak to you. But anyway, I digress. Going back to the Clippers. Clippers are, I'd say they're not necessarily Vegas favorites, but they are the darlings right now. The national darlings.
So we heard from EJ Radick, who tweeted out earlier today that there are 2 games expected to be played at least on Saturday for the NHL. That's the earliest that the playoffs can begin, the 19th. We know that the Nuggets and the Clippers are playing at 1:30 right here in Denver on Saturday. He said that he expects Colorado and Dallas to be part of the Saturday slate. Moj at the very, very tail end of Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. We got nervous about this. I talked to our program director about this yesterday. We went through an exhaustive list of schedules and history for the NBA and the NHL in terms of scheduling on that same day. And we kind of came to the conclusion, oh no, we're screwed. The Nuggets and the Avs are going to be playing at exactly the same time, and then they'll be playing on the same days, and you're going to have to choose what you either listen to or what you watch or what you go to. Moj did some digging.
Ooh.
It looks as though there are 2 TNT windows on Saturday. There is a window that starts at 4 p.m. Mountain, and then a window that starts at 8 p.m. Mountain. Now, what Radick said was a Western Conference matchup and an Eastern Conference matchup. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out they're not going to start an East Coast game at 10 p.m. The Avs and the Dallas Stars are likely going to face off right around 8 p.m. on Saturday, which is the best of both worlds.
It sure is.
You get a little bit of a time for a nap. You can decompress for the Nuggets after they win game 1, round 1. You get done with that thing. You listen to Dan Tanner on his post-game show. You watch Demps and Vic on their post-game show.
And then you know what? You wake up and it's Resurrection Sunday, baby.
You crack a Labatt or 2.
Jeez, man. I was trying to, you got to get into a Labatt. It's the Holy Week, baby. Take that gospel right there, KJ.
Yes, sir.
Make sure this young man here understands.
That's for Sunday.
He understands.
I'm talking about Saturday. Saturday is for sports.
You better preach,
debauchery.
KJ. You let him know.
Gotta let him know, baby.
Gotta let him know.
He had to be, he had to die to be resurrected. I gotta hold on. I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
I'm sorry.
I'm getting there.
Man, we went Mark of the Beast to start the show out when Rockies in 6, Avs in 6.
Sunday's Easter. I get that. I understand that. If you don't think I'm going to floor it on Saturday for both of these playoff games, you're missing something here. I can go.
You're going to be working.
I can
Alex.
go and I can go.
Alex,
and
you're
beg
going to be working.
That is true.
You're
I can
doing
go
the
and beg for
post-game show.
forgiveness the next day. Isn't that what confession is all about? That's what Holy Communion is all about.
Yeah, it's Resurrection
Absolve
Sunday,
me
man.
of my
You're right.
sins.
You're right about
Absolve
that.
me of my 6 Labatt Blues.
Hey, KJ, man.
Am I going to get smote?
KJ, you know what? They're
The power of Christ compels you.
our people are going to come. They're going to come and remove us from the show here.
They
Are they
sure
not?
are. They sure are, man, because they see the trouble that we face. And they see what's up the road ahead.
They see the gremlin across the table from you two, the demon sent
The
from
evil
hell.
one. The evil one, Alex Ryanemi. the godless Finn from the great country, from the Scandinavian continent.
The Norse believe in a dude who shoots, fire or lightning bolts.
Believes
from his
in
fingers.
mythological creatures. What a weekend it will be, though, Raj.
I'm sure the Norsemen pray to some Slytherin sea beast that scared the crap out of them when it was actually, just like a storm that took out their pre-modern ships.
You know what else is Sunday? April 20th.
No, that means nothing to me. What are you trying to get at here?
It's a wild.
Yeah, I'm
wild,
excited.
wild weekend, man. I'll tell you what, Colorado, this place, for the sinners, man. For the sinners.
Saturday's going to be awesome. 92.5 is your exclusive home for Nuggets basketball and Avalanche playoff hockey. Again, a playoff ticket Tuesday all day long on the 20s. We are giving away a pair of tickets every show on Altitude today to get you inside the building on Saturday to see the Nuggets take on the Clippers in round 1, game 1. Your keyword coming up in about 5 minutes from right now. You'll have another one at 11:20. So if you didn't win with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, you can win with us. You can win with PhD. You can certainly win in the afternoon from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. with Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl. Let's get back to that Clippers-Nuggets matchup. What's the reason, outside of the Clippers being hot, and they are, 15 of 17 to get into that 5 seed, what's the main reason for them being these media darlings?
Because of James Harden's incredibly ugly, thick beard.
Right, but James Harden historically, that guy falls flat in the playoffs. And that's, I heard Moj get nervous about, get ready to watch him go to the line. There's a reason why James Harden struggles in the playoffs. Whistles get tighter, right? They swallow those things more often than not in the playoffs. They allow you to play. They allow these athletes, these world-class athletes, to beat the living crap out of each other comparatively with the playoffs to the regular season. You don't get the benefit of the whistle all that often in the playoffs. That's the reason why I'm not scared about him. He doesn't scare me. He doesn't scare me from a point of either from a basketball perspective or from a viewership perspective. I don't think this is going to be a parade to the free throw stripe at all. So that, for me, that doesn't do it.
Do you think that Russell Westbrook will be out of body because he's looking at his former teammates and it didn't go too well there in Clipland?
There's been so many former teammates.
Yeah, he does have a lot of high-profile former teammates where it didn't end well.
Right,
That's kind of the Russell Westbrook experience.
It's not like it's Mikko Rantanen coming back to Denver to play against his buddies. I think that's legit. When you talk about that series and the emotional human dynamic of the Stars and the Avs, and again, Moj talked about this a little bit yesterday. There's an emotional aspect about Mikko Rantanen leaving all of his best friends and his buddies and the home that he had called since he was, 19 years old when he came over here from the American Hockey League with his 1 year with San Antonio in the Rampage. There's an emotional aspect to, I don't think he's going to step up to the plate. I don't think he's going to utilize that to the best of his abilities. I think it's going to hamper Rantanen when he comes here. I think there's going to be too much. It's going to be overwhelming for him. He's going to be fine. He's going to be a good player. But I don't think that's going to elevate him to...
But he's also not the type of player that single-handedly, unilaterally goes and elevates a roster.
That's what we've seen since he left Colorado.
But even in Colorado, when you say he's a mutual beneficiary of somebody else that rises all tides.
The stats would say that. However, when when like McKinnon was out of the lineup, whether he was injured or if Makar was out of the lineup, his numbers without Nate when he was here in Denver, really good. Like he produced. Now, when he leaves the cocoon, the bubble here with Jared Bednar and the rest of the roster, he hasn't produced in Carolina or Dallas. So I think it's just more. I think it's more than just Makar. I think it's more than just McKinnon. I think it is the system. And I don't think he's a horse for that Dallas course.
It's going to be a really interesting series, man. There's a lot of storylines on both. The only thing, what I'm excited about, man, and we're finally here. I just feel a lot different this year for whatever reason. I feel a lot different because championship teams oftentimes go through a very up and down, uneven journey towards a championship. And I'd believe it in both of the cases, the Nuggets and the Avs. I'd say that if you rewind 3 months ago for the Colorado Avalanche, you would say, I don't think that we're going to be feeling this type of way going into the postseason. Because you didn't have it set between the pipes again 3 months ago. It wasn't fully set until what that would have been January where it got set?
No, they traded for both of those goaltenders before the calendar flipped.
So about 4 months ago, right?
Yep.
With the Nuggets, 10 days ago, you were dreading the postseason. Were you not?
Yes.
Dreading it. Like, just put us out of our misery.
No,
just give us the T-Wolves.
The only hope was you have the best player on planet Earth. Here's hoping he can drag you to a respectable finish. That's what it was for me.
The problem with that thought process at the time was the 4-game losing streak. Nikola Jokic was dragging everybody. When Nikola Jokic drags people...
They lost a game where he had a 61-point triple-double. Like that is...
Exactly. The Nuggets are better
doing?
When Nikola Jokic, when his 3 main statistical categories are closer to each other, that's when the Nuggets win basketball games. When the point total is 3x, 4x, 6x of the rebound and assist total, you're not winning basketball games. And that was the problem with the Denver Nuggets 10 days ago. You feel so different about this team right now. I do. I mean, I could be wrong. It could be, the 3-game win streak. Was it real? I don't know. The 3 teams are in the postseason, or at least the play-in. It feels real to me. I feel a lot different. That's why I'm so excited for both of these series.
Don't go anywhere. On the other side, your first keyword for a Nuggets playoff Tuesday. We're giving away a pair coming up at the end of the show. You can win pairs of tickets to get you inside the building at Ball Arena Saturday, 1:30 between the Nuggets and the Clippers. Win tickets with us, PhD, Nate and Andy on the 20s. Your first keyword is next. He had to be, he had to die to be resurrected. I gotta. Hold on, I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
I'm sorry.
I'm getting there.
Man, we went Mark of the Beast to start the show out when Rockies in 6, Avs in 6.
Sunday's Easter. I get that. I understand that. If you don't think I'm going to floor it on Saturday for both of these playoff games, you're missing something here. It's a playoff ticket Tuesday, and this is your chance to win a pair of tickets to Saturday's Game 1 against the Clippers. Yes, just one day ahead of Easter Sunday. It's at Ball Arena, 1:30 p.m. on Saturday. Text the keyword CLIP, C-L-I-P, that's CLIP, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you will be entered. If you want to make sure you're in the building and do not leave it to chance, tickets are available at nuggets.com/tickets. If you want to win it right now, though, text CLIP with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. It's a playoff ticket Tuesday on your exclusive home for Mile High playoff action. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Clip it or ticket, baby.
How long were you waiting on that one?
I don't know. It's always on there on the interstate when I'm driving. It's click it or ticket, but yeah,
it's just seared into the back of my brain. Coach, I want to pick your brain on the news coming out of CU.
Oh, this is a hot topic right here. This here is a hot topic.
Both Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders expected to be first-round picks. Top 3, top 5. There's a possibility that Shedeur ends up tumbling down the draft board if teams don't fall in love with him. By the way, a individual workout set with the Giants for Shedeur. So 3 is a legit possibility there. Hunter's number 12 and Sanders' number 2 will become the 5th and the 6th jersey numbers retired by the CU Buffs. Also on that list are Byron White's number 24, Joe Romig's number 67, Bobby Anderson's number 11, and the late Rashawn Salam's number 19.
Yeah, this is a very, very interesting conversation, and it's one that has created what I would say is a fairly significant rift between the pride and tradition of the pre-2023 Colorado Buffaloes, which really I would say the very proud, loud voice of the Colorado program hovers in the 1987 to about 1999, 2000.
You're not going to extend that to. I know they got walloped by Vince Young, but that's still a good football team.
Good football team
into the early parts of the 2000s.
What I would say is that because that genre that I'm talking, that generation of CU Buffs, that's the era that you should start having the conversations timing-wise, traditional timing-wise, around retiring jerseys would be around right now. Namely, Darian Hagan. Guy that I had a chance to coach with at the University of Colorado and really enjoyed getting to know him. National championship caliber quarterback. Does not have his jersey retired. So the conversation, obviously, right now, like J.J. Flanagan. I just saw this on Facebook. And this is where that generation, they're on Facebook, right? Like they're my generation-ish. J.J. Flanagan said, I've been disappointed in my CU Buffs when they haven't won enough games in a season or with the hiring or firing of certain coaches, but I have never been so disappointed in my school, the University of Colorado Buffaloes. I've seen more players that for other universities, play for other universities, are from other universities, rappers, actors, etc. on the sidelines, which is for the television, but former athletes who put blood, sweat, and tears to help build what was a bad program into a national power can't and won't be seen on those same sidelines. And he goes on, J.J. Flanagan, running back 1989 CU Buffs, to say that there are plenty of players that should have had this honor before Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders. Travis Hunter won the Heisman Trophy.
Retire his jersey whenever you want. It feels early, but Travis Hunter gets
it. It feels early, but there's no debating it, right? There's
not for Travis, not at all.
Now, I will say Rashawn Salam, who achieved his Heisman, was in, I believe, is it late 80s, early 90s. Early 90s. Rashawn Salaam wins the Heisman Trophy, and it wasn't until 2017, after he had passed away tragically, that his jersey was retired.
So it's something that CU doesn't do. Now, who did you just quote from Facebook there?
That was J.J. Flanagan.
Okay,
running back.
JJ, I understand where you're coming at from an on-field perspective. You can get lost with the stuff that's happening about all these rappers and non-CU athletes that are around Dion and the program. If you want your, and I'm going to take your words, bad program, right? National championship contending program to get back to where it was when you were there in the late 80s and early 90s and competing for national championships. This is the version of CU it has to have, right? I hate to say it. No one cares about those guys as compared to NFL Hall of Famers that are now around the program. Where he hits it on the head is that it's ridiculous that, like, Alfred Williams isn't a retired jersey. Right? That's the best defensive player in the history of the program. It's nuts that he doesn't have his jersey retired.
You got Matt Russell.
But don't get mad about Dion surrounding the program with lights, camera, and action. Just because they don't have the CU gold and black to their name does not mean that the doors are shut to them.
Raj, I agree wholeheartedly, because the bottom line is what is all of that for?
To make the program better, to get players to come to your school.
Amen. It's all in the name of recruiting. Make the place relevant, which is what Coach Prime has done. This is another interesting take from wide receiver that played at CU in the early 2000s. Darren Shiverini was the offensive coordinator at CU, coached at CU for just about half a decade, and is now a head coach at Northwestern State down in the South. And he says this: retiring numbers is a huge honor and something that should never be taken lightly. I believe strongly that there should be a cooling off period, the same as that with the Hall of Fame in the National Football League, so that decisions are not made out of emotion. The University of Colorado Buffaloes have a storied history of Big 8 and Big 12 championship teams with championship players to go along with a national championship. And he goes on to talk about the history of players that won championships at a height of the Big 12, a height of the Big 8, that do not have their jersey retired. Here's what I say to all this. Do I agree with Coach Prime on this? Do I agree with CU on this? Not necessarily. But what are we all doing right now? What's the entire nation doing, again, around what has been a very quiet spring football practice and a spring game? Oh, by the way, did you realize it was Saturday until this?
Talking about a mediocre football team.
We're talking about the University of Colorado Buffaloes, which, oh, by the way, what's that built for? Recruiting. In the name of recruiting. All that matters now in college football is what are you doing this season and what are you going to do at the next portal entry that you get? The next opportunity to take your shot at the portal. Are you relevant? Are people talking about you? Obviously, everybody's going to always be talking about Coach Prime, but it's been awfully quiet until this. And you all of a sudden put the University of Colorado and the spring game in the national spotlight with this decision.
Where I have an issue is I think Shedeur's number being retired is a little comical. That's a little clown showy. He's going to be the highest quarterback ever drafted out of the program. Was there a world where I could see his jersey retired in the future? Of course. The reason why they're doing this is because if Dion had left before the jersey retirement happened, Travis Hunter's jersey would have always been retired. Now, CU historically doesn't do it. Like the fact that Cordell Stewart's number isn't retired, or like Michael Westbrook's number isn't retired. You've already named a bunch of other ones. Like you can have those type of guys that you're in the conversation. Travis's would have been retired. Winning a Heisman Trophy, you get that thing. It's number 2's gone. Or 12. Sorry, I apologize. Number 12's gone. With number 2, I can't guarantee that Shedeur Sanders would have had his jersey retired if Dion leaves in 3 or 4 years and they hadn't done it. So from a nepotism standpoint, I can see why you're pissed off. Former CU Buffs. I understand that because that's the reason why you're doing it. You're guaranteeing that Shedeur's number gets retired in case you leave. Because if you had left, I don't know if I could justify his jersey being gone. when you have a national championship winning quarterback and you can still wear that guy's number?
By most, if not all accounts, and by my take, Shedeur Sanders absolutely should be, in my opinion, the first quarterback drafted. By most people's opinions, he's going to be a first-round quarterback this year's draft. If he flames out in the National Football League, and this does not go well, 10, 15 years from now, is he a guy that gets his jersey retired by the University of Colorado? If he flames out, like if this is, we're talking Kenny Pickett.
So
bust.
hold on. So it's very, very different.
Let's talk Kenny Pickett.
It's very different. It seems as though the jerseys retired by CU. Doesn't matter what you did in the NFL. Doesn't matter. The Salam retirement is posthumous.
But, Raj, what's the career record at CU and what are the accomplishments of championships?
That's why I'm saying.
So
I can understand being upset about Shedeur. You don't get to be upset about Travis Hunter.
Because I think if Shedeur Sanders goes into the National Football League and lights the world on fire, he will be the first University of Colorado Buffalo quarterback in school history to do that. There's never been a first-round drafted quarterback at the University of Colorado. There has never been anybody to light the world on fire. Obviously, we've talked about Cordell Stewart. Awesome success story. I mean, the guy was incredible. He's a lot of fun to watch. The original Slash.
Right, but like Al won back-to-back Super Bowls and was also a stud at CU and doesn't have his jersey retired.
I understand that, but also
so if we're talking about NFL accomplishments, Alfred also did that. And his jersey isn't retired. They just don't do it at the program, or they hadn't historically done it at the program. I think it's kind of crazy because there's amazing players that have passed through there. History tells you you don't need to be a great NFL player to have your jersey retired by that program or by other programs.
I think in the case of Shedeur Sanders, because he truly has the opportunity to be the first CU quarterback drafted in the first round and then be a face of franchise, potentially championship quarterback, which frankly I believe he's going to be. I do. So it's funny because like on one end we can talk about not agreeing with the jersey being retired, but on the other end I actually really like Shedeur Sanders and I think he's going to be a wild success in the National Football League. I do think that if he is a wild success in the football league, he will be something. He will be the first one from the program to carry on the pride and tradition of Colorado into the National Football League outside of Cordell Stewart, which I would say that was fairly short-lived.
Is it still too early for Travis? It's too early for Shedeur. That's a miss, and that is a nepotism play. That is what Deion's doing right here, guaranteeing that his son's jersey will be retired in case he were to have left and the jersey hadn't been retired yet. Travis's would have always gotten done. Is it too early?
It is. By normal standards, way too early. Right? Like nobody retires a jersey when somebody is still potentially taking academic classes.
Still at the school.
Yeah, like taking online classes at the school. But we've learned one thing, and are we still going to be screaming at each other and screaming into microphones and yelling at TVs and getting saliva all over lenses because we're so angry about all these things revolving around CU? Coach Prime and CU just do things their way. Is that a surprise? Are we surprised that something is done different than maybe how the rest of the world in college football or at any level of sport does it?
Call it. Like, I think using the word different is a little light there. This is personal. This is not different. This is personal.
Why is it personal?
Because it's his son.
Oh, so you're calling him a nepotistic
You ain't making
jerk.
Yeah, I've done it twice
so you
already.
Can't break me.
I've done it twice already. I don't think it makes him a bad coach. I don't think it makes him a bad recruiter or a bad promoter of the program. In fact, I think it has done amazing things for the program.
The argument
But yes, I've said it 3 times already. It's a it reeks of nepotism. I'm okay with it. But I also understand why former Buffs are pissed off. I don't think they have a leg to stand on when it comes to Travis Hunter. But Shedeur, you guys can scream from the mountaintops if you want.
Yeah, this is a very, very hot topic in Buff circles, and I think I think there is a bit of a silent majority in CU land that's not comfortable with this. Just from texts that I've received, it's a small sample size, get it? But I think there's a lot of people that are not good with this decision-making process. I would just say this. If you're a CU fan, do you enjoy all the positive things that come with the Coach Prime experience? Then you got to take the good with the bad. And this is if you don't like it, if you think this is anti-tradition, if this is anti-respecting what came before, you got to understand, man, he's going to do things completely different, and he's going to do things his way. And you know what? He's calling the shots up there. And that's what's different.
I told you at the beginning of the season with Russell Westbrook and the Nuggets that you had to take the ups with the downs of that roller coaster experience. When does the Dion experience become Westbrook? When does that roller coaster go, it's time to get off?
Got to win, baby. Got to keep winning, baby.
Got to win, because they're about to retire the jersey of a player who, again, will be the highest quarterback ever drafted out of the university, who put up passing numbers that we've never seen before at CU. But his record's 13-12.
It's a winning record. It's better than my
Always
career
seeing the
coaching.
light, Coach. I love this. I love that from you.
It's better than
I really do.
Certainly better than my career head coaching record at CU.
It's a playoff ticket Tuesday. Again, your chance to win a pair of tickets to Saturday's Game 1 against the Clippers at Ball Arena. Text the word CLIP, C-L-I-P. Sorry, C-L-I-P. That's CLIP along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you will be entered. Again, if you want to make sure that you're in the building, don't leave it to chance. Tickets are available at nuggets.com/tickets. But if you want to win right now, text CLIP along with your first and your last name to 303-504-0925. Your home for Mile High Playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
You just heard the words of a wise philosopher named Kaz. If it feels good, just do it. And I say it feels really good to get up to Loveland ski area because you've got another 3 weeks of fresh powder, bluebird skies. So get up there and also get out and get your 2025-26 season pass at the lowest price that you can possibly get right now and use it to ski the rest of this season for free. So if you didn't buy the 24-25 pass, you can go out and get this 25, 26, and it's good for next year. In addition, it's good for 30 partner mountains for next season. Closing day coming up May 11th, so the sooner you buy, the more free spring skiing you'll enjoy. Visit the website, skiloveland.com, to go get your discounted season pass today.
Nuggets playoff ticket Tuesday, your next keyword coming up at 11:20. Listen on the 20s all day long for your chance to get in the door. Round 1, game 1. Clippers, Nuggets, 1:30 at Ball Arena. We're awaiting the time for the Avs and the Stars. However, Moj did some really good digging in, Coach, that if you guys are just joining us, there's 2 TNT windows on Saturday. The Avs are expected to play on Saturday. EJ Radick tweeted it out. 2 games, 1 West, 1 East. There's 2 windows on TNT. A 4 p.m. Mountain window and an 8 p.m. Mountain window. It would be shocking if they played the East Coast teams at 10 Eastern. So I think we're going to get like the best of both worlds. 1:30 Nuggets game, 8 p.m. Avs game, round 1, game 1, same exact day.
American Airlines Center?
American Airlines Center. I think I called it Continental Airlines Arena.
It probably was at some point, right?
No, Continental Airlines Arena was the old Devils Stadium out there in the marshlands.
In New Jersey? Really?
Continental is no longer an airline.
It got absorbed by United. You know that?
I did not.
Yeah.
I knew it was gone.
United picked up Continental and America West.
America West was a thing?
America West? Man, I used to fly that all the time back, out of Phoenix. America West.
You're on that side of on that side of the country.
Well, I'd catch a flight to Boise, Idaho. There were not a lot of direct flights back to Boise in 2000.
Coach, you found something about the CU Buffs when it comes to retired jersey numbers.
This was interesting. So I went back and looked at 2022 roster when I was coaching there.
All right.
And I was like, wait, are all these guys that have jerseys retired that, frankly, I'm being very honest, outside of Rashawn Salam, I had no understanding of who these other 4.
Bobby Anderson.
Okay, which was number what?
11, worn from 67 to 69.
In 2022, there was nobody who wore number 11. The spring roster for the CU Buffs for 2025, number 11, it is no longer a retired jersey. There's a Tawfiq Bayard, safety from Hyattsville, Maryland.
It's the spring game.
But it's
the spring game.
You're issued a jersey generally speaking, you're issued a jersey for the season. Like, you don't just change numbers. So this is just like the spring roster. So this is a real roster. We would operate off of this for a scouting report for the next season.
Okay.
And it would be 90% accurate.
Spring game feels preseason.
All right, keep going.
Like rookies get preseason numbers in the NHL. And like if I'm getting handed number 68 as a rookie, I'll deal with it for preseason. But if I make the roster, you think I'm wearing 68, get lost.
Keep going. Name another jersey number that
Joe Romig, number 67.
All right. So my man Romig, number 67, I looked it up in 2022. Nobody wore that jersey for the entirety of the season. And right now, there is also nobody wearing that jersey number. Give me Rashawn Salam.
19. Great number.
19 is clearly retired both in 22 and also now in 20.
Just a great
25.
Colorado number.
Okay, was it?
You can't miss at 19.
Was there a 20?
Heisman winner, Super Joe.
Who was 24?
Charlie Blackmon.
Who was 24?
Byron White, Whizzer White, Supreme Court Justice.
Supreme Court Justice. I look back in the 2022 season, 24 was not worn, was not issued to a player. But looking at this team, 2025, Preston Hodge, cornerback out of Waxahachie, Texas, wears number 24. But you know what I noticed in the spring jerseys? There's no number 2 issued to anybody.
Is there a number 12?
There's not a number 12 issued to anybody. You want to see one other jersey number? You want to throw out one other jersey number that?
21.
It's not. There's nobody wearing 21.
You imagine if they retired 21 along with Travis and Shedeur.
Baby, we're coming.
You can get away with it being like it's prime. Like it's his number. It's not Shiloh's number. He was just carrying that thing with the name Sanders on the back of it. Like there were some crazy jersey retirements. Like honestly, the Ray Bork retirement here in Colorado is a little crazy. Although you did win a championship. But number 77 for playing a year and a half you can question that thing.
So pretty interesting with the numbers game. It's always, it is interesting because there are a lot of places, if you go to a really tradition-rich program that had a reign of elite players and Heisman winners, think Notre Dame, think Alabama, Texas A&M has a great history. You look, there's so many jerseys retired. but you really you retire them, you hang them up in the on the stadium, you have them, the number and the name, but then people wear those jerseys. Like they're still issued. So there's no like exact like right way to go for it.
There are wrong ways to go about it, though. Like the Miami Heat retiring Michael Jordan's number is a wrong way to go about it. That's a joke.
Yeah.
And that's real. That's an actual thing.
Wait, what? Say it again?
The Miami Heat retired Michael Jordan's number.
Huh?
Did you not know this?
For why?
Exactly. For what? For why?
Did he play there?
Nope. Never did.
No way.
Yes. We're not talking about the Bulls. We're not talking about the Wizards. Michael Jordan's jersey number 23 is retired in Miami. They tried to make it like a Jackie Robinson thing or a Wayne Gretzky thing where 99.
He did that in 2003?
Yes, insane.
So it was kind of part of his farewell tour?
Part of his farewell tour, but they didn't retire 23 throughout the rest of the league. Like, at least the NHL did it with Gretzky. 99 can't be worn by anyone. Right? 42, unless you were grandfathered in when they retired that number for Jackie Robinson.
Which we're probably outside of that now, right?
The last guy to wear it was, I want to say, Mariano Rivera.
That's right.
With the Yankees. And then he retired, and then it's nobody else since. Robinson Cano wore 24 for a while when he was at the Yankees to flip that thing out, and he was named after Robinson. By the way, on this day, back in 1947, Jackie Robinson breaks the color barrier.
Yeah, it seems like Jackie Robinson's a jersey that you should retire.
Yes.
Across the landscape.
Again,
Michael Jordan, awesome player. He was my hero as a child. But if I am a resident of South Beach, I don't think about we need to honor Michael Jordan on a daily basis and pay homage.
There's a reason why he had to switch to number 6 when he went to Miami, LeBron. There's a reason why he switched.
How many Avs jerseys
he wasn't able
retired?
to wear it? Number 19, Joe Sakic. Number 23, Milan Hajduk. Number 52, Adam Foote. Number 21, Peter Forsberg. And am I missing one? Number 77, Ray Bourque. Number 33, Patrick Waugh, off the top of my head. I hope I'm not missing any others. I think that's it.
So that's why LeBron James wore number 6 in Miami, huh?
Yeah. That's what I just said. Did you miss that? Did you just have a Vic moment? Did you just have a senior moment?
Yeah, that's wild. Because he's worn 23 everywhere, hadn't he?
23, yeah, pretty much everywhere. But he's swapped between 23 and 6.
Where do you wear it in the land in Cleveland?
6 or 23?
23.
23. Came into the league as 23. And it was questionable whether or not he should have done it because he was the heir apparent to MJ. There are right ways and wrong ways to do it. The wrong ways to do it are Miami and MJ. There's a questionable right way for 77.
Didn't he go back? Didn't LeBron
He's
go
done
back?
it back and forth. I can't keep tabs on LeBron James here. I got way too much going on. I got 9 concussions and 17 teams to look out for.
Raj, I'll tell you who can keep tabs on LeBron James. It's my little buddy that says his name perfectly.
LeBron James.
Love that kid. Love that kid. Nobody does the impersonation better of that kid than my kid. He loves saying that. He says it all the time, and he's so good at it. Gosh, I love it. That's a drop that I'll never get tired of.
Is there a jersey that you wish you would have retired after the 1-win season?
I got retired. Andy Lindahl texted me. I think it was somebody texted me, said, "When's CU going to retire your jersey?" Like totally tongue-in-cheek, making fun of me. I didn't even know that this had happened last night because I was on a podcast last night. Did not realize it until the podcast. So I missed the news of it. And so I get this text. It's like, when are they going to retire your jersey at CU? Or they said, when are they going to retire your number at CU? I said, oh, they retired a different number, but they retired the heck out of that one. It's the one that's the direct deposit number. They retired that one.
Make sure you guys listen all day long. Again, it's a Nugget Playoff Ticket Tuesday. We're giving away keywords on the 20s all day long. You can win a pair of tickets with Morning Sprint at the end of the show. You can win a pair of tickets with PhD from 12 to 3, from 3 to 6 p.m. With Nate and Andy. On the other side, we'll start breaking down the Avs and the Dallas Stars, that matchup. Still a few things percolating in the NHL. We'll get you guys caught up. It's the Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj.
Pay him. Pay that man his money.
It's a 2K Tuesday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with the morning sprint. Also a Nuggets playoff ticket Tuesday. You'll have your next keyword coming up in just 20 minutes from right now. Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Their injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, and we've been talking a whole bunch about retired numbers and pissed off CU greats. And
speaking of retired jerseys, Valor Christian, school that I coach at now.
Oh yeah, that one's
waited like 15 years to retire Christian McCaffrey's jersey. A couple of people, either had comments on social media on the post about Christian McCaffrey's retirement, like, yeah, should have been done about 10 years ago. So I guess you could never do it right?
Some snot-nosed 5'6", 110-pound kid is worn number 5 between then and now.
Yeah, that one's not going to be worn anytime soon.
Yeah, that one goes up in the rafters. Probably should have happened a little bit earlier.
It'll be fun going through the shipment of new jerseys and be like, yeah, I'm grabbing that one. I'm going to take that one out of there.
Gabe Landeskog, good one to take it out and then get it signed and maybe put it up in the office.
I already actually did that. I got it signed at the retirement.
Oh, well, that would have been an easy way to do it.
Yep. And
having to track him down in California would have been tougher.
Yep. So got all over the facility, we're going to have signed CMAC jerseys.
Gabe Landeskog's AHL conditioning loan is now over. That both of those seasons have ended. He is set to join the Avalanche now that the roster limits are gone. They're poof. They're made up. They don't matter anymore.
Gabe Landeskog had a very, very familiar trip to Loveland, Colorado.
Familiar.
Everybody leaves happy. It's a great town.
Physically,
it's a great spot. You just leave. You feel a little bit better about yourself after you come back from Loveland, Colorado.
You can smell nothing but cow manure, but you get over it.
Hey, man, take it easy on my no-co, baby. That's where I live.
Physically, I feel great. Obviously, it's the first game in a long time. Got plenty of things to work on and get better at, but it's a lot of fun. Obviously, I had some nerves going into it, and I said out there in the interview on the ice that during the warm-up, I was trying to figure out what did I get used to again, what was my routine, but I was just trying to enjoy it as well. Landeskog will go on to say, I'm not anywhere where I need to be, but I think it's a good step in the right direction. Obviously, coming down an incredible high, adrenaline's pumping, just been back in the atmosphere that you haven't been in a long time, so it takes a little bit to calm down and come back to it. I expect him to play game 1. Bednar would go on to say, I believe it was yesterday, that Gabe's going to come back when he feels as though he's ready to come back. They don't want to let the air out of the balloon on this one, but we all know what's happening. There's no way he feels ready to play, 5 magical days after game 1. We're at the end game here.
We're here.
We
are so here.
Nothing's going to change between Saturday, April 19, when the Avs inevitably play their first game against the Dallas Stars. We think it's going to be 8 p.m. Mountain. That's not decided yet, but that's where the tea leaves are reading.
Raj, I got a theory about...
Nothing's changing between April 19 and April 25 or 26.
Raj, I got a theory about what changed, say, from 3 months ago when we all thought that there was no chance that Gabe Landeskog would be returning to play this year. Because there was no tangible progress 3 months ago. Am I right in saying that, Raj? No tangible progress that we knew was going to lead to return to ice.
Well, Chris McFarland did tell us in the box that day, I have no updates on 92.
And that was 2 months ago, the first open skate that we did a show from this year. I have a theory about what changed with Gabe Landeskog. In one of those ball arena hallways where maybe the Avs and the Nuggets kind of passing 2 ships in the night, Gabriel Landeskog walked by Jamal Murray. You know what Jamal Murray gave Gabe?
Some anti-inflammaciones?
He gave him some anti-inflammatories, baby. The good ones.
The anti-inflammatories, man.
And that's going to be the key for both of these franchises. To go do what we all believe that they're capable of doing. Those anti-inflammatories that Jamal has, those good ones, the good, those things are going to be rolling, man. And I say this tongue-in-cheek, it's a little bit of a bit, but how important are those 2 players to the championship runs of both of these franchises?
I think the Avs can get it done without Gabe.
I agree.
If Gabe was not coming back, this team, after all of the trades that they made, good enough to get it done. Now, you guys know what I think about the West. And I said it on Between the Pipes a couple of nights ago. Like, there's a world, and the Avs are operating in cup or bust window. That's okay. There's a world in which, like, they lose to Dallas in 7 games, and I go, it was still a really good season, and it would feel off. It would feel heart-wrenching. But I think Dallas has just as much of a claim to a Stanley Cup championship this year as the Avs do. I think Winnipeg has just as much of a claim to a cup championship this year as the Avs do. I think Vegas has just as much of a claim to a cup championship as the Avs do. That it is a brutal road to the final. Think about it this way. I think if the Avs get it done this year, it is, without a doubt, the most difficult championship path in the history of Colorado sports.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Do you have one that you think is more memorable? Dallas is an unbelievable hockey team.
Peyton Manning Broncos?
2015? You go through the Patriots.
Yes! There's no
you go through Cam Newton.
There's no dynastic. There's no dynastic team that you're going through right now, and nobody in the National Hockey League currently is a dynastic team.
Right, but I'm looking at just the general excellence of everyone you would have to go through, because the path right now is Dallas, Winnipeg, Vegas, and then whoever awaits you in the East, which might be the easiest matchup that you have. If the Avs get to a Cup final, there's a very good chance the easiest matchup you have is a Cup final. Because the East is nowhere near as good as the West.
I mean, this is pretty impressive, man. Divisional round, you beat the Pittsburgh Steelers 23-16. Big Ben's Pittsburgh Steelers.
It's pretty good.
AFC Championship, beat the New England Patriots 20-18.
Pretty good.
And then the Super Bowl,
that's the one that you kind of go, what was that? Now, Cam Newton is an MVP player, right? So you did have a really tough road. You snatched his soul from him.
Do you think this year of the NBA, if the Nuggets were to win a championship, call me crazy, text in 303-504-0925 and tell me that, Coach, you're an idiot. The Nuggets aren't winning a championship. I think they might. I have actually good feelings and good vibes about it. Call me stupid, say that Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., and Nikola Jokic are a massive liability on the defensive side. I'd say, hey, we'll see what happens.
Broncos in 97, Coach. You go through Jacksonville and you hammer them 42-17.
That was Mark Brunell, Jacksonville, man. They were sweet. Keep going.
You beat Kansas City 14-10.
Who was the QB then? Was that Steve DeBerg?
Your quarterback that year was Pat Barnes. No, sorry, that was the draft. Rich Gannon? Was Rich Gannon the starter that year?
Pretty sporty little player. That Rich.
You beat Kansas City, the 1 seed, at Arrowhead. You beat Pittsburgh in the AFC, the 2 seed, 24-21.
And that was the big boy, Neil O'Donnell.
And then you beat Green Bay.
What year was this?
This is 97.
I think that was Neil O'Donnell, man.
And then you beat Green Bay in the Super Bowl, coming off of a championship of their own the year prior. That's a tough one. That's good. Jacksonville makes me go.
Neil O'Donnell missed that. That was not an O'Donnell year. Guy, who would have been the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback in 1997?
Cordell Stewart, yeah.
Cordell. Our guy back here,
97,
KJ. Come on,
97's got a good one. That might be the leader in the clubhouse of toughest road to a championship so far. That might be your toughest one. Broncos' first Super Bowl win.
Yeah, it's got to be.
I think that beats 2015 by a mile.
How about the Nuggets path, man? It's a pretty nice path.
Nuggets path was
cushy. Good. It was good.
Nuggets path was
but
cushy.
You know what?
Avs path in 2022, cushy. Until you got to a final, and then it was tough.
Dude, the Nuggets path this year could be serious. Could be serious. Because think about what
hottest team in the league, followed by number 1 team in the league, followed by either the Lakers, because I don't think Houston's getting there. Either the Lakers,
Minnesota.
Can Minnesota get there? Probably not. If it's Houston.
Isn't that wild that you're probably not going to see Minnesota?
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's amazing.
Best case
So good.
Ontario played out. Broncos in 97, dude, that's leader in the clubhouse. And I think that the Avs, if they end up getting it done through Dallas, through Winnipeg, through Vegas, and then let's say you match up against Florida, who gets to their 3rd championship series in 3 years.
Raj,
That would be the toughest.
Does your dad have a European accent from Finland still?
No.
No. Okay. I was going to go, Alexander. Does he call you Alexander or no?
My name is Alex.
That's weird.
There's no Alexander.
You're not
just Alex.
You're not supposed to trust anybody in the world
just Alex.
that has a name that's already abbreviated and it's officially abbreviated. Can't trust that human.
It's not abbreviated. It's just
your name is Alexander.
It's not.
Alex is a like.
Do you need me to bring in a birth certificate?
Could you imagine if I told you that my name in my birth certificate was Mike?
I know Mike's. I know guys that
There's
are just
never
named
been
Mike.
a Mike in the history of the world.
I know guys that
Every
are just
one of us
named
is a Michael. You're an Alex?
I know a Pat that isn't a Patrick.
Dude, man. I mean, I thought more of you, man. Gosh.
Alexander always felt like a dweeby name to me. So you know what?
But
I don't feel bad about this.
You want to know something wild, Alexander? Do you know tonight starts the playing games? It's going to be some good basketball tonight.
7.5-point favorites. Golden State at home over Minnesota feels big.
Feels like a
big delta there. You win, you're the 7 seed.
Feels like if I was somebody who talked about Circa often, I would tell you to log into your Circa Sports Colorado app and make something happen. 7.5 for G State.
Golden State in Memphis. I misspoke. Not Minnesota.
I even think that's a big line there.
Yeah, it's 7.5. I think it would have been a big line for either one of those two teams.
Minnesota, nice. When does Minnesota play? Tomorrow night?
No, Minnesota is already locked in as the 6-3 matchup against LA.
6-3.
They are already actively in the playoff bracket.
The other Western Conference playing game is not a great basketball game. It's the 9-10, right? Not good. Sacramento and Dallas.
No, it's the date to see who gets bounced in 4 games by the Thunder.
Who will that be? It'll Sacramento.
I don't care who it is.
Yeah,
they're not going to win a game in the playoffs. It won't happen.
Nuggets were the first seed last year.
Second seed.
Yeah, you want that first seed. It's a nice benefit. Play the a 9-10.
Of course it is.
Winner.
That's why when you are that far ahead of the pack, you get the easiest path. And that's who I am. You guys who have listened to this show for a while, I am path of least resistance when it comes to championships. Both of these teams, the Nuggets and the Avs, don't have that ahead of them. It is path of most resistance the whole way through. The Avs have a better chance of doing it. They're more complete. They were less of a dumpster fire at the end of the season. Now they lost, I think they went 3-5-1 over their last 9 games of the season, but they weren't playing anyone because they realized you have to get completely healthy to go through that slog.
Chris McFarland made the moves that he made, knowing that you had Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar in their windows, in their primes. You got to win it now. And that was what those moves were made in order to do. And I think he made all the right moves, pushed all the right buttons. And I think this team not only can win a Stanley Cup championship, I think it should win a Stanley Cup championship.
I think much like the Oklahoma City Thunder, and you
very different.
And
don't
you
even start.
And you not
don't
giving
even start.
them and you
What's
not
different?
giving them enough flowers.
What's different?
I think you are not looking at the rest of the Western Conference.
What's different? What's different between those two teams?
I'm
between
not talking
the OKC
about teams
Thunder
and the rest of the entire NHL's Western Conference.
The OKC squad is a team devoid of anybody who has gone through a playoff run and won. The Avs, on the other hand, have plenty of players that have been in that moment in a game 7 in a series.
I know that. What are you trying to jump down my throat for?
Because I want to.
You're telling me that
I like
you're
fighting.
like, oh yeah, they should 100% win this thing. I think you disrespect the living hell out of clearing away the best team in the NBA. And for you to be like, yeah, the Avs should totally win it. Like if they don't stomp through the Western Conference, they suck. Have you watched any Winnipeg, any Dallas, any Vegas games this year?
Yeah, I was at a Vegas game.
I know you were.
It was they're a straightforward hockey team
108 points
that you will skate out of the arena. You will skate them out of the arena.
How did that work for you 3 years ago? That didn't work out so hot.
You're physical now. You address
the disrespect
deficiencies.
to really good teams out of that chair is nuts to me.
All right.
Nuts.
Yeah, you go put on your Vegas night sweater and have fun. Get your pom-poms out.
I still think they can do it, but to say that it's going to be, oh yeah, they got it. Don't worry about it is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Your next keyword for Nuggets playoff tickets is next.
Thanks, Alexander.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest NFL stories with KJ's NFL Blitz. But before we get there, it's a Nuggets playoff ticket Tuesday. And now is your next chance to win. You guys can win a pair of tickets to Game 1 for Clippers and Nuggets at Ball Arena, and all you have to do is text the word Euro? Is that the word that I have? Euro?
That is correct, sir.
Like the Euro step.
Okay, I
Euro
get
stuff.
it. There
Yeah.
we go.
Or European basketball players.
EURO. That's the word Euro.
Euro.
With your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and
The
you
worst.
will be entered.
The worst vacation that was taken by National Lampoons was to Europe. Christmas, I love
Euro
their
Trip, though, great movie.
Okay.
For a lot of people my age, that was
yeah.
their first movie that you
So you're trying to tell me I'm old. Cool.
I am.
All right, sweet.
It's okay.
That's,
It's all right. It's all right.
Yeah, it's good.
Euro Trip's the first movie that you know you
Hey, I hear
try and watch with your buddies.
Raj, I hear this music kind of buzzing in the background. Does this mean that we are going to talk football? I feel like the game just left this show. You didn't even want to talk. You don't love football I do.
We spent 2 segments on it in the first hour talking about
That was
football
different.
retired
That was different,
Where is
man.
your brain
I
right
want to
now?
talk about the 6th round running back market right now. I want to get deep in the weeds. So KJ, take us to the 6th and 7th rounds. Let's have some fun. Let's get weird.
We'll get into some running back stuff here in just a second. But over the weekend, Courtland Sutton sat down with Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post to discuss the current state of his contract talks with the Denver Broncos. Quote, "My team has had a really good conversation with the guys up there in the front office, and I think it's working in the right direction. Ultimately, you just want to know you're working in the right direction. I think they see and have seen what I've brought to the team. I'm open and optimistic about the fact that I'll be able to be here for the rest of my career," end quote. So Sutton thinks that being a Bronco forever is in his future. What does the long-term success for the Broncos look like if Courtland remains as the number 1 receiver and for him to remain the number 1 receiver even past that?
Take over supremacy in the AFC West division. That's what I think it looks like. Because if you take over in the AFC West, if Courtland Sutton is wide receiver 1 or at least wide receiver 1A, 1B, which I think might end up happening in the near future by way of the draft, Courtland Sutton's going to be a Bronco. It feels like it. I feel like he should be. He's a tremendous teammate. Sean Payton loves strong locker room, strong culture guys that are able to reverberate the message that he's preaching. Courtland Sutton, you're a Denver Bronco for life. That's what I see.
For life, what does that mean? He's 20. What is he, 25?
Yeah, I mean, until he...
No, he's a little bit older than that, I think.
Until it goes downhill. Think about, I would say Cooper Kupp was a Ram for life, right? Until it went downhill and now you're scrambling to get the next contract. We all think that Cooper Kupp is probably not going to be the same Cooper Kupp for the long game.
It's 29. Oh, he signed his last contract when he was 25. So he's 29 right now.
3-4 more years.
A 4-year deal gets him to 33. There is not I don't believe that there is a wide receiver in the league right now that has signed a deal of that length that late in their career.
3-year deal.
I don't even think there's one. Cooper Kupp signed his 3-year deal at 31.
That takes him to 34.
Stephon Diggs signed his 3-year deal at 31. Brandon Cooks did a 2-year deal at 31. Devontae Adams, 2 years at 32. DeAndre Hopkins, 1 year at 32. 2-year deal with a club option on the 3rd.
I'm good with that.
I don't think Sutton would be cool with that, but that's what I want.
I think Courtland Sutton, the way he takes care of his body, the way that he is a consummate professional, I think 3 years would not be an overvalue on his worth to this franchise. I don't. I'm done. I'm done doubting this player. Courtland Sutton, in terms of being just shy of wide receiver 1 status, is such an argument discussion we've been having for so long. And all he does is just continue to show up and be productive. He's essentially the Bo Nix of the wide receiver room, where Bo Nix wasn't the ballyhooed number 1 face of the franchise quarterback because he was the 6th quarterback drafted. I said it many times. And he's just going to continue to prove people wrong. He's going to have a sophomore slump because he's not that good. All right, just wait. The dude's going to have another solid year. Cortland Sutton's going to have another solid year. He's going to be highly productive. Is he going to be Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins? No. Do you need that to win a championship? No, because I saw Jamar Chase and T. Higgins on the same roster not even make the dang playoffs.
KJ, what's next?
Jeff.
Jeff Legwall joined Moser, Lombardi, and Kane this morning, and one of the questions that they got into was what type of running back fits in a Sean Payton offense? And Jeff went on to lay out a couple of running backs coming up here in the draft that we should keep our eye on.
If you want to play on second, anything, beyond second and short, you better be able to catch the ball, run precise routes, and you better make good choices in pass protection. That's why Javonte Williams, everybody kept asking, why is Javonte Williams getting all those snaps on third down? It's because he was the best pass protector of any of the running backs the Broncos had. And in this draft, the two best pass protecting running backs, in my opinion, are Travion Henderson and Trevor Etienne. Those are the two guys I would keep an eye on, and Dylan Sampson. Those are the three running backs I would keep an eye on if I was a Bronco fan.
That didn't fire me up too much.
You like Travion Henderson.
Good player.
You don't like him as much as Quinshon Judkins.
Correct. Good player. I watched a lot of Ashton Genty as a pass protector. I would have a hard time saying that he's not a better pass protector than the three that Jeff Legwald laid out.
I don't love the idea of taking players with NFL pedigree. Etienne's got NFL pedigree written all over him. Right? Younger brother of Travis Etienne. I could see them taking him, and I'd be thrilled about that.
Yeah.
Now it depends what round you're going to take him in.
Yeah, I think he's probably third, fourth type player.
Be my guest.
Great.
Why not?
Cool.
Take two running backs in the first 5 rounds.
Give me Quinshon Judkins and ATN. Let's ride.
Duke it out. See who gets the starting job come.
Well, maybe ATN, if he's as good of a pass protector as is stated, maybe he ends up taking a roster spot.
Now is the issue, right? So hold on. Is the issue if you draft two of those guys and one is a better pass protector that it would stunt the growth of the better runner?
Not necessarily. I think he just played in different roles. You know who would ultimately pay the price by virtue of getting cut?
Jaleel McLaughlin. He's the cheapest.
Or Audric Estime.
Yeah, but you're not going to cut ties with the guy that you drafted a year prior.
Yeah. Sean Payton just doesn't appear to fully trust his player quite yet. Now, he might. This could be a year where we see tremendous growth out of Audric Estime from a pass protection standpoint. Runs more behind his pads than he did a year ago. So we'll see.
Next up, KJ.
Jeff.
ESPN draft analyst Phil Yates released an article that broke down teams that are likely to either trade up or trade down. And Phil Yates has now joined Team Morning Sprint as he believes the Broncos are a trade down candidate.
Aha!
Thank you.
He lays out his first reason being, okay, there's depth at running back and wide receiver in later rounds, something we've discussed a million times here on the show. His second reason is intriguing, though. Quote, the second reason involves the team picking directly behind the Broncos, the Steelers. Pittsburgh still hasn't signed Aaron Rodgers. Even if he joins the Steelers, he'll be 42 years old in December. Pittsburgh knows it has to be mindful about its quarterback room for the future, but so do other teams. And as such, another quarterback-needy team could call Denver to go get ahead of the Steelers to secure Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart, end quote. I have listed the teams that are behind the Denver Broncos for you guys. Which team is most likely to make that move up in front of the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Ooh.
At number 26, the Los Angeles Rams. The Chargers are not trading up.
No.
The Packers have their quarterback.
Nope.
Minnesota has their quarterback of the future, even though Aaron Rodgers is like holding them hostage. For
Detroit Lions? Is Goff to the point where you're starting to wonder?
You're starting to wonder, but you're in a position where you can't waste that pick.
Yeah, and the Lions need to go.
Win.
The Lions got to go all in on winning a Super Bowl. All in.
Right?
Getting to one for crying out loud.
You have to find a way to win with that roster, especially if you get healthy next year. That's a good good one to keep tabs on just in case
I think
they're
it's
trying
really
to play the long game.
It's the Rams, the Steelers, and then do the Miami Dolphins, possibly the San Francisco 49ers.
Like trade back in?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, Eagles aren't doing it. Kansas City, Buffalo, Washington, Baltimore, Houston, Minnesota, Green Bay, LA. None of those teams are making those trades. The Rams are really interesting, man. If he slides, the Rams are the interesting one, and you might be able to walk away with a load of draft picks.
Okay, that's a great point. Let's flip it here, Raj. Of the teams that's in the top 10, which one is most likely to come back in? So I'll just name a couple of teams. We have, obviously, the Browns at 2. We have the Giants at 3. We have the Raiders at 6. We have the Panthers at 8. And then we have the Saints at 9. Any of those teams you think would want to trade back in if they think that they can still get the quarterback they're looking for there?
Raiders, Saints, because I think that if Sanders falls past Cleveland and New York, my read is going to be that Cleveland and New York don't think he's the quarterback of the future. I don't have the same read on the Raiders having signed Geno for a 2-year extension. And I don't have the same read on New Orleans thinking they have one more year at least out of Derek Carr, just trying to get the best roster around them. I could see those teams trading back in.
What are the odds that Shedeur Sanders slides all the way to, say, outside of the top 15?
Dude, I think he's gone in the top 3.
I think he's gone in the top 5 for sure.
A lot of what happens hinges on his workout with the Giants.
Mm-hmm. Now, is that ownership stepping in and telling general manager and head coach, like, hey, you told me we were good
right
before, and that Daniel pirate named dude was not the answer.
I think he's going 3 to New York.
Ready to.
That's my read on the draft right now is Cam 1, Travis 2, or Abdul Carter 2.
I think it'll be Trav.
And then Shedeur 3.
And then Abdul 4.
It's 2 and 4 we're going to switch.
And Abdul he'd go to the New England Patriots, and you know that Vrabel's going to want.
He's going to love him.
Pass rushing.
That dude's going to love that guy. I don't think he gets out of the top 3. KJ, keep it going.
Jab.
The Denver Nuggets took storm on the early side of Monday, but late yesterday afternoon, the CU Buffs absolutely stole the show when they announced that they are retiring the jersey numbers of NFL draft prospects Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. You guys broke down earlier some of the guys that have already gotten in, obviously the great late Rashaan Salam, Byron White, Joe Remig, and Bobby Anderson. And even those guys took some time to eventually get their numbers retired. And I want to ask you guys this simple question. Does this give off a sense of entitlement to NFL scouts that these guys feel as if they had to have their jersey numbers retired now versus waiting in the traditional sense?
No, because the scouts are going to answer the question, can this player help our franchise? Period, point blank. Is the film, the traits, good enough to help our franchise? If the answer is yes, this means nothing to an NFL franchise.
Also, easy answer from the player. This wasn't my decision. This is Coach Prime's decision and the university's decision. I'm honored to have my number retired alongside other CU greats. We hope that others that haven't had their numbers retired that are worthy of this type of induction get it done soon. We hope that we're blazing a new path for CU Buffs football. That's the easy way.
Is that how you think that both of them would answer that question if it was in front of an NFL scout?
I think Travis certainly would.
I think that Shedeur Sanders would just hold up his rollie and just go legendary, baby.
There's some scouts that want that type of brashness out of their quarterback. Yeah, it's nepotism for Sanders. Can you make the argument that he's the best, most talented quarterback and is on the path to be the best NFL CU quarterback? Sure, you can. It's too early for him, but I get why Deion's doing it. You can get lost with Travis Hunter needs to wait. Come on, get out.
It still goes back to this. Coach Prime is going to do with his program what Coach Prime wants to do, when he wants to do it, how he wants to do it. And guess what the byproduct always ends up being? More attention. And that all pays off in recruiting.
It's April 15th, and we're talking about CU.
Yes.
Well done.
Not talking about taxes.
Also, who waits until tax day to get their taxes done?
Guys,
either one of you?
Guys that their names are Alex instead of Alexander.
I did my taxes 2 months ago.
Look at you.
Sat down with the wife, had a couple of cups of coffee, got that thing done on TurboTax.
I thought you said you had 1 beers?
No. Maybe 1 beer's at the end of it. Maybe 1 margarita at the end of it. I'm on a big margarita kick right now, Coach.
That's good for you, man. April's a good, you got the old Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, I'm
It's
training.
coming up.
I'm training.
It's coming
Other
up.
guys are getting ready for the NFL draft and pro workouts. I am training for Cinco de Mayo. One more, KJ.
Jeff.
According to Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero of NFL Network, the Dolphins and 7-time Pro Bowl cornerback Jalen Ramsey are mutually set to explore trade options, and it wouldn't be a surprise if he obviously played elsewhere in 2025. According to Ian Rappaport and Spotrac, Jalen Ramsey is due $25.1 million fully guaranteed this season. The Dolphins have already paid a $4 million roster bonus, so the team that would trade for him would only have to pay $21.1 million this season. If for some reason a contract could be successfully restructured, would we be concerned that the Kansas City Chiefs would be the leading team to land Jalen Ramsey?
Always.
Yep.
Pairing him, I would be terrified. If you have him and Trent McDuffie on opposite sides, it's just as scary as Cortland and Moss right now. Just as scary. They could do it. I'm never going to say no about them. Just like I think about like the Golden State Warriors, even though like I don't think they can get it done. I'm not going to say that like Steph can't go make a run. Anytime that there is a big name, still has some juice left in it, some gas left in the tank in the NFL, I look at Kansas City and I go, how are they going to weaponize that against the Broncos?
I don't know, man. I don't have great. I have really good vibes from a Denver perspective, and I don't have great vibes about. I see the decline of the dynasty in Kansas City.
Ooh,
I do.
I love that.
I see it.
I yelled at you about
smell
disrespecting really good teams, and I should probably do it right now, but because it's the Chiefs and I hate them so much, I can be blinded by my hatred. I'm not going to yell at you now. I've yelled at you enough today.
We have kissed and made up.
Oh, I missed the kiss part. It's Playoff Ticket Tuesday, and this is your chance to win a pair of tickets to Saturday's Game 1 against the Clippers at Ball Arena. Text the word EURO, EURO, with your first and your last name to 303-504-0925. You have 1 more minute to text that word. Again, EURO, EURO, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll give away a winner for Nuggets playoff tickets next.
Hey, Colorado, it's Coach Sanford. Spring is here, and as the weather heats up, the sports action is heating up, as evidenced by the play-in tournament in the National Basketball Association. Open up the Circus Sports app, and you would see that the Warriors right now are 7-point favorites, and the over-under is set to 227 for tonight's game. I want to have a little action on that. John Morant's going to have his finger guns ready to roll. Pew-pew tonight. Whether you're looking for playoff futures or props on your favorite players and more, Circus Sports has you covered. Download the Circus Sports Colorado app or visit circusports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
picked up by Tynan again. Sends it around. Landeskog will sweep over right wing boards. McDonald in behind the nets. Tynan picks it up. Left wing half wall to the blue line for Rosen. Back for Tynan. Upstairs. Rosen. One-timer. Scores! Gabe Landeskog! And there's your punctuation on a comeback weekend for the captain. We're tied at 3.
Fresh off of his conditioning stint ending with the Colorado Eagles, Captain Gabriel Landeskog back on the ice today at Family Sports with the Avalanche. He's got his nameplate up in the practice arena locker room. This dude is coming back, and make no mistake about it. You think that bringing back 92, that type of player is going to mess with the vibes of the locker room? Going to mess with the on ice.
Who would even say something like that? You know what I had the
nonsense.
thought about with Gabe Landeskog is as a result of Nathan McKinnon being a little prickly, taking vending machines out, not allowing us to have a few fun calories here. Dude, Gabe Landeskog, watching him on the ice, is he not the type of player that just gets you, like, it's almost like he's the yin to the yang of a Nathan McKinnon, which I think is going to be so good for team chemistry.
Big Rob, welcome to the show. You guys know him
thank you.
from Mix 100.3's midday shows and the in-arena host of not only the Colorado Mammoth, but the Colorado Eagles.
Yeah, let me tell you. Thank you. Hold your applause.
God, it's a big crowd we got today.
I know, it's huge. This is way cooler than what we have next door. But just pulling into the parking lot and walking up to the building Friday, massive line, full of 92 jerseys, people that we don't see at Eagles games typically. So there was a lot of Avs faithful in the house that way overpaid for tickets to see the return of Gabe Landeskog. Man, I tell you, walked in that building, it felt like a Game 7 championship vibe in that building. It was unreal. He comes out onto the ice for the first time for warm-ups in front of the crowd. Place goes crazy. He comes out for introductions again. They introduce him as, was it left wing, number 92, Gabriel Landeskog. Like, the crowd just goes insane. The vibe in the building Friday night was unmatched. And I've been to big championship, Game 5, Game 6 series and the Kelly Cup when we were in the ECHL, and it was the same vibe. Gabe brought that, the excitement in the building, and hearing that clip with Kevin doing that goal call for Landy on Saturday, boy, it just gives me chills because I've been with the Eagles for so long. That was maybe the biggest weekend outside of winning championships in the history.
So cool.
It was just historic. And Gabe, it's funny because he said Friday night after the game, he says, I'm in for tomorrow. Let's go.
I was shocked. I did a post-game show. Spring and I did a Between the Pipes after an Eagles game. It was the first time I'd ever done a post-game show for an American Hockey League team.
It's nice of you to kind of come down with the little folks. That's Northern Colorado.
We had a great time doing it. And during the show, I was like, there's no way that he's playing in game number 2. There's no way that he takes 3 years off and they play him in back-to-back. Correct me if I'm wrong. My eyes saw a better version of Gabe game 2 than in game 1.
Yeah, he was definitely, and I've heard people say a little slow, but yes, when you're out there for the first time in 3 years, you're going to take it a little slow. You're going to feel your body out and make sure that you can handle it. But Saturday was a different version of Gabe, and he scored that tying goal at the end of the third. He played the entire game. I wish he would have scored in the shootout, but he did a run in the shootout. Like he didn't just play a little bit here and there. And I think Saturday, I haven't seen the minutes. I'm sure you guys have probably seen minutes, but I bet he played more Saturday than he did on Friday.
As Raj looks up the minutes from Friday and Saturday, I'll tell you who did understand the assignment. It's a concession crew at Blue Arena. Big Rob, did you make your namesake of Big Rob come to fruition by tasting the Swedish meatballs that were there in honor of Gabe Landeskog for the concessions up at Blue Arena?
You're going to be sad at me, but I didn't even know they were there until you said that to me.
Dude,
right
I saw it. We were in Vegas. Raj and I were in Vegas on our trip to Circa for the Masters, and I looked at him like, dude, how cool is that? The Loveland Arena just has rolled out the blue and yellow Swedish carpet for Gabe Landeskog.
Oh, they did. There is a stand that kind of does specialty stuff like that. So I bet that's the stand.
It was. Yeah, it was a stand. It was on the side.
Unpopular opinion: overrated food.
The Swedish meatballs. I don't know that I've had. I've had
overrated.
Food. Italian meatballs.
We have the privilege of having an office and a studio within, as the crow flies, 1 mile of IKEA.
Oh, I have.
You need to go over there and I mean, lingonberries.
I have had the IKEA.
You know, in fact, I think all of us ahead of Gabe Landeskog's return we need to barnstorm an IKEA and eat all of the Swedish meatballs. They should run out of Swedish meatballs in the entire greater Denver metro.
We'll do in honor of, they do Chubby Bunny for the Easter Bunny. We can just do with the Swedish meatballs.
Man, I'm all about that.
Just give me all the meat in my mouth. See if I can say Chubby Bunny.
That's a quote. KJ, save that.
He's so used to them. They never stop. They never stop.
Rob, your on ice impressions of Gabe when he was on power play.
So it's funny watching Gabe. He's very strategic in how he plays and where he positions himself and how he plays his game. Just like when he was right in front of the goaltender when that goal got tipped in when he got it. That's kind of always been Gabe's plan. So a lot of what I saw with Gabe, it isn't quick up and down the ice, but he's meticulous. He's very strategic to where he stands, getting in the way. His strategy. It's always been his strategy, and it was apparent this weekend. Like he's got it. The mental is there.
That's the main difference between the American League and the National Hockey League. For me, it's positioning. All these guys can say, and yes, the next level of speed at the NHL is certainly different, but positioning is the biggest thing for me, and that's where I saw him in Game 2 look like an NHLer as compared to a bunch of guys that are either trying to hang on or are fringe NHLers or just starting their careers in pro leagues. That's where he looked elevated to me. The other thing that I think it speaks volumes that they forced him not only on power play, he killed penalties. He played 3-on-3. He looked fast on 3-on-3, although it's not going to happen in the postseason. Like unless there's a bunch of penalties that happen, you're not going to see 3-on-3 action on the ice. Him playing PK does have a trickle effect for the rest of the Avs. I wonder if you now make Parker Kelly a guy who's expendable in terms of like your playoff roster, because look at the guys who kill penalties now for the Avs. It's Val Nichushkin, it's Arturi Lehkonen, it's Ross Colton, it's Jack Drury, Brock Nelson can kill penalties, Charlie Coyle is maybe the best penalty killer on the team. Now you run out of that space for all of these guys who have been in the bottom and middle six throughout the whole year that you go, oh, well, his biggest asset is killing penalties. Now, if you have the opportunity to bring in Gabe to kill penalties as well as play 5-on-5, those are the types of guys that I think are on the outside looking in. For me, it's probably Parker Kelly. It might be Miles Wood that find themselves out of the lineup come Saturday.
When you look at the overall skill set of what Gabe Landeskog and certainly what you saw, Big Rob, in the two days, he's going to bring value in the special teams. Will he be noticeably slower on the ice than his competition when he skates in an NHL playoff game? Do you think so, or do you think he's going to look like he fits right back in?
It's so hard to say because he certainly was going slow on purpose by design. First two games, kind of getting his legs back. You saw the speed pick up, the intensity pick up a little more in Game 2 than Game 1. That was apparent to anybody who watched Games 1 and 2. But besides those things, I think that what the Avs have been missing since Gabe hasn't been there is the leadership, not just on the ice, but off the ice, behind the scenes, in the locker room, getting guys fired up, keeping guys like Val Nichushkin in check. And I think that is going to be...
Great point. Really good point there.
Did I miss? Did you guys already talk about that?
No. And I think that the term that is maybe in vogue right now is connective tissue. He is the connective tissue for the Avs locker room. And is there any player more important to be connected to what the Avs are doing and going forward for the next several months than Val Nichushkin? I don't think so.
No, absolutely not. Big Rob again from Mix 100, the Colorado Mammoth, and the Colorado Eagles. When can we listen to you, my friend?
Ironically, it's the same time you guys. I'm on a 10 to 3 at Mix 100, playing Denver's best music, and I have my speaker in there so I can listen to you guys.
So get your morning sprint on, and then jump
over for lunch because we're commercial free at noon to 1 o'clock every day.
Baby.
So, but you got, PhD. Obviously, you got to share. We got to share.
My dude, Big Rob.
This was fun. Thank you guys so much.
On the radio, the PA announcer and the in-arena host for the Colorado Eagles and the Colorado Mammoth. It is a playoff ticket Tuesday for the Nuggets, 1:30 at Ball Arena, the Nuggets and the Clippers. Our winner, congratulations to Austin Shields. Austin, you're going to see the Nuggets take on the Clippers on Saturday. If
Loyal listener, Austin Shields.
If you
Very
didn't
loyal.
win with us, just listen on the 20s throughout the rest of the day. You guys can win tickets with PhD. You can win tickets with Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl. It's a Nuggets playoff ticket Tuesday. I hope that we get to see the Avs play at the 8 p.m. window. We're not going head-to-head. Just cross your fingers. It's going to happen for us, Coach.
And get a little good night after watching Mikko Rantanen lose to his former teammates.
He's going to shrink. I got a great
I feel
feeling
like
about
he's
that.
already kind of shrunk.
I've got the Avs in 6. I've got the Nuggets in 6. They're going to be tough series, but Avs and Nugs in 6. All right, for Big Rob, for Coach, for KJ, I'm Mirage. Make sure you guys continue to listen to win playoff tickets for the Nuggets and the Clippers. PhD is coming up next. We'll talk to you at 10 tomorrow.
All right.
What a spectacular day to be here in the Mile High region. Appreciate you listening. It's a Playoff Ticket Tuesday. Your first keyword with a chance to win playoff tickets comes in 19 minutes. Be aware of that. Our guy Josh Grismer was out with the Avalanche today as they were skating around with the news of Gabe Landeskog not being a part of the Eagles anymore. Man, that was quick. Meanwhile, the Rockies, after 32 2/3 innings, actually scored a run. They still lost. We'll get to all of that. But first, retired numbers. Now, I don't know what the history is, and we'll dig into it. But from what I understand, Tyler, is they want to retire Shedeur and Travis's number on Saturday during the spring football. Am I getting that right? Is that what they want to do?
That's correct.
That's what they're going to do.
It's not what they want to do.
They're going to do.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're retiring both numbers on Saturday. And look, here's the deal. Nobody can argue against Travis Hunter. Okay, fine. You want to bend the rules. It's not even bending the rules, but you want to do things a little bit differently. No waiting period. Heisman Trophy winner. Ain't nobody in the world can argue with Travis Hunter.
And there's precedent.
Rashawn Salam.
Rashawn Salam's number is retired.
That quickly? When you say precedent,
well, I don't know how quickly it is.
No. That took time.
No. I mean precedent meaning it's happened before. A Heisman Trophy winner.
Oh, well, I mean that's a no-brainer. You got two of them in the history of the program.
So I'm saying there's something to base Travis's on.
Sure. So it's no-brainer.
You'd rather do it. Figure out when his bye week is next year, and if it's a weekend where you got a CU game, you try to invite him back and let the crowd go nuts.
Well, generally speaking, you've got these unwritten rules, 5 years, whatever. But very rarely does that happen. I don't care. I mean, Travis Hunter's no-brainer. He goes in. That's fine. Nobody's going to have an issue with it. Shedeur's too soon. It is. It's just flat out too soon. Look, the vitriol from former players is pretty loud right now.
Is it?
And this is the first time in Coach Prime's era that former players are ticked off.
What are we hearing?
They should be.
And they are. And nobody, well, I shouldn't say nobody. I would say the far majority of guys, and this includes myself, I believe that Shedeur Sanders deserves to be honored. Not now, not this quickly, not while he's still in school, not while he's probably still online classes going on.
When you say honored with his jersey retired?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I am, eventually.
Oh, my God.
Hold on. Let me get there.
Okay. All right.
But here's the problem, okay? Yeah, here's the problem.
Yeah.
We're bypassing so many people that are in line.
Right.
We're bypassing not only people that are in line, but somebody very particular that wore number 2, okay, who deserved to go in well before Shedeur Sanders. Deion Figures wore number 2, okay? The fact that Deion Figures does not have his number, if we're going to retire numbers, we've got 4 of them, I believe. It's Joe Romick, it's Byron Wizard White, it's Rashawn Salam, and Dick Anderson, right?
Bobby Anderson.
Bobby Anderson.
So number 11, 67, 24, and 19.
Right. So this will be the 5th number that goes in.
5th and 6th.
5th and 6th that goes in. Deion Figures is a national champion. Deion Figures is a Jim Thorpe Award winner. Deion Figures is a Jack Tatum Award winner. Deion Figures is a consensus All-American. Deion Figures wore number 2. Okay, so we're bypassing all these all-time greats, guys like Alfred Williams.
Right.
But if we go through all the greats, okay, but specifically we're doing number 2. Okay, so number 2 was worn by Deion Figures, and he deserves to at least be honored at the same time, at the very least, right? So Travis Hunter, we're good. Do whatever you want. Shedeur deserves it eventually.
No,
not now.
Okay, Scott.
Shedeur doesn't deserve it unless you're going to put what was the one son? The last time we had a father-son quarterback, he had bigger numbers.
No, Shedeur's got like all the records.
All the records.
Okay, let me back up just before you get
yards in a career.
Yeah.
How many conference championships he got?
Okay, well those are the numbers that he's not going to have.
How many bowl wins does he have?
Those are the numbers he's not going to have.
Yeah. How many first-team All-American teams does he have?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. So he does not deserve to have his number retired. You just said at me. You're just pointing at me.
It's not quite your time. Why? What numbers does he have? Because as you point out, you'll like this probably. What does he have that makes him deserve it? Because he doesn't have all that stuff. So what does he have that qualifies him?
Well, let's start with this, okay? And this is not intangible, right? Shedeur Sanders brought the program back to life, okay? And that's not nothing, okay? This program was left for dead. And that's not a no. That's a fact, man. I mean,
I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, just him brought this
he
back.
He was the biggest part of it.
Yeah, I would say
I would say his dad was the biggest part.
Okay, fine, whatever. I mean,
let's retire him up there.
Are you kidding me?
He will be.
He'll be on the Mount Rushmore.
Guarantee you.
He'll be carved into the Flatirons.
Yeah, he brought this program back to life, and I don't think that's irrelevant in this conversation.
He was the most important player in the resurgence of CU. He was even more important than Travis. Yes.
Yeah. Does he own every single record? No, he does not. He owns a single season passing record, which was previously held by Coy Detmer.
Single season, okay.
He's got single season completion record, completion percentage record.
All right.
He did win the Johnny Unitas Golden Arm Award.
All right.
He was Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year. He also was top 10 in the Heisman Trophy voting.
Mm-hmm.
All these things are not insignificant at the University of Colorado. These are all big things. And then the impact of what he and fine, you want to include Coach Prime and Travis Hunter, but the impact of that trio, what they've done to this program, that's why eventually I do think he deserves it. Not now.
All right, Scott.
13-11 quarterback.
Record, not great. About slightly above 500 record.
Listen, I don't care what schools do. This stinks of Prime pushing his agenda and getting away with it because everybody up there is absolutely scared of him. Fine. He does not deserve to be in. We should not lower standards. Travis Hunter, you want to put in? Absolutely. I would try to do it at the best time possible that you could get the biggest bang of your buck.
And I would do it in the regular season, not in the spring game for the record.
I would find out, okay, he's drafted by this team, week 4 or week 5 is their thing. Hey, you know what? Could you come up on Thursday? We're going to do a
I'm sure
dinner.
there will be something later on too. It'll be this and other stuff.
Shedeur Sanders does not deserve to have his number retired.
Why?
If nothing more than what he said about the other guy that was there, Deion Figures. If not, he doesn't. His paper doesn't even stand up to Deion Figures.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And for him, for Deion Figures at the very least, to not be honored at the same time, that hurts, right? For guys like Cordell Stewart, for guys like Alfred Williams who've been waiting in line, does Chad Brown have his? No, he doesn't have his number retired.
Nope. Okay, let me ask you this.
But real quick, let me just say this about retiring numbers, generally speaking. I'm not a fan of it. I'm not at the college level. I'm not a fan of retiring numbers. Put them up in the Ring of Fame. Okay, at the University of Colorado, we've got an East Side, we got a West Side. The East Side are all consensus All-Americans. I'm not sure. You've got guys on the West Side too, like Rashawn Salam. Put them up at the Ring of Fame. But there's a couple things in college football, man, and I heard Andy talking about this last night, and he's right. Numbers matter in recruiting nowadays, and there are ways to honor numbers without retiring numbers. Okay, the best player gets number 2, gets number 12, whatever. The quarterback gets number 2, the best player gets number 12. There's a million things you can do, but when you start retiring numbers like that, I think it's tough because there's so many greats that have arguably got a better resume than this guy.
Yeah, at Syracuse, they don't retire their best number. They honor it by giving it to the next guy, 44.
And if they don't think it's a guy, they don't give him that number.
Correct. When you get 44 at Syracuse, it's like...
You just been crowned.
You have been crowned. There's high expectations on you. Okay, let me ask you this in terms of this topic. Is it more important about what you do as a player or after you're a player?
As a player in college, for sure. Tom Brady does not have his number retired by the University of Michigan. Okay, obviously, what he did in the NFL would have earned that. Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking what matters more. What you've done, like, is your resume complete once you stop playing for the school?
In college athletics, I would argue yes, it's done. Okay. It's over with. Alfred Williams, for example, that is a college football Hall of Famer.
That is correct. Right? This is kind of a joke. If Shedeur Sanders, and I respect the role he played in bringing it back, but if you're going to retire his number and not Big Al, you, meaning Prime, need to take a peek as to what was going on in the late 80s and early 90s.
See, and I think
especially specifically with Alfred.
I think that's the biggest beef I've got with the whole thing. We've argued this all the time. Like, why do we have 5-year waiting periods for the Denver Broncos? Why do you have to play X amount of years? It's about the impact when you were here. There's all kind of rules that can be broken. So if you want to do it right now, I'm cool with it. But I guess what's rubbing a lot of former players the wrong way, and I don't want to get kicked out of the club because today I might get kicked out of the club. But the reality is, it feels like right now, the regime at University of Colorado, they feels like the history of the University of Colorado just began 2 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same thing as Hawkins did. You know what this is? This is Dan Hawkins taking the white paint and putting all over the bricks of big wins down by the locker room for the players to see. This is the same thing. We're going to forget all about that. This is a dumb idea. Travis Hunter won a Heisman Trophy. Yes, that number, and eventually he's going to be retired. There's also a way to do it, too, that I've known basketball teams do. Guy leaves, retires, whatever, number's not retired yet. They don't pass it out the next year or two. They kind of hold it back. Hold back number 2 if you don't want anybody. Hold number 12 if you don't want
Not 15 with the Nuggets, though.
Well,
couldn't wait to give that one away.
No. Well, because it ended ugly. They didn't matter. This, in my opinion, is a bad look for the University of Colorado. But and I'm saying that they can do whatever they want to do. I don't care what they do. But this looks like a small time program trying to grasp at straws of again and I think it's what I say 13-11. His record was they were 13-12 in the 2 years he was here because one game he didn't play and I think they lost.
This
13-12, and now this is the start of a new program?
Not Travis, but Shedeur. This is the cringiest thing Prime has pulled off. Of all the cringy things.
This has got Prime all over, right?
Of course. Now, listen, this does not mean we're not grateful for Prime, nor does it mean we don't want him here. We love that he's here. But this was an unforced error with Shedeur right now.
See, you're right. I agree. And that's why for the first time since Coach Prime has been there, you've got former players that are mad.
I'm curious who the players are.
Well, let's get some on. We got Chad's number. We got Big Al's number. He ain't working. We can call Big Al.
Just off the top of my head
too.
here, and just off the top of my head, just reading on Twitter, guys like Chad Brown, guys like Matt McChesney, guys
Matt spoke out about us.
He did. Guys like David Bakhtiari. There's more. There's plenty more that's going on Facebook and Twitter right now, and maybe I could reach out to a couple of them, see if we can get them on air. But it does feel like a blunder. And if we just would have done the honor for Shedeur Sanders, putting him in the Ring of Fame in 5 years, I think this would have been a no-brainer, right? But we
would have had an issue with
it. The retiring the jersey specifically today. Tomorrow, Saturday.
Here's the problem. Let me read some because you and I like to go down to conspiracy.
I do.
Hey, I better get this done before I get up out of here because they may hold it against my kid and not do what they need to do. So let me take care of it while I'm here.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a juicy one.
Right? Let me take care of it. But also now you're thinking,
wow,
why rush it this year?
He did just sign that contract.
Why not do it next year?
I don't know.
Yeah, but didn't you say the buyout's absolutely?
It's not a lot.
Yeah. Let's do it right now. Let's do it immediately because, even though I got a 5-year deal, I'm just trying to appease everybody to get off my back. I may be gone in a year.
I'm just sending Dan, Alfred, and Chad, and Charles Johnson's number. We can call up the fellas.
Here goes CJ.
Well, I don't have to do a CJ. Should you want to hear from CJ or not?
Well, we could. Yeah, we can hit all it. I mean,
all right. Do this right
he did win a national championship.
He did.
Well, Darian Hagan's doesn't have his number retired.
Correct. I mean, that's why I asked before.
That's why I say specifically, like the retiring the numbers thing. I'm just not a huge fan of that.
Is Cliff Branch 20? Was he 21?
Cliff Branch, he's arguably the greatest buff if you're talking about post-college career.
Post-college, for sure.
I hate to cut it short, but we do have our keyword. We have plenty of time to chew on this. We've reached out to our the League of Justice The C Mafia.
We're going to talk to the C team.
We got it. We got we can reach out to these guys. Ain't no doubt about that.
18 theme music going.
The 18. All right, we'll have our keyword of the hour coming up next. It's a playoff ticket Tuesday. Did you hear me? Did you hear what I said? A playoff ticket Tuesday. And this is your chance to win a pair of tickets to Saturday's Game 1 against the Hairbrush at Ball Arena. Text Hairbrush along with your first and last name. Well, the Clippers. I'm trying to think of angry ways to talk about the Clippers.
Clippers a boat.
Oh, that is so funny you said that. That is the conversation I had with Dan Tanner about what, a Clipper could be. Did we not have that conversation, Dan?
We did.
And Dan had no idea Clipper would be referenced to a boat.
I was wondering why there was a boat in their new logo.
Yeah, the Yankee Clippers.
Yeah. Anyways.
The Los Angeles Lakers.
Well, that's from Minneapolis.
I know.
Yeah.
Why do they keep a name that means nothing about their current geographical area?
How great is the Jazz in Utah, Tyler?
I assume never mind.
Text Hairbrush along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you're entered. If you want to make sure you're in the building and not leave it to chance, tickets are available. Well, that is hard to even believe, but tickets are available at nuggets.com/tickets. If you want to win right now, though, it's Hairbrush along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's Hairbrush, Clippers, Hairbrush. Along with your first and last name, 303-504-0925, a playoff ticket Tuesday.
Who came up with the Clippers?
On
the
your
Hairbrush thing?
I did.
You had no idea what a Clipper was.
No,
either.
I did. Dan, vouch for me, brother.
He did. We just thought this would be a fun way to make fun of the LA Clippers.
Or to show your ignorance.
That too.
Dan had no idea because I said, we could have more fun with like boat names.
Yeah.
But Dan was like, I'm like, let's stick with Hairbrush. It is your home for Mile High Playoffs, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. How'd I do on that? That took forever to spit out, but I got that done. Doing a little TV?
Did a little hit with 9 News there. Yeah.
On.
What's that?
On
9 News.
No. About.
Oh, well, of course you know what it's on.
CU stuff.
Yeah, of course it's about the CU stuff right now.
Okay.
I'm just hoping by the end of the day I don't get canceled.
You what'd you say on that? You were going on TV with it. I
said the same thing I said on air.
Yeah.
I said it's too soon. Nobody's got beef nobody's got beef with Travis Hunter going in. Even that one feels a little bit weird. I mean, these guys, they might still be taking classes. Like, these guys might still be enrolled at the University of Colorado, Come
on.
Relax. I mean, theoretically, they could be. They're trying to graduate.
They have been?
Classes.
Yeah, well.
I'm sure they have.
They very well could be. Yeah. I mean, guys do like to get their degrees, believe it or not.
Finals are coming up.
Yeah. But, it's with Shedeur Sanders specifically for me, number one, it's too soon. But number two, bypassing Deion Figures is what hurts here. So if you're going to do number two, at the very least, you have to honor Deion Figures at the same time.
I think you do Deion Figures and you don't do Shedeur for about 3 or 4 years. And that's even if you think about it. And you never retire his number. And if you want to put him up there in the Ring of Fame eventually, fine. For a one game over 500 quarterback that never won a conference title or was first team All-American, go ahead.
Well, we've reached out to a variety of members of the CU Mafia. We'll see who responds to our call from the A team, to put the bat light out and see what CU Mafia members respond to us. But I'm fascinated. McChesney actually that's an interesting one. That's an interesting one.
You get turned down for a job enough, as the offensive line coach.
I mean,
after finding your loyalty might go.
But Chez's take was similar to mine. Like, we value Shedeur Sanders.
Of course.
I value Shedeur Sanders.
We all do.
Despite what Scott is saying, which is facts, the lack of wins, the bowl wins, the championships, all those sorts of things.
Yeah.
I and other alumni do value him bringing this program back from the dead. And that's worthy of the honor eventually. It's just the key word in there. Eventually.
It is interesting with this list of 4 guys. Byron Whizzer-White, Joe Romig, who, granted, I don't know his career.
Oh, Joe is my favorite teacher of all time.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Favorite teacher?
Yeah, teacher. Teaches up at CU. He's like an unbelievable scholar. He's like a Byron Whizzer White.
What's he teach?
He's a genius. Astronomy. Yep.
Come on, really?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. All the football players took his classes. He was great.
Amen.
Yep.
I'm a Virgo. Pass.
And a former offensive lineman.
All right. I'm not familiar with his playing career, but Bobby Anderson I've heard a lot about, and nobody needs to tell me about Rashaan Salam. Of course, we know him very, very well. It is interesting, though, because I asked you, well, does it matter what you do on the field during your time or perhaps, after you graduate and then you go on to whatever you do in life? Now, I'm sure Byron Whizzer White was a fine enough football player, but obviously his number's retired and he's getting all of his accolades from being a Supreme Court justice. Yeah, he's definitely, come on.
Which means he's probably, getting his pre-law degree while he was playing
Okay,
football.
fine. Well, it was like 03 when he was playing, so yeah, you have to have a backup plan. Well, what year do you think Whizzer White played?
I don't know. Don't hate age.
I'm not hating age. I'm giving you a realistic sort of.
You know what? I don't know. I would assume it was in the 30s.
Yeah, it's the age of leatherheads. I mean, you have to.
Wow.
I'm literally describing
you
what
can't
it
even
was. No, they literally wore leather helmets.
No, he literally did wear leather helmets.
Yes, I'm not. That's not even an insult.
I can picture the photos right now. I know exactly what he looked like.
Yeah, that's not an insult. It's just describing it. He
was born in 1917.
Okay.
So it was.
34.
So he was like the 30s.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I went 04. I wasn't that far off.
He's also a World War II vet.
Come on,
fine.
Man.
So what you do afterwards may factor into how you're regarded by the university, at least based on him. I would make the argument then, if we're just talking about this.
But he was also a consensus All-American at CU. Like he earned the right with his college career. You're a consensus All-American.
So, all right, is it your argument?
He was the runner-up for the Heisman. He was a consensus All-American. I mean, I don't know what else he could have possibly done.
So you think his name would have been retired even if he wasn't a Supreme Court justice?
Yes.
Yeah, I wonder if Oxford or Yale retired his number.
All right. My point was simply going to be like a guy like Chad Brown who played in the league for 15 years and arguably had the longest NFL career of anybody who ever played at CU should probably be a candidate as well. That's all I was going at. That perhaps things that you do afterwards should matter. And if you're talking about an impact on the program, how about Sal? What impact did he have on the program?
I mean, but you don't even have to go to like to make this argument. I do think it's important that you stick to college. And with Chad Brown, I don't think you need to go to the NFL.
Okay.
Like he's the 4th all-time leading tackler in the history of the program. He's got plenty of college stats, but we are talking a little bit too generic. Like, I love Chad Brown. I love all these guys. Are they all deserving of their number being retired? I would say no. Are they all deserving? Are they? Well, probably.
They are now.
You're right.
They are now.
That's the problem.
And what if?
But they're all deserving of being in the Ring of Fame.
Absolutely.
What if you simply, if we're going to do your number retired and we're going to be loose with the rules, why not just draw the line at you're in the College Football Hall of Fame and you can retire your number the same year you go into the College Football Hall of Fame?
You make the College Football Hall of Fame. That should be like winning a Heisman Trophy. Okay, I believe Alfred Williams, if I'm not mistaken here, is our only College Football Hall of Famer.
Oh, there's got to be other CU guys. There's not a lot, but there's got to be other guys in there. I don't know it off the top. I think they're just a dude just went a couple years ago because I think Alfred was at the ceremony.
Well, I know Chad Brown's been eligible.
Yeah, he's not going to get in there, unfortunately. But Alfred's there, and I was there when
10 Buffaloes.
10
Buffaloes?
My bad.
Byron White.
I think there was a
Joe
guy
Romick,
just in the past
Dick
couple
Anderson,
years.
Bobby Anderson, Alfred Williams, John Wooten, Bill McCartney, Herb Orvis, Michael Westbrook, and Rashaan Salam.
Okay,
wow, all
deserving. Again, Michael Westbrook, another guy that I haven't even mentioned. I don't know how I forgot him. Him, Cordell Stewart, these guys. These are all guys that are on the list, right? And
if it was Travis, really, this would be a non-issue.
No, it'd be zero issue at all.
It'd be zero.
If they just wanted to honor Travis where he moved,
it's about
Shedeur.
He has some fine numbers, but he's not in the same accomplishment class as the rest of those guys, as the guys that are in the college. And he won't be going into the College Football Hall of Fame.
No.
Travis Hunter?
Shedeur Sanders.
I'm sorry.
No, Travis Hunter is going to cruise into the College Football Hall of Fame.
Yes.
Is there any, it'd be interesting, is there any Heisman Trophy winners that are not?
I would severely doubt it.
Yeah, that's another good thing to look at.
No. College Football Hall of Fame, by the way, is freaking cool as hell. down there in Atlanta. It's like digital and it's fun and it's wide open and it's just a cool joint. Highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. They don't have like a bust room, although all the names are up on the side of a wall. However, they have these huge panels, digital panels, and that are like 8 feet tall, and you can just type in whoever you want, and all of a sudden, all their stuff just comes up on these big, huge digital panels. It's one of the, it's freaking unbelievable. All right, well, we'll see where the sense of outrage with where this goes. Seems weird, but okay. And it would be no issue if Shedeur was going, if it was Travis. Nobody would be saying anything. We'd be like, okay.
No, and I really don't think there would be any pushback. If you waited 3, 4, 5 years and you did this with Shedeur Sanders, I think you'd look back at the context of the situation, what he did to the program, all of it. I don't think anybody would fight back on it at the appropriate time.
We have Devon Toews will join us in about an hour or so when they get done with things today, and he's available. That'll be fun, talking about the Avs. We'll have another keyword at 1:20. I do want to bring something to your attention, fellas. We have a bit of a
hairbrush.
A bit of a celebration. Hairbrush is the word today, yes. Yeah. The Rockies. And we should not let this moment pass us by.
Bangabus.
32 2/3 innings without scoring a run.
So they played got 2 outs in the 6th.
2 outs in the 6th. I was listening to Vic this morning, and he goes, some guy named Farmer got a double and a run scored. And I'm just laughing out loud because Kyle Farmer, our 34-year-old second baseman, and they did bring up Amador, who's like 21, to replace him. But they have this Farmer guy. He's been their best hitter. It was just
he was the only one that hit on the road.
He's the only one that hit on the road. Of their like 9 hits going into last night, he had 4 of them. So I'm laughing because, Vic is so like, some guy named Farmer, he's literally their best player. And Vic's like, this guy, who's this? We could have just said, hey, the Rockies' best hitter got a hit.
You know what I'd have said to Vic? Make sure you're not talking about him with a mouthful of food.
Okay. I don't understand that. Oh. Meanwhile, Brett Kane is laughing because he follows baseball and admit to watching. Because of the sports desert that we were in last night, I decided just to be a wise guy. Because I'm not boycott the Rockies. I'm Mr. Pay attention to them and be critical of them. That's the way I think you should handle it, but to each his own. I live tweeted each pitch that the Rockies faced to see how long the streak would go to. And I said, I'll stop when the Rockies score a run. And I went 6 2/3 innings.
What was the score when they finally scored?
It was, I want to say 4-0. And they scored 2 runs in that particular inning.
You're in.
So here's what we got, guys. We have a variety of ways to celebrate the Rockies scoring a run. And we can vote what's best. Are you ready?
Yep.
This is a production element of Dan Tanner.
We used to use Ya-Ya Ding Dong for a homer.
Yeah.
Did we do Ya-Ya Ding Dong, Dan? Or we
used to do the Bangabus or Vangabus or whatever it's called.
All right. Well, that predates me. Yeah. But,
That's what show was good.
Tell me about it. So I'm all for past history. But I do have 4 options.
Obviously, CU isn't.
Would you like to hear the 4 choices to celebrate?
Oh, this is a legit bit.
It's a bit.
Yeah.
This is the Chariots of Fire version.
Oh.
You ready for the Chariots of Fire version?
Yeah.
2 outs, Martini at first.
That's fair, down the third base line. Martini's going to get a green light from Warren Schaefer, and the throw's going to go to second. And the Rockies finally are on the board. And guess who drives them in? Kyle Farmer, naturally, with his 7th double of the year. He's among the big league leaders in that department. The former Dodger produces the Rockies' first run on this road trip.
All right, there's that.
It's got a solid Angels in the outfield vibe going on.
Yeah, little too.
All right.
I feel like I need a tear.
We have the Sandlot version.
Oh, this might be good.
Here we go.
2 outs, Martini at first.
Yeah.
That's fair, down the third base line. Martini's going to get a green light from Warren Schaefer, and the throw's going to go to second. And the Rockies
And Benny the
finally
Jet
are on the
finally
board.
scores.
And guess who drives him in? Kyle Farmer, naturally, with his 7th double of the year. He's among the big league leaders in that department. The former Dodger produces the Rockies' first run on this road trip.
Okay. Kind of got quiet early.
That was good though.
But a good, the good finish of it.
That was good, Dan.
Yeah.
Good job. You hit the post. That was good.
That was better.
DMac, what was Benny the Jet wearing?
It's some crap. It's the worst movie of all time. I don't even know.
Thank you. Thank you.
Here is The Natural. Robert Redford, The Natural.
Okay.
Filmed in Buffalo, by the way. Municipal Stadium. Here we go.
Oh, this might be it.
2 outs, Martini at first.
That's fair. Down the third base line. Martini's going to get a green light from Warren Schaefer.
Okay. Woof. Kind of always get chills when you hear that one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Got to rank them now. Got one more.
Okay.
We'll do Yeah, and Ding Dong, too.
The first one's last.
Okay.
Yeah, that's 4.
This is the Titanic, Celine Dion.
Oh, I don't Field of Dreams.
But I don't think Field of Dreams has like a signature song, frankly.
Oh, when he's walking out at the end.
We can do Dan.
Hey, Dad, can we play catch?
Dan?
Want to catch?
Oh, you want some sound bites incorporated with it.
Oh, I mean.
All right, Scott's going extra level, Dan. So we need sound bites from Costner to Ray Liotta, Dead Dad, Ghost Dad. We need that with whatever music's in, Field of Dreams. And we also need Ya Ding Dong coming up later.
Actually, Ray Liotta was Shoeless Joe Jackson.
Yeah, I know. Oh. Wait, I wasn't Dead Ghost Dad?
No, that was some other guy.
Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. It was just like another guy.
Just a guy.
Right. Yeah. Ray Liotta said Ty Cobb wanted to play, but we wouldn't let him. That's that line. Okay. Here is the Celine Dion version.
2 outs, Martini at first.
That's fair. Down the third base line. Martini's going to get a green light from Warren Schaefer. And the throw's going to go to second. And the Rockies finally are on the board. And guess who drives them in? Kyle Farmer, naturally, with his 7th double of the year. He's among the big league leaders in that department. The former Dodger produces the Rockies' first.
Rockies scoring 1 run. We beat you.
We gotta celebrate.
We beat you up, Dan, on the complete irrelevant minutia of the Rockies scoring their first run in 32 2/3 innings.
Got to celebrate where we can.
You got to celebrate where you can.
Get a win when you can. That's what Dion was thinking.
It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different, so what's your experience? It's a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcomes for patients. If you suffer with ED, you want a good outcome. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you. When the pills or herbals fail, they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99. You get the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. So call today and let them get you back in the game. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right. Another keyword, because our first keyword has expired. So good luck on that. I hope you had luck. But we have a second keyword for today for playoff tickets for the Nuggets, and that comes up at 1:20. After 1:30, we'll see how just things go. Devon Toews is going to join us. He almost hit me in the parking lot at the Eagles game on Friday night.
With his car or with his fist?
With his car. With his fist.
Well, I got to believe I believe the fist line's got to be way, way longer than players hitting you with
Were
the car.
you in a car or were you a pedestrian?
Pedestrian. Running through the parking lot.
Did you give him the finger?
I just waved hi. We'll see if he remembers it coming up and ask him about being up in Loveland for Gabe. I mean,
So you ask him, hey, do you remember almost hitting a guy in the parking lot up in Loveland? He goes, no, but I remember this jackwad walking through the thing and just cut out in front of me.
Yeah. Either way, that's me.
Yeah, okay.
Both. There is some Gabe news today. His time with the Eagles is over.
But you knew that.
Well, it's funny how they have to do like official transactions for things. So that is officially a transaction that he has rejoined. He is now no longer on assignment with the Eagles. So he will not be traveling to Ontario.
And their season ended the 13th, right?
Who?
The Avs. Their last game was the 13th.
But meanwhile, the NHL is so stupid.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
They're having games that go through Thursday. And the Avs opponent, I believe, I'll double check this, I believe the Stars have a game tomorrow. So they don't get the same rest. Let me double check that. Wednesday. Yes, they play at Nashville tomorrow. While the Avs get to, chill.
And
Tell me that's not
so
an
do you think
advantage.
the first game will be Saturday or Sunday?
I do not know. I'm open for anybody who does know, Dan or Ty. I have no idea. I think it could be either day. They have not posted any schedule, so I don't have any information on that. Well, that's
All I know is Saturday is the first available.
Saturday is the first available, so it's conceivable. It'll be in Dallas, so
Listen, I love the NHL. I love watching hockey. I really, really do. And the Stanley Cup playoffs are the greatest. But I don't know if there's a dumber league.
They do so many dumb things.
They do some dumb things.
They're just the time of year when they do things is dumb because they compete straight up with the NBA, which is dumb. Pick a lane, either before or after. Probably before.
Playoffs,
Who wouldn't like to go to a nice, cool hockey rink in August and see the Stanley Cup final right now? Can you imagine if the Stanley Cup final was literally right now? That it was game 4 of the Stanley Cup final? How awesome would that be? Like it ends before the NBA playoffs start. How about that, NHL? No. We'll go head to head.
Yeah, there's something nice about having Nuggets and Avs every other night, though.
Well, if you had
locally,
if you had it with me, there'd be no break whatsoever. You'd be having you would have Nuggets and Avs at the same time. Oh, sure, for a good chunk of the season you would, sure.
Oh,
yeah, I mean from November through February, it would be 2 full months of it. It'd be great. Anyways, whatever.
Yeah, but the NHL, same thing. They don't necessarily want to play when the NHL is going on.
Do you know who really should be pissed about this though? Is the Stars.
Yeah,
the Stars first of all, they have to play the Avs,
and they had a better record.
Yeah, but why are we playing the Avs? Why aren't we playing somebody that's a little bit lower?
Yeah,
and we got a game on Wednesday, and these guys have been off for a week. Huh?
Now the Avs the Stars won't play anybody either. They'll do like the
whatever.
Avs.
They're still traveling. They're still doing this. They're still doing that. The other thing, the Avs are having like barbecues and chilling out or doing what they have a practice today. And we caught up our guy Grizz. How about Grizz? Little playoff hustle. It's the playoffs.
He shows back up.
Smells like Grizz.
Jeez.
Which is a very pleasant smell. I was listening to their morning show and Katie Mitchell was saying how great Grizz smells, which I felt like was a shot. Anyways, here's Grizz with Nathan McKinnon about, all this rest.
This is potentially the healthiest and fullest your team has been heading into playoffs. How much confidence does that instill into you guys?
Yeah, I mean, we feel like we can win. This is ever since we won, we haven't had this kind of team. So it's that's the goal, and but honestly, that the road to winning is a tough one. So I think all of our focus is just trying to win game one and have a good start in game one and then go from there.
Hey, is it just me, or does Nathan McKinnon sound like he's on the cusp of just telling every single Muggle to pounce in on every answer?
You know, it's funny. I was thinking the same thing and I know him and Biz are boys, but when he does Spit and Chicklets, he's animated and talking and blah, blah, blah. And then when Muggles interview him, it's like, you're wearing me the hell out.
I'm just going to answer this because whatever, but really.
Just here so I don't get fined.
I'm here because, okay. Who are you? Man, you smell good.
I've been seeing you all year. Why are you here now? I'm playoff Grizz. Like playoff Jimmy, playoff Butler. We got playoff Grizz.
We got playoff Grizz.
Someone wants to know if the Eagles should retire Gabe's number.
That guy deserves a prize that we cannot give you, but that is
But
great.
he should know the new password.
That's the text of the day right there. Should the Eagles retire Landeskog's number? That is awesome. Here's Charlie Coyle talking to the Muggles about, we'll see.
Is this Muggle or again playoff Grizz?
Do we have playoff Grizz here, or is it just a group?
Can we just credit playoff Grizz?
Sure. Here's playoff Grizz with Charlie Coyle.
It's never easy being traded
it is.
in the middle of that year. Boston was struggling this year a little bit, but that being said, you've had a chance to get your feet under you a little bit. How excited are you to now be in this playoff push with the Avs and a new team?
Really excited. Just coming into the situation, they're already playing pretty good hockey. Have always kind of been in a playoff spot, and always kind of looking ahead. Like, I can't wait to see what we can accomplish here. But you gotta make sure you take it day by day, game by game. But it's just seeing the locker room and the players we have and the players that we could have coming back. Like it's pretty exciting to see our depth, and that's what, when you're ready to make a long playoff push, like you need that depth. You need the team in case things happen, which they usually do. It's that next guy up mentality, and we have plenty of power, plenty of ammo to have that, and no matter who's in the lineup, which is going to be key for us.
All right, playoff Grizz.
You had an idea? Can we share? Because I think this is a production Tuesday.
Oh, we're having some fun with it.
So again,
what's your idea?
Maybe we take some with playoff Grizz for the next 2-3 months.
There you go.
When he gets sound, we ought to have some music underneath him.
You
gave the Great White North.
I did say that. You got another idea?
Wayne's World.
Isn't he more of like a Katy Perry guy now?
Oh.
Yeah, but we're going to have a hockey tie, don't we?
Yeah, but he is a Mix 100 guy, so maybe we should have the paper bag song.
Did you see Katy Perry went to space?
She did. Did you see Gail King went to space too, and her reaction? She did not want to go. You got to look at Gail King's reaction going on and off that phallic sort of
rocket.
You got to see Gail
Dad,
King.
is that a large hot dog? Hot dog. Get your hot dog.
Oh, my God. Katy Perry may have been excited about it, but Gail King definitely had a bet from Oprah she had to satisfy.
Yeah,
I mean, she had nothing to do with it.
She admitted she didn't want to go, but Oprah talked her into it.
All right, do you like, for playoff Grizz, do you like Bob and Doug McKenzie Take Off, classic? That's that one. Or do you like just like a solid Katy Perry, the paper bag song?
Yeah, I still like Wayne's World.
I don't get Wayne's World.
Because they played hockey all the time.
Yeah, but like it's
but it's Grizz.
It's Grizz.
Exactly.
He played hockey allegedly.
I got one. Compromise. We have Grizz recreate Wayne's World because he can sing and play guitar, and he sings Grizz World. Grizz World.
Party time.
Playoff time.
Playoff time. Write this down.
Interviews. Excellent.
Excellent. Grizz
World. Grizz World. Playoff time. Excellent. Dan?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Love it.
$5 bet right here. $5.
No, this will get done. This will get done.
Has Dan ever seen Wayne's World?
Oh.
He's got to, right? I'm gonna go with yes.
It's too much of a stoner type of movie for him to
Sure.
miss. So
That's
I
a
will
good
say
point.
yes.
Yeah.
What's your bet?
Now that you mentioned the stoner part of it.
Yeah, I'm putting a caveat in there.
Yeah.
Have you seen Wayne's World?
Of course.
Okay. Because of
Wayne's World 2?
Hey, did you like that hard rock reggae thing I sent you the other day?
I did.
Yeah,
it was like metal.
It was
reggae
metal reggae.
meshed.
Yeah.
All right, was Grizz coming back here?
Dude, he ain't.
All right, Grizz, but that'll take him 5 seconds.
We can get playoff Grizz on, though, and tell him our idea.
Yeah. All right. Get playoff Grizz on. Devon Toews will join us after 1:30. Let's get back to the Shedeur stuff. And you're working on the Rockies highlights. All of a sudden, we got things to do here
We
today.
are producing today.
Who said there's not sports?
It's PhD on 92.5. Here we go.
How many
Welcome
times you guys
it.
been to the Warp
Say
Tour?
again?
How many times you guys been to the Warp Tour?
I have been to the Warped Tour one time.
You have? What year? Who'd you
my
see?
God.
Who was there?
It was like Good Charlotte or something. This is a while ago. Wait, what was the first year of the Warped Tour? Maybe I'm getting mixed up.
I have no idea what the first year was.
Yeah, I feel like.
But I mean, it's like a festival. Like there's like 4 or 5 different stages going on at the same time.
Yeah.
You got the main stage.
Why is it something in Buffalo that felt like the Warped Tour? It was a long time ago, though, bro. It was a long time ago. 90s, sometime.
My son went to that thing in Michigan.
The Warped Tour?
I don't know if it's called the Warped Tour. It's called something else.
I think I've been to 5. 5.
Have you really?
Yeah.
What do you like doing there?
What do I like doing? I mean, mostly doing the skank, doing a little ska skank.
Sure.
Yeah.
Little ska skank.
Hit up that mosh pit with the harder bands. Every now and then you get a band up there with a piano, feels out of place.
Yeah.
Can you name a punk band with a piano?
Yeah, well, I mean, like the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones would have like a piano sometimes. Like
they weren't necessarily punk though, were they?
No, but they're definitely
gosh.
they're definitely Warped Tour.
Like my band.
Something Corporate. You ever heard of them?
No.
Yeah, that's
they had a piano.
Yeah.
Sometimes like
traditional piano.
Yeah.
Billy Joel.
Engelbert Humperdinck. I mean, I could name guys that play the piano. That's where you're going.
Never saw Elton John there.
What's what do you think the fallout will be here with the Shedeur? Well, I'll be specific about it. The Shedeur retirement thing.
I don't think there's any fallout.
Does Prime just get to do whatever he wants to do, and that's it?
Well, I think that's the life lesson. Yes. The answer to that is yes.
That's just it.
We knew the answer to that was yes. Nothing has changed there. It's Deion's world. We're living in it, and Deion's going to do whatever the heck he wants to do. So, I mean, when you say what's the fallout going to be, I don't know. There's going to be 2 or 3 days here where you're going to have alumni that are offended that Deion Figures got bypassed, the ward number 2, that other guys are still waiting in line.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe the day of the spring game, you're going to see some more national news regarding it. There's no fallout, though. I mean, nothing's happening because of it.
Okay.
Nobody's going to stop being I'm not like, look, man, I'm black and gold to the day I die. Like it's my blood. That ain't changing. That ain't changing for anyone.
Are we in a world where we can be fairly critical of certain things without being bounced out of the CU club? You think it's just too?
You were bounced out earlier in the year, and then you got yourself back in.
I tried, but no, I definitely, I felt like if you were critical at all about anything for a while, forget it. You're literally a hater of this, of that, of the other thing. I mean, can reasonable people who even like CU recognize that this is a bit too far, and that it's okay to sort of come out and say it? By the way, isn't it a little embarrassing for Shedeur? A touch? I mean, he didn't create this.
I don't think it's embarrassing for him. He's been dad's son his whole life. So there's nothing new that's going on here for him. I mean, I think he's weathered that storm a long time ago. If there was going to be shame regarding stuff like that, I think it would have gotten him a way long time ago.
Yeah, but do you think like Shedeur Sanders believes that his number should be retired?
Yes, I do.
Really?
Ooh.
Yes.
Why?
You've seen how confident he is, and I'm not saying that as a shot. Like, does Shedeur Sanders rub you as a dude that is lacking confidence, a dude that is lacking in belief in what he's accomplished?
No, but he also...
I mean, how many times has he come out and talked about turning around different programs, turning around Jackson State, turning around Colorado, saying he's going to do it again at the NFL? Absolutely, I think he believes in it.
Yeah, but he also strikes me as somebody who's intelligent and not an idiot.
No, hold on. But see, I think that's where reasonable minds can disagree. I don't think you have to be an idiot to say that Shedeur Sanders deserves to be honored. It's just the timing of it. So that's the only debate, at least amongst the majority of buffs that I've chatted with.
But when I'm talking about this issue,
Scott, I'm just speaking from my point of view, from my experience.
I've got one text a buff, and he says there's no way he needs his number retired.
Okay, an honor in the Ring of Fame, I bet nobody would disagree with.
I'm okay with that, and I think you're right about that.
Yeah, but
retired
I'll tell you
numbers
this.
a step above.
I'll tell you this, and I'm not doubting that there's buffs that don't think he should ever have his number retired. I believe that. I'm sure there's plenty of them. But you're also going to find plenty that could make the argument that he is deserving of it eventually, just not now.
I wonder if we could actually. I wonder if we could literally find anybody, except for a complete CU honk, that believes the timing and Shedeur deserves it at the same time. Literally, can we find anybody that says, "Oh no, this is the right time. He's the right guy for this thing"?
He has an office up there.
Yeah. Besides somebody who's like that deep into it, do you think we'd find anybody who would support this decision? My guess is actually no.
Well, he's a 500 quarterback. Do you retire 500 quarterbacks number? That's my biggest.
Well, Tyler says
but hold
eventually.
on. I mean, okay, yes, that's true. He's also the single season passing record leader. He's also the single season passing touchdowns record leader. He's also the single season pass completion percentage leader. He's also a Johnny Unitas Golden Arm Award winner. He's also a top 10 Heisman finalist. I mean,
First team All-American?
we can bring up the records. No, I didn't mention that, did I? We can bring up the records, which is relevant. It's not irrelevant, but there's other stuff that's relevant as well.
Yeah, but I don't know many people that have their number retired in college or pro that weren't all pro or all American first team.
A number retired is such a rarity.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, your number retired, I think it's got to be more than just, you had some awesome stats.
Listen, I didn't think they should retire Ray Borks for the Avs. I still don't.
There's some mistakes that have happened. Should John Lynch have his number retired and Ed McCaffrey doesn't?
Is he retired or is he just in the Ring of Fame?
Ring of Fame.
Yeah.
Ring of sorry, my bad. Ring of Fame, though.
But McCaffrey's not in the Ring of Fame?
No.
McCaffrey's not in the Ring of Fame.
You didn't know that?
Wow. No, I just
that's
assumed.
that's a huge one.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That feels like there's something personal going on.
You know what? And I'll say this, and maybe it's on us former players also, that we were not loud enough previously that guys haven't gotten their numbers retired. Maybe we weren't loud enough previously that Alfred Williams hasn't had that happen, that Deion Figures has not had that happen. And now that Shedeur, there's nothing wrong with rules changing. There's nothing wrong with guys going into the Ring of Fame, guys having their numbers retired. But now the only real beef with it, at least that I'm hearing, is bypassing guys. And maybe that is on us that we've not been loud enough about that previously.
Well, you said you got 4 retired jerseys previously. You've got 10 guys in the College Hall of Fame. So
I think
just
it's 5. Technicality, I think it's 5 retired jerseys.
Well, they said 4 a while ago because this was 5 and 6 with Hunter and.
So we've got Rashawn Salam, we've got Joe Romick, Bobby Anderson,
Wizard.
You're right, 4.
4, and these would be 5 and 6.
Yep.
So you've got 4 previous retired numbers, but there's 10 in the Hall of Fame. So there's 6 guys that have made College Football Hall of Fame that don't even have their numbers retired here. So if you really wanted to get, where are we at? And I think you asked, is he going to be in the College Hall of Fame someday? Shedeur?
No. He's not. Okay, let me back up a little bit. Do Jackson State numbers, because I guess, that was part of it too. You got to include those years as well.
Not for CU.
No, but for the College Football Hall of Fame.
No, but you said College Football Hall of Fame.
Well, so maybe he'll get in the division.
No, it's Jackson State's division. They're Division 1. They're one double A. Yes.
So it's not 1A.
I don't think the College Football Hall of Fame actually sort of separates the divisions, although good luck getting in there if you're not Division 1.
All right, but let me ask you guys this. Just playing on the other side here.
Yeah.
Does the intangible turnaround of the program matter? And it's an intangible. It's not a record. It's not something you can point at a stat.
Probably not for the College Football Hall of Fame. But
no, I'm talking about
internally for CU, they can put whatever parameters they want.
I think
it probably doesn't happen without that package of Deion, Shedeur, and Travis.
But think about what we're saying.
You're probably right. It does not happen without those 3 in particular.
Absolutely. That being said, it turned around to a 500 team.
Yeah, but that's a weird one too, and I understand what you're saying. But the impact on the school,
there's relevance, there's irrelevance. We're the most not the most, arguably one of the most relevant programs in college football.
Yeah, I mean, like, not to be a jerk about this, and I don't think he was going to go against his dad, but after his time at Jackson State, you realize Shedeur Sanders could have gone to, like, Alabama or Florida or wherever. He could have gone
out of high school.
Is his number retired at Jackson State? Didn't they win a national championship or something?
They did not. They did not.
They won a conference.
They actually made it to the conference championship and lost.
They were undefeated going into it, right?
Yeah. And they lost to, somebody. It was a little dicey, a little spicy there, too. But they did lose. He lost his last game at Jackson State, and he lost his last game at CU. He did. And those two big games, he actually lost. It's sticky, man. It's weird. Did he turn around the program? Yeah, of course, with Travis and his dad. No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
But that collective trio should be honored for that.
Well, this is why I like statues.
Hey, it ain't going to be long till they got their statues.
No, I get it. But I'm a much bigger, like, statue guy than I am a number retirement guy. Number retirement means you are an all-timer. Number retired? Number retired.
Well, see, I think a statue goes along with the number.
You can put up a million different statues for a million different reasons.
Okay, be honest here, okay? And pretend that the number thing was never brought up, okay? The number is not being retired. If they announced today that Shedeur Sanders was going into the Ring of Fame, do you think our conversation would honestly be any different? Because I think it should be. I don't know if it would be. I think there's going to be a lot of people out there that are going to be like the exact same argument that we are right now, even about that, even though it should be different.
Well, let me tell you this. I know. Well, hold on. I know a little bit about CU. I know that there are actually very specific parameters that surround if you go up into those that Ring of Fame sort of stuff with CU.
On the east side.
Yeah, there's some very specific, like, if you accomplish this, you get rewarded with that.
Consensus All-American.
And Shedeur didn't get that. So he's going to have his...
But that's on the east side.
All right, but I'm just saying he's going to have his number retired, but he's not going to qualify for this other thing.
No. There's two different categories. There's the east side and the west side.
I get it.
The Jets and the...
Do you get it?
Yes, I do.
The west side, you could go up on the west side.
Okay, but he can't go up on the east side.
Correct.
That's what I said. He's going to have his number retired, but there's actually a category that he doesn't qualify for. I get it.
On one side.
On one, yes, on one
but
side.
But he could go on the other side.
I gotcha. But Travis is going to go.
Honored side.
This is your numbers retired. You should be on all sides.
Fair.
Your numbers being retired, you should qualify for every single honor that exists.
Fair.
Or you shouldn't have your number retired.
Well,
it's pretty simple. That's simple. If you don't qualify for everything else, you shouldn't have your number retired. How about that? That's kind of a bottom line. Travis will qualify for everything. And I'm assuming these other guys who have their number retired will as well. I assume. See you. Oh, my God. It's so hard to love these guys sometimes. I do love them.
Mm-hmm.
No, I do love
them.
It
ain't hard. Even with all this, for me, it ain't hard.
I love them.
We relevant, you know?
Oh, ain't no doubt about it. I'm not fighting that at all. You're relevant. It's everything. Ain't no doubt about it. You're going to compete for the Big 12. You should be winning the Big 12 or competing for it every year. And Juju looks like he's going to be fantastic too, right? I mean, like...
Probably not this year.
Okay.
I mean, we lost a lot.
We have another keyword to give away. We got to do that. That's coming up next for your chance to win playoff tickets.
All right, guys, gals, if you've started to notice that your hair's getting thin, maybe your hair's starting to fall out on you, why don't you do something about it? Call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Just commit to calling Advanced Hair, and you're going to get your hair back. Simple as that. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone and call Advanced Hair Restoration today. It's 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair, you'll be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best. The entire staff is the best of the best at Advanced Hair. And what I love about Advanced Hair Restoration, they believe in what they do so much that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. That's a lifetime guarantee. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it starts to regrow the very next day. So call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check them out online and see those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
It is a playoff ticket Tuesday. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to Saturday's Game 1 against the Clippers at Ball Arena. Text RAZOR, R-A-Z-O-R, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You got Clippers? Razor? You guys are smart. You know it. You want to make sure you're in the building, not leave it a chance. Tickets are available at nuggets.com/tickets. If you want to win right now, text RAZOR, first and last name, 303-504-0925. First and last name with RAZOR, 303-504-0925. A playoff ticket Tuesday on your home for Mile High Playoffs, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Josh Grismer, the star of the Mixed Morning Show, is with us right now. And you do smell fantastic. I know Katie has remarked on that, and I want to concur with Katie.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I pay attention. I took a slight offense to it because I felt like she was talking about other people that work in the vicinity.
She was referencing sports guys.
Yeah,
I'll just say it.
Sure, she was.
That's fine.
That being said, what was the report down there with the Avalanche? Was Gabe with the team practicing?
Yeah, he was with the team, but he kind of does the thing that Nate does, and he and Nate went off to the corner and literally just practiced shots the entire time, passes, shots to each other. So that's all you saw. He was not necessarily in on the other side doing team drills, but he was with Nate, and I believe it was just him and Nate for most of the time there, working on passing, getting the puck between the boards and stuff like that. So relaxed. Bednar said in his presser, the practice tomorrow is going to determine a lot of the health for most of the team.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do have some guys that are beat up a little bit.
Banged up a little bit, yeah.
Manson practice at all?
On the other side. So on the other side of the rink, yeah.
That'd be big, get him back.
He's been out for a minute. Duran's been out.
He was over with the little kids?
Duran was with the whole team and then also with Nate and Gabe for a while as well.
The little kids?
Yeah.
That's
the little
funny.
Kids. He was on the other
He
side.
had to walk under?
Yeah. He did. He had to go walk under and go to the other side of the ice, yeah.
They do clear off both sheets of ice, but once everybody migrates to one sheet, they do allow skating lessons to occur on the so... that would be unfortunate if that were to happen.
They're not the only ones. We used to practice at the Family Sports Center also, Denver Broncos in that bubble. We had to wait for youth soccer to clear the field.
That was some of the more embarrassing moments for the Denver Broncos, having to be bussed over to that pathetic bubble that they completely rebuilt, by the way, completely rebuilt. But still, to see an NFL team in that facility, you couldn't punt in there. You couldn't do anything in there.
Hey, I did worse. When I was in Washington, we had snow days. They did build a bubble eventually. We would go to Lifetime Fitness practice on the basketball court.
Shut up.
We practiced on the basketball court at Lifetime Fitness. The
No
Washington Redskins.
way.
Absolutely.
You win.
Remember Chris Baker?
Yeah, of course. He couldn't run around the field.
He tore his ACL dunking at practice.
Chris Baker could dunk?
Yeah. He could get up.
He was a fat
That's
guy.
a North Dallas 40 thing. Remember when they did that? North Dallas 40.
Dude. All right, anything else from practice today? Anything else we should know?
Before
we give you an unbelievable idea?
It looked like they were just ramping up, getting ready. I think the practices will be heavier as the week goes. I mean, they're not starting, I don't think, until Sunday. Because if the
Why do you say
Stars
that?
play... Well, first of all, the Nuggets have a game, and I know that doesn't matter, but the Nuggets have a game on Saturday. I think they want to do a here and there thing.
Who wants to do it?
The Cronkies.
Oh,
if they can.
Okay.
But then on top of that, I don't think with the way the Dallas Stars are still playing, they have one more game, I believe, right? Tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah, they got a game tomorrow.
You don't think they'd give them the 2 days of rest? That's it?
Well, they
And
would get
started on a
Thursday and
Saturday?
Friday. Oh, no, the NHL, they don't care. The NHL, they do so many
Well, it's either
going
going
to
be Friday, Saturday or Sunday.
Dan's got it behind us. We got a couple of reports that the first game's going to be on Saturday.
Wow, I bet the Stars love that.
I mean, that is a huge advantage for the Avs.
Yeah.
And we can only knock on wood that the game is later in the day because the Nuggets play at 1:30.
Going to be at night on TNT.
Okay, great. That's fine. That's good. So we'll have the that's actually kind of fun. That's a fun playoff double dipperoo.
Absolutely.
Are you kidding me? Fine by me. Hey, good for us, good for the Avs. Gives the Stars the, crappiest schedule imaginable. So good. Hopefully that's the case.
Nate, do you want to tell Grizz's assignment?
I want you to tell Grizz's assignment. It's your idea.
We want to call it because we heard the great interviews. We played them.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Play more.
You got some? Yeah, we got some good stuff today.
So we think you should do that the whole playoffs. I mean,
Okay.
it's probably an extra responsibility for the next 2 months, hopefully.
Don't you usually
into
go to
June.
bed right about now?
It is my bedtime. Just about, yeah.
Getting close. And so we thought about doing those interviews, but what are we going to call it?
Well, it's playoff Grizz.
Playoff Grizz. So
Grizz
like
World.
playoff Butler, playoff Jimmy.
Yeah.
You're playoff Grizz now.
Okay.
And so we're trying to think of theme music that we play before you
Okay.
come on with the interviews. He had an idea that you could actually do the music because you are quite the musician.
Oh, that's funny. I like that.
And so we came up with Wayne's World, I know
party,
that. Party time. Excellent. So now it's
Grizz World.
Grizz World,
Party
playoff
time.
time.
Playoff
Excellent.
time. My bad.
I like that. I like
Grizz
that.
World.
I
This
could
is
do it.
simple.
Easy.
It's that, just you and the guitar.
Yeah.
You're gonna make it Grizz World. It's playoff time.
Okay.
It's excellent.
Excellent.
Now,
I'm so down.
If you want to do more than that, because there is a whole freaking song.
Yeah.
But you don't have to.
Are we going into verse 3 or?
We'll leave that up to you.
Verse 1 and a chorus.
Yeah, we'll let your musicianists.
Okay.
But give us a little chorus at least, and then give us some bed so we can have some fun with it. Just banging out like a minute or so on the guitar without singing. But give us Grizz World. It's playoff time. It's excellent. Grizz World, and
I like that.
It was either
That's
that
funny.
or Katy Perry. We thought that might be up your alley.
Is that like
also.
a Mix 100 thing?
Yeah,
Or
okay. 100% Mix 100.
Astronaut Katy Perry. I guess we could do that.
Yeah,
I like the Grizz World. I like that because that's a good play on
What
word.
was your report on the astronaut Katy Perry today?
I found out she did it today, so I didn't even know.
Really?
I had no idea. No, but that's awesome. I mean,
She's
that's a
getting
cool feat.
crushed by people online.
Well, because she promoted the album when she was in space.
Yeah.
Oh,
but I think that
seems smart.
I think that's smart.
Well, they're talking about her. So
yeah, she held up the playlist for her album while she was
Are you
floating
serious?
around.
Was it floating with her?
It was floating with her. She had the playlist for her album, like as she was floating. Gail King is like vomiting in the corner, just like I hate Oprah.
Deion Sanders is proud of that. I mean, hey, you got to
No
take
doubt.
advantage of marketing when you get it.
All right, we'll play more of Grizz coming up.
Cool.
Get on that song.
Playoff Grizz.
I like it. Does that mean I only show up during playoffs or something?
Oh yeah.
Okay. all right.
You clearly
Well, you haven't
established.
been on the show since last season.
Yeah, I
the
mean,
playoffs.
if you really cared, you would have tried. But no,
Okay.
this is clear.
Okay. that's
Okay?
fair. Okay. I got you.
We'll go
But
do
I
the
think
song.
that's a good name. I think you should own it over there.
Oh, I'm going to
Mix.
use this.
Playoff
Oh my gosh.
Grizz. Oh,
Sister
yeah.
station. We're going to use this.
All right,
It's
so
gonna
when
be
are
great.
we going to have the song?
Oh, I can get it done this week. So actually, funny enough, I have
Josh,
to do.
Josh, this week. How long do you think Grizz World goes for? We got to have
I'm writing a song for Easter for the other station that I'm on right now. So I got 2 songs that I'm coming out with right now.
You going to sleep right now? I mean, it's
I can do
1:28.
it today. All right, I'll do it today. I'll get it done
That's
today.
the right attitude.
Good Lord.
That's the right attitude.
In
I'll
fact,
get it done
grab one of
today.
them guitars off the wall.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, we have
practice right now.
10,000 guitars here. That shouldn't be hard. There's a million
All right,
microphones.
we'll get her done today. There we go.
Okay, thank you, Josh.
Perfect.
Get out of here. It's playoff Grizz, everybody.
Playoff Grizz.
Now, see, if he walks out, now we get the song.
Good
But
looking
we don't
man.
have the song. Oh, he's ridiculous. Ladies, I mean, is he the best looking guy at the station?
Wasn't there like a?
I gotta say,
wasn't
Tyler,
there like
Tyler is
Tyler's
giving
jumping.
Tyler is giving Grizz a run for his freaking money. He's got the beard tightened up.
Oh, look, he's got the
Got
guitar.
the guitar ready. He's got the beard tightened up. He's yoked. Tyler is as yoked as he's been. He's wearing
I did shower this morning, no hat.
he's wearing medium t-shirts every day.
He's
Actually,
doing
they're
Bro
XL
Jim
tall,
videos.
XL talls.
You're ripped. It's
Yeah.
like you are. Listen, you and Grizz are right there.
Dude, it feels good hearing you say it. I'm
It
not
was
gonna lie.
true.
Yeah.
Because you were looking like a homeless Ted Kaczynski for a long time.
No, you
Those
you
days
look-
are
yeah,
gone.
Yeah, you did. You looked like you was giving up. I mean, if we're being honest.
You know,
Yeah.
Well, that's
cycles of life, Scott.
Yeah.
you're in a good cycle right now. If we're comparing you to Grizz, you're in a good cycle.
Start wearing the toe shoes.
Beating someone later.
I can tell. All right, we got Toews. Oh, here we are. Is Toews there? Devon Toews is with us? I think he is. We welcome to the show Avs defenseman Devon Toews, four-nation hero, Canadian superstar, and you nearly knocked me over with your truck in the parking lot at Blue Arena. Mr. Toews, I'm sure you didn't know that, but do you recall 2 people running through the parking lot as you were parking your car?
There might have been, yeah. There was enough people up there, that was for sure.
Yeah,
a lot of people wanted to get up and see Gabe and be part of his story and his comeback. So cool to be up there. But yeah, sorry. It's a good thing I didn't give you a little bump there.
No, I'm glad you didn't. You got quite a.
Some of us might disagree.
That's true. There's probably
Yeah.
fans if you got that done. Actually,
We'd have been happy.
All right, walk us through that night for you guys, and what a weird set of circumstances. That really it was fine for you to be there, as well as Kale and Nathan and a bunch of other guys. Walk us through that, man. What was it like?
Yeah, just a few of us got the opportunity to rest up for the last couple games, and I think majority of us right away, the first thought we had was, can we get up there and get in and watch and see Landy on the ice? So thankful that we were able to get up there and support him. And he's the leader of our team, and for us to be there was something that we wanted to do. Virtually a no-brainer for all of us to be there to support him and see him fulfill this and get back on the ice. And, we'd do anything for him and for his family. So to be there to be a support system for him was really cool. My son and his son go to school together, so they've become close. So
Very cool.
It was really cool, I think, for all of us to be part of that.
Were there cameras rolling in the box for the documentary? I'm actually curious. I'm curious if we're going to see your guys' reactions.
No, there wasn't enough room up there. We had too many of us that were trying to cram in there to watch and be part of that moment. So super cool for Gabe and Mel and their family as well. That was such a cool moment.
Hey, when you look at this thing that he's gone through, and we'll get into the playoffs too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as an athlete yourself, I mean, it's just, at times had to be heartbreaking, and then yet just inspiring what he's gone through to even get to what. And we'll see what the next weekend entails, right? But just to get where he is, it's got to be a little inspiring for you guys, doesn't it?
Oh, 100%. I mean, we've gone 3 years without having our captain in our locker room, for day-to-day events, practices, game days. He's obviously been around, which is awesome in itself. But to have him in the room every single day, working with us and going through the struggles and the successes that we have as a team with him, part of it is going to be really cool for the future here. But yeah, just super inspiring, him persevering, sticking with it, keeping a level head, keeping positive for the most part. There's obviously tough times, but he's got a great head on his shoulders and a great mindset and a great support system around him too that kept him going. And for him to even get to this point is really inspiring for I think a lot of athletes that have injuries or it doesn't even have to be an injury, just a setback of any kind, whether it's on ice, off ice, or away from the court, whatever sport it might be, just to see the power he put in to get through it mentally, physically, emotionally is inspiring for athletes of any sport.
Devon Toews is our guest. Quirky schedule because, listen, let's face it. We knew, everybody knew where this was likely going, I don't know, maybe as long as 3 weeks ago. Seriously, it was just kind of like it was. And it was frustrating, as Bedsy talked about, creating a sense of urgency when there was really none to be had. And you guys did, fine. But it wasn't like you were playing with the most intensity. And now you have this pretty long break, let's face it. I mean, it's kind of nice. Whereas Dallas is playing tomorrow. How about that, right? What's the difference between... what's the difference, to be well-rested and be rusty? Like, where's the fine line, and where do you think you guys are going to be?
Well, to me, it's all in your mentality of how you approach it, how you attack, your day-to-day. For some guys and some players and some teams, the way they're structured, it's better for them to go into the playoffs, playing games recently, and just kind of keeping the flow of the 82-game season, kind of keep it going and continue it. But with where we're at as a team, I think this break will be really nice for us. We have a handful of guys that are dealing with things that are nagging, things that can really build up quickly once you get into playoff hockey, and that could knock them out then, 2 or 3 games into the playoffs type thing, or second round, whatever it might be. So for those guys to heal up, as much as possible will, I think, give them a better chance to, support our team and be part of our team and contribute to our team through a playoff run and through this next series. So for our team, I think our team is doing a great job of staying mentally engaged. We'll get our meetings in, we'll get our skates in, but our team is focused on just getting ourselves well rested and prepared.
Well, and the storylines for this matchup, I mean, it's just enormous. It's two juggernauts going up against one another, which kind of drives some people insane that you guys have to face off. I know you don't care; you'll just play who's in front of you. You got Mikko. Is that still is that still weird? Is that gonna be weird playing Mikko, or you guys is that just normal now?
No, I think it'll still be weird for a little bit. We're gonna have to get through that really quickly and just get to work. But he's a juggernaut in himself. Trying to slow him down. I think he's got one of the best point per games in the playoffs in history, I believe. So we got to do a really good job as a team of shutting him down and slowing him down. We know how good he is, how dynamic and dangerous he can be, as long as a lot of their forwards and even their D jumping into the rush. So it's going to be a funny one to play him in the playoffs when we've had him on our team. Being a big part of our team through the last 5-6 playoff runs is looking at him in green is going to be a little bit different, but we'll be able to handle it.
Do you guys have, sorry, Scott, real quick. Do you guys have to change anything with verbiage or calls or anything because of that?
No, I don't think so. The game moves so quick. You can't really, make a call that a player's going to read or a team's going to be able to read off of and react intuitively that quickly. So it's, I don't think anything really needs to change from our side.
Hey, when you look at all the movement that this club did this year, going all the way back to late November, early December with 2 goaltenders, which, by the way, I think you've got the best tandem that maybe you've ever had since you played here. No, dissing on any other goaltender that's played here, but I think as a tandem, they're great. But you added a whole lot of pieces up and down. Are you surprised how quickly it seems like you guys have gelled with these trades and these new bodies, and has Eric Johnson at all coming back help with that gelling?
Yeah, we're excited to have all these guys in our room. I think we have a room there that's very intelligent. I think our players, our staff, our organization knows, where our weaknesses were and what holes we needed to fill and what needed to change. And I think we were all on the same page and agreed with it. So just to see the trades was more exciting than anything. And I think we brought in guys that were excited to play playoff hockey too and go on a run, guys that are playoff contributors on their previous teams and had good runs in the playoffs and shown themselves well. So we're excited to add those guys into our group. And then we're so confident in both our goalies back there, whoever's playing on any given night. We're excited to have them back there. And kudos to, Bedsy and his staff and CMAC and his staff as well for identifying these guys and bringing in really good pieces.
Devon Toews is our guest. You're the Avalanche nominee. Congratulations for the King Clancy Memorial Trophy, which is about leadership on and off the ice. Every team gets a nominee, and you're the Avs nominee. What does leadership mean for you? What does it mean to you and for you?
Well, I think it's just part of being a good teammate is, checking in on your teammates, keeping a good positive attitude, in the room, out of the room, in the gym, wherever you might be, and just helping guys along with, the daily struggles of what they're going through, what the team's going through, and keeping everybody having fun. So our group does a great job. It's not just, the 3 or 4 guys that wear letters on any given night, but as a team as a whole, we do a great job. So, that award could go to any guy on our team, but I'm honored to be a nominee, and I love being able to help a lot of people in the Colorado community and with whether it be hockey or anything else related. I've loved what we've been able to do here.
Yeah, it's great. You got a family, and that's amazing. I do feel sometimes looking at some of the younger guys, especially the guys from overseas, and I'm like, man, they're young and they're a long way from home. Is that the most common thing that those guys struggle with? Just sort of that loneliness of life as a pro when you're over here?
I think for some of the guys that are from Europe, that can be tough. I think just the stress of playing at the highest level and having to perform, and then there being social media nowadays where anybody can hide behind a phone and say bad things and negative things about you, and it can snowball, and people just tag on to that person's opinion and run with it. So it's so easy to see negative comments about yourself and your teammates and all of that, and that can really drive the way you think and the way you do your day-to-day. So just keeping guys positive, focusing on that day, getting better each and every day, that helps as well. And then just trying to, check in on each other, go to dinner with different guys and have fun together in different atmospheres also helps those guys a lot as well.
All right, a couple more quickies, silly ones, maybe fun ones. The Four Nations thing, nothing's going to top a Stanley Cup. We get it, all right? Where does Four Nations rank?
I think just as an experience, it's up there. It was a ton of fun being able to be a part of Team Canada.
I bet.
It's something that I haven't been able to do really at the NHL level, at the top level, playing with the top guys. So in that retrospect, it was a ton of fun. One of the coolest moments, being able to have my kids, my family, in-laws, my parents all out there enjoying it as well. I think for them to get that experience too was something that was
but aren't your kids Americans?
They'll be dual. Don't worry about that. We'll see. We'll go off which team's better, who's running with it at that point.
Watching Four Nations is so fun because, like, do you have to be friends with like Jordan Binnington, or like, do you have to? Is that just pretend, or like, how does that like work? You know?
Man, hockey's such a funny sport that way. I think you hate a guy when you're playing against him, and as soon as you get in a room with him and get to know him and see what great people. What a great person that person is. There's multiple guys on that team that if you asked me 3 or 4 years ago, I would have said I could never be friends with that guy no matter what. And you walk into a room and you see how nice they are, how personable they are, how much they care. And then you kind of piece together, right? That they're just emotional. We're all emotional people and things happen. And there's no ill will there. I love Benner. He was great. He was awesome. Fun to play in front of. So
that breaks our hearts. We don't want to hear that. We don't want to hear that. You like Jordan Binnington.
Playoffs, absolutely. Would love to beat him in the playoffs if we get the opportunity. But I see him on the street. I'm giving him a hug every time.
All right, last one.
Listen, I had to play with Bill Lambier for 2 years.
We hate him still. Yeah.
Go back and look at that guy.
Last one. Why is Cale Makar, and how did he become the captain of the policeman of the Big Hat Patrol? Like, what happened that he's in charge of making sure everybody's wearing the big hat?
Well, probably because he gets it the most, and we make him wear it. So now he's probably angry about that and wants everybody else to put it on since he had to. He probably won it the first 5 games or so of the season.
But he literally is yelling at guys across the locker room. Like VC won it the other day. He's like screaming at him to put it on. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, he does that. I had to make him put it on the other day. Last week or so, he tried to get away without it, but I made sure to let him know. But yeah, he's a bit of a stickler. He was on me for wearing a different color shirt today for whatever reason. So it just depends on the day at which side of the bed he wakes up on.
A superstitious guy. Hey, at least at Gabe, they gave him a cool cowboy hat to wear in his
postgame.
That was kind of cool.
A cowboy hat up there with the Eagles. Gabe,
Yeah, it's cool. You get different things every year, and guys think of different things. So
I'll just ask it because
it's funny.
I'll just ask it because what the hell? Gabe going game 1 or not?
Tune in and find out.
There you go.
All right, Devon, we appreciate it, brother. Good luck, man. We have the utmost confidence. We love you guys and can't wait to see what happens starting this weekend against Dallas, man. Good luck.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you guys.
All right.
Cool interview, Devon Toews.
It's got quite a resume when you think about it.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah, but he's going to hug Bennington.
I can't get over the Bennington thing.
Hey, you might have touched the nerve when you asked about the kids, aren't they American?
A little bit.
Yeah, the kids with the what?
Even you asked
Don't you worry about it.
Kids American. Don't you worry. Abdul says you might have touched a little nerve on that one.
Don't you worry about it.
That might have touched a little bit of a nerve just a second.
All right, let's plow into no-dumb questions. We kind of blew off that break. We'll do the commercials later. Just keep having
Polumbus,
fun.
Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, I'm up for suggestions here, guys. I don't have anything off the top of my
No
head.
dumb question. If the Avs were to win a Stanley Cup, will it be the offense or defense that carries them?
Offense. They got to score.
Yeah,
but
to Scotty's point, I think he's thinking about our goaltenders right now. And
are you having some doubts?
No. I think their goaltender's fine. They're going to be fine.
Oh, okay.
I mean, extreme confidence, right?
Yeah. But listen, when they had that slow start and they end up getting rid of goaltenders, their back line defensively wasn't very good, even to the admission of Cale Makar.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's a good question.
If you can throw a little deep, it's a little bit like Malone used to always say, if your defense can get stops, can you stop that speed that they have? But you got to get the puck, don't you?
Here's the truth about the Avalanche right now. I think they're going to add Gabe, which means we will have never seen their full healthy team at all until game 1 of the playoffs. And don't forget, like we were talking to Toews about, they haven't had like an important game, like a real game with a sense of urgency in weeks, because it was going in a certain direction for kind of a long time and it ended up there. So the answer to the question is, we'll see. We don't really know. They haven't been completely healthy. They haven't had their full team, nor have they had to play at full speed with complete urgency for weeks. And frankly, played together like they're going to be against Dallas the entire year. So we're going to get something in game 1 that we haven't seen all year.
Yeah.
So who knows?
Not that I was worried about it, because I actually do think the Avalanche have the ability to flip the switch on, but it feels like this has been a long time of things not being relevant, right?
It is a long time.
It feels like it's been forever,
Dude,
and then you get a little break.
They kept like 6 guys at home for a weekend because it didn't matter. They weren't hurt or anything. They're just like when was the last time that happened? Sorry to interrupt, but it's like
that's all right.
remarkable.
Yeah. Maybe from that aspect, and it probably doesn't matter what sweater you're looking at across the ice, but you are looking at Dallas, right? So if there was any concern about being able to just re-engage and reactivate that competitive spirit, man, shoot, this is good on good, man. This is juggernaut on juggernaut.
Yeah, I think you flip the switch, and there are some nagging injuries, so having the extra time is helpful. And having Dallas play tomorrow with the possible game play on Saturday night, I think that's a real advantage for the Avalanche.
And you've got a little history. In the last couple times you played Dallas, they've knocked you out of the postseason.
Do you remember how exhausted the Avalanche were, and then they played the Kraken of all teams, and they lost game 1? It's because they were spent. They had that back-to-back game. You remember that? They had to play back. They played Georgie on back-to-back nights, and they had a water main break in Nashville, and they had to go and make that game up. And then a couple days later, you're playing in the Kraken. They were wiped out, man, and they lost. They were better.
Well, you also lost in Chushkin game 3 or 4.
Well, I didn't even bring it up with Toews, but we're here again, fellas. We are here. You want, the 800-pound gorilla in the room is.
I haven't even thought about it, though. Have you guys?
Yeah.
It hasn't even crossed my mind.
Until you just brought it up.
Well, here we are. I mean,
It can't happen 3 times.
Wayne's World, party time. Excellent.
I mean, it feels impolite to ask about it at this point, but that's not somewhere in the back of everybody's mind.
I don't think so.
Okay. It's in the back of my mind.
Don't you think a healthy Landeskog, if in fact he is, can give you a little bit of a cushion?
Yeah. We'll see.
Not for Val. No.
No, Val's irreplaceable. Val is a top 10, if not 20 player in the world. He is vitally important to the Avalanche success. Vitally important. So however you feel about Val personally, it's irrelevant. And the Avalanche brass knew it. It made the decision to stick with him brutally difficult because nobody gets those sort of chances in life. Nobody. But that is how good he is at hockey. Management knew it. They had to just suck it up. We heard a lot of people say, there's no way he's going to be back. Nathan McKinnon would never allow it. Blah, 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 blah. Don't tell me you guys don't remember those conversations. And they were all wrong. Yeah. They were all wrong.
Because talent still overweighed the,
now you gotta headache. You got to have a lot of talent. None of us have ever been as good at anything we've ever tried as Val Nichushkin is at hockey. And that's why he gets that privilege. But don't think it's not in the back of everybody's mind, man. Come on now. Let's dial it in, right? Hey, if you're not concerned about it, fine. But it's at least in the back of my mind.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about it. Now you're making it tickle.
Okay.
I hadn't thought about it a second.
All right. Let me ask
you just now.
Let me ask a dumb question here, because this is the segment. Why are you wearing the toe shoes again when you said they hurt in the first place?
Well, because I'm trying them without socks tonight. They feel much better.
Did you get a second pair?
You got a second pair of toe.
I don't know what was that supposed to mean?
Wait, is that the second pair of toe shoes?
It means that Warren doesn't know.
Oh.
So wait, are those? Well,
let me see. These are the same ones.
Well, they are.
Yeah.
But you got another pair coming, or they're.
Yeah, maybe.
How many times you worn them now?
Well, I wear them on the house more lately, so probably 4 or 5.
You used to them now?
Yeah, it feels better.
Wait a second. How do you get away with ordering stuff your wife doesn't know about?
Don't ask about secret bank accounts.
About?
You got your own money?
You don't talk about that on air.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Uh-huh.
When are you going to get your toe shoes? No dumb question. Are you going to get some toe? I mean,
no, I'm not.
Those are pretty ugly. So why not toe shoes?
These are my beat around shoes here when I'm on my bike and I got my bike shoes. These are the crap shoes.
Tyler likes them.
I do like them.
My shoes?
No.
The toe shoes.
No, your shoes.
My shoes are ridiculous.
Yeah, your shoes are bad.
My shoes are bad on purpose, though. I literally have my worst pair of shoes here because I just changed into. I'm like Mr. Rogers here.
I'm doing for health.
Okay, because it ain't looks. It looks odd.
They look stupid.
That might be a
It
good
looks
compromise
weird.
in the weight room because the new thing in the weight room is to go
Barefoot.
without shoes, like squatting and everything. You're doing it without shoes.
Right.
I can't quite do that, but those might be a decent little compromise.
That's what I was saying.
Maybe I should get a pair of those. Try it out.
I thought you had a pair.
Well, mine are. I've got the old ones that have got no sole on them.
Oh,
like they're the real thin ones.
All right, no dumb.
Yours are like hybrids.
No dumb question for Dan. We gave you like 9 things to accomplish.
Who gets it done first, Grizz or Dan?
I don't know. What is the update with all of the things that we asked you to do?
I've got a couple of new Rockies things
Okay,
on
good.
your hockey page.
Okay. Oh, I see him. Okay, got that done. That's a big one.
What were the other things?
I guess it was just. It was really just that and Grizz, I guess.
Yeah, and then there was one other.
Was there something else? Gosh, I do feel like there was something else.
I don't know. You guys threw like 10 things at me, and I was
All right.
trying to keep up.
You got to stick around because we have some highlights for the Rockies to go through because they scored a run. So that'll be fun to go through. We'll update you on all the Shedeur stuff. We won't spend too much time in it. Mel Kiper's got a new 3-round mock. I think you're really going to like this one.
Yeah, can we get the draft here?
Next week?
It's next week.
Yeah.
It's here.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Yeah, it's 9 days away, bro. Like,
Which means what?
the day after the
camp
draft
is like 3 weeks, 2 weeks away.
The day after the draft, we're doing a mock draft, right?
I wouldn't doubt it. I tried to get us to do a WNBA mock draft,
Yeah.
but we didn't realize the draft was last night.
Who didn't realize it?
Me and you. Oh, like you did? You thought it was a great idea.
Scott, it was a great idea.
Who went number 2?
I don't know. It was Paige Buckner's or something.
That's
that
why I
went
said number
1.
2.
I don't know.
Number 2 is great.
I legit have no clue.
Great. No, Scott
I
had
missed
a great idea.
Legend.
Because we use Star Wars for our mock drafts, he suggested we use Battlestar Galactica and do a WNBA mock draft. It's funny. But he didn't realize the draft was last night. He goes, oh, we should do that later this week. And I'm like, okay, that's a great idea. Later this week. The draft was the same day that he suggested the idea. Scott?
Well, but agreed with me, Darren.
It's not my fault I didn't know when the WNBA draft was. It wasn't my idea in the first place.
Why don't we do we could do it for the NBA?
Okay. It's PhD. There's still fun stuff happening on 92.5 next. The New York Giants are doing, they're doing some touch-up homework. They are going to have Shedeur in, as well as Jalen Milroe and Tyler Schuff for private workouts with the Giants. That is happening. So Shedeur will be having a private workout with the Giants, as well as a couple of other quarterbacks. Whether or not his number should be retired. And we're going to get to Football at 4 with Mel Kiper's mock draft in about 17 minutes, as well as our next keyword for playoff tickets. But as we get closer here with Shedeur, what's a fair expectation for where he's going to go in the draft?
No later than 21. I mean,
that's where you're at right now?
I think so, yeah. I don't feel like he's going in the top 3. I think top 3 is going Cam Ward. We're going Travis Hunter. And then I don't know what's happening at 3. I don't know who they're taking, but it does not feel like it's going to be Shedeur Sanders, although the Giants are working him out. So,
but other quarterbacks too.
Yeah, they're working out like late round guys also.
Right. I don't think Jalen Milroe or Tyler Schuff. I don't think they're in the run at number 3.
Well, here's the current hot topics with Shedeur Sanders. The Saints feel like they would be the betting favorite, right? If you had to identify one team, the Saints have the most logic behind it. They need a QB. They're at 9, and they're hot after him. The Raiders are allegedly back in on Shedeur Sanders. I think that's all a smokescreen. My opinion. I'm not entirely positive. My opinion, though, they're just trying to get the Saints to move up to number 6.
Mm-hmm.
God forbid he passes the Saints. He drops all the way to 21.
Couple quick questions. Cam Ward, we all think's number 1 in the draft, right?
Yes, I do.
Is his number getting retired?
Just Miami?
Just wondering if Miami's retired.
They're retired. They've had some other good quarterbacks there in Miami.
I'm just wondering if he's.
They've done all right down there in Miami.
I'm just wondering if his jersey's retired.
They've got some QBs there.
I mean, if you're getting your number retired, a month out of school.
Is this number retirement thing a big deal, or is it a roll your eyes?
Roll your eyes.
Roll your eyes. It's not really a big deal.
No, on one end, it's a big deal.
It is?
I mean, if they came in to you and said, we're going to retire your number, wouldn't you be honored?
Well, yeah.
Even if it was Cherry Creek.
Of course.
Yeah. I mean, from that standpoint, it's a big deal. It's a roll my eyes that they're doing it.
You realize you have to win in the playoffs at Cherry Creek High School to have your number retired. Sorry.
But you don't at CU.
Listen, man,
different standards.
I've never heard something as ridiculous as in my life as retiring Shedeur Sanders' number. It's preposterous. It is the cringiest roll your eyes moment yet. The catwalk was cringy, and we rolled our eyes at that. The songs and all the other stuff. There is a cringe factor of telling the band to shut up because we're playing my song, which they changed. There's been a lot of weird cringe moments that have gone along with the opinion
but you know what's happened after each one of those cringe moments? You get over it like that.
I gotcha.
You get over it like that, and then you know what you're doing. You're bringing more attention to the university. You're bringing more attention, and I'm not. And listen, nobody hear me as defending this because Travis Hunter's a no-brainer. I don't think Shedeur should be going in right now. It's not the right time. It's not the right place. Okay, so I'm not defending it. But here's what I will defend from Deion Sanders' perspective. Who's he really trying to talk to right now? 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds, social media. Guess what we're doing on April 15th? Talking about the University of Colorado, okay? It all freaking works. It just all works for him
until it doesn't, because they're still building up a pile over here.
Okay, well, we're not.
That
to the
everybody's
point where it
not looking at the pile over here. No one's looking at the wizard behind the curtain.
Well, what's the pile?
Well, this right here, this cringe here, this cringe here. It's the pile right here. Go out and win 3 games next year. Go out and win 4 games a year after, and let's see if that pile don't come up. Listen, we should have been warned. We should have been warned.
Tyler's saying he's playing chess while we think he's playing checkers, that sort of thing.
I think he's playing checkers.
I do too. I think it's as simple as he sees
my son.
Yes, I think it's as simple
I'm not
as
disagreeing with any of that, but I think the two things can be true, and I think that yes, that's why it's happening.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that it's going to look really bad from like a nepotism point of view. I get all that, and I also think that Deion Sanders, quite frankly, the past isn't his issue. His issue is growing the program. That's his issue.
All right.
That's his responsibility. And so if you want to be mad at anybody, I guess for us alumni, well, we should have been louder in the past. I guess you could talk to former ADs. You could talk to former coaches. Why weren't we screaming about Deion Figures then? But Deion Sanders' focus should be on the future, quite frankly.
Yeah, like if Mike Sanford could just keep a job, maybe he could have honored the players of the past. All right. On that note, the Rockies.
I'm not touching that.
Okay. The Rockies. You're funny.
How long is he making a Valor?
Forever.
Okay, just checking.
They are ridiculously lucky to have him. Don't even make a joke.
No, I agree with you.
Okay. The Rockies, 32 2/3 scoreless innings. Really, who said that they couldn't do it? Chris Bryant is now on the IL again because he's got degenerative, almost said it.
Degenerative?
Discs, yes. Tyler?
Had my hand raised. I just had a question.
Yes.
Can we just retire all of the Rockies?
Not their numbers.
Just the Rockies.
Just the Rockies.
Not Farmer. Oh,
we're not going to touch Kyle Farmer.
Don't touch Kyle Farmer.
Yeah. All right, maybe he can stick around.
Oh, he's the best hitter on the Rockies.
Can we retire Chris Bryant?
He's... Well, I don't know if that's even...
Do we remember what Mumford said about Chris Bryant before training camp?
Yeah.
Was he playing chess or checkers?
What did he say? I don't remember.
Chess or checkers.
Oh, this guy's a great player. He's going to make the All-Star team this year. He's going to be blah, 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 blah.
The dude has a degenerative... He's got something with his body that's going to stop him from playing sports.
Basically, the disc in your back is slowly deteriorating.
He's got a bulging disc. We all got that.
I think his stuff is more serious.
But
I think
when it deteriorates, you got degenerative. That means that it's never going to get better.
Right.
Yeah,
I think his body was born to be able to perform sports for an X amount of time, as everybody is, and that time has just expired.
Yeah, and it expired the year before they offered him a guaranteed 7-year contract.
Yeah, and it's bad luck for the Rockies, but I think that's what we're talking about.
Or bad decision.
It's just a guy who's never going to be able to play this sport at a high level.
The year before they signed him, he had back problems with Chicago.
Guys, it sucks. When Jake Butts was going through his issues, his body whatever body you're lucky enough to be given has an expiration date, guys, at one point or another.
Kevin McHale with the Celtics.
For
Larry
whatever,
Bird.
Bill Walton. For whatever reason. Some are longer. You guys both had it. We all had it. It must be more painful for guys like you who have ability to play at the highest level. Most of us, whether we're healthy or not, just don't have the ability. But for you guys who have the ability, the next shoe to drop is just your body.
Yep.
That's it. But it's going to happen at some point. And for Chris Bryant, it's happened. So you need to move on from this dude. Period. And I'm sorry it's such a lousy contract. I got nothing personal against Chris Bryant. I believe he's trying. I can't imagine how emotional he must be day after day. You don't think he feels like a failure and a disappointment?
Well,
sure he does.
One of the photogs got one of those, what's those things that fly up over there with the camera and they boom, 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 fly over houses.
Drone?
The drone, there you go. Boom,
Well
boom, boom.
said.
He was crying in the swimming pool.
Mm-hmm. And his green Lamborghini.
I know what you're saying. And if you want to make the argument, I don't feel sorry for multimillionaires, hey,
No.
sign me up. Well, that's what you just said.
I know.
That is what you just said.
I know. But here's that's the cushion.
Fine.
Listen, I think sports is a meritocracy. If you can play, you play.
Don't give
He
up.
can't play no more. So the cushion for him, though, is guess what? He got a hell of a last contract.
Mm-hmm.
And that is just what that is. I don't begrudge him because he made that money.
Boy, he ain't going to quit, man, if he's got more money coming to him.
But it's the idiots that signed him
Correct.
in the first place.
Correct.
That's the issue.
It's going to go down as a worse failure than the Russell Wilson contract.
Or for the Rockies, if you say it's worth it, than Darryl Kyle or Hampton or Nagel or any of those guys.
It's going to go down as the worst contract in Colorado sports history, worse than Russell Wilson. Because the Broncos were able to bounce back. They were. There was something beneficial about being lousy.
You know what, though? If you really wanted to compare and contrast, there were some red flags in hindsight, I guess, with Russell Wilson, but it was mostly just opinion. It was mostly just people talking behind the scenes, relationships with Pete Carroll, stuff like that. there were literal red flags right in front of your face with Chris Bryant and his health.
Correct. And you haven't.
I don't know what the literal red flags were with Russell Wilson.
Dude, anytime you talk about basketball or, probably, you know what, any sport. Now that I was thinking about it, I was going to isolate it to baseball because of all the twisting. But basketball, the movement, the pounding, but football can't be any easier. Dude, when you start hearing back problems with dudes, they don't go away. You can ease the pain a bit, but they don't go away.
All right, I have a couple of.
You had a bad back in when you played, right?
Yes.
You feel great now?
No.
Thank you.
All right, I got to do this quick because we're going to run out of time. But we do have some more highlights of the Rockies scoring their first run.
Oh.
We have with your suggestions in mind, and we can go through all of them near the end of the show. But let me just give you. Well, I mean, we'll just do yaya because that's what you guys, used to do. So.
That's fair down the third base line. Martini's going to get a green light from Warren Schaefer. And the throw's going to go to second. And the Rockies finally are on the board. And guess who drives them in? Kyle Farmer, naturally, with his 7th double of the year. He's among the big league leaders in that department. The former Dodger produces the Rockies' first run on this road trip.
Got through off this little.
Now, this does nothing for me.
We go.
I like it, but it does nothing for me.
Well, we developed that song because
but
they hardly hit home
This
runs.
is like saying the pride and tradition of the Colorado Buffaloes.
Yeah,
you
I know.
Like you don't have any pride in the tradition of this show.
That's true. Let me go with Field of Dreams.
He is Deion Sanders.
He is Deion Sanders.
Yeah.
Let's go Field of Dreams.
That's fair down the third base line. Martini's going to get a green light from Warren Schaefer. And the throw's going to go to second. And the Rockies finally are on the board. And guess who drives them in? Kyle Farmer, naturally, with his 7th double of the year. He's among the big league leaders in that department. The former Dodger produces the Rockies' first run on this road trip.
What are you grinning at, you ghost? If you build it, he will come.
Yeah, I told the music for Field of Dreams is not that great.
No, it's
really,
pretty boring.
Yeah.
That's
That's why I didn't remember the music because the music really ain't that great.
It's the dialogue.
Yeah. I'm going with the natural right now so far of all of them. We'll review all of it coming up, but we have our final keyword for our playoff ticket Tuesday. Your chance to win Nuggets Game 1 tickets comes up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, that is not fun, not enjoyable, not the right thing to do. What's better is dealing with it. And you can do so through my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Intimacy is destroyed. Your love life goes. But you get the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic going your way, things can change quickly. Success rate's well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men just like you. It can happen for you. Swear to God. You just give them a holler at 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They have 5 locations up and down I-25. Get going with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and bring love back in your life. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, fellas, this is our last keyword. It is scissors. See the theme here today?
Yeah,
Rock.
nothing to do with boats.
No, and
Take
nothing
rock.
to do with boats. Scissors. You think people know how to spell scissors?
How many S's?
A
How many
lot.
C's?
Not as
One.
many as you would think.
But it feels like there should be 2.
Exactly. There's not, though.
Now people are really going to get confused.
Anyways, scissors, that is your keyword. Text scissors along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. And there you go. You're entered. If you want to make sure you're in the building and not leave it to chance, tickets are available at nuggets.com/tickets. If you want to win right now, though, text scissors along with your first and last name, 303-504-0925. That's scissors. First and last name, 303-504-0925. It's a playoff ticket Tuesday on your home for Mile High Playoffs, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And Dan, we will be picking a winner coming up at 2:45. So stick around for that. It's time for Let's Football Go. It was Devon Toews being a wise guy, having some fun with us. Hear that entire interview on our digitals.
That was a yes.
On a YouTube or the Twitch or whatever. It's there for you, and we'll post it a little bit later as well. Yeah, he's going. Come on now.
Why is there no Z in scissors?
Fantastic question. Thanks to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. There is in Canada. Dan Bud Squints Tanner, what is the first story?
That's a good one. And an X. All right.
And a U.
Yeah. We were talking about Shedeur Sanders will have a private workout with the New York Giants. They hold the number 3 overall pick in next week's NFL draft. Now, a lot of people are wondering, are the Giants panicking? Is their decision room split on what to do with the 3rd pick in the draft? But according to NFL Network's Mike Garafolo, this was all part of the plan.
Here's my understanding on that. This was always part of the process. They wanted to conduct a private workout with Sanders. He had one of the latest pro days, and in most cases, players don't want to hold private workouts until after their pro day. So that was the case. And then over the last 2 weeks or so, the Giants have been in nonstop draft meetings. So this is the first window that all parties could really agree to get a private workout in here. So it's not like the Giants are scrambling here. It's not like anything changed. I'm not saying they're going to draft him. I'm not saying they're not going to draft him.
Okay, so here's my question.
Yes, sir.
Is this all a big smokescreen that the Giants are putting on to try to entice another team to trade down to number 3 so the Giants can acquire more picks? Or do you think they're seriously considering drafting Shedeur?
I think they're serious about it. They'd be idiots not to.
Well, hold on. Did the entire conversation begin with, could the Giants have a split in their war room right now? Are we talking about Joe Shane? Are we talking about Brian Dable? Or are we talking about the New York Giants? Absolutely, I think they could have drama going on in their war room.
I think you better, with the outcomes of their last few years, turn over every stone. And I wonder if at least somebody hasn't questioned, have we turned over that stone, and are we sure? Are we sure, and then they signed Russ, right? Isn't that where Russ went with the Giants?
Yes.
Are we sure this is the direction we want to go for the next 2 or 3 years, or do we want to have a future guy that could be a franchise? So I think that's turned over another stone. But I think now, if all of a sudden, if in fact the Raiders are in play, which I don't know if it is, are you able to swap first rounds in the first round next year and a second round this year? Could you get something like that out of it? If so, it'd be worth it, wouldn't it?
Good question.
All right, call your shot right now. Where's Shedeur get drafted?
3 to the Giants. Had to think about it because I really got to think about what the Browns are doing, but I'll go 3 to the Giants.
I, too, will go number 3 to the New Orleans Saints.
Great, huh? 9-3, huh? Got to give up probably a first rounder next year to do that one.
Yeah.
To get Shedeur, he's worth 2 first-round picks.
They're desperate.
Okay. Hey, I'm all for it. I think that is the right thing to do. I agree with the move if they do it.
Scott?
Well, I don't see how, if no one trades or moves up, that he goes lower than 9. Especially with the news yesterday with Derek Carr saying now he may have shoulder surgery, which could throw him out all year, which I'm with you. You miss games this year, get it done.
9-3 is tough, but you probably got to give up a first rounder to do it. It's not impossible.
That's not that big of a deal to go get a quarterback.
Who did the Jets sign?
Justin Fields.
Correct.
Yeah, I won't do that.
Hold on. How come nobody talks about the Jets with Shedeur?
I know.
Why?
That's what I was looking at.
Why? Why is nobody talking about the Jets? Are they playing it so coy? Are they just being cool as a cucumber here?
That's Darren Muji, ex-Bronco.
Look.
Assistant
I know,
GM.
DMac, you got this theory about Darren Muji and Justin Fields going back to the Broncos war room and everything. But you can't tell me that he's convinced that he's a franchise guy.
Well, we'll see soon enough, won't we? We'll see.
Well, what number are they? 8? What number are they?
There's the
Jets,
7 right behind the Raiders.
7?
I think 7's way too late for Shedeur.
Okay, so I'll say this.
I do believe Muji likes Justin Fields, though, and it does make sense that there was a little discord in 2021.
If the Jets have no interest in Shedeur, they are fools for not acting like they do, knowing that the Saints are right behind them. I mean, even if they don't, they should be broadcasting to the world.
No, they're definitely not doing that.
Which makes you wonder, right?
No,
doesn't that make you wonder why are they playing it so cool?
Okay, but sure, if you want to go from that school. But every move they're making is telling Justin Fields, you're our guy. And we'll see on draft night. But everything else they're doing is like, you're our guy. There ain't no doubt about it. We're going with you. That's been their message. That's been Muji's message to Fields. And I think that's a smart thing to do. And it does give you a little bit of cover, I suppose. But I believe it. I think Muji might have been in reasonably for Fields back in 2021. That was a split room when it came to Fields or Patrick Surtain. We know that now. And it makes sense that he was on the other side based on how he's treated Fields recently. So, I mean, we'll see. That's why the draft is going to be so fascinating. Next
9. I go 9.
Next up, Dan.
Fellas, Travis Hunter told CBS Sports that he would rather quit football than give up playing both wide receiver and cornerback. However, Hunter said none of the teams he's met with in the weeks ahead of the NFL draft has made an issue of him playing both offense in defense. He said, quote, "It's never playing football again because I've been doing it my whole life. And I love being on the football field. I feel like I could dominate on each side of the ball. So I really enjoy doing it." He played 713 snaps on offense and 748 snaps on defense with the Buffs in 2024. You guys really believe Travis Hunter would quit football if he gets drafted by a team that won't allow him to play both sides of the ball?
No.
Of course not.
Listen, man. Do you remember when Fred Couples interviewed Tiger Woods and Tiger goes, I go into every tournament and, I'm going to win. And Couples was a little dismissive and said, well, you'll learn. This is a Travis Hunter moment too. I'm not saying he's not going to play on either side of the ball, but what he's about to encounter in the NFL is like nothing he's ever encountered before. We'll see how it goes.
Right. Yeah, but to be clear, I don't think he'll have to threaten to quit football because I think he'll be used on both sides of the ball.
For a little bit, yeah. For a while.
Okay. I mean, as long as it's working, it's going to keep going.
Sure.
Who is Cleveland's quarterback starting the season?
Deshaun? No.
Only Watson. He just had another procedure on the
Joe
Achilles.
Flacco. Oh, wait, are you asking for the upcoming season?
Yeah, I think it's going to be
Joe
Flacco. Yeah.
How does
I know. That's why I struggled with the question before. Because I really got to think, why wouldn't Cleveland move forward? But they're such a stupid organization. Of course, the right thing for Cleveland to do is just Draft Shedeur and be done with it and move on from Watson like the Broncos moved on from Russell Wilson. That is what most smart teams would do. But they're the Browns. They're idiots. So I don't know what to say about an idiot organization.
Here's the problem. You can get a quarterback for your future, especially if the owner basically came out and bashed Deshaun Watson, and then Watson came back and said, I'll show him, whatever. You don't have a quarterback to start the season. You know, Flacco, God bless you, but he's 40. But it sure is hard to pass on Travis Hunter. That feels like if anybody in the draft, he's going to be the home run of all home runs in this draft.
Well, that's, I guess, what they're thinking.
By the way, thank you to Arn Anderson from Fox 31 listening. Curtis Strange, not Fred Couples.
Yeah, it was Curtis Strange. That's
Curtis
exactly
Strange.
what it was.
Like Curtis Strange and Fred Couples, kind of
But
same guy?
No.
Okay.
Fred is laid back. Curtis is full himself.
Okay. Next story, Dan.
Lastly,
Arn.
fellas, CBS has their undervalued prospects in the NFL draft. And let's just go with quarterback here. DMac, you'll like this one.
Okay.
The sleeper quarterback,
Kyle McCord,
in the NFL draft, according to CBS Sports, is Syracuse quarterback Kyle McCord.
Yeah.
Of the non-Cam Ward and Shedeurs, who do you guys think ends up having the best NFL career?
Well, for me, Kyle McCord, but go ahead, guys.
You mean the best of all the quarterbacks available is going to be Kyle McCord's going to have the best NFL
No,
career?
he said, like, after those guys, who's most likely to have the best NFL career? I'll go with Kyle McCord.
Jalen Milroe.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Milroe.
Jackson Dart gives me a Drew Lock vibe, both personality and skill set wise.
So a perennial backup for 12 years?
Yeah.
Good NFL career?
Sure. Absolutely. I don't know a ton about McCord, I guess, but Milroe certainly got a Madden body.
I'm just saying McCord has that fourth round Kirk Cousins, I'm going to figure it out in the NFL vibe. That's all. But who knows? I would never predict somebody going deeper than the first round would ever be successful because their degree of opportunity is going to be so limited. And it's hard to succeed without playing. It is really hard to succeed.
You know,
without
something
playing.
we haven't talked about in forever and ever, but Tyler brought this up months and months and months ago that it would happen after the draft. Of these teams we talk about, you should get a quarterback. Is Kirk Cousins maybe going to one of them teams?
Mm.
Well, he
good question.
He and the Falcons have agreed that the best thing to do is to move on in all likelihood. The Falcons haven't quite said that, but they've more or less said that. But Kirk has made it clear that he doesn't want to be traded until after the draft because he doesn't want to end up in the same situation he just ended up in Atlanta.
Smart.
So he's got no waive clause or no trade clause, and he's not going to waive that till after the draft.
He's a smart cookie, man. And he may be the smartest guy ever in the history of the NFL when it comes to making money.
If Cleveland takes Hunter and then trades for Cousins.
There you go.
There you go.
And Stefanski's definitely in the Kirk Cousins tree.
ESPN 3-round mock from El Kiper. Cam Ward 1, Travis 2, Shedeur 9. So that vibe's out there, no doubt about it. He's got the Broncos taking Omarion Hampton at 20, but this is a 3-round mock.
I'm starting to get the vibe that Omarion Hampton might not be there at 20.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me whatsoever. So I'm going through the other guys he has for the Broncos. Let me just, I'm scrolling. I know it's a tight end. It's just a guy. Oh, Mason Taylor. What do we know about Mason Taylor, tight end from LSU?
Well, he's Jason Taylor's son.
Cool.
Ooh. You play a little D end?
Mm-mm.
Not too bad.
Okay. Do we know anything else about him?
He's probably super athletic then if he's, if that tree,
Goes from
apple
good-
didn't go up that tree.
Yeah, it goes from good stock, no doubt.
You asked me what I do.
Okay, so that's
that's why.
Okay. All right, well said. And then in the 3rd round, they've got the Broncos taking, as I get to it, it'd been great if I just wrote this down, but I'm an idiot. Oh, the kid from Stanford who killed CU, Eli Ayo Manor, something like that. He's that kid from. No, I know it's a name like that. I'm sorry I can't pronounce it, but this kid destroyed. This kid was unstoppable against CU.
Wide receiver.
Yeah. That guy from Stanford that CU couldn't stop.
Yeah.
That guy. 4'4", 6'2" receiver. Cortland Sutton sort of like role, that sort of thing. Okay, if that was the first 3 rounds, Running back, tight end.
Makes a whole lot of sense to me.
Are you good with it?
Absolutely, I'm good with it.
Yeah.
I mean, look, you got to address running back. It's the only glaring vacancy on the football team, so that has to happen in the first 2 rounds. You want depth at tight end, and you need wide receiver. That's it.
Right.
I mean, those are your 3 needs going into the draft. You address them all in the top 3 rounds. Boom, we're good.
You good with that, Scott?
Yeah, that sounds cool.
And then we could start doing mock drafts for 2026 the day after.
Does the Broncos have enough speed?
Nope. It's probably the one thing missing.
So if you draft that wide receiver and
4.4,
another big guy is
pretty
4.4,
fast.
okay, that's okay.
4.4 is good,
4.4 is pretty fast,
especially for a tall guy.
You got Mims, you got Franklin.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it's not
You're
great,
okay.
but you're all right. Well, Evan Engram's probably got above average speed for a tight end. No, he doesn't.
He's in year 100 and he's coming off 100 injuries.
So he sucks.
No.
Okay. All right,
but I wouldn't brag about his speed at this point.
Well, what do you think he's got then that makes him special?
He's got knowledge. He's got hands. He's got ability.
All right. We have, by the way, you have 7 more minutes to get your name in, and it's, make sure I get this right, Scissors, 303-504-0925 for Nuggets tickets. We will give away Nuggets tickets coming up in about 7 minutes. Dan was asked to get a few things done, including playoff Grizz. We have a finished product for you from what, yes.
Really?
Before the end of the show.
Wow.
Plus, we have...
must suck.
As you, it might, maybe.
Yeah.
It might. As you requested for the Celine Dion, we have Rose sending Jack to his watery death. Coming up next, right here on PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, I'm sure you've already shopped a little bit and you've seen, wow, things look expensive right now. That's why you want to go check out Phil Long Ford. They locked in over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles before things started getting more expensive. That means that you, the customer, you get to save the money directly in your pocketbook when you go to Phil Long Ford. With over 1,000 vehicles, it's one-stop shopping. Don't need to drive all over Colorado. Just go to one dealership, Phil Long Ford. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, it's going to be on the lot at Phil Long Ford. Guys, they're going to treat you right. I've been a customer for life ever since my rookie year in the NFL. They're going to give you the best price. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. You're going to feel respected when you go to Phil Long Ford. And keep in mind that they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy a new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongford.com. Name the band.
Oh my God. Gosh darn it.
This is right up the Warped Tour alley right here.
I know.
Famous for their violin.
Golly. Tell me. Sorry.
Yellow Card.
Oh, I would not have got that. It's good, though. Good stuff. Congratulations to Dan.
Ben Schuler.
Bryn Schuler.
Ben.
Ben?
Ben Schuler.
Ben, B-I-N?
B-E-N.
Oh, Ben.
Well, there is a bin that you put
Ben.
things in. That's a B-I-N.
Yeah, Dan was saying bin. It's
Ben.
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 Ben, what? What's his last name?
Is it a pin or a pen?
We've been talking about this.
Golly, man. Ben Schuler. Way to go, Ben. You won. You won those playoff tickets for the Nuggets going against the Clippers at Ball Arena on Saturday, 1:30. I like it. Afternoons. Hopefully we get an Avs game if it happens to be on the same day. Okay, let's just hope it's at night in Dallas. If that's the case, we'll have a awesome double dipperoo. If you want tickets, you can get them, which there's no way that's going to last long. But go to nuggets.com/tickets. That's nuggets.com/tickets. Make it 111 straight sellouts.
I don't think they count records in postseason, do they?
Okay, then never mind what I said.
You know, I actually, because nowadays you think, is there ever a postseason game that wouldn't be sold out? I once, back when there was 5-game series, played on Atlanta Hawks that had the records for the lowest attended
playoff game.
2 home games. I think we
That's
averaged.
hysterical.
I think we averaged 5,000 or 5,500 for 2
Terrible
games.
sports town.
It's
really
a
is.
lousy sports town.
It's a neat town, but
great
it's
city.
Yeah.
But for
Terrible
whatever
pro
reason.
sports. They love their college sports.
They like Georgia Tech. They like
They like
Georgia.
Georgia.
Well, that's unfortunate considering Athens is an hour away from Atlanta.
And Georgia Tech is literally right off the highway.
It's across the street.
From Turner.
I
Across the
was
street from
blown
Turner, right?
away how close Georgia Tech is. It's
To downtown.
literally across the street, like across a bridge.
Well, Georgia State at one time was in the high rises.
Yeah, Georgia State's right there,
It's
too.
like in a
Still
building.
or one of those schools is.
Well, no, Georgia State is like right there.
Yeah,
They're right in the
it
middle
was in
of
like a high rise.
Yeah. I think it's still like kind of like that. Yeah. Georgia Tech's a awesome campus.
Yeah.
I was blown away when we were down there for a baseball tournament. We kind of toured around there. It's incredible.
Yeah, their baseball stadium's cool. Isn't it?
Everything's cool. Charlie Blackmon, Georgia Tech, after he went to JUCO. There you go. Speaking of the
I wonder
Rockies.
what we haven't heard from Charles. We got to see if we can get him on.
Really?
Well, just,
About what?
Well, he's making a lot of decisions
Well,
over
he
there
could-
these
he could
days.
see what music he likes
Assistant
best.
GM.
Uh-huh. You want to get Cogliano on too and see what, see whose coffee he's getting?
No, Cogs can at least talk hockey and he has a championship.
Yeah.
I just want to know if
Charlie's okay?
Charlie would sit there and say, yeah, we suck.
Okay. I got a couple more for you.
Okay.
And then we have Grizz. We have playoff Grizz. You want playoff Grizz first? Or
No,
you
we got
want...
to say playoff Grizz because
Save
that's a
and playoff
pot. Yeah.
Grizz?
Because that's going to be great.
All right. Here is this.
That's fair down the third base line. Martini's going to get a green light from Warren Schaefer. And the throw's going to go to second. And the Rockies finally are on the board. And guess who drives them in? Kyle Farmer, naturally, with his 7th double of the year. He's among the big league leaders in that department. The former Dodger produces the Rockies' first run on this road trip.
All right. So what we're trying to do is
This is my favorite now.
This is your favorite?
Yeah,
Me too.
Yeah, that's gotta be
Seriously?
Yep, the circus music.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
okay.
Benny Hill.
Name of the song is Yakety Sax, commonly known as the Benny Hill theme. Do you know Benny Hill?
Three Stooges.
Okay,
Was
it's the same
was,
thing.
Was
It's the
Benny
same
Hill
thing.
one of the funniest things ever?
It was stupid. It was
Stupid
I guess.
funny though, right?
It was Three Stooges like, yes.
Did you like Mr. Bean?
Sort of. It's all this stupid British humor.
I love British humor.
Okay. I know it all. But it's all right. It feels like I got to drink an IPA to laugh at the humor.
Oh, no, you gotta have a Guinness.
Okay. We do have the Celine Dion update with Rose throwing Jack to his watery death. Do you want to hear
Yeah,
that
let's hear
version
that
of the move? She has generational wealth for her great-grandchildren, and she drops the necklace off the side of the boat because of a guy that she had a fling with. 1,000 years ago? What about your husband and your kids?
True love.
Stupid love.
Now,
Selfish love.
I'm with you on the door part, which I always thought was a bedboard, but it's a door.
Whatever.
Yeah, scoot over.
It's really.
Yeah, let me just stick a leg on there, and then maybe I
James
live.
Cameron, make the door smaller.
Yeah, but it beats the purpose of the story.
No kidding. See ya, Jack. All right, you ready for the Grizz stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. And we know it's the playoffs.
But I have to explain it.
We know it's the playoffs when people want to actually do work.
Or Grizz shows up to here, then we know it's the hockey playoffs.
Oh, I'm not going to come back until next year's playoffs? Where have you been for the last 6 months,
There's no
Grizz?
chance on a Tuesday against Columbus Grizz is doing any work.
Yeah.
But now it's the playoffs, and we will have practice over here at Family Sports. That's like 8 minutes away. Like it's nothing. It's like right here.
Right down the road.
But it does happen in the middle of our show.
Right.
So in order to, what's the story? Get the sound, get the video, all that sort of stuff. We got Grizz. We got playoff Grizz.
Playoff Grizz.
So we got a song.
Grizz World! Grizz World! It's playoff time! Excellent! Grizz World! Grizz World! Covering the Avs! Excellent! Woo! He's got the mics! He's got the stats!
Wow!
He's rocking that Avalanche cap!
I love it!
From ballerina to the post-game buzz!
I'm not sure about ballerina, but okay.
He's dropping hot takes because that's what he does. Grizz World! Grizz World! It's playoff time! Excellent! Grizz World! Grizz World! Covering the Avs! Excellent! Woo!
All right! Great job!
That's pretty damn good.
Dan, take note.
He knocked that out in about 30 minutes, too.
Great job!
That's a talented dude.
He is a talent. That's him singing.
I know.
He is a talented and a good-looking dude, and smells great.
He crushed it. Knew how to find the instrumental to the
Tastes
music.
good, too.
Oh.
All right, and
What?
huh?
Oh.
Wait, what do we do?
Oh, Shaggy.
I think we got it all done today. I think we were handed a bag of nothing, and we figured out how to kill 3 hours. Good luck, Nate and Andy. See if you can do that next. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Y'all have a great day.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Today at 4 o'clock on Kreckman and Lindahl, Nuggets guard Christian Braun will join the show.
Loose ball down to Jokic, front court, Westbrook over to Christian. Right-handed tomahawk! The loose ball comes down to Jokic. In the front court, Christian, layup, good, foul! Denver's all over Houston. Bob's your uncle against the Rockets. Here comes the end of the bench. Nuggets lead at 86-63.
Let's go! Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Hey, we're here. It is Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are with you until 6 o'clock. Christian Braun will stop by at 4 p.m. We've got a campaign. Not like Cameron Payne, but a campaign to try and get Christian Braun heavy consideration to be the most improved player in the NBA. Most improved, the MIP in the entire NBA, which, Andy, I would say Christian Braun has a case. This is a weird award, okay? I want to preface this conversation really quickly with this is a weird award. But Christian Braun more than doubled his scoring average this season from 7.3 to 15.4 points per game. His volume went up. His minutes went up. He started 77 of 79 games played this season. Career highs in rebounds, in assists, in steals, and everything else. His role was way more massive for this team. All right, here's where I get tripped up a little bit by most improved player. He's a third-year guy. Aren't you supposed to get better between your second and third year?
Yeah, that's fair enough. But I mean, he's stepping in for a guy that was a key part of the championship team. He was asked to do more with his role. He did do it. Look at all the metrics. He's improved everything.
Everything.
Doubled up in a lot of cases. So, yeah, I think he defines of what it's supposed to be. He's a key starter now. And another reason why I think he shows that he's important is and I don't know that this factors into that conversation. They haven't replaced him on the bench. His role was good enough that they kind of need it back. They could use two of him.
Right.
They could use the old him with the new him.
Right.
But somebody needs to step up and take care of the old him.
Here's one of the things that throws me off. I'm looking at the odds right now. Dyson Daniels of the Hawks is going to win the award. That's, again, he's a massive betting favorite. They look at what everybody is putting out. Dyson Daniels is going to win this thing. Dyson Daniels has a case to be the defensive player of the year this season. 3 steals a game, outstanding defensive guard for the Atlanta Hawks. Cade Cunningham is number 2 in the betting odds.
Okay.
He was a number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, you were supposed to be good to get there.
Shouldn't you just have been good all along?
They were waiting for you to improve too.
Right. And he did.
He did.
And he got a 6 seed for the Detroit Pistons, and he had a wonderful year, but should he be winning a most improved player award? I don't know. It's such a strange, subjective honor, and yet again, if you're looking at improvement, I would say doubling your scoring average is a pretty damn good argument to make. How about this? I was looking at this today regarding Christian Braun. All right, I'm just looking at straight up field goal percentage. All right, fancy advanced metric, I know. Field goal percentage.
Where'd they come up with that one?
The amount of shots you took and how many of them went in. All right. Here is your top 10 in the NBA this year. Jared Allen, Jalen Duren, Rudy Gobert, Ivica Zubac, Jakob Poeltl, Giannis, Domantas Sabonis, Christian Braun, Nikola Jokic. Okay?
It's pretty good company.
Also, what is one of these names? How is it not like the others? Christian Braun's the only guard in there. 58%. Everybody else on that is a big, which bigs usually lead the NBA in field goal percentage, because they're close to the basket. Higher percentage buckets. And there's Christian Braun making 58% of his shots this season. Oh, and by the way, he has attempted more three-pointers per game than anybody else that is on the leaderboard above him, taking 2.8 threes per game. Sabonis is the only other one over 2. Now, this is, again, one of those other areas where, damn, isn't Jokic impressive. He's also top 10, and he's averaging 4.7 three-point attempts per game. That's just how good that dude is.
And your other two candidates come from the 8th-seeded Hawks and the 6th-seeded Pistons.
Sure.
And they're both Eastern clubs. I'm sure that kind of factors in. Let me ask you this. Is this also where you're playing with the MVP? Does that hurt your case?
Don't know. Maybe.
Do your efforts
Maybe.
get ignored because
Jokic?
We're all worried about Jokic.
Right. Like Cade Cunningham is the best player on the 6-seed Pistons.
Right.
Like, yeah, obviously Daniels plays with, Trae Young, but no, it's a good point right there. Christian Braun, I think he's going to be, he's in the balloting. I don't think he's going to win, but I'm down to make the case, and I'm excited to talk to him. Really, like, here's the thing that I want to ask CB about. Besides, like anything happening at work the past week. The other thing I want to ask CB about though today is just like, what did you target as ways to get better this year? And the other thing about it is, how do you get better during a season? Because I think he has. I think we've seen him add things to his game all throughout the season. And it's led him to this place where he is this player. And I think he's massive in this series. I think he's going to be huge in this series. James Harden is going to have to guard him an awful lot. Christian Braun can run past James Harden. He's going to have to defend Harden at the other end.
They're going to turn that around the other way too.
Stay out of foul trouble, and they're going to do everything in the world they can to, switch Harden and get Porter guarding him, and see if they can get Porter into foul trouble, or get Murray guarding him and get Murray into foul trouble. The chess match of this entire thing. It's making my brain spin as I'm taking a look at it. But Christian Braun, him being active and cutting and making James Harden work on the defensive end of the floor is going to be a massive part of this series, a massive part of the Nuggets attack. And I think he's poised to have a huge, huge series.
I hope you're right. And I hope it's the reason why they move on.
Hope so.
I hope we avoid the 7 you think that it may go.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can do 7.
I'm prepared.
Not going to lie to you.
I'm prepared for this one to be stressful. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
That mixed in with some playoff hockey next week ought to be just great. Everybody will be waking up. I suppose we'll all be 8 o'clock games on top of it.
No problem.
No, we're in Dallas, so it'll be 6, a couple of those.
Yeah, so a few of them will be a little bit earlier.
The NFL draft shows up.
Yes.
Oh, what a week.
It's here, man. It's a great time of year.
You know what this is? This is the week to get all the honeydews done. Because you're going to be worthless next week.
Oh.
There's a few things going on.
Okay.
You better get that yard work done.
Yeah.
Better get that dog mess cleaned up. Better get the watering handled.
The watering?
Better water that yard real good.
Get your watering done out there, kids. What's the policy on the dog poop cleanup? Do you do that a couple of times a week? How does that work?
In the summer, when you have 3 like I do, you best do it twice a week, or the neighbors will probably wonder, is someone murdered over there? So, yeah, I tell my son all the time, we'll double team this thing, but don't.
Okay.
Because if you leave it, you're looking at 45 minutes of the stupid.
With the scooper?
Yeah, and it's worthless.
Yeah.
I hate it. It's got to be a better. There needs to be a poop vacuum. Matter of fact, I probably would spend good money for the vacuum.
I'll look and see if Roller Auction is. If
Yeah,
they've got
they got
one
a
of
good
those. We'll find out for you right there.
You know what you did do on Roller Auction, except I couldn't fit it through my backyard gate, would be one of those the lawnmowers for the park.
Hell yeah!
Just go cruising around on that thing. I just don't know how I'd get it into the backyard.
The thing is basically like a golf cart with like a giant like there's more mowers going off of the side of it.
And I don't need it. Don't get me wrong. The yard is not that big. I just would like to say I have one.
It would be nice to be done in 3 minutes.
I'm telling you, when I'm a retiree, and it could be coming any day, who
Yeah.
knows? Maybe I'll just go mow lawns at the park. That feels like at least there'd be a little peace in that job.
Yes.
Wouldn't you think?
I would say so. Yeah, that's.
Or would someone approach you to even still criticize your ability to cut the grass?
Do you remember True Detective season 1? That was how that guy got away with it the whole time. Yeah. No, nobody suspected the guy that was mowing lawns over at the elementary school. Meanwhile, he's got a cave with a.
Yeah, I don't want to handle schools. Just give me the parks.
Carcosa.
Like there's that Berkeley Park off I-70 in Sheridan, my old neighborhood. Or
You'd like that gig?
Yeah, I'll just go mow there.
We have got Nuggets playoff tickets to give away today because it's a playoff ticket Tuesday, and this is your chance to win a pair of tickets to Saturday's Game 1 against the Clippers at Ball Arena. Yes, we have got keywords to give you. We will give you them coming up at 20 minutes after the hour every single hour. So we'll give you those and, hit it up. And if you want playoff tickets, go to nuggets.com and buy playoff tickets. Go watch the Nuggets take on.
Be sure you're in the house.
Yes. Make sure that you are there. Gabriel Landeskog's just like going to hockey practice these days.
That's cool.
That's just
It's
a
good.
thing that he does. He goes to hockey practice. He prepares to play the hockey right now, and that is very cool to see. It's just good where it's just like, hey, he's just casually out there. You know what I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to the day when it's not news that Gabriel Landeskog is at hockey practice. That's going to be awesome. Like, that's going to be like, oh, he's just a hockey player again. Like, we don't hear that, you know what? Nathan McKinnon went to hockey practice today. We don't hear that.
Well, it was a little bit of a deal today.
How so?
He had the little lower body thing, so he went and did the.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
He did, what did they call it? The optional skate with Drouin and Gabe.
Yeah. Yeah, he was optional skating out there, but you know what I'm saying.
Dude,
like,
how many?
It's mostly not a big deal.
And I'm with you, and hopefully by next week that scenario you described is there because he's already played in a couple of games.
Yeah.
How wild is it to think? Because I guess I thought about this saying that to you, and you could really go for most of the roster. Gabe has a bunch of new teammates he's never played with before. He's not played with Jonathan Drouin. He's not played with our boy Charlie Coyle or Ross Colton
Wait a minute.
Miles Wood.
Hold on. As you say this, and I had not thought about any of this.
Taze, Johnson, McCarr,
yeah,
O'Connor, Gerard. There you go. There's another good one. Yeah.
He played with Manson, right?
Yes.
Whenever.
Cup year.
Yeah, okay.
So he's played with Manson, so he knows a bit of the D-core.
EJ, obviously.
But I mean,
did you say
ever
EJ?
since he's been out, EJ, Nichushkin, but ever since he's been out, part of the reason why they've made so many trades is try to figure out the void that he's left.
It's over
a
half
lot of this forward group he's not played with.
It's over half the roster.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Guys that he has not played, which is one of those other indicators of just like pro sports. Am I right?
Yeah.
You know, like
they kind of change zip codes.
It happens constantly in professional sports. Wow. I had not considered that whole part of it. So, like, I mean, chances are whomever his line mates are going to be, like, maybe he'll be on a line with O'Connor?
I could see him be third line, maybe. But
Okay.
I could put him with Coyle, right?
Yeah.
Do you have the answer from Charlie Coyle that we got about Gabe? Let's dig that up. If you missed it Friday, first off.
Yeah.
If you missed it Friday, where the hell were you at with Ska Friday?
Secondly, what are you doing with your life?
Yeah, you need to hear Ska Friday and takes aplenty before you head into the weekend.
Charlie Coyle was wonderful.
He was.
We enjoyed that.
He's on YouTube, right? Go catch it there. Mm-hmm. We've got a little tab. Go and find that. Listen to the interview. We kept him quite a while. He seemed to enjoy it. Matter of fact, he said as much at the end.
Friend of the program.
I got a little disappointed he didn't have football takes for us the way Ross Colton would. You know, he couldn't have just dropped a draft Travis Hunter for his beloved Patriots. He's as Boston as Cliff Clavin. Would you agree?
Very Boston.
Of all the Cheers characters, he'd
yeah.
have probably had to be the new Cliff Clavin.
There's no doubt that he does not say no Marv. Okay.
Yeah. We really got that thing coming out.
Yeah.
You got it? You good? All right. I just want you to hear though. The reason why I want him to call up the answer. The answer about Gabe was, don't look at me like that. It'll be quick, right? How long's that answer?
What are we doing on the other side?
All right.
It's a 90-second answer.
Dude, the enthusiasm in Coyle's voice, you just know you're going to get that look back again at about 39. The enthusiasm in Coyle's voice for a guy he's never played with, I thought was pretty cool, and I think it tells you about the stature Gabe holds in the game.
Let's talk about Gabriel Landeskog, his sweet hair.
Oh, you went Gabriel.
Gabriel and Charles Coyle's love.
There was Charles Burrow.
Of Gabriel Landeskog. We'll do that coming up here on the other side. Kreckman and Lindahl. All right, we were talking about mowing lawns, and sometimes you got volume that you got to take care of. Well, they've got you over at Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid right now and check out the Northern Colorado Municipalities Vehicles and Equipment Auction. You have got 2 days remaining on this auction. It begins to close April 17th at 9 a.m. That is Thursday at 9 a.m. So you still got a couple of days. Bidding is available now and open to everybody at roller.bid. First things first, you looking for a 2012 John Deere X320 rear-wheel drive ride-on lawnmower, classic green and yellow John Deere. Excellent deal available on that. Or perhaps you're looking to get a little bit more intense, like my guy Andy Lindahl. In that case, you're looking at the Toro Real Master 5010 front-wheel drive, ride-on, real lawnmower. Look at the pure breadth of grass that you can mow with this thing. Go to roller.bid right now and check it out. That is roller.bid, Roller Auction. If you are looking to up your lawn mowing game, well, Roller Auction's got you covered with the Northern Colorado Municipalities Vehicles and Equipment Auction, available to bid right now at roller.bid. Yes, we had Charlie Coyle on the show last week, and he is a friend of the program. And we will hear him talking about Gabriel Landeskog in just a moment. But right now, it's a Playoff Ticket Tuesday, and this is your chance to win a pair of tickets to Saturday's Game 1 against the Clippers at Ball Arena. What you need to do is text the keyword to 303-504-0925, plus your first and last name, and you are entered. Again, the keyword to 303-504-0925, and you are entered to win. Your keyword this hour, 303-504-0925. The keyword is, stay with me on this one, fairy. Fairy. As in former Duke forward Danny Ferry. Danny Ferry. Why do we bring up Danny Ferry in relation to the Clippers? Well, Danny Ferry once got drafted by the Clippers. He did not want to play for the Clippers. He was the number 2 overall pick in the draft coming out of Duke, and he was like, Donald Sterling, the Clippers, I'm good on that. Instead, he accepted an offer to play for the Italian League's Messaggero, which is now known as Virtus Roma, where he averaged 23 points per game during the 89-90 season. The Clippers then traded Danny Ferry's rights in November, along with Reggie Williams, to the Cavs in exchange for Ron Harper, 2 first-round draft picks, and a second-round pick. That was where he would make his NBA debut the following year as a member of the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's right. Danny Ferry got drafted by the Clippers and was like, nah, I'm good.
And again, we're thinking more the boat rather than Lord of the Rings stuff.
Ferry, Danny Ferry. Yeah, not like Tinkerbell.
Right. Or Frodo, well, I guess Frodo's I don't know.
Were there fairies in Lord of the Rings?
Yeah, I'm sure there were. Maybe there weren't. I
Those
guess
are hobbits.
What about the elf?
They had elves.
Who was Steven Tyler's daughter?
She
wasn't a fairy?
She was an elf lady. She was an elf woman.
She got it all with a human, though.
Yes, she did. It was scandalous.
They had quite the night. There weren't some fairies around him at some point saving him or something. I refuse to believe that damn epic that wasted 9 years of my life didn't have a fairy in there somewhere.
Didn't have a single fairy anywhere in it.
No. A bunch of little white spots floating around here and there. If it was Ghost Adventures, it'd be a ghost, and that thing, it's a damn fairy.
They had a big spider. There were ghosts,
too. Gigantic spider.
Yeah, big
they had
spider.
Everything.
They had
you know
ghosts.
there's a director's cut of that thing?
They had wizards.
How in the hell did you miss anything in your first cut? There doesn't need to be a director's cut. That damn thing runs 10 hours.
They had dwarves. They had
Orcs.
them all. They had orcs. All those guys.
Walking trees.
Remember some creatures.
Gigantic eagles.
Tolkien was so high when he wrote that thing.
Now
Anyway.
900 people have made.
Anyway, text Ferry as in Danny Ferry to
It had a Schmeagle.
303-504-0925.
And of course, it had a damn ring.
He was creepy.
Couple of dragons.
504-0925. Along with your first and last name, and you are entered to win playoff tickets from us. It's a Playoff Ticket Tuesday on your home for Mile High Playoffs, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
No Minotaurs, though?
Just reading the copy.
I think there's a Minotaur. Isn't that the...
What about centaurs? That's like a half-man, half-horse guy.
Well, that's what I was thinking of. So then what's the Minotaur?
They had centaurs in Harry Potter. I don't know if they had those. The Minotaur? Wasn't he just like a big monster guy?
Sure, whatever.
Anyway, Charlie Coyle.
Charlie Coyle was excited to play with the Norse god. He's excited to get to play with the Norse god, Gabe Landeskog.
It's incredible. I mean, we can go on and on about what he's gone through and how he's battled and the rehab and you know, I haven't even seen. I've only been here for however many days and just seen it, but I can't imagine the last 2 or 3 years what he's gone through and just to keep plugging along. And it's a physical battle, but the mental battle is got to be extreme. And he just does it with just so much class and just, I don't know. I can't even describe it, but it's so positive and it's very contagious how he goes about it every day. No complaints, no nothing, just puts his head down and works and doing what he can to get back. So to have him come in and be a part of our lineup with the lineup that we already had, the depth that we already have is, man, it gets me even more jacked up just thinking about it. A guy of his caliber, the player he is, but also the leader he is. He's been here. What's he been the captain since he was 19?
Yeah.
He knows what it takes. He's won it before. Those are guys you need and want in your lineup and just to have in your locker room. And he brings so much, just an all-around player, all-around leader. That would be unbelievable to have him in the mix.
Yeah, okay. You know what Coyle does to me hearing that back again? He's kind of like a radio star. He's what you and I get all the time. That sounds like just a nice, friendly guy. Show me around Boston, show some of the sights. And then you see him on the ice with his chiseled jaw and his angered look, I feel like, every shift that he plays. And I just don't feel like the personality we got from him matches the dude that just looks so foreboding on the ice when he gets out there to play.
Tough physical player.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Hockey is the weirdest in that way. Some of the nicest guys you'll ever talk to are just the meanest dudes out on the ice.
Gabe are both going to knock your lid off.
Exactly.
You brought up a great point yesterday. I was worried about Gabe, and Gabe's out there in 2 minutes, and he's taking some kid's helmet off and tossing it halfway down the ice.
Putting a guy in a headlock.
Looking at my people. What's your problem?
Yeah, the Norse God can handle his own business out there. He's just fine. But okay, what Coyle talked about right there. All right. This series against Dallas, and the Avalanche go into it a little bit banged up. Dallas didn't play great down the stretch, but what are intangibles that could separate in this series? And maybe one of them is going to be, and you've talked about it, Andy, the emotional lift that you get of Gabriel Landeskog taking the ice for your team. But also, like, hey, what a concept. The Avalanche actually have, their captain back in the dressing room, and you have that voice. Like, how different is it going to be for this team should they have a bad period? They then go in for intermission, and the captain's voice is the one in the room. It's going to make guys take note. And, oh, by the way, like Charlie Coyle kind of talked about it right there. You saw Landeskog you saw him going through rehab every single day. It's one of those deals where you're just like, well, how can I be having a bad day right now? That guy's trying to come back from cartilage replacement surgery because his knee got cut, and this guy can barely even skate and all those kind of things. Like, if you're not out there giving everything that you have every single shift in a playoff series, and then Gabriel Landeskog pipes up about it, you kind of got to look yourself in the mirror and go, all right, well, I should probably pick it up because that guy's doing it right now.
Yeah, I think, and it's crazy to say because you just feel like they should be here anyway, and I feel like this team was, but locked in is the only thing I can come up with. Gabe's back, lock in. Yep. He's given up a lot of his sweat, his rehab time, the last 2 years of his life to get back here on the ice with you, lock in. Eric Johnson's back in the room. Let you know.
Yeah.
You better value this time we get together. It reminds me of Ish Smith and Jeff Green and guys like that.
Except these
Nuggets
guys play.
had. Yeah, except these guys, well, yeah. I'll be curious to see EJ. EJ, I'm not sure EJ is going to be in every game playoff. But look, EJ's kind of like Jack Johnson from that year where everybody kind of thought it was done, and then you kind of need guys like EJ to – it's not a fast move up and down game all the time. It gets a little gritty, gets a little slowed down, and EJ, I think, will be perfect to help play that kind of style.
The announcer the other day on ESPN thought EJ was Jack Johnson.
I heard that. And I felt bad for the guy. Wow, you pulled Andy.
I know, and it's Roxy Bernstein who's so good, and I heard him, and I legit had a moment there where I was like, when did the Avs get Jack Johnson back?
Yeah, you heard. Did we require him again?
Was there a transaction I missed in there somewhere? No. It was Eric Johnson. Okay. I had my moment right there. Yeah, that's one where you, as a broadcaster, you get to break and you just smack yourself in the face. Idiot! What am I doing?
Whoops. Well, in fairness, the guy did play here.
And also, in fairness, he got Charlie Coyle's goal right, and that was the go-ahead. That one was just the, that was the icing it goal right there. Although it was not icing, it actually went through. Andy, 32 2/3 innings.
Yeah, man.
32.
How about that?
And 2/3 without scoring a run.
And then a guy named Farmer, who I'm not quite all familiar with, shows up and breaks the drought.
Kyle Farmer. He's like one of the only dudes on the team that's hitting, by the way.
Oh, that's great.
Like literally one of the only ones. I think they would have been no hit the other night if he had not been on the club. Yeah, 32 2/3 without scoring. They lost 5-3 to the Dodgers last night. Dustin May was good. Rockies hitters were guessing. Eventually, they did score a run. Hunter Goodman hit a home run. They didn't really threaten it, and I don't think the Dodgers were all that worried about it last night. They win 5-3. Ryan Feltner will toe the slab tonight out there at Dodger Stadium. I did click on the Athletics power rankings today, Andy, and it should not surprise you to find out the Rockies are down there at number 30.
Yeah, there's no other place for them to be, right?
No.
You'd gone a whole series not scoring a run.
They didn't, for an entire series. Did you realize the Rockies have not had anybody hit 30 home runs in a season since 2019?
Not until you sent us the note.
2019 would have been the last time. I'm assuming that was Nolan? Probably would have been Nolan, right?
Would have had to have been.
Yeah, exactly.
Story got off. Wasn't Story kind of in and on and off the IL, I should say?
Yeah, exactly. By the way, speaking of Nolan, did you happen to see his quotes from yesterday?
I didn't.
So Nolan
was
he
trying to get traded?
Well, no, So as you remember, in the offseason, he was heavily rumored to be headed to the Houston Astros, and then the trade didn't go down. And Cardinals are playing the Astros this week, so Nolan is sort of speaking on all of it, and he revealed, and it was really interesting quotes, but all I could think about when I heard all of this stuff was just like, oh, yeah, this is a guy that survived being a Colorado Rocky. And what he said basically was like, yeah, no, I would have gone to Houston, but I was looking at what they were doing, getting rid of Kyle Tucker and not, re-signing Alex Bregman. And I was like, that maybe doesn't look like the best situation for me. And basically like what he told the Cardinals and told them to tell Houston was like, I'm not saying no. I'm just saying, give me a minute.
Yeah.
Well, the hot stove was burning, and Houston was hot to trot to make another deal, and they eventually did to get Christian Walker, and they eventually gave him a contract, and Nolan is still with the Cardinals, but he's got a no-trade clause, so he blew up that trade. But all I could think about as I read those comments from Nolan Arenado was just like, oh, yeah, this is a guy that got the boot from the Rockies for daring to acknowledge, hey, this doesn't look good around here. Hey, this looks like a bit of a rebuild. I don't like the direction this whole thing is heading. And now he's in St. Louis, and he's looking over at Houston, and he's trying to determine where's the next place I'm going to play in my major league career. And he's like, I know what this looks like. Yeah.
I've tasted that water.
Right, exactly. Like, I've got the PTSD of being a member of the Colorado Rockies. I don't need to go sign up for that again. And so he's awkwardly, kind of still in St. Louis. My guess is he probably gets moved at some point this year. But yeah, as I read those comments, I was just like, okay, I really respect that for an athlete to look at a situation and just say, I don't like where that thing's headed right now.
Why would you respect that, Nate? Why? What case or example could you think of where maybe the exact opposite happened?
Maybe the current iteration of the Colorado Rockies.
And Chris Bryant in particular.
Right.
I'll take the contract. Who
Sure.
cares about the team?
Exactly. Give me the dough.
Matter of fact, give me the dough and make sure nobody else is signed. I don't care.
Don't pay attention to my degenerating back and the disease that
All right,
I'm currently
what do
dealing
you think's
with.
going to happen? Because were you the one that said it? Who?
Troy Rank tweeted it yesterday.
Thank you. About the trying to pay off the insurance policy.
Right. That the Rockies most likely have an insurance policy on it, so they will figure out whatever they could recoup out of that, and then he would likely be DFA'd and won't be on the club anymore.
I do want to add, before last night's game, Bud Black said he expects Bryant back after this 10-day IL stint.
Yeah, I think that's something he has to say.
After 10 days, for real?
I believe that's something he has to say out loud.
Because you and I, listen, we made a joke about it. I need to go to San Diego for a vacation, and then he'll come mash a few homers, and upon my return, back to the IL.
Yeah.
He times it up with my summer vacation every year. That's when he gets his 2 weeks of Rockies baseball in, pretty much.
We'll see. Perhaps he could return. Maybe.
Did you see, by the way?
Maybe his degenerative lumbar disc disease is going to get better. I don't know.
Ryan Spielborg's, I believe, and if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but I believe it was on the DNVR podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan Spielborg suggesting before the start of this series that if you show up 0-6, some changes could be coming. What changes do you think they'd be willing to make?
They're going to fire Bud now?
Well,
what's the difference?
I mean, are you going to try to... Yeah, look.
Honestly, like I can't argue back against it. You want to fire Bud Black
well,
right now?
You got to make some statement at some point, don't you?
Oh, this is.
I'm not saying it's all Bud's fault. I mean, look at the roster he has, but you gotta at some point tell the crew, because Ryan said if they do go 0-6 on this road trip, which feels likely, they'd be like 3-15, I believe, to start the year.
Yeah.
Worst start in franchise history. You can't just keep plucking along. And you know what's been pointed out on a number of tweets, and you've hinted at this too. We all hyper-focus on pitching. This team can't hit. They don't hit well. You just brought up nobody having 30 home runs since, what'd you say, 2019?
2019. At Coors Field. You play most of the time at Coors Field. Kyle Newman had a number of notes right here. I just want to zip through this really quickly about what is going on with this club, okay? They have scored 43 runs this season. That is by far the fewest in the majors. They have struck out 169 times so far this year. That's the most in the majors. They lead the National League with 16 errors committed so far this season. Remember, Dick Monfort told us this is going to be the greatest fielding team in the history of the franchise. They lead the National League in errors. God, my dude, Adel Amador couldn't get out of his own way last night. And as in terms of the pitching right now, let's see. Bullpen 5.92. That is the fourth worst in all of baseball. The staff's overall 5.02, second worst in baseball, ahead of only the Washington Nationals, who will come in this weekend. They are 3-13 so far on the year. So they don't hit, but they also don't field or pitch.
Well, that's good. I mean,
Besides
at least it's
that,
all coming together.
It's going great right now. So
do they travel well?
I think they all made the plane. So that's the thing that they've got going for them. Hey, you got a few more minutes to text in on a Nuggets playoff ticket Tuesday, 303-504-0925. Text Ferry, as in Danny Ferry, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. Yes, Danny Ferry, former number 2 overall pick by the LA Clippers. He was so excited to be drafted by them, he went to Europe to play for an entire year.
Was that a Danny
instead.
Manning team? Or did they miss each other?
It would have. I believe that would have been a Danny Manning Clippers team because because the Cavs traded Ron Harper to get him, and Harper and Manning, that was the Clippers of the early 90s.
But Manning
basically
had the bad knees, right?
Eventually, yes.
Okay.
He had a couple of good years. He might have made an All-Star
He was
team
so
or
good
two.
at Kansas.
He was great, phenomenal.
By the way, I just checked the
player.
text line. A lot of people in on the Minotaur thing.
Okay, what is a Minotaur? Do we know?
Man, body, bullhead. That's the most succinct one I see. Man, body,
bullhead.
Bullhead.
Okay. Cool, Carl. Makes sense.
Are you not into all that stuff? Were you not a Dungeons and Dragons guy, Spring? Did you ever choose your own adventure?
I thought all the metalheads were into that stuff.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. All right, that wraps up this hour of Nuggets Playoff Ticket Tuesday, but we will have another keyword for you coming up at 4:20 this afternoon, 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. I know our listeners won't be busy doing anything else. They will just be texting in to 303-504-0925 when we give them another keyword to get you tickets for the Nuggets and the Clippers. Game 1 coming up on Saturday at 1:30. Is that, by the way, is that the game we're giving tickets to?
That
I'm
is.
assuming it's
That's
game
the
1.
First game of the playoffs.
Yes. Yes.
Let's go. Let's get you there. Let's get you in a good mood.
Let's get in the building. Christian Braun coming up top of the hour. Andy, I started digging into some stuff here. I was looking at Jokic, okay? This Nikola Jokic guy is pretty good, all right? He just completed a season here in 24-25. This was his campaign. He was third in the NBA in scoring at 29.6 points per game. He was third in the NBA in rebounding, 12.7 rebounds pulled down per contest. Second in assists, trailing only Atlanta's Trae Young at 10.2 assists per game. And he finished second in steals, only to Dyson Daniels of Atlanta, 1.8 steals per game. He is the first player to finish top 3 in those 4 statistical categories in a single season. And those are, pretty standard counting stats right there. Again, scoring average, rebounding, assists, and steals. Nobody, and this was according to Nuggets Twitter today, nobody has ever finished top 10 in all 4 categories, let alone, top 3 like the Joker just did. Is this the best non-Wilt season ever put up by a big man?
Yeah, I don't know how you argue it. Why? Let me ask you this, okay? See, you want to give me some more numbers.
I did the digging. I think there's a couple. I think there's one guy in particular that's got a case.
Give it to me. Westbrook?
No. I'm talking big man.
Okay.
This is center, pure center stuff right here. All right.
Shaq.
And again, I didn't pull up. Wilt Chamberlain is he just kind of broke the game. All right. His third year in the league in 61-62, and he was a Philadelphia Warrior, and he averaged 50 points and 26 rebounds a game. Those aren't even video game numbers.
Good.
Those are, yeah. By the way, he did not win MVP that year.
Who did? Oscar?
Bill Russell. Bill Russell won the MVP that year, I'm sure because the Celtics probably lost 2 games the entire season. But he did not win MVP. But so Wilt's numbers are just stupid. His scoring averages, this is his first 6 years in the league, 38, 38, 50, 45, 37, 35. Okay, it's just silly. All right. I went digging through it. Joel Embiid's MVP year, a couple of years ago, he scored 33 a game. Pretty damn good, right?
Yes.
And he averaged 10 rebounds. 4.2 assists, doesn't come close to Joker at all in that category. And I know assists aren't the end-all, be-all of everything, but purely in terms of production, Embiid's not there with Joker. Bob McAdoo, 74-75, as a member of the Buffalo Braves, had an MVP season in which he averaged 34.5 points and 14 rebounds. Good year. Really good year. 2 assists. Moses Malone's MVP year, 81-82 in Houston. 31 points, 15 rebounds. Pretty good. 1.8 assists. The Admiral, 94-95, his MVP year in San Antonio, David Robinson. 28-11, 2.9 assists. Shaq's MVP year with the Lakers, 99-2000. 29.7 points, 13.6 rebounds, 3.8 assists. Now, he did average 3 blocks a game, and look, basically every one of these guys has an argument of being I'm a better rim protector, better pure, paint defender than Nikola Jokic. Okay, I can't really push back on that. Olajuwon's MVP year, 27, 12, 3.6. Now he had 3.7 blocks, 1.6 steals. Pretty good. Here's the closest one I could come to it. 71-72, Kareem. Listen to this year. 35 points, 17 rebounds, 4.6 assists. Again, not quite there in assists, and he played the game very differently. But Kareem's 71-72, pretty damn good. But we're talking about Jokic as basically what I would consider a top 2 season by a center non-Wilt category, non-Wilt Chamberlain, which, again, Wilt Chamberlain was ridiculous.
He was. He
played in such a different NBA.
Well, and I looked up the average height of the guys he was playing against because after a while the
Not the
number
same.
is so ridiculous.
Yeah.
You have to figure nobody was as tall as he was, but the average height of the center was 6'10", it says here, and that too much is made of the competition Will played against. All right, so here's my question for modern day.
Yeah.
Why is it that Nikola is so more well-rounded than everybody else? Because every time we go through the numbers just don't – it's not like it's just one thing he does well. Obviously, the reason why he gets triple-doubles.
Yeah.
But why does he feel like, as a center, he's a more well-rounded player than most of his peers?
So much of it goes back to, and interestingly enough, I'm right now I'm reading my way through Singer's book, Why So Serious, which is fantastic. And, I read about 4 chapters the other night, and it was kind of taken through the end of his time at Mega Basket, when he first came over to Summer League, and the start of his NBA career. And really what was happening at that stage of his basketball life was it was twofold. Number one, he was developing the post presence and the touch that he has today. Okay? Andy, the guy's got the best hands we've ever seen on a pro athlete. All right? Just flat out. Okay? I've never seen anybody more deft, more coordinated, and with a better touch with a basketball in their hands than Nikola Jokic. And that was when he was developing all of that. And he played for Dejan Milojevic, the late assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors, who was his coach then, who coached the hell out of him. But he recognized, okay, this guy's a freak. We play through him. All right? The ball goes through him. And then he got over to the NBA, and he went to Summer League, and he was the 9th guy off the bench. He's a second-round pick. The franchise, yes, they liked him, but also, they took Nurk ahead of him, this team was not planning on having Jokic be a star. And then Tim Connolly started, hearing from, Jameer Nelson and Wilson Chandler and Darrell Arthur, and these guys just being like, that Serbian dude's unreal.
Yeah, he's really good.
Yeah, he's doing things we've never seen done before. Why is this guy so good with a basketball in his hands? And then Michael Malone had to see him, had to recognize that, and it had to occur to him. And Joker had to put in the work and do all those things, but Malone basically had to recognize oh, God, I'm sitting on a gold mine right here. But again, at that time, they were like, yeah, he'll make some all-star teams. They didn't know he was going to be this.
But still, what is it? Why?
He's just so much more skilled.
He's got a better all-around game than it feels like everybody else.
Everybody. Yeah. He's more skilled, and he also this is one thing, and this is where environment is everything. And I think the Nuggets facilitated it, and also I think that the guy came of age in an era in basketball where people stopped thinking so sort of categorically, Players don't get put in silos as much anymore. It used to be you are 1 through 5, and this is your job on the floor, and this is what we expect out of you. And Nikola Jokic came of age at a time where there were starting to be players that were blurring those lines, And it didn't all start in this generation. I'd say Magic Johnson blurred those lines. I would say that Larry Bird did. I would say that LeBron James did. These are hybrid type of guys. And Jokic was he was the next step in the evolution of it all. What if you could be 7 foot tall, 275 pounds, and the offense could run through you? And you could have the handle and the skill and the trust of your coaches and teammates to have the game get completely played through you. And that's what he is able to do that these other guys just have not been able to do.
Yeah, I think, and I want to ask Christian Brown about this, who's going to join us here in a few minutes, but I just think it's also about the winning and doing all the things required.
Yep.
Not just scoring buckets, not just fancying yourself one or another.
Because isn't some of it like he has the right disposition to be that basketball player?
Yeah, he does.
He wants the game played in a particular manner, and he wants, it's the old assists make 2 people happy thing. Like that.
Well, and seeing the game. Look, I don't know. You can't teach people to see the game probably the way that he does. That's just the reality.
Yeah. It's innate. It's absolutely incredible. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Christian Brown going to join us coming up here on the other side. Game 1, Nuggets and Clippers on Saturday. We'll get you set for that series with Big CB coming up next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How's your energy level been lately? How about your sleep? Are you dealing with brain fog, depression, maybe poor production in the gym, or at least not the way that you're used to seeing it? It's not just getting old. You could be having a problem with your testosterone levels. And if this is the case, head on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and let them help you out. You could be even dealing with some sexual side effects of this, as well as like a low sex drive. So no need to suffer through this. No need to just say, oh, I'm getting old. This is how it is now. It doesn't have to be that way. You can go over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and you can talk to them about what you've been feeling and what you've been dealing with. They'll draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes, and you'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider who will review your results with you, discuss your options, and then you can make the decision with their medical team whether to start on testosterone or not. The cost of your first appointment is $99, which does include that medical consult, the T and the PSA test. But if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. Find all the locations of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or call them 720-440-7900.
Westbrook falls down, throws back behind him over to Jokic, top of the key, Christian. Christian to the rim. Dog! Right-handed tomahawk! Elbow up in your face! Wowza!
Wowza is right. Thank you, Kaz. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. It is hour number 2, and it is time to talk to Christian Braun ahead of Game 1 on Saturday against those L.A. Clippers. Christian Braun joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Christian, welcome back to the show. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing quite well. Christian, just a typical quiet week at work, I'm sure, for you guys. How has the last week been, and what was it like to go through the coaching change with 3 games left in the season?
I mean, it's different. It's my first, obviously, coaching change I've had to navigate, or we've had to navigate since I've been in the league. It's not something that you want to go through, but it is something that does happen. I think we've done a good job of, refocusing, making sure that we're locked in on, the right things we need to be locked into. Right now it's obviously a key moment in the year. It was time for us. We needed 3 wins in a row, and we got them. So now we're refocused, and we're making sure we're focused on the Clippers. But it was a different change. It's not something we want to go through, but I think we did a really good job up to this point of navigating it.
Yeah, you certainly have, and you guys go 3-0 under David Adelman. When you look back on the last week and those games, the Kings game, the Grizzlies game, and then the Houston game on Sunday, how did you guys play differently? What has been different with David Adelman running the show?
I think we've been focused. I think we've been locked in. I think defensively, our communication has been really, really good. And a lot of those things are just on the players, hasn't been much of a change coaching staff-wise. Just the guys have really locked in on what we needed to do. And I think that those last 3 games were really important, regardless who was at the head coach position for us. And we knew we needed 3 wins. We did a really good job of going out there and communicating and coming together, playing together, just playing, Nuggets basketball that we're used to playing.
Christian, I'm curious. The last time we got to talk to you was honestly your rookie year and pretty early in it. And since that time, I think every time Jokic is asked about you, maybe not every time, but when asked about you quite often, he always talks about Christian Braun's a winner. He's a winner, he's a winner, he's a winner, and you're all about the winning. How did you convince Jokic of that?
I don't think I had to, convince him of that. I think that I just go out and try to play my game and win, every single night. And I think that's just your approach. Maybe it's something that he sees, in the way that I approach each night. And, I try to take certain things from, his approach and his routine in a way too, but I don't think it's something I had to prove to him. I think he knew coming in, my resume in high school and in college, and then he saw the way I approach games in the NBA. And I just kind of, you want to go out there and play the right way, play hard each night, be available each night. I think as our relationship has grown, he's just realized that the main thing on my mind is the main thing on his mind too, and that's winning.
Specifically, when it comes to playing with Jokic, and you guys look at your numbers as a tandem, your net rating, the numbers are absolutely fantastic. Going from being a second unit guy fighting for minutes as a rookie to now being a core piece of this team and a 30-plus minute a night starter, you're playing with Jokic almost all the time. How have you gotten better at playing with Nikola Jokic, and how have you been able to maximize your minutes of playing with him?
I think it's really easy, playing alongside him. Obviously, you're drafted for a reason. I think that the way I play really fits alongside the way he plays. I think that my intensity each night and just being available, playing with him, has been a big part of it. As long as you're on the court with him and in the right spots and willing to learn, willing to listen, a lot of times he'll make you look really good. So, like you said, I have played a lot of minutes with him this year. Each moment, I'm just trying to learn from him, take things from him, just be on the same page with him as much as possible. I just appreciate his approach to the game and the way he wants to win night in and night out, the way he wants to show up, for the team night in and night out. It's really impressive, and those are things that, I want to do too. So I'm getting to share the court with him, obviously. Like I said, makes everybody better, makes everybody look better, makes everybody play better. And my job is to go out there and help him out and help the team win. But obviously, I'm very grateful for every minute I get with him and just try to soak it all up.
All right, Christian, let's be honest. Let's be serious for a moment. You're about to take on the Clippers. Your assignment's probably going to be James Harden. And, feels like anytime you get near that guy, there's a whistle being blown. He's just always getting foul calls. How do you prepare for a series when you know your dude gets a kind whistle that you're going to have to play a lot? And how do you avoid from getting frustrated by it, frankly?
I think that, when talking about James, I think he's kind of mastered the game on the offensive side. He's really good, obviously. Like you said, getting fouled, that's something he works on. That's part of his game. Even his step backs, he kind of baits you into running under him. And he's just a really good player on that end. So you have to be ready for everything. You got to be ready for his step backs. You got to be ready for when he gets in the lane to take his bumps. He's seeking your arms out. And like I said, he's just mastered the offensive side of the game. I think that a big part of that is you got to involve him on defense. You got to make him work. You got to make things tough on him the whole game. It's not going to be perfect. You're not going to hold him scoreless, but as long as you can make each look really tough on him, then that'll really help us out.
All right, so it's curious. Nate brought that up. You guys probably will actually cover each other on both ends, right? Are you going to try to run the old man then? Is that what you're talking about? Make him feel those legs a bit?
Well, I got to make it hard for him. Like I said, I think that just going out there and making sure that I'm making him work on both ends will be really good for us. Obviously, he's so talented on offense. His hands are actually really good on defense. He's good in the post, too. So it's not that he's a bad defender. I think sometimes just guys are so good on offense, making him work on both ends, especially maybe in the altitude, too, will help us out. So he's a really good player. We got to involve him on defense, and we got to be ready for everything that he brings on offense. And a big key, like you said, is not letting him get to the free throw line and get easy ones, not letting him throw easy lobs to Zubac. So there's a lot of things you got to prepare for with him. But I think involving him on offense is a good way to get him involved and make him work.
Talking to Christian Braun here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Saturday, 1:30, Game 1, Nuggets and Clippers. Christian, in the three matchups that you guys had with L.A. this year, you did not face Kawhi Leonard out there on the floor, and he has come back, and he has been very good in the second half of this season for the L.A. Clippers. As you guys have gotten into the film and taken a look at it, what does he add to that team, and what do you have to do, and what is Aaron Gordon going to have to do to make things rough on Kawhi Leonard?
I think that's another guy who's, a legend in the game. He's a guy in the playoff who maybe is one of the biggest playoff risers the game has seen. He's a really good player on both ends, especially in the playoffs. So another guy in there. They have a talented roster from top to bottom, but he's really, 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 really good on both ends. But you mentioned Aaron. I think that size-wise, Aaron's a really good matchup for him. He can be physical with him. So we have a ton of confidence in Aaron on that end, covering him, and then also Aaron punishing switches on the other end too. So we're really confident in Aaron on both ends against a guy like Kawhi. But he's a really good player, and like I said, one of the best playoff players this game has ever seen. So they got a ton of guys we got to prepare for, but. I have a ton of confidence in my teammates. I have a ton of confidence in our coaches, in our staff to put us in a really good position. And I know they will, and I know we'll be ready.
Christian Braun getting ready for Game 1. Okay. You are a candidate to be one of the NBA's most improved players. Christian, you know this. It's kind of a funny, subjective award, but you can't help but look at it. You've more than doubled your scoring average from previous seasons. You're top 10 in the NBA in field goal percentage. You're tied for the league lead in fast break points. Like, there's a ton of metrics that are in your favor that have shown a huge jump from year 2 to year 3 in your NBA career. For you specifically, what have you focused on, and what are the greatest areas you think you've improved this year?
I think obviously when you talk about what I've improved on, I think that transition maybe has been one of the biggest jumps. It gets me involved in the game. It's been a really big part of my game this year, and I think it helps the team a ton. But I think Nikola, playing alongside him, the looks I've gotten this year, obviously I got to finish him, but man, he's put me in some really, really good spots. And when I'm open, I got to knock those looks down. So I think that I was efficient, from 2. I was efficient from 3. and just, learning, playing alongside him, where to be, how to get myself open, how to get him open, how to get the other guys open. I think, honestly, being up for that award is a big compliment to the guys I play with. Like I said, they've trusted me. They've put me in positions to be good and to play well. And so I got to thank those guys too. I think, like I said, they're the biggest part in my improvement. And obviously the coaches trusting me and throwing me out and playing, a ton of minutes this year has obviously been a big part of it too. So I think I've improved in a lot of areas, but I think the credit goes to my coaches and teammates just for the trust that they put in me to make those plays.
What'd you think of the shirts the other night? Were you into it? Do you still have yours? I mean, what did they give you one? How did that all go down?
Yeah, actually, it was a surprise. I walked in. I didn't know it was going to happen. I walked in, and they were on the chairs. And obviously, like I said, I appreciate the guys. They all put them on and wore them, in their warm-up, so they didn't have to do that. So that was a really cool moment for me. It was a really cool moment that the organization would take their time, to do that.
Christian Braun getting ready for game one on the defensive end of the floor. This is, me speaking, observing, watching your game this year. I think you've gotten much better at fighting through screens. I think you have become a better, more capable on-ball defender in the NBA, and I think you came into the league with a pretty good skill set there. But in terms of how to beat and how to get through and get over NBA screens, what are the keys there? How have you gotten better?
I think that a lot of that's just, your will. You want to play, you want to do those things. You want to fight through screens. So a lot of that is want to. I think you do have to have skill set. You do have to kind of understand the game, understand what certain guys are looking for. And that's something that I think this year I was up and down on. I knew it was, an area that I was going to be in a ton of screens, and maybe that was part of it. But I will be ready, when the playoff times come. I will be able to fight through those screens. And like I said, I think it's just a mental thing. It's a 1-2 thing. And that's something that I have every night, So defense a lot of times is just effort in this league. And obviously I have the skill set. I have the tools to do it. But I'm really excited to, show those tools in the playoffs. And I'm going to have a ton of good matchups. Obviously looking forward to how good the players are in the Western Conference. I'm going to have a ton of good matchups just to show my ability on defense. So I'm really excited for that.
How much did you learn from watching KCP?
I mean, he was one of the best at it. Obviously, he would get one seemed like offensive foul on the other team a game, just navigating screens and knowing when to fight over, knowing when to go under, knowing when to fall down. So I learned a ton from him just watching him. And he was just really impressive on that end, the way he flew around, and like I said, the way he was available every single night. Just to go out there and chase those guys around. There's a lot of really skilled guys and really talented guys, but I think Pope kind of set the standard. For me, it was couldn't have asked for a better guy to watch. Fight through those screens and learn from every single night.
All right, Christian Braun, most important question. Who is the best dunker on the Denver Nuggets?
I say this all the time. You got to give it to Aaron. I think we got some guys that can really fly around. P-Watt's one of them. Julian Strawther's one of them. We got some guys that can really fly around on the team, but I think Aaron has put on one of the best dunk shows you'll ever see. You may never see anything like what him and Zach, put on in the dunk contest that year. So obviously his dunks are really impressive. I'm excited to see what he can do in game coming up in the playoffs.
Wait, hold on. Where do you rank in all of that?
I think it's Aaron first, and then we can all figure it out after that. I think I'm more of an in-game dunker personally. I think that maybe this year I've had a couple pretty good ones.
I would say.
Like I said, I'll give the crown to Aaron.
All right, but what's your favorite in your career NBA so far? What's the favorite? The Rudy? Which one?
Oh man, I think that maybe the Rudy this year. Sadly, that came in a loss, but I think the Rudy one. I think that's everybody else's favorite too. So I'm going to go with the Rudy dunk was probably my favorite.
Okay, so at the age of 23, can you foresee a day where, like, sometimes when you get to the rim, you'll just kind of put it down rather than rattle the rim, then rock that thing? Maybe take it easy on the hands and the wrist a little bit. Like, at what point will you make that transition in your NBA career?
I hope I don't have to think about that anytime soon. But there's definitely been some nights this year, where I've came in and I haven't been flying around. Sometimes in this league, your legs get a little tired, but hopefully I don't have to think about that too soon.
All right, man. Well, Christian Braun, we appreciate it. Thank you so much for giving us some time here today. Congratulations, man. It truly was a wonderful third season in the NBA. 15 points, 5 rebounds on 58% shooting this season. Game 1 on Saturday against the Clips. Go get him, man.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys.
All right, Christian Braun with us right there, getting ready for game number 1. We're going to have the keyword for Nuggets tickets this hour coming up here in just 2 minutes.
I guess.
I suppose it should have been.
Think about that.
Yes. So he gave the nod to AG, said debatable after
He
that.
went hockey guy.
He did.
If we got those two in a gym and we got everybody kind of running their mouths,
yes,
I don't think he's deferring so easily.
He is like, here's the thing, okay? So P. Watt, obviously, like Peyton Watson, he's got that agility, that length and agility that gives him tremendous skill. His tomahawks, like when P. Watt really cocks back on a tomahawk, like it's pretty, okay? CB he's pure rattle the rim. Like he's just pure, I am stuffing this thing down as hard as I possibly can, and if you want to go up and contest this, good luck, it's going to hurt.
Well, I think he jumps so violently at the rim sometimes. He has to grab it like that to make sure he doesn't
that too
fly into the backboard or something.
Right, exactly.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Great conversation right there with Christian Braun, man, and a guy that is just, he's down to talk about the game, and you know, he did talk about, like, I have become better at running the floor, which he is tied for the league lead in transition points per game, like that part of his game, and it has led so much to the Nuggets being able to play at that better pace this year, but also it's his understanding. It's the coaches putting him in that position. I'm sure it's Jokic being a part of those conversations as well of just like, hey, the best thing you can do is beat a defense down the floor. And that's one of those where, you know, you talk about sometimes of like effort and hustle. Those are skill sets in the NBA, and conditioning is a skill set in the NBA. And if you can sprint up and down the floor like Christian Braun does, you're just going to get that many better, like just high percentage opportunities.
Well, and look, he's about the winning. That is a legit thing. He's about the winning. And I do think, I know he said, Nikola, they all want to win. I don't doubt that. But I believe that Nikola picked up that this guy is really about this above all else. Yep. There are some guys that are worried about stats above all other things. You know, Scotty points it out all the time, of guys that want to make sure they pad their box score at the end of a game when everybody else has kind of been done playing for a while, and you're going to go make sure you go get a free, easy one. I think Jokic appreciates it when he knows that you're all about just playing some ball. And I think that's one of the reasons why he's fell in love with Christian Braun so quickly.
And a perfect indicator of that is wouldn't Jokic's three-point shooting be like 3 percentage points higher if he just didn't heave it up at the end of the quarter all the time?
But again, we're trying to win a game here.
Then again, he made 2 of them this year.
It goes back to why I asked you. Why do you think he's so better all around? Because really, he just shows up trying to figure out, how do I win this game? I think that's what I love about him the most.
Your key word this hour for our Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday right now. Your keyword this hour to text in to 303-504-0925 to be entered to win a pair of tickets to Game 1 on Saturday to see Christian Braun and company take on James Harden and the Clippers. 303-504-0925. Your keyword this hour, Benoit.
Really? Is it Benoit Benjamin?
Benoit Benjamin.
It's not Benoit.
Nope. It's not that. It's Benoit. Benoit Benjamin. Creighton legend.
Man.
Benoit Benjamin, once the number 3 overall pick of the LA Clippers. You know, he did play 15 years in the NBA. He had himself it was a nice NBA career.
A lot of guys would take it.
For Benoit Benjamin, absolutely.
It's not what the Clipper fans wanted.
No.
But there are a lot of players that say, give me that career.
Yes. Did he live up to the billing of being a number 3 overall pick? Debatable. I would say maybe came up a little bit short. But Benoit Benjamin, don't worry, they still have a worse draft pick in their history. We'll get to that one at 5:20. But the word is Benoit, as in Benoit Benjamin. You have to spell it correctly. 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Text in the keyword right now, and you are entered to win a pair of tickets for Saturday. Leonard Benoit Benjamin. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Hey, thanks again to Christian Braun for stopping by the show today. We'll bring back some of that conversation 20 minutes after 5 o'clock here on the program. Yes, great talk with Christian Braun, big number 0. Speaking of number zeros, how about number 00? Benoit Benjamin. That's your keyword to text in right now, 303-504-0925, to be entered to win a pair of tickets for Game 1, Nuggets and Clippers on Saturday. Again, 303-504-0925. The keyword is Benoit. Benoit. We're highlighting some of the more interesting draft picks from L.A. Clipper history there today. It was funny, Andy. I chuckled the way you phrased the question about James Harden. Here's the thing about Harden, okay? It is a skill, and CB said it. James Harden is a pain in the ass, and
he's also really good.
He's an incredible player, okay? Number one. And he will find your weakness, and he will pick it, just pick at it over and over and over again. And the first thing that he's going to want to do is get Michael Porter switched on to him and then go right at him and see if he can't get Porter to reach and get that guy into some quick foul trouble and get him on the bench. This is that place where it's like, okay, I'll be really curious to see how David Adelman balances Porter and Peyton Watson's minutes. All right. Now, obviously, we know what the relative strengths of both of those players are. Porter is the shooter. Porter is the floor spacer. You have to have him out there. All right. But Peyton Watson is the vastly better defender and will be a vastly better defender if he gets switched onto James Harden. He's also going to spend time on Norman Powell. He's also going to spend time on Kawhi Leonard in this series. I think this is a big Peyton Watson series. I think it's going to have to be because of the matchups that you have. But again, it's just like you're always giving something away in whatever one of those choices you make. Like, what are those minute splits going to end up looking like?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because they've got to have something out of the bench. You talked about it yesterday. The Clippers have a good bench.
They do.
You can't rely on the starters to win this series for you. Now, I don't think you need superhuman out of the bench, but you know what it has to be, and they did it well in the Rockets game. Don't just puke back the lead.
Right.
Whatever lead that Jokic leaves the game with, try to just maintain it. You know, you give back a basket or two, fine.
Whatever your 7-8 DeAndre minutes are going to be in a given night, if they could be like -4 or fewer, I'll take it.
Right.
That'll feel like a win to me right there. You know, if you like if his stints at the start of the second and fourth, if those are you lose by a bucket each one, fine. I'll take that as a victory because I believe Jokic can get him to the place that they need to be. This Clippers team's really good. They're a really good defensive team. Chris Dunn is one of the best guards in the NBA. He's going to be spending a lot of time on Jamal Murray. We know what Zubats is. And again, like Kawhi and Harden are getting a little bit older, and like I think CB can take advantage of James Harden on the other end of the floor. And I think in the big,
tell me Tyreek Hill would wear him down before he even ran a route because of all his pre-snap motion.
Yeah.
Well, make Harden chase you, even if you don't get past the ball. Make Harden chase you. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that the reverse should cause it to go the other way. You've talked about how you think Tyronn Lue is a really, really good coach.
Yep.
If Adelman can get this team, if he can coach this team past Lue and the Clippers, is that enough to give him the job?
It's a great question.
Because you've said there's going to be strategy involved here.
Right. Okay. Before I answer that, let me give you a
give me a question.
Let me give you a take.
Okay. All right.
Let me and I have a theory as to how this series is going to go. And I think it will go a long way towards kind of showing what Adelman's value is going to be at this time of year. Here's the take. The Nuggets are going to lose one of the first 2 games at home. All right? I believe that they're going to split at home in this series to open up. I don't know if it's going to be Saturday. I don't know if it's going to be in game 2. But I think they're going to lose one of them, okay? Ty Lue is going to come up with an advantage, whether it's the game to adjust or whatever it may be. Spoelstra had a great game to adjust in the finals a couple of years ago. And there's just certain coaches that are really good at that part of the job. I think the Nuggets are going to split, all right? That said, I did pick Denver to win this series in 7, and I'm staying in that place because I believe that David Adelman will, and his staff will have to kind of catch up to this series a little bit. But I just think Ty Lue has done this too many times before. A championship-winning coach, okay? Interestingly enough, he's a championship-winning coach as an interim. You remember? He replaced David Blatt in Cleveland. LeBron fired David Blatt, and
really,
they went on to win an NBA championship.
I don't remember
that.
that. Okay.
Mm-hmm. The David Blatt thing didn't work out, and then
that's right.
They gave it to LeBron fired him. They gave it to Ty Lue, and boom, he was able to lead that team to a championship. Wasn't Pat Riley an interim too? I think he was.
Was he with the Lakers?
The first title that they won in LA, if I'm not mistaken.
Interesting.
Yeah, interim coaches have won the NBA championship before.
Okay.
It has been known to happen in the history of this league. So I'm not going to count David Adelman out of it completely. But yeah, it was Riles. He replaced, did he replace Jack McKinney? No, Paul Westhead replaced Jack McKinney. That's what it was. And Westhead won the title, and then eventually they got sick of Westhead and they fired him, and then they gave it to Riles, and then he won a title. So actually the Lakers have done it twice. Interesting.
See, the way I think this series goes, unfortunately, and although I do think the Nuggets win it, but I could see it going, it's tied 2-2 when we get to Game 5. As you said, a split in each building. So first 4 games, everyone wins one on the other guy's court, okay? Come back 2-2. Nuggets finish it off with the 2 home games.
Yep.
5 and 7. And that's what gets it done.
Okay.
And the Denver energy makes it happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like this is going to be an easy series.
In the betting markets, the Nuggets are a slight favorite, and basically they're a favorite so slightly that it's essentially based on the fact that they have home court advantage.
Well, but I'm going off the vibes right now. I'll be honest with you. If the bench goes cold, or if they start shooting even like they did to start the Houston game, you can't have that. Or Memphis.
Right.
Man, the first quarter of the Memphis game was brutal.
Brutal. Mm-hmm.
I was like, which team played last night? Can't have that.
No, you really can't. So, we haven't checked in on our friend Mark Messier in a little while.
Oh, how's it going? Is it time for the Messier? The season's up.
It's that time. I got some Messier stuff here for you, okay? First off, have you seen what's happened to the New York Rangers?
Yeah, they are a disaster.
It's really bad.
They really...
The New York Rangers went from having the best record in the NHL last year and going to the conference finals to not making the playoffs at all.
Who was our Canuck that decided he wanted to go there instead of coming to Colorado?
Yeah, didn't work out.
JT Miller.
Miller, that's right, yeah.
So, do you remember Calvin DeHaan?
Oh, yeah.
So Calvin DeHaan... he got traded to the Rangers. He was
Lindgren.
He was an Av for 44 games, and the Lindgren Jimmy Vesey trade.
Old Vesey.
Yeah, exactly. So Calvin DeHaan, did you see this story from Calvin DeHaan this week?
I've heard about it. I've heard he was not thrilled with how he got treated, and it led to shenanigans.
Yeah. So he had something to say the other day, and a pool of reporters went up to him, and he made a comment about the way that he's been treated by the Rangers. Quote, "It's effed," is how he said. After confirming he wanted to talk before stepping onto the ice for an optional practice, DeHaan had an animated conversation with a member of the Rangers PR staff when he came off that apparently changed his mind. He eventually took to Twitter to say, "I said what I said because I'm frustrated, and any competitor who says that they would be happy in this position would be lying to you. After playing 3 games for the team and going 2-0-1, I thought maybe I would get an opportunity to jump into the lineup and help win some games. Did I help win those games I played? Maybe, maybe not. But we still won and collected some crucial points to climb the standings. I understand the youth movement in the NHL, and I'm getting older in hockey years, and I may not play every single night. I still feel like I can contribute and help this team win." Apparently, Jimmy Vesey had also, before he got traded, I believe the quote was, "I'm dying." and said, I have no role or purpose on this team during a 9-game stretch of scratches earlier this year. Nobody likes playing for the New York Rangers, all right? And that includes dudes that are either here now or used to be here with the Avalanche. Well, Mark Messier is going to fix it all. Don't worry.
Oh, good.
So on ESPN with Levy and PK Subban, Mark Messier laid out his 5 keys to repairing the Rangers. The graphic, as I sent to you, Andy, says, according to Mark Messier. All right? Idea number 1, identify captain/leader. Well, nobody leads harder than Mark Messier. We know that.
The captain.
He's got the Mark Messier Leadership Award.
That's right. That he decides.
Number 2, create an identity. You must have an identity. Number 3, define a nucleus to drive culture.
Okay. These all sound good. Hey, they sound good.
They're also all kind of the same.
Right.
But okay. Number 4, push youth into more important roles. Don't veterans lead better? That's neither here nor there. Number 5, this is a big one, Andy, body language.
Oh, okay.
Body language.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know what Mark Messier defines as good body language, but I assure you, nobody defines it better than the man who determines who wins the Mark Messier Award, Mark Messier. So
the Leadership Award now.
The Leadership Award. Leaders have great body language. We know that. So there you go. Mark Messier is repairing the Rangers.
Now, help me out. I can buy the body language thing here and there, but in hockey, there's a lot of body movement that goes on just to play that sport.
There really is.
I'm not sure I could get a good body language read there.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, guy smashes his stick. You know, Georgie was known to break a stick or two over the pipes.
That's bad
That's
body
bad body language.
You're not going to win a Messier like that.
No, not that.
No.
And I do like the leadership, but push the younger guys in, find a core.
Define nucleus.
Define the nucleus. Yeah, that's all, like you said, that feels all roughly the same. So you define the nucleus, make them the leaders, and then they're the core.
Yeah.
That feels like a paper I wrote once upon a time for like chemistry or something. Here's 5
items.
points of my theory of your chemistry problem.
Can I give, this is my, I have a 1 bullet point idea for the Rangers. How about this? Get better players.
Yeah, I was going to say find good players.
Yeah, get better players, and then you'll have a better hockey team.
But weren't the Rangers, were they in the...
Again, Eastern Conference Finals last year.
I was
They
going to
lost
say,
to
it wasn't
Florida.
the Cup, but...
Yeah. Lost to Florida.
They had a run.
And then they came back and everybody hated each other, and then they traded everybody, and I don't know how Laviolette still has a job. He could have been fired by now. Who knows? So Mark Messier has fixed it all. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, my friend.
My 5-point plan. What's the plan? I showed it to you. That's not a plan.
But I would say if they do all of those, they'll have a better chance of having somebody win a Messier
I'm going to
award.
need a how in here. How are we going to find good young players, and how are we going to get the core?
Also, you don't like having somebody be like, what's it like to be on the New York Rangers? It's F.
It sucks. You know what? It's funny. I saw one of the New York writers. I think Peter Ball retweeted it, and that's how it ended up on my timeline. He said, DeHaan wants to come talk to us. Stay tuned.
Right.
And I did. I kept going, ooh, what'd he say?
He's getting blocked by the PR staff.
Yeah.
Who's just like, here's the PR staffer if he's smart. This is what he does. He just goes, come on, dude, I don't want to have to deal with this at work today. Can you just do me a solid? Can you go back in a back hallway and just walk it off for a minute?
Guy to guy. Don't make my work day harder.
My kid's got a game tonight. I don't want to have to work until 3 a.m. For the love of God, can you just not for me?
You know who else screwed up? That journalist. Don't tell everybody.
Yeah.
Just get the quotes.
Yeah.
Don't tell me the quotes are coming.
Right.
That's probably how PR guy found out.
Can you not? Please. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Andy, Dion retiring Shedeur's number is obviously strange.
It's got a few people worked up.
But there is a college football program that is even weirder right now. We'll tell you what's going on in North Carolina with Bill Belichick next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Apple Air. They have got a couple of great specials available to you right now. Your air conditioning unit. Do you need to get it checked out? Well, then they've got a special. They will check it out for $29.99 if you are a first-time customer, because Apple Air is giving you a special like this because they want to get your business. Give them a call, 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813, or visit appleair.com. Find out the difference of having an HVAC company that is based right here in Colorado. Find out the difference of having an HVAC company that is family-owned and operated, not owned by private equity. You're going to get a ton of value if you work with Apple Air. They installed my furnace. Love working with Apple Air. You will love it as well. Great company. They care about your comfort, your efficiency, and your value. Call Apple Air today. Get your AC unit checked out. 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813, or visit appleair.com. All right, it is Kreckman and Lindahl. We're rolling here. We got another keyword coming up next hour for you to get in. So yesterday, Andy, we had the news. University of Colorado is retiring number 2 and number 12 for Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter, respectively. The decision has been met with
resistance.
I would say some consternation on the part of many former Buffs. By the way, I was curious about this because Shedeur and Travis are the 5th and 6th players in Colorado football history in the 135-plus years of Colorado football to have their numbers retired. So I was wondering, what is the process by which these decisions get made? I reached out to CU officials to ask them, is there a committee? Who comprises the committee? What is the voting and nomination process look like? The response that I got was, and I quote, jerseys for any sport at CU have always been retired based on the discretion of the athletic administration and the current head coach, close quote.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. So pretty much sounds like it was a committee of, well, let's be honest, 2, Rick George and Deion Sanders. So that's the decision that is made right there where, again, 2 and 12 get retired immediately. Again, Travis Hunter, Heisman Trophy winner.
Sure, but there still should be a waiting period.
Historically, there hasn't always been a super long waiting period.
Okay, 2-3 years. You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
Don't have to do it the very next summer.
When you win a Heisman, I got no problem with it.
In theory.
I
don't know if he's going to classes, but technically he would not even be off campus by the time this thing was retired.
Sure.
That just feels soon.
Yes. It's an odd look.
Yeah.
And it is a look that suggests, and recency bias is all. I get it in college athletics and in sports in general. But it sure screams like, hey, look at what my kid did in his 2 years at the University of Colorado.
Yeah, but also, why can I ask why the spring game? Why would this not be a nice night in the fall, big opponent, ESPN in town, maybe schedule it during whatever the bye week is?
Great question. Yeah, for
the, Travis in particular.
Well put. Give him a chance to travel back to Boulder, all that good stuff. Don't know. Again, it's pretty quick. I don't think that's the weirdest thing that's happening in college football right now. I think I've got it for you.
Oh, please. We got to go here.
I've got a report from The Athletic. Headline, how involved is Bill Belichick's girlfriend at UNC? New emails show a glimpse inside her role. As you know, Bill Belichick is 73 years of age. His girlfriend is 24. Her name is Jordan Hudson. All right?
They do beach yoga.
They do.
We all thought they were doing the airplane.
Uh-huh.
But apparently that's a beach yoga pose.
So The Athletic obtained emails through an open records request from the University of North Carolina, which, public institution, they got to put these things out. According to The Athletic, the 44 pages provide a glimpse at the role his girlfriend, Bill Belichick's girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, the role that she plays as Belichick steers a college program for the first time. The correspondence addresses the optics of the NFL legend hiring his son as defensive coordinator and concerns about social media attacks. Hudson does not have a contract or other employment agreement with the university, according to a public records request. Before the Tar Heels announced they were hiring Steve Belichick, the son of Bill Belichick, for the same job he held at the University of Washington as defensive coordinator, Jordan Hudson wrote to the school's media team to, quote, raise awareness regarding a sometimes subtle, sometimes obvious, frequently occurring detail within media releases and social media posts. She writes, though Steve Belichick is in fact Bill's son, he should be depicted and represented as his own established, credible entity as opposed to an extension of Bill. It can be easily misinterpreted that Steve is simply benefiting from nepotism, but that is not the case. Steve was fortunate to have learned defensive football strategy from the greatest defensive mind of all time. He has earned his position due to his performance and output.
Okay. Is that why the Patriots released him from duties?
I'm sorry. What's his last name again?
It's Belichick.
Yeah. Do you want everybody to forget that Steve Belichick is Bill Belichick's son? And
because they're not gonna.
Up until he went to Washington, he had almost exclusively only ever worked for his dad. You want us to just ignore that whole thing? Like, yeah, he's a Nepo baby. Also, it happens all the time in football coaching.
Well, it does. And the other
They're
thing,
everywhere.
The thing I think is funny too, though, is that, you get common names. You always want to know, are you related? Are they related?
I think
you're going to
people
see
are going to know.
Belichick and Belichick.
Yeah.
If they don't know, they're going to ask. There's no denying it.
She said the school shouldn't use images of Steve and Bill Belichick together to prevent visual prompts that could fuel accusations of nepotism. If they're never seen together, you'll forget that they're related.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Steve does look a little different, though, doesn't he? Is he still rocking the mullet?
Later that evening, the Tar Heels administrator in charge of marketing, athletic communications, and creative services responded to the email, wrote that the Tar Heels had not yet posted anything about Steve Belichick's hire, but they would certainly promote him as his own entity when they do. Got that, okay? Everybody understand that? All right. Here's where it gets even weirder, okay? So, as The Athletic writes, most of the emails that Hudson was copied on are mundane. General Manager Michael Lombardi asked about compiling a reel of great things former NFL quarterback Tom Brady, Rob Gronkowski, and others have said about Belichick that the Tar Heels could show recruits. UNC also discussed interview requests from 60 Minutes, Good Morning America, and Charles Barkley's podcast. By the way, Belichick wrote on Christmas Eve, quote, "Sorry, I will not be available to talk with Sir Charles. Let's find another time." Take that, Barkley. Hudson's involvement was minimal, with one exception also focused on social media. She wrote on February 13th, "Is there anyone monitoring the UNC football page for slanderous commentary and subsequently deleting it / blocking users that are harassing BB in the comments?" That would be Bill Belichick.
Oh, I know BB.
Yes. On Valentine's Day, Belichick himself followed up, quote, "I cannot believe that UNC would support my being called a predator," he wrote. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're all just going to sit in uncomfortable silence. What would you like us to do, Bill?
Mm-hmm. Evans responded that the Tar Heels hid or erased a comment about their personal life and would continue to block, ban, or hide similar remarks. The school did not find a reference to Belichick as a predator, and Evans called it, quote, "incredibly inappropriate, and as you noted below, UNC would never support." Hudson does appear to have a professional involvement with Belichick. An email signature identifies her as the chief operating officer of Belichick Productions. The Athletic could not find a registered business record of Belichick Productions. On April 3rd, Belichick signed a document with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office consenting to an application for 14 phrases, including Chapel Bill, Bill's version, the Bellustrator, and the Belichick way.
The Bellustrator? All right.
Yeah, I like football season, all
yeah.
the things that go with it.
But don't stand for any comments in which he's referred to as a predator.
That's going to be a full-time job.
Yeah, right.
That is going to be, if anybody knows anything about the internet or any social media channel, that is a full-time job.
Yeah.
And you're not going to stop them all. Got news for you.
Nope, you probably aren't.
Matter of fact, the more you block them, the more they're probably going to appear.
Uh-huh. But that's her role at the organization. So it's
all going swimmingly.
So don't ever mention that Steve is actually Bill's son, and don't let people be mean about the age difference.
Well, I told you they had Lil Wayne up there.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, he stopped by and addressed the team and did all that whole thing. He had done that with Dion.
I was going to say, I thought he was a CU guy.
I know. I don't know. Is he on the outs?
Has he changed teams?
Is he just simply Lil Wayne, college football team hype guy?
This is a hell of a story right here. She was walking the field at practice?
Yes, she literally walked from the end of the end zone, went out there, said something to Bill, checked something with his the box that the communication center, and then walked back in the end zone.
Okay.
With high heel boots on, no less.
All right.
I think you're allowed to walk on the turf with those. Maybe it's not a big deal. Maybe it's a basketball court I'm thinking of, but I thought they were picky on what you walked on the field with.
I would have thought so as well. But
I'm telling you, she just like walked up to him mid-drill. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't think anybody was allowed to approach the man at the Patriots.
Well, she's on the social media team, and she's working for Belichick Productions.
The Illustrator.
Which nobody could find any record of it existing, but it does with her. So anyway, that's what's going on in North Carolina. So, you know what? Dion retiring Shedeur's number.
Yeah, that's just a Tuesday.
Not that bad. Not that bad. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. All right, it is hour number 3 of the show. We got football news right now. Mark Springer, let's go.
It's the High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Hey, let's start right here. I am just seeing this. So Ashton Genty talked with Overtime. And I actually haven't listened to this full clip yet. I hope Ashton Genty doesn't drop an F-bomb or anything. But here we go.
Are you sure you don't want to circle back with
No,
that?
no. Let's do this. This will be fun. Let's watch Mark Springer
hand on the button.
risk his employment status right now. We'll all do it together. I can't wait.
I got a dump button right here ready
He's
to
got
go.
it.
But
I'm
I
with
don't
ya.
think Genty's going to say anything out of pocket here. Okay. Let's listen to Ashton Genty. What teams are heavy on him?
Who have you been talking to the most?
So now I have just like separate meetings, like the Browns running back coach wants to talk to me. Like it's all like separate, like who wants to, Seahawks. But at the actual draft, I talked to 20 different teams at the combine, and really the Denver Broncos, they was heavy on me, and the Raiders, they was heavy. Like, we was talking the most, like, even while all the running backs was doing drills, because I wasn't competing. Like, they was talking to me the whole time. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Woo, we made it.
The Raiders and the Broncos.
Yeah, that's bad news for Denver.
Hot and heavy.
Hot and heavy. Who's hot? Who's heavy?
Real quick, okay, because Denver back at number 20, obviously they'll have to trade up. We don't know how far they would have to trade up. But let me illustrate for you a world where it could happen, all right? So the Raiders. Tom Brady is operating his first draft with the Raiders. Vic Tafer of The Athletic has written about it. Brady's going to be in the room. He's going to be hot and heavy on the Raiders draft process. Pete Carroll is going to be in that room. He's 73 years of age. He's Pete friggin' Carroll, right? And John Spytek and this whole group, they're going to be running this draft for the Raiders. All right. Ashton Genty is getting mocked to the Raiders in a lot of spaces. And yes, like they do need skill position help. But also, does that add up with what Tom Brady would do in his first NFL draft? Does that add up with the way that Pete Carroll would run an NFL draft? Is it possible that a team like the Raiders that has weaknesses all around might simply say, this is an eat our vegetables draft. Let's take Membu out of Missouri or whomever it is. Let's take an offensive lineman, or let's take a pass rusher. Let's take somebody in the trenches in the first round, because we've got to improve our football team in those regards. And hey, Tom Brady knows how to build a champion. Pete Carroll knows how to build a champion. And simply say, okay, Ashton Genty is a luxury that we as the Raiders in this point of our development cannot afford right now. Genty falls below the Raiders at number 6. And possibly, you could be looking maybe at like Chicago at 10, San Francisco at 11, Dallas at number 12. Sure, one of these teams could pull the trigger, or they could simply say, we could get more value by trading back. If Sean Payton is as hot and heavy for Ashton Genty as he possibly is, 51 in the second round, something else, Denver could go and make a run right there if the Raiders didn't go in that direction.
I just don't think they'll do it. This guy had his greatest success with beast mode and a heavy running game, and he wanted a heavy run game. He still had a run. He's drafted guys in the first round before. I think Genty makes all the sense in the world for a Pete Carroll team. Tom Brady, I don't know.
Right.
We haven't really seen Tom Brady be a part of this thing yet.
We know what a Tom Brady draft looks like.
We don't, but I think Genty makes all the sense in the world for them. We'll see. I don't know. Well, now look, it's getting weird this week. It's getting weird. The rumors have popped up that the Raiders apparently are back in on Shedeur. But see, I asked you this yesterday. How many teams are circling back to Shedeur that are near the top of the second round thinking, does he slide enough we could trade back in late first and go grab him? Because we might be interested in that. I'll tell everybody right now, I think the reason why, and I didn't look at far enough ahead, but I know everyone's talking about the Giants having the workout with Shedeur he's going to get more too. We'll get more information from Spring on that, but I'm going to tell you right now, I think the Giants could be doing that because they may be thinking about him with the second pick, not the third overall pick. So we'll see.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's more lying possibly associated with this draft than we've seen in a while, Nate, because I just don't think everybody's in love with all the true first-round grades.
Spring.
High five.
All right. After CU's Pro Day, we played some audio here on the High Five of Travis Hunter talking with CBS Sports. And once again, he has gone behind Deion's back, and he's talking again with CBS.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
How could you?
Now,
How could you, Travis?
Now, Travis is telling CBS Sports that he would rather retire than play only one side of the ball in the NFL. Here is audio of Garrett Podell of CBS Sports asking this question to Travis Hunter.
If you had to choose between playing only one position in the NFL or never playing football again, what would you choose?
Just never playing football again.
That's how passionate you are about playing both positions. Why is that?
This I've been doing it my whole life. I love being on the football field, and I feel like I can dominate on each side of the ball, so I really enjoy doing it.
Awesome. That's great.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, Travis Hunter. Like, let it be known.
He loves playing football.
If
man.
you
He
are
really
going
does.
to draft me, you are going to draft me on my terms. I am not here to get picked by your team and simply be told, oh, you're going to ignore half your skill set or anything else. Like, Travis Hunter is no dummy. Number one, he won a Heisman Trophy this way, so he can't argue like, oh, it's adversely impacted my performance or anything like that. And also he knows, hey, I will make more money in my football life if I am a two-way player in whatever fashion that I am able to do it. I love that he's saying this.
I am too. I don't know I don't know if anyone's going to buy it, but
I'll tell you this. I don't know about the he would never play football thing, but like if I was going to draft him and I found out my plan for him would only make him resent the franchise, resent the team, resent the coaches, that would give me pause. Like, don't you need to be drafting like, in addition to getting star players, those have got to be your big culture guys. These are your leaders of your franchise. If you draft an unhappy star, a disgruntled star right away at the top of the draft, what the hell good are you doing your team?
yeah. Again, you'd have to be sure he's going to back it up. Now, he comes from the NIL era. I don't think we've ever really found out exactly how much money he made.
Right.
He might be serious about this.
Or he could simply, and again, quit football. He would just sit out and force your hand and force a trade. So
maybe he just doesn't want to go to Cleveland.
That could also be a possibility. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, according to NFL media, the New York Giants will conduct a private workout with Shedeur Sanders, a rather late in the process private workout with Shedeur. I have audio here from Todd McShay via The McShay Show. He dropped this audio just before that news came out that the Giants are going to have a private workout with Shedeur. He noted this in the tweet that he sent out, but some notes from McShay on the Giants' interest in Shedeur Sanders and the Steelers as well.
No one's saying it's going to happen, but people are telling me don't close the book on Shedeur to the Giants at 3. It's either Shedeur or it's Abdul Carter, and most people think it's going to be Abdul Carter. It's interesting, though, that I think there's like a landscape thing going on here. More information on Shedeur is, I am told, and trust your sources or figure it's lying season and it's making its rounds just because. But I tend to trust where I'm getting this information. Mike Tomlin really likes Shedeur. If he's there at 21, Shedeur could very well be a Pittsburgh Steeler. And if Aaron Rodgers is there, I don't think one would have to do with the others. Two different elements to this. Aaron Rodgers is to win games now. Drafting Shedeur Sanders, if he's there at 21, would be to finally get the solution at the most important position for the long term, okay?
Okay, again, back to what he said right there. It's lying season, all right? If I'm the Giants, I got the 34th pick in the draft right now. If the feelers that they are sending out are that Shedeur is sliding back in the draft, if the possibility New Orleans passes up on him, and again, McShay right there says Tomlin loves him. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's also not true. We have no idea. But if they get into the 20s and the Giants have the 34th pick in the second round, maybe now the Giants are like, okay, this is a chance to go and get it. All right, now we jump back into the first, use that second rounder plus future assets back into the first, and now we get him. Like, maybe the Giants look at it and say, no way, no how, we take him at number 3. We want a blue-chip prospect right there. We desperately need them for our football team. But if he slides, let's have all of the information, and we could be prepared to make a move if we like him.
Yeah, or maybe they're also saying, hey, look, we're flirting with him again. You want to trade?
Sure.
Somebody want to trade? New Orleans, is this legit? Here's the other wild card that I just want you to know about. Dan Orlovsky said it 2 mornings in a row, and Peter Schrager seems to be backing it up. The consensus seems to be there are 2 teams in this draft, and nobody knows who they are, but there are 2 teams that do love Jackson Dart and appear to love him more than Shedeur Sanders. And that's causing the betting markets now to slide Dart's chances of being the second quarterback taken closer to Shedeur's. Whereas Shedeur was a slam dunk after his pro day.
Right.
That's not the case anymore as far as quarterback number 2.
Ah.
So, I mean, again, you got Kellen Moore right there in the heart of the SEC.
I love this time of year so
It really
much.
is, yeah.
It's
watch, it'll go like the first mock draft we saw all along where it just goes chalk.
everything you hear, and it could all be total
It
crap.
could be.
Right.
But
exactly.
like we found out last year, see, the thing about McShay's the guy that said most of the teams had a second-round grade on Bo Nix.
Right.
Guess what? He was the 12th pick.
Yeah.
All it takes is one team to decide that's our dude.
Just takes one. And finally, Spring.
High five.
Dolphins GM Chris Greer talking to the media today, and he opened his availability by saying this.
So really after a couple of weeks of discussions between ourselves internally and Jalen and his representation, we decided that it was probably in the best interest for all parties to move forward. So I will say these decisions aren't done quickly, and they're not taken lightly because we spent a lot of time this offseason working through this, talking through things. At the end of the day, Jalen did not ask for a trade. So we went through the process and just felt that after numerous conversations and then talking last week with Jalen and his agent, that it was best to move forward and it was best interest of the Miami Dolphins and for Jalen Ramsey.
What would he fetch in a trade right now? He's 30 years of age, a Pro Bowler as recently as last year. You know, corners don't always age the most gracefully, but Jalen Ramsey probably, I would say, Andy, probably still has a year or 2 left, being a certainly well above average NFL cornerback. But he does come with, the price tag of his contract. What could that fetch right now for Jalen Ramsey in a trade? This is a guy that once got moved for 2 first-rounders.
I was going to say, this guy's collected a lot of picks for all his old employers.
Sure has.
I'd be curious, why does this guy not seem to last more than a couple of years anywhere? You know what I mean? I don't know.
He was 4 years with the Rams, 4 years in Jacksonville, 2 years in Miami. I think it only seems that way. He's actually in places longer than it seems.
I don't know that you're getting another number 1 out of the deal for him.
Probably not. Not at his salary and age.
But,
yeah.
And maybe you throw in a 5th or a pick swap or something like that.
Sure.
But
and you still get a couple of good years at Jalen Ramsey. We've got another keyword for you to be entered to win Nuggets and Clippers tickets for Game 1 on Saturday. Keywords celebrating great moments in Clippers draft history. So we'll do that when we come back. Let's going to bring back a portion of our conversation with Christian Braun. If you missed it back at 4 o'clock, as somebody texted earlier, Christian Braun is the living embodiment of locked in. You want to hear this when we return on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Richardson. A look inside to the Candyman. He has it against Campbell. Goes up with a left hand and scores very nicely.
Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Candyman.
The Candyman can.
Andy, do you remember the 1998 NBA draft?
98? No.
With the number 1 overall pick out of the University of the Pacific. That's right, named after an ocean. The LA Clippers selected Michael Olowokandi with the number 1 overall pick. Do you recall? Let's see. The Vancouver Grizzlies took Mike Bibby out of Arizona at number 2. Do you know who Denver took at number 3?
Mike Bibby.
Same
98.
Same alma mater as Christian Brown.
Oh, no. They passed on Chauncey Billups and went with Rafe LaFrentz.
Rafe LaFrentz at number 3.
Now, hold on. Didn't they also have Vince Carter available, too?
Vinsanity went at number 5. Chauncey was not that draft. Chauncey was a different draft. But no.
Okay.
Vinsanity went number 5 to Golden State. He would get moved. Let's see. Dirk went 9th in that draft. Paul Pierce went 10th. So a few Hall of Famers were available. Denver took Rafe LaFrentz instead. But hey, could have been worse. You could have taken the Candyman with the number 1 overall pick. Michael Olowokandi, by the way, is pretty high on the list of like the worst number 1 picks of all time in NBA history. I think Anthony Bennett, when Cleveland took him out of UNLV, I think that was the 2016 NBA draft, 2017 maybe. Either one. That one is pretty much supplanted it because he like didn't even have an NBA career really. He was that bad and that out of shape. But Michael Olowokandi, pretty bad. The keyword, the reason why we're discussing the Candyman is because the keyword to text into 303-504-0925 is Olowokandi.
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 Couple tricky letters in there.
It is. Must spell it correctly. Text in Olowokandi to 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Text it in right now, and you'll be entered to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Clippers Game 1 coming up on Saturday. We had Christian Brown with us back at 4 o'clock. Great conversation, but we started the conversation with Christian Brown asking him about how the last week has been for him and for the team.
I mean, it's different. It's my first, obviously, coaching change I've had to navigate, or we've had to navigate since I've been in the league. It's not something that you want to go through, but it is something that does happen. I think we've done a good job of, refocusing, making sure that we're locked in on, the right things we need to be locked into. Right now it's obviously a key moment in the year. It was time for us. We needed 3 wins in a row, and we got them. So now we're refocused, and we're making sure we're focused on the Clippers, but it was a different change. It's not something you want to go through, but I think we did a really good job up to this point of navigating it.
Yeah, you certainly have, and you guys go 3-0 under David Adelman. When you look back on the last week and those games, the Kings game, the Grizzlies game, and then the Houston game on Sunday, how did you guys play differently? What has been different with David Adelman running the show?
I think we've been focused. I think we've been locked in. I think defensively, our communication has been really, really good. And a lot of those things are just on the players, hasn't been much of a change coaching staff-wise. Just the guys have really locked in on what we needed to do. And I think that those last 3 games were really important, regardless who was at the head coach position for us. And we knew we needed 3 wins. We did a really good job of going out there and communicating and coming together, playing together. Just playing, Nuggets basketball that we're used to playing.
Christian, I'm curious. The last time we got to talk to you was honestly your rookie year and pretty early in it. And since that time, I think every time Jokic is asked about you, maybe not every time, but when asked about you quite often, he always talks about Christian Brown's a winner. He's a winner, he's a winner, he's a winner, and you're all about the winning. How did you convince Jokic of that?
I don't think I had to, convince him of that. I think that I just go out and try to play my game and win, every single night. And I think that's just your approach maybe it's something that he sees, in the way that I approach each night. And, I try to take certain things from, his approach and his routine in a way too, but I don't think it's something I had to prove to him. I think he knew coming in, my resume in high school and in college, and then he saw the way I approach games in the NBA. And I just kind of, you want to go out there and play the right way, play hard each night, be available each night. And I think as our relationship has grown, he's just realized that the main thing on my mind is the main thing on his mind too, and that's winning.
Specifically, when it comes to playing with Jokic, and you guys look at your numbers as a tandem, your net rating, the numbers are absolutely fantastic. Going from being a second unit guy fighting for minutes as a rookie to now being a core piece of this team and a 30-plus minute a night starter, you're playing with Jokic almost all the time. How have you gotten better at playing with Nikola Jokic, and how have you been able to maximize your minutes of playing with him?
I think it's really easy, playing alongside him. Obviously, you're drafted for a reason. I think that the way I play really fits alongside the way he plays. I think that my intensity each night and just being available, playing with him, has been a big part of it. As long as you're on the court with him and in the right spots and willing to learn, willing to listen, a lot of times he'll make you look really good. So, like you said, I have played a lot of minutes with him this year. Each moment, I'm just trying to learn from him, take things from him, just be on the same page with him as much as possible. I just appreciate his approach to the game and the way he wants to win night in and night out, and the way he wants to show up, for the team night in and night out. It's really impressive, and those are things that, I want to do too. So I'm getting to share the court with him, obviously. Like I said, makes everybody better, makes everybody look better, makes everybody play better. And my job is to go out there and help him out and help the team win. But obviously, I'm very grateful for every minute I get with him and just try to soak it all up.
All right, Christian, let's be honest. Let's be serious for a moment. You're about to take on the Clippers. Your assignment's probably going to be James Harden. And, feels like anytime you get near that guy, there's a whistle being blown. He's just always getting foul calls. How do you prepare for a series when your dude gets a kind whistle that you're going to have to play a lot? And how do you avoid from getting frustrated by it, frankly?
I think that, when talking about James, I think he's kind of mastered the game on the offensive side. He's really good, obviously. Like you said, getting fouled, that's something he works on. That's part of his game. Even his step backs, he kind of baits you into running under him. And he's just a really good player on that end. So you have to be ready for everything. You got to be ready for his step backs. You got to be ready for when he gets in the lane to take his bumps. He's seeking your arms out. And like I said, he's just mastered the offensive side of the game. I think that a big part of that is you got to involve him on defense. You got to make him work. You got to make things tough on him the whole game. It's not going to be perfect. You're not going to hold him scoreless, but as long as you can make each look really tough on him, then that'll really help us out.
Yeah, you got to make life tough on him, and that's basically all that you can do. The Clippers will do as much as they can in this series to, spoiler alert, hunt the matchups against Michael Porter and Jamal Murray. That's what they're out to do, okay? Find the matchups that work for you, and that's what they want to do in this series. And they want to be able to get either Porter or Murray into foul trouble, and James Harden, again, is one of the greatest players in the history of the NBA at being able to get you on the wrong foot, get you off balance, get that contact. If he sees a reach, he knows how to get himself that contact, get himself to the free throw line. He's unbelievable in that way, and it's going to frustrate, and it's going to be challenging, and it's going to be on these dudes to be able to keep themselves out of foul trouble. Defending him without fouling is really, really tough. With Kawhi, it's not as much of a mental game when you have to defend Kawhi. That's just like, okay, he's really big and really strong and really good, and he'll shoot over you.
Yeah. I'm in my classic all up. I'm very worried about the whistle in this one. I just am, because you talk about those two guys. There ain't a lot of calls. Mm-hmm. They just are.
Yeah.
The Nuggets have to go to the hoop to try to counter that, if you will. But I just don't feel like. I liked when we talked to Christian about running. You got to run Harden, try to make him tired.
Yep.
I think you also brought up a good point yesterday. You can't count on this. I almost feel bad saying it. Wouldn't anger me if Kawhi needed a game or two off middle of the series, like seems to happen every year in the playoffs, right?
Yes.
Who else is on this team now? Like, is Bones still on the Clippers?
No.
What did they do with him? They trade him? Did they cut him? What happened?
Where did I just see Bones? He's on Minnesota now. He comes off the bench in Minnesota.
Really?
Yeah.
Was he released by the Clippers?
It's not going great for Bones Highland. It really hasn't. But no, he's in Minnesota where he appeared in 4 games this year. Let's see. He was with the Clippers for 20 games this year, played 11 minutes a game.
Are you worried at all?
By the way, speaking of the whistle, Andy, just FYI, the Clippers 17th in free throw rate in the NBA. They take on average 21.7 free throws per game. The Denver Nuggets at 23.3 free throw attempts per game. Number 1 in the NBA.
Good. Keep doing it.
Yeah, the Nuggets take more free throws than anybody else in the league, even more than the Lakers do.
But will that continue in the playoffs?
We'll see.
We'll find out.
That's a big old we'll see right there. But yeah, that's the challenge for LA is how do they and Zubats is good at defending without fouling, but guess what? Jokic is going to do everything in his power to get that whistle going.
Okay, when it comes to Zubats, are you worried about him taking a little out of Jokic? See, this is one where
he's physical.
I really would like it if you could handle your business a little quicker than what you and I are talking about with the 7-game possibility.
Yeah.
So Jokic could get a little bit of a rest. I mean, that back of his has been a point of conversation all year long.
Sure has been.
And those two are going to be doing battle in the paint, period. That's a big body. Like, there are other guys, there are other tall players that he goes against. For example, but I'll just bring up Rudy Gobert. Let's go to the Minnesota big men.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of tall players that can cause him problems when it comes to shooting. They've got tall guys that are good at shooting three-pointers.
Mm-hmm.
But we've seen it. When Jokic bears down, he can get Rudy out of the key. Like, when it comes to, I'll just say thickness, Rudy doesn't stand a chance against Nikola. You talk about Zubats, he's every bit as like solid a human being as Jokic is.
Yeah, I would say in terms of physical matchups in the league, Rudy's probably the toughest one for Nikola.
Because of length, though, wouldn't you say?
Rudy's just huge. He's freaking huge. Honestly, when you watch the national title game and you watch, especially like in the Final Four, Common Malwatch, the kid from Duke is going to go in the top 10. When he bulks up, he's going to play like Rudy. He's good, man. Oh, I like that kid. That's neither here nor there. That's just an observation that as I was watching him, I was just like, this guy's got Gobert written all over him. Rudy's a tough matchup. Jokic wins it, but Rudy makes it tough on him. I don't know. Zubats might be number 2.
Yeah, that's what I don't love.
Yeah.
I don't love it because, again, I think Jokic, and here's where I like what Adelman's been doing a bit. He's stayed committed to get Jokic the rests and the sub-ins.
Yeah.
You have to stay that way. You have to try to trickle it. Well,
we'll see.
I know, but
yeah.
I'm telling you, if Zubats is in there, that is going to be more, I think, of a physically tiring matchup than what he gets on a nightly basis.
This is, this is that time of year. It's,
I know, but you can't
fatigue
gas
goes
it
out
all
the
out in
window.
the first round series because who knows who you'll get after. Is it set that you'd get OKC?
They would have
do
to.
they reseed in the NBA? I can never remember.
No,
the path is the path.
If you win this series, as long as OKC defeats Memphis or Sacramento or whoever the hell they're going to, I'm assuming Golden State's going to win tonight. Although I'm looking forward to that game. But yeah, it would be OKC.
If the
in
top
the next
4
round.
win, they get OKC.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Who do you think is the threat to maybe win out of the top 4, and maybe Denver doesn't get OKC's second round? Who would be a lower seed that could steal the OKC matchup from them?
Well, okay, so then what you're hoping for is
because
you're hoping
Minnesota
for
would face OKC if they beat the Lakers, correct? Because they'll be the lowest seed to survive.
No, they don't reseed. Nothing gets reseeded.
Why? Why don't we do it this way anymore?
I don't know. The NBA doesn't do it, but no. Ideally, what you would want is for Memphis to win tonight, and then have Golden State either beat Sacramento or Dallas, and then Golden State to be the 8th seed, and then for Steph Curry to just freaking go nuclear, and Jimmy Butler to crush it, and them to somehow knock off a pretty good Oklahoma
Are
City
we
team.
sure Jimmy Butler can walk? I mean, you saw he banged knees with
it looked bad.
Whoever the player was. He was limping bad.
Yeah, it looked pretty bad at the end of the game. I think it was Kawhi. It was either Kawhi or Harden. It was one of the two. But yeah, you saw that at the end of the game. But yeah, it's whew.
You're really angering me at this seeding thing. It's an easy process. Why do we make it hard? I don't get it. I thought the value of being the number 1 seed in any sport was getting the easier path.
Yeah, they do. They get to play the 4 or 5 seed. That's what they have now earned. But there's also like almost no difference between like number 2 and number 8 essentially.
I got the standings up here.
Yeah, there's almost no difference. It flat out comes down to matchups.
There's 3 50-win teams.
It really
Lakers,
does.
Nuggets, Clippers.
Yeah,
Wolves at 49.
Right now, like pure matchup wise, I'd put the Clippers pretty high on the worst matchups Denver could have gotten. And I will still say this. It's better than having to play Minnesota.
No, I'm with you, but still not ideal.
It's good that the Clippers won the other day and beat Golden State, but the Clippers are they're pretty high on this list. This is a really, really good defensive team. I think this is going to be a tough matchup for Denver. There's reasons why it's not as bad as Minnesota. One of those reasons certainly is that Aaron Gordon is a very good matchup for Kawhi Leonard. I think Christian Braun is going to be a good matchup for James Harden. The flip side of it is that, Chris Dunn and Ivica Zubac as a defensive pairing going up against Jokic and Murray, like they're, again, not as good as Minnesota, but that's a pretty good pairing to have to match up against those two dudes and defending that pick and roll. So this is a juicy matchup. Like I said, Andy, the basketball nerd in me really likes this series. And I'm really looking forward to it. But
yeah, but the basketball nerd in you wanted these 7 of. So no, I don't like your basketball nerd. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I also wanted to watch Denver and Minnesota play another series.
Okay, 109-104 first matchup of the year. I feel like we haven't seen the Clippers in forever.
They played them like the first week of the
season
because
of all the weird playing stuff.
They haven't played them with Kawhi all season long. There's almost nothing to take out of the matchups.
126, 122 in December. Clips.
Yeah, there's almost nothing to take out of these matchups.
And then 120-98, Denver over the Clippers, the 13th.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
that's what you getting.
Just do that every single time. Kreckman and Lindahl. It's a Tuesday, and we rank things on Tuesday.
Oh, I'm glad you've got something.
Yes, I'm ready to rank on a Tuesday. It's a weird one, I assure you.
I like the weird ones.
Exactly.
We could go chalk.
Come on back for the weird on a Tuesday power ranking. Plus, you still got another couple of minutes to text in the keyword Olowokandi. Olowokandi to 303-504-0925. Former number 1 overall pick by the Clippers. Olowokandi texted in to 303-504-0925. You have to spell it correctly. Plus your first and last name. You're entered to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Clippers on Saturday. Yeah, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Thanks again to Christian Braun for stopping by today. We thoroughly enjoyed that. If you missed it, you can get the podcast, altitudesportsradio.com. Get yourself all signed up. The Kreckman and Lindahl show is brought to you by Good Times. If you're feeling like a taste of the ocean, we'll stop into Good Times today for a Good Times fish fry sandwich. It's a light and flaky whole fish fillet, the entire fish. The fish fry sandwich available for a limited time at Good Times. Andy, it's a Tuesday. And on Tuesdays, we rank things. Normally, it's power rankings in the NFL, but we don't have that right now. So instead, we just do our terrible top 5 every single Tuesday here on the show, except we didn't do it last Tuesday because, everybody got fired.
Yeah.
But we're bringing it back today. Go ahead.
You got the touch. You got the power.
All right, so funny enough, last Tuesday I was putting this all together when, the news broke. And I ended up blowing up this entire segment. But
yeah, you're like, never mind.
Yeah, we're not going to do this today.
I think we're going to fit that in.
I don't know if we're going to have time for our silly power rankings today. But I've got some for you today. All right? Take you back to a week ago. It was one of the biggest things happening in sports. Oh, yeah, Alexander Ovechkin broke Wayne Gretzky's hollowed goals scored record, 895 for the NHL career. Congratulations to Alexander Ovechkin, breaking one of the most sacred records, really, in all of sports, which got me to thinking, what are some of the least sacred records in all of sports? Well, I've got a few for you.
Hit me.
And here are my top 5 weird records that I have found. Let's start with this one right here, Andy. All right. In 1995, in a game between the Vancouver Canucks and the Winnipeg Jets, the game was in Winnipeg. The Jets would win that game 7-4. Here is your not-so-great record. The Vancouver Canucks that night set an NHL record by allowing 4 shorthanded goals. 4 shorthanded goals in a single game. They would lose 7-4.
Oh, man, and that's the difference in the game, too.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Gosh, not only are you not scoring on the power play, bud.
Yeah. Not a good game that night for Vancouver or their power play unit. Troubling, to say the least, but an all-timer for Winnipeg as they had themselves a real Logan O'Connor kind of night right there and scored 4 shorthanded goals. That's at number 5. At number 4, Andy, the worst shooting game in NBA history belongs to a pretty damn good player, Tim Hardaway. Out of the University of Texas, El Paso, the master of the UTEP two-step, and a guy with some unfortunate opinions, Tim Hardaway. On December 27, 1991, in a road game in Minnesota, Tim Hardaway for the Golden State Warriors would shoot 0 for 17. Most field goal attempts ever in a game without a single make. However, the Warriors would overcome the inefficiency of their point guard to win 106-102 in overtime, which goes to tell you how bad the Minnesota Timberwolves were in the early 90s. By the way, the Nuggets team record back in February of 2020, about a month or so before the world shut down, Gary Harris put up an 0 for 13 appearance. That was the worst shooting game in Nuggets history. But there you go. Tim Hardaway has the record. Gary Harris was 0 for 13. By the way, the Nuggets did win that night, 98-95 on the road in Utah. Wait, was that the shorthanded Nuggets that night? It might have been. Anyway. Let's see. Next up on my list. Oh, here we go. You know him as an all-time great manager. However, Joe Torre, legendary infielder for the New York Mets. Andy, on July 21st, 1975, Joe Torre set a Major League record, which still stands to this day, by grounding into 4 double plays in one game.
How did he not get pulled? How did they not pinch hit him? 4 double plays? At least that by number 4, you've got to be thinking about replacing him, don't you?
0 for 4, 8 outs.
Brutal.
Pretty bad.
Wow, man. I want to talk to the manager.
Brutal.
Why did you leave him in for the last at bat with a guy on first? What's your deal?
We made fun of Stallings and Wiener for having the sombrero. You could do worse. Joe Torre, 0 for 4 GIDPs in one game. Back to hockey on this one, Andy. I take you back to March the 3rd, 1920. Do you remember where you were?
No, dead.
The
not in existence, whatever that would be. Long way from getting here.
On that particular night, the then known as the Quebec Athletic Club / Bulldogs were playing on the road against the Montreal Canadiens. Again, this is 1920 that we're talking about. And Quebec Bulldog / Hockey Club goaltender Frank Brophy allowed 16 goals in defeat as Quebec would lose 16-3 that particular night. That was 1920, a more modern era version of it. November 11th, 1981, Winnipeg would lose in Minnesota against the North Stars 15-2. Goaltender Doug Sotert allowed 15 goals that night. 1981.
Man, when was the last time we saw 10 goals in a game?
Yeah.
Much less 15.
Exactly.
Wow.
They don't really allow that to happen anymore. Now they pull the goaltender. Let's see. As recently as 1995, Jean-Claude Bergeron, then of the Tampa Bay Lightning, gave up 10 goals in a 10-0 loss at Pittsburgh. That's the most recent date I can give you, 1995.
All right.
2023. Eric Comrie allowed 10 goals for Buffalo on the road at Dallas. They would lose 10-4 that night.
All right.
The other goalie must have just come down violently ill.
He's like,
before
I'm
the
not
game.
going in.
Exactly.
Never mind. Or the coach was really mad at him.
But I got one more for you. Here we go. This is the weirdest one I could find. Weird records in sports. This is November 4th, 2009. The Lakers are on the road playing the Houston Rockets. They would win that night 103-102 in overtime. However, a strange statistical anomaly in that game for the Lakers. Derek Fisher, in his 34 minutes of action that night, finished with no points, no rebounds, no assists.
Yikes. Wow.
No points, no rebounds, no assists. It is the NBA single-game record for the most minutes played while not really compiling any statistic. He did have 2 steals, and he did commit 2 personal fouls, but no points, no rebounds, no assists. The triple goose egg that night for Derek Fisher. Quite terrible.
That's not the card you keep. Does that go on the back of the old bubblegum card?
The thing is Derek Fisher was pretty good.
So,
and that was I think that was a championship Laker team.
Probably was, but he didn't contribute that night too much.
Is that one where you go back and you watch the film and you're like, what would you say you do here?
Fish, what's the deal? By the way, you know where I thought you might be going with this? And then I saw it was sort of mundane. Do you know what the record for scoreless innings is by a baseball club?
Is it 32 2/3 innings?
It isn't, but you would think that would threaten it.
All right, that was the Rockies over the last 3.5 games. What is it actually?
There was a club, the Reds.
Okay.
September 8th through the 12th, 1946, went 35 consecutive scoreless innings. But the record, oh man, it's your Chicago Cubs.
Okay.
48 consecutive scoreless innings from June 15th to June 21st back in 68.